Tang Xian was confused when he was thrown off the cliff by Gue Jianshou. Just as his body was about to fall to the bottom of the cliff, a beam of golden light surged in and directly lifted him back to the edge of the cliff. "I'm not dead. This is a sheer cliff." Before he could react, a sound echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have bound a sign-in system. Sign-in location: the peerless Tang Sect, the cliff of Gue Jianshou." Tang Xian instantly exploded with excitement. "I crossed over? And it's the peerless Tang Sect? Does that mean Tang San is here?" Suddenly, memories of his past life attacked him. He was Tang San Sr., entering the sect 15 years earlier, obsessed with hidden weapons but lacking talent, unable to even enter the intersect. 3 months later was the final assessment, and he begged Tang San for help. "Junior brother, help me with devilish training. I must enter the intersect." Tang San sighed. "That's tough. Unless you can learn the Xuantian Treasure Record." Tang Xian's eyes turned red. "Steal it." Tang San smirked. "Let's go. I know a loophole in the secret pavilion." On a dark and windy night, the two stole the Xuantian Treasure Record. Tang San said, "Senior brother, go to my inner chamber to comprehend it while I keep watch." Tang Xian held the manual and researched it frantically, suddenly catching sight of a hidden weapon mechanism on the table. "This outline looks like the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus from the Xuantian Treasure Record." Wait, why was Tang San so eager to help him steal the manual? Was this Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus mechanism a trap? Just as Tang Xian realized something was off, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Was Tang San intentionally setting him up? What was hidden in the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus mechanism? While I was comprehending, I inadvertently caught a glimpse of one of the exquisite hidden weapons on the table. This hidden weapon's outline, why does it look so much like the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus from the Xuantian Treasure Record? No, it's just a mechanism. Next, would Tang Xian be backstabbed by Tang San? Could his sign-in system produce something that counters Tang San? Could self-destructing the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus truly subdue Tang San? How could there be such a thing in Tang San's inner chamber? As soon as Tang Xian touched that hidden weapon mechanism, a whoosh sound occurred, and a golden arrow shot out, directly piercing his forehead. He fell heavily to the ground, and Tang San walked in leisurely, holding him and crying, "Senior brother, how could you die?" Then he turned and sneered. "Would comprehend the Xuantian Treasure Record with me? Too naive. Stealing the manual is a capital offense if you don't die. How can I be at ease?" Tang San took the Xuantian Treasure Record and threw Tang Xian's body down the cliff of Gue Jianshou, thinking no one would know. Unexpectedly, Tang Xian's soul crossed back, and he even bound the sign-in system. "Sign-in, congratulations, you have obtained the Xuantian Treasure Record. Newbie reward: Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus." Tang Xian was dumbfounded. This is what Tang San wanted to kill me for, and I got it just by signing in? Holding the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, he noticed a protrusion on the lotus branch and curiously pressed it. Crack! Firelight instantly erupted, engulfing him. Boom! The entire Tang Sect shook violently, and a mushroom cloud rose from Gue Jianshou, leveling the mountaintop. The ancestors and the sect leader of the Tang Sect all came out, with the ancestor's voice trembling. "It's the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. Someone has refined it." The sect leader roared. "Ultimate skills leaked. Investigate. Kill without mercy." Meanwhile, Tang San was in the inner chamber erasing traces, frowning at the loud noise. Was there an earthquake? He didn't take it to heart, holding the Xuantian Treasure Record with satisfaction. "Within a year, I will definitely comprehend it." Did Tang Xian die in the explosion? Would Tang San guess it was Tang Xian if the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus exploded? During the investigation, who would they suspect first? Tang San was confident that with his talent in hidden weapons, given a year, he would definitely be able to understand the mysteries within. If Tang Xian didn't die, would he confront Tang San with the Xuantian Treasure Record? The power of the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus shocked the entire Tang Sect. What bloody storm would ensue next? Just as Tang San opened the Xuantian Treasure Record, the door was kicked open with a bang. "Tang San, how dare you steal the Xuantian Treasure Record? Kill without mercy." The Tang Sect leader was about to take action when the ancestors stopped him. "Did you refine the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus?" Tang San pointed at the mechanism on the table, hardening his resolve. "It's this." The ancestor looked at it and became furious. "Dare to fool me." With a punch, the inner chamber was splattered with tomato sauce, and Tang San was directly killed. On the other side, Tang Xian woke up from the explosion, and the system prompted, "Emergency evacuation. Change worlds to survive." He was confused. "Crossed over again? Where's this?" "Douluo continent, Holy Soul Village. You are the son of a blacksmith." Tang Xian was shocked. "I robbed Tang San's path and came to Douluo." At this moment, a drunken uncle walked in. "Tang Xian, get out. If you can lift 100 kilograms, come back to learn blacksmithing. Tang Hao. Tang Xian blurted out that it turned out he had become Tang Hao's son. Tang Xian was indignant. What's 100 kilograms, he silently thought. System.Sign-in. Ding. Obtain 100 June strength. Strength 100 kilograms. Tang Hao sneered. That hammer is 100 kilograms, can you swing it? As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Xian gripped the hammer handle with one hand and shouted, Lift. Clang, clang, clang. The 100-kilogram iron hammer flew up with ease. Tang Hao was dumbfounded. How could this little kid have such great strength? His drunkenness instantly faded, staring at Tang Xian. When did you have this strength? Could Tang Xian's 100 June strength make Tang Hao teach him blacksmithing? During the martial soul awakening in Holy Soul Village, what martial soul would he awaken? Clang, clang, clang. Next, would Tang Hao discover his son's secret? Could Tang Xian awaken the Hao-Ian hammer earlier than the original Tang San? Little cute Tang Xian swung a hammer taller than himself, smashing it against the iron block, but he kept missing. But Tang Hao's eyes were nearly popping out. This was a 100-kilogram hammer. How could he swing it so easily at such a young age? When he was that age, even 50 kilograms was a struggle. The more Tang Hao thought about it, the more excited he became, but suddenly he wilted. Forget it. No more thinking. He picked up Tang Xian and threw him outside. Good for nothing. Tomorrow, chop 10 bundles of firewood, or you won't eat. Tang Xian fell to the ground, cursing inwardly. Being a title Douluo is so great. Wait until I get stronger. Just you wait. His stomach growled, and old Jack happened to pass by. Little Xian, come to Grandpa's house for a meal. Tang Xian ate like a wolf, asking while eating, Grandpa Jack, when does martial soul awakening start? 3 months later, just when you turn 6, Tang Xian's eyes brightened. In 3 months, I can sign in over 90 times, enough for my development. Returning to the blacksmith shop, Tang Hao was snoring loudly, murmuring third sister and Yin. Tang Xian sighed. This was all the work of the spirit hall. Once I get stronger, I will definitely seek an explanation. The next day, Tang Xian went up the mountain early, sitting on a giant rock preparing to practice the purple extreme magic eye. Tang San practiced for 6 years to achieve small success. This was his first time. He widened his eyes, staring at the rising sun, trying to capture the purple chi coming from the east, but ended up getting sunburned and teary-eyed. Where's the purple chi? Is my talent this poor? Can Tang Xian practice the purple extreme magic eye? What martial soul will he awaken 3 months later? This is awkward. Is my talent this bad? What about the purple chi coming from the east? Next, what good things will his sign-in bring? Will Tang Hao secretly teach him blacksmithing? As the sun rose higher, missing the training opportunity, Tang Xian wiped away his tears. Well, my talent can't compare to Tang San, but I have a system. System.Sign-in. Learn purple extreme magic eye. The Xuantian Treasure Record reaches the first level. Tang Xian immediately tried out, his eyes shrouded in purple chi, instantly seeing the ants crawling and the sprouts breaking through the soil in the forest. But it can only last for 3 seconds, he complained. 3 seconds? A real man can't be this short, but thinking about it, lasting 3 seconds without practicing the Xuantian gong is pretty impressive. It's time to go down the mountain to gather firewood. Tang Xian carried a pile of firewood that looked like a small mountain back, just like an ant moving a mountain. Arriving at the blacksmith shop, he shouted, Tang Hao, I'm hungry. Tang Hao threw a punch. Call me Dad. No way. Then no food. Just as they were at a standstill, Tang Hao suddenly asked, do you want to participate in the martial soul awakening? Yeah, the world is so big. I want to see it. Tang Hao was silent for a long time. Stay and have a meal and learn blacksmithing, otherwise you'll starve outside. Tang Xian thought to himself. Just say you want me to work. Tang Hao started the lesson. Blacksmithing requires at least 100,000 strikes. With your level yesterday, hitting 1 out of 10 means you need 1,000,000 strikes. Not possible. Tang Xian was unconvinced. My eyesight is great now. It'll hit 100%. Tang Hao got angry. Lying at such a young age. As he was about to take action, Tang Xian had already reached the forging table and shouted, Power of 100 tons. Purple extreme magic eye. Can he achieve 100% accuracy? Will Tang Hao be shocked? Power of 100 tons. Purple extreme magic eye. Next, will Tang Xian's hammering technique amaze Tang Hao? What powerful skills can he sign in after 3 months of learning blacksmithing? With an explosive surge of power, the purple extreme magic eye activated. Tang Xian's veins bulged, his eyes shrouded in purple chi, and he swung the 100-kilogram hammer high. Dang, dang, dang. In the blink of an eye, he struck 100 times, each hit precisely landing on the iron block. After 3 seconds, he stopped and raised his chin. How about that? Impressive, right? Tang Hao was stunned. This accuracy, this power, is even more fierce than his former self. But Tang Xian's little hands behind his back were already trembling severely, turning red all over. Tang Hao walked over, gently took his hand, his eyes a bit moist, took out a medicated plaster and applied it, using soul power to dissolve it. Come tomorrow, Dad will teach you. The hammering technique. Tang Xian was stunned. Is he going to teach the chaotic wind hammering technique? The next morning, Tang Xian signed in. System, sign in. Ding. Obtained the Xuantian gong. Now he no longer has to worry about the purple extreme magic, not lasting. He walked in the blacksmith shop, and Tang Hao was sitting on a broken chair. Want to be a blacksmith? Tang Xian pouted. If I'm going to be one, I want to be a divine craftsman who can forge divine artifacts. Tang Hao laughed. A divine craftsman can transform ordinary iron into divine. It's not just about the materials. Tang Xian was unconvinced. What's wrong with ordinary iron? I signed in. No, I will definitely be able to do it in the future. Will the hammering technique that Tang Hao teaches be the chaotic wind hammering technique? With the Xuantian gong, will Tang Xian learn the hammering technique more efficiently? However, yesterday Tang Xian's blacksmithing talent was so dazzling that Tang Hao couldn't help but want to cultivate this seedling wholeheartedly. Next, will Tang Xian be able to learn Tang Hao's hammering technique? Will the sign-in result in the Xian Jade hand, allowing him to forge without fear of injuring his hands? Did you see that piece of iron on the forge? Start by hammering it 10,000 times until you refine it into wrought iron. This will greatly help with your strength control. Tang Xian was taken aback, and then he noticed the slight upward smile at the corner of Tang Hao's mouth. He immediately realized Tang Hao was going to exploit child labor again. Clearly, he still wanted him to do the work, claiming that his strength control wasn't up to par. Practicing strength control? That was non-existent. Tang Xian just signed in early this morning and received the Xuantian skill. The issue of power control has long been resolved. I don't want to forge anymore. I don't want to become a blacksmith. I want to visit Grandpa Jack's house to listen to stories. However, as soon as he finished saying this, he was directly picked up by Tang Hao and thrown next to the mother iron. If today's mother iron can't be transformed into fine iron, don't even think about leaving the blacksmith shop. Also, there's no food to eat. Tang Hao smiled slightly. Such a good seedling cannot be wasted. He understood the principle that a strict teacher produces outstanding students. Moreover, this little guy claimed that he would venture out in the world in 3 months, so his unique skills must not be buried. Tang Xian was going crazy. It was clearly exploiting child labor. They even threatened him by withholding food. Man is made of iron, and rice is steel. Going without a meal makes one feel empty. At his growing age, Tang Xian was the most likely to get hungry, so he had no choice but to compromise. It's just a piece of raw material. I can turn it into refined iron in no time. Tang Hao turned and left, leaving Tang Xian alone in the blacksmith shop. He sat at a stone table in the yard, took out a plate of drunkard peanuts and an old jar, and began to drink leisurely. From inside, the sound of clanging metal echoed. To refine the impurities from the raw material, under the premise of controlling the strength well, it requires 10,000 strikes. For a beginner, the control over strength is quite vague, so it would take at least 20,000 strikes. Tang Hao smiled slightly. Tang Xian was still too proud. What good was innate strength and keen eyesight? He must first temper this little guy's sharpness. Tang Hao was eating peanuts, and he had only drunk half a jar of wine. The clanging sound inside suddenly stopped. Tang Hao finished the wine in his bowl, shook his head with a faint smile, and said, after all, he's still a little guy. Can't he last even 5,000 times? Just as he finished speaking, with a bang, Tang Xian forcefully pushed open the iron shop door. He glanced lightly at Tang Hao in the yard. This guy is really exploiting child labor while drinking here. I want to eat. Today I want an extra chicken leg. Tang Xian shouted loudly at Tang Hao in the courtyard. Tang Hao didn't lift his head, continued to drink his wine, and elongated his voice saying, refined iron. Refined iron. Without refined iron, how can I sell you money to buy chicken legs? If the work isn't finished today, there won't be food to eat. Clang. Tang Xian directly threw the cold extracted fine iron onto the stone table. One chicken leg added. I've finished my work for today, and I want to visit village Chief Jack's house to listen to stories. Tang Xian threw down the refined iron and rushed towards village Chief Jack's house, leaving Tang Hao in a state of confusion in the wind. Refined iron. Although Tang Hao had been drinking outside, he heard it clearly. That little guy, Tang Xian, had only hammered less than 5,000 times. Is it possible to refine a piece of iron or into refined iron with less than 5,000 strikes? For him, a title to law, it would be easy, but Tang Xian is a beginner. This is impossible. This is impossible. Tang Hao was shocked as he picked up the refined iron on the stone table. When he turned around, Tang Xian had already run several hundred meters away. Making a face at him, this was definitely stolen. This piece of refined iron was definitely taken by Tang Xian. But no matter how much he didn't want to believe it, this refined iron had just been forged. Although it had undergone cold extraction, it still retained some warmth. And given how familiar Tang Hao was with iron, it was obvious that it had just been forged. This meant that the little guy, Tang Xian, had really forged this piece of impure iron into refined iron with less than 5,000 strikes. Originally, it was supposed to take more than 10,000 strikes, unless this little guy had reached a terrifying level of control over his strength. The ultimate control over power allows every strike to hit the most precise spot, maximizing the effectiveness of each blow in removing impurities. This requires a combination of strength, vision, and control to achieve forging refined iron in less than 5,000 strikes. In just one day, this little guy made such great progress. He had only given him a little guidance, yet Tang Xian's improvement was so significant. Tang Hao felt for the first time what it meant to have a gap in talent, the disparity between people. Chapter 5. With one move of the Xianyu hand, let Tang Hao call me dad. Tang Xian didn't give Tang Hao the chance to exploit child labor and directly ran to village chief Jack's house, chatting with him for an entire day. By the time Tang Xian returned home in the evening, there was already a plate of roasted chicken on the stone table in the yard. Tang Hao staggered over with a jar of wine. Here, the chicken leg is yours. Tomorrow, I'll continue to use the Iron Mother to produce 100 pieces of fine iron, and I'll give you chicken legs every day from now on. Tang Xian had just torn off the large drumstick of the roast chicken and brought it to his mouth, pausing slightly. Another one? Tang Hao smiled slightly, sitting at the stone table, eating roasted chicken and taking a sip of wine. With a faint smile, he said, producing a piece of fine iron is nothing. Although your control over strength has made significant progress, it's still not enough, still not skilled enough. Tang Xian was gnawing on a chicken leg and muttering to himself, that's not wrong. I just signed in to learn the Xuantian gong this morning, and it is indeed a bit awkward to control my strength for the first time, but I've done well enough. Okay. Tang Hao saw that Tang Xian didn't listen to his words, and with his strong arm, he grabbed Tang Xian's wrist, while gently taking the chicken leg from Tang Xian's hand with the other hand. Tang Hao, you promised to add a chicken leg. You're a liar. I didn't stop you from eating. Just take a look at your own palm. Tang Hao said to Tang Xian, staring at his palm with a faint expression. Tang Xian withdrew his hand in confusion, looking at his small palm covered in grease. It's quite cute. What's this? It seems like a blister is about to form. Tang Hao was extremely annoyed and said, blacksmiths all have a common problem, which is that they develop calluses on their hands. You're just starting out. When you have calluses all over your hands, then you can go out into the world. But doesn't that mean you have to get a lot of blisters before you can grow calluses? He certainly didn't want to suffer for no reason. Tang Xian widened his eyes and instinctively looked at Tang Hao's huge palm. He then said angrily, Tang Hao, you big liar. Your palm is clearly smooth and doesn't have any calluses from blacksmithing. Tang Hao was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. As a titled Douluo, how could he be compared to those ordinary blacksmiths? He simply said, your father has long been an old blacksmith. Only with skill can one work without leaving traces. This requires ultimate control over power. When swinging the hammer, there should be no excess force rubbing against the iron. This way, naturally, there won't be any blisters, let alone calluses. Tang Xian suddenly realized and thought to himself, no wonder he is a titled Douluo. The control over power is just too formidable. Although he has obtained the Xuantian skill, this level of control is still somewhat inferior compared to a titled Douluo. However, Tang Xian is not a child. He can clearly see that Tang Hao is using these excuses to motivate him, wanting him to take the study of forging seriously. Tang Hao seems to have set his sights on his forging talent. For the first 5 years, he didn't care about me. And now he's starting to make up for it? Remembering that Tang Hao said he would teach him a hammer technique yesterday, it's likely the chaotic wind hammer technique. These intense trainings are probably preparing for this. After all, in less than 3 months, Tang Xian will be leaving the Holy Soul Village. And Tang Hao wants to teach him some survival skills for the outside world. Although he is somewhat moved, Tang Xian is internally lamenting. Tang Hao, there's no need to teach me. I have a sign-in system. Signing in for 100 days in Saint Soul Village. What skills can I learn? This kind of training is too boring and torturous. Why torture myself when I can gain things through signing in? However, Tang Xian couldn't tell Tang Hao this. If you can produce 100 pieces of fine iron without getting blisters or calluses on your palms, I'll call you dad. Tang Hao made a bold statement. A little punk actually dared to compete with him. Tang Xian gritted his teeth. That old guy Tang Hao was a bit disrespectful for his age. He was also a bit unconvinced. What is just 100 pieces of fine iron? It's not like it's impossible, right? I don't believe it. If you... Tang Hao can do it, then I, Tang Xian, the little genius, can't do it. As soon as Tang Xian heard this, he got angry. He immediately jumped on the stool and shouted. Tang Hao smiled slightly. To reach his level, how easy could it be? It takes decades of forging skills. How could he let this kid call him dad? Impossible. This is just his strategy to motivate Tang Xian to learn forging properly. He didn't know why, but in the past few days, Tang Xian's courage had grown bolder. He even dared not to call him dad, hearing that they bet with each other, and whoever lost would call the other dad. He was particularly excited. Tang Hao's head was filled with question marks. Is this kid's brain malfunctioning? Tang Xian confidently snatched the roasted chicken leg from Tang Hao's hand and began to bite into it. He mumbled, Tang Hao, just wait. Tomorrow you'll have to call me dad. Xiao Xian. When we have time, let's go to the village doctor at the end of St. Soul Village, okay? Tang Hao said with some concern, feeling puzzled. This kid hasn't been sick much since he was little. This made Tang Xian so angry that he directly scolded. Tang Hao, don't try to back out. 100 pieces of fine iron won't cause blisters or calluses. Tang Hao nodded blankly. Although this kid had good talent, his delicate skin was already showing signs of blisters after only forging a piece of fine iron today. It was absolutely impossible to forge 100 pieces of fine iron without getting blisters. He couldn't lose. A man's word is his bond. Although he didn't know where Tang Xian got his confidence, it was still great that such a good seedling was willing to learn blacksmithing properly under his provocation. So he agreed with a sense of righteousness. After that, the two of them, each with their own thoughts, silently ate their drumsticks and drank their vintage liquor at the stone table in the courtyard. Tang Xian looked at the palm of his hand, which was about to develop blisters, and shook his head slightly. The Xuantian skill still needed a bit more refinement. Although there had been a significant improvement in controlling power, it was impossible to avoid any friction between his palm and the hammer's handle, just like the title Douluo Tang Hao did. Once the palm rubbed too much against the handle, blisters would form, and over time, they would turn into what is called calluses. However, Tang Xian was not discouraged. Although he couldn't achieve the same level of skill in blacksmithing as Tang Hao in a short period, there was still a way to prevent blisters on his palms. This was all because he had the sign-in system at his disposal. In the past few days, the sign-in system had continuously rewarded him with techniques from the Xuantian Treasure Record. First, the purple extreme magic eye, then the Xuantian skill. Tang Xian boldly speculated that tomorrow's sign-in might just be the Xian Jade Hand. The purple extreme magic eye and Xuantian skill were the eye training method and internal skill of the Xuantian Treasure Record, respectively. The Xian Jade Hand was the hand training method. Mastering it would allow his palms to become indestructible. How could the small friction caused by the leakage of power possibly harm the Xian Jade Hand? Forget about blisters and calluses. 100 years later, his palms would still be as smooth as they are now. Thinking of this, Tang Xian couldn't help but let out a crowing sound. Little black one? Huh. Little chick? Did it turn into a little chick after eating a chicken leg? Tang Hao looked at Tang Xian with a look of astonishment. Tang Xian awkwardly cleared his throat twice. You're the little black guy. Your whole family is little black eyes. After saying that, he took his bowl and chopsticks and went to wash them in the kitchen without a care. Left at the stone table, Tang Hao looked bewildered, weighing the jar of wine in his hand, which still had more than half left. He muttered, feeling a bit confused like a monk who couldn't figure things out. I haven't drunk that much, have I? Am I drunk? No, I clearly said little chick. What is that kid Tang Xian talking about? Little black guy? What the heck is a little black guy? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure it out, so he simply continued to drink his sorrows away. 3 months, that's enough. With Tang Xian's current forging talent, as long as he earnestly learns the chaotic wind hammer technique from him, mastering it won't be a problem. Tang hadn't taken the bet with Tang Xian seriously at all. He shook his head and said, in the end, Xiao Xian is still a child at heart. Am I being too harsh on him? After taking another sip of the aged liquor, he couldn't help but sigh. What a good wine. The fine iron this kid produces is quite valuable. 100 pieces of fine iron. How much aged liquor would that be? Everything is for the aged liquor. Oh no, for Xiao Xian. It wasn't until he got completely drunk that Tang Hao crawled back onto the small broken bed and buried his head in sleep. Tang Xian was disturbed by the snoring of Tang Hao next to him and the occasional murmurs in his sleep, making it hard for him to fall asleep. He could only hope that when the sign-in count refreshed the next day, he would receive the Xianyu hand and give the title Douluo Tang Hao a hard time. The next day quietly arrived. Tang Hao had already gone back up the mountain to collect firewood as usual. However, as always, there was no rush for collecting firewood, and Tang Xian still came to the giant rock at the mountaintop. He checked the sign-in system. Remaining sign-in attempts. 1 time. The system's sign-in attempts refreshed as soon as midnight arrived the next day. But by that time, Tang Xian was already asleep. He habitually came to this old place. Smiling slightly, he activated the system. Sign-in. Ding. Successful sign-in at Holy Soul Village. Congratulations, you have received a level 1 reward. Xian Jade hand. Instantly a cold, mysterious energy enveloped his hand. The palm that almost got blisters yesterday was instantly restored. Smooth as before, his hands looked more refined than ever, exuding an aura of immortality. After a while, the immortal aura faded. His palm returned to normal. It looked no different from an ordinary palm. However, when Li Xian forcefully inserted his finger, it instantly sank into the tree trunk. There was not the slightest resistance. The Xian Jade hand could easily penetrate even the tree trunk. Tang Xian's hands, if they want to get injured, I'm afraid it would be very difficult. As for blisters, calluses, there's no need to worry about such things at all. The probability of it happening is now 0. Tang Xian smiled slightly. His prediction was not wrong. The sign-in system indeed gave him the Xianyu hand, and he was very satisfied with this result. This sign-in system seems to have a bit of a telepathic connection with me. With the Xianyu hand obtained, Tang Xian quickly picked up dry branches. While picking them up, he complained, Tang Hao, just wait. See how I use the Xianyu hand when I go back, and make you call me Dad. Chapter 6, The Way of a Father. A slap for a piece of candy. Tang Xian directly chopped down a whole dead tree on the mountain with a Xianyu hand, carrying it down the mountain. It was effortless. The Xianyu hand worked like a cutting knife, so effective. His whole hand remained smooth and undamaged. When he got home, Tang Hao had already gone somewhere to buy drinks. The blacksmith shop only had the 100 pieces of iron ingots that Tang Hao had prepared for Tang Xian, and this was Tang Xian's task for today. He had to forge them all in a fine iron like yesterday, or there would be no food to eat today. As for the bet with Tang Hao, the condition that the loser must call the winner dad is that, after succeeding, there should be no blisters or calluses on the palm. Tang Xian smiled slightly. He had first mastered the 100 June strength, the purple extreme demon eye, and a Xuantian skill, making his skills in forging quite effortless. This morning, he also received the reward of the Xianyu hand, further enhancing the protection of his palms. However, compared to a single piece of Iron Mother, 100 pieces of Iron Mother was indeed a bit more in quantity. He decided to treat it as a way to forge himself. Tang Xian rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Forging was the best way to strengthen the body. His physique was still too delicate, lacking muscle, so he might as well lift some weights. Tang Xian thought this way as he had already clamped a piece of Iron Mother with iron tongs. He then placed it on the forging platform and picked up the hammer, striking it with incredible precision. The force of 100 June was transmitted through the hammer onto the Iron Mother, instantly creating sparks as the impurities inside were compressed. With the help of the purple extreme demon eye and the Xuantian skill, every strike Tang Xian made hit the mark perfectly, leaving no trace of impurities in the Iron Mother. Each swing of the hammer sent a tremendous recoil force through the extremely rigid hammer handle into his palm. But each recoil was blocked by an invisible, mysterious light in Tang Xian's hand, a manifestation of the Xuanyu hand's ability to channel force. The hammer was firmly gripped in his hand, with no unnecessary friction. The sound of strong hammering echoed in the blacksmith shop. Inside, the atmosphere was hot and lively, as the massive piece of Iron Mother was hammered down into a small piece of refined iron, with all the impurities turning into sparks flying out. Yesterday, it took at least 5,000 strikes to forge a piece of refined iron, but after more than half a day's practice, Tang Xian gradually became more skilled, needing only 4,000 strikes to forge a piece of refined iron. To make 100 pieces of refined iron, at least 40,000 strikes were required. At this moment, Tang Xian was already drenched in sweat. This was a type of body refinement, and his muscles were gradually becoming more solid. In the evening, when Tang Hao returned home in a drunken state, the sound of hammering had not ceased. Tang Hao smiled slightly. 100 pieces of fine iron, it's not that easy. Even when I was his age, I might not have been able to do it. Even if I could, my hands would be covered in blisters, which is quite uncomfortable. I didn't expect that Xiao Xian would work so hard. It seems he really likes blacksmithing. Saying this, he took out a bottle of jade bamboo ointment from his pocket, which he specially went out to collect materials to make today. He then shook his head. Xiao Xian has been hammering iron all day, so his hands must be full of blisters by now. He's really a child that makes one worry. However, it is indeed surprising that Xiao Xian could persist for so long. He is truly a piece of raw jade worth careful polishing. It's not in vain that I specifically went out to find materials to make this jade bamboo ointment for him. Tang Hao stuffed the jade bamboo paste in his pocket and pushed the door open. As soon as he opened the door, the heat inside rushed at him. However, this was nothing for a titled-The. Sometimes he would stay in a blacksmith shop for 2 or 3 days. But this environment was not suitable for a 5 or 6-year-old child. Clang, clang, clang. Xuantian, if you can't do it, then just give up. 100 pieces of fine iron is indeed a huge challenge for you. Don't hurt yourself. It's 98 pieces now, just wait and see. Tang Xian spoke directly. At this moment, Tang Xian's face was flushed from the firelight, and he was sweating profusely. Tang Hao frowned, looking at the stubborn child in front of him. This guy, Tang Xian, really hadn't stopped all day, hammering away in the iron shop without a moment's rest. 98 pieces of fine iron. Wait, is it only 98 pieces of fine iron? Tang Hao quickly realized that the forging speed was astonishing. He hurriedly stepped aside and indeed saw 98 pieces of refined iron on the table. Not a single trace of impurity. Are you crazy, kid? Are you trying to smash your palm to pieces? Tang Hao directly grasped Tang Xian's wrist. How old is Tang Xian? He can't withstand such clapping. So, he quickly took out the jade bamboo ointment from his pocket and applied it to Tang Xian. All right, don't get upset. This is the jade bamboo ointment I prepared for you, which is very helpful for repairing muscle strains and treating blisters. You have done well enough. You're a good material for refining tools. Tomorrow, come with me to learn the chaotic wind hammer technique. Here, take the jade bamboo ointment. A master craftsman must protect his hands. Tang Hao stared seriously into Tang Xian's big, bright eyes and earnestly reminded him. He truly acknowledged Tang Hao's performance. The 100 pieces of fine iron were just something he mentioned in jest, but he didn't expect Tang Xian to actually go through with it. Tang Xian opened his eyes wide and looked at Tang Hao. Tang Hao. Little Xian, just call me Dad. A child should at least have basic manners. Tang Hao, are you trying to be unreasonable? Huh. Tang Hao was baffled by Tang Xian's sudden shout. Unreasonable. As a dignified titled-The, he never goes back on his word. Seeing Tang Xian's furious expression, Tang Hao couldn't help but glance at the hand he was holding on to Tang Xian with. That little palm must be covered in blisters. You shouldn't push yourself any further. Saying this, he took the iron hammer from Tang Xian's hand and then pried open Tang Xian's hand. While prying it open, he even covered his eyes, not daring to look at the tragic sight of the blisters. This Yuju ointment, were you afraid of? Open your eyes wide and see clearly. I don't have any blisters. Are you trying to be unreasonable? Hearing this, Tang Hao smiled slightly. Even now, little Xian was still being stubborn, so he took a closer look at Tang Xian's palm. Suddenly, he shivered. The entire palm was as smooth as jade, without a single blister. Even the marks from yesterday had healed completely. Where are the blisters? Where are the calluses? This is truly unbelievable. How could this happen? You can keep this Yuju ointment. You'll need it someday. I just want to be quiet. Tang Hao said this without blushing or his heart racing, ready to run away, but he was pulled back by Tang Xian, who leisurely adopted an attitude of a little adult and said, "Who said yesterday that whoever loses has to call the other dad?" Tang Hao's face stiffened. "You little brat. You think you can fly now, huh? Do you need a spanking?" With that, he grabbed Tang Xian by the back of his neck and gave him a good beating. "Let's see you challenge your father's authority." Tang Hao took the initiative and started to teach Tang Xian a lesson. He was secretly wondering, how come his kid's hands are completely fine, not a single blister? Could it be that he secretly learned my chaotic cloak hammer technique? Tang Xian was held in the hands of a titled-The with no room for resistance left, only the fate of being beaten. He immediately cried out in agony, and the blacksmith shop was filled with wails. Tang Xian covered his red little butt and pointed at Tang Hao, angrily scolding, "Tang Hao, you disrespect your elders, you big liar." Tang Hao felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. He found Tang Xian increasingly displeasing. He used to think he was quite obedient. Tang Hao was furious and gritted his teeth as he said, "Even if you don't have blisters or calluses on your hands, there are only 98 pieces of fine iron here, which doesn't meet the bet of 100 pieces. Tang Xian smiled slightly. "Isn't it just 2 pieces? I've already forged 98 pieces of fine iron. Forging 2 more is a small matter. Just wait for me to call you Dad." Tang Xian was covering his reddened backside as he walked towards the forge, ready to refine the last 2 pieces of iron mother to take revenge for his sore bottom. Tang Hao's heart tightened. This simply wouldn't do. If he made his son call him Dad, what would happen to his authority? It was too embarrassing. He couldn't bear to lose face like this. So, Tang Hao quickly focused on the last 2 pieces of iron mother in the blacksmith shop. With a surge of soul power, he secretly absorbed the remaining 2 pieces into his hand. Then, he suddenly crushed them with force, turning the 2 pieces of iron mother into ashes in the hands of the Xuantian Treasure. Strange, Where did the 2 pieces of Iron Mother I placed here go? Little Tang searched the entire blacksmith shop, but couldn't find any trace of the Iron Mother. It had disappeared without a trace. Tang Hao said with a faint smile, "Since you can't gather enough 100 pieces of fine iron, it's natural that you lost. Just be my son honestly. Don't think about those unnecessary things. Let's call it day." Tang Hao looked like a mature person who didn't hold grudges against the petty, generously letting Tang Xian go. As he walked to the door, he said, "Today, I bought a roast chicken from outside and placed it on the stone table. Let's eat it later, or it will get cold." Tang Hao smiled slightly and said, "The way of my father is nothing more than a handful of slaps and a piece of candy." After Tang Hao left, Tang Xian realized that he had been tricked by Tang Hao again. He had a suspicion in his heart that Tang Hao must be afraid of losing and secretly destroyed the materials. Tang Hao is a true title-to-law, while I'm currently just someone who hasn't even awakened a martial soul. Although I have learned many techniques from the Xuantian Treasure Record through the sign-in system, I am still far behind compared to Tang Hao. Tang Hao wanted to do some small actions in front of him, effortlessly, in Douluo continent. Only soul masters are the main theme, and they can make up for this gap in strength. Tang Xian gritted his teeth. I must become a soul master. I must become a titled Douluo. Holy Soul Village is just the first stop for Tang Xian. As for Tang Hao, he can never catch up with his footsteps in Holy Soul Village. Only by going out into the world will there be a chance. However, Holy Soul Village is indeed a good place for signing in, and there is still some time until this year's soul awakening ceremony. Tang Xian estimated that if he continued signing in like this, he would definitely receive a martial soul reward before the martial soul awakening ceremony began. He just didn't know what his martial soul would be. He felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. However, this matter relies on luck and cannot be rushed. While thinking about this, Tang Xian's stomach began to growl. Seeing the roasted chicken outside, he exclaimed in surprise, "You're so beautiful, chicken." Tang Xian has never been polite when it comes to food. He bit down on the chickens, but, gritting his teeth, Tang Hao is his nominal father, and he takes good care of him. However, the grudge of Tang Hao spanking him is irreconcilable. Chapter 7. The last stop of the 100 Days Sign-in. Spirit Village Spirit Hall Branch. Ding. Congratulations on successfully signing in at Spirit Village. You have received a level 1 reward. Shumi Ring, Storage Space Ring. Ding. Congratulations on successfully signing in at Spirit Village. You have received a level 1 reward. 10,000 copper soul coins. Ding. Congratulations on successfully signing in at Spirit Village. You have received a level 1 reward. 10,000 silver soul coins. Ding. Congratulations on successfully signing in at Spirit Village. You have received a level 1 reward. 10,000 gold soul coins. Ding. Congratulations on successfully signing in at Spirit Village. You have received a level 1 reward. 1,000 gene power. For nearly 3 months. Apart from signing in every day, Tang Xian has mostly been working in the blacksmith shop under Tang Hao's arrangement. The sign-in at Spirit Village seems to have hit some kind of bottleneck. After signing in for over 2 months, he hasn't received anything significant. Just a bunch of soul coins as rewards. Soul coins are the universal currency in Douluo continent. 1 gold soul coin equals 10 silver soul coins, which equals 100 copper soul coins. After signing in for more than 2 months in a row, he now has nearly over 1 million soul coins in his Shumi ring. Tang Xian is now definitely a nouveau riche. It is known that in Douluo continent, an ordinary family only spends 1 gold soul coin a month. However, Tang Xian has hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins in his space ring. But he knows that wealth should not be flaunted. Before his strength becomes formidable, he must not show off. For the past 2 months, Tang Xian has been consistently learning the chaotic wind hammer technique from Tang Hao. Blacksmithing is a training method that can rapidly refine the body. Although Tang Xian complains, he can feel that his physical quality is improving. Even his height has increased significantly, and his perfect muscle lines are gradually taking shape. His strength has grown from 100 gene to 1,000 gene. Overall, he has been forged by Tang Hao into a little man, shedding much of his childishness. However, after practicing for 2 months, he still couldn't grasp the essence of the chaotic wind hammer technique's soul skill, which has left him quite frustrated. Finally, one morning in the 3rd month, he signed in. Ding! Congratulations on successfully signing in at Holy Soul Village. Awarded a level 2 reward, the Xuantian Hammer Martial Soul. Xuantian Hammer, the inherited martial soul of the Xuantian Sect, reputed to be the strongest weapon martial soul in Douluo continent, renowned for its unparalleled strength and showcasing the aesthetics of violence. Tang Xian tried to summon it, but but it was extremely difficult, and for a moment, he couldn't bring out the Xuantian hammer. However, he could feel that there was an additional martial soul within him. The sign-in system would not deceive the host. This meant that he could awaken the Xuantian hammer during the awakening ceremony. Thinking of this, Tang Xian felt a rush of excitement. With his spirits lifted, he worked the iron with renewed vigor. Clang, clang, clang. Tang Hao glanced sideways, somewhat surprised. Today, Xuantian's state of forging was much better than before. Could it be that he had his first moment of enlightenment in the past 2 months? Tang Hao quickly guided from the side, realizing that such things come with great insight and rapid absorption. Xuantian, focus on understanding your father's key points. The chaotic cloak hammer technique can be used for forging and attacking the enemy. It requires swinging a total of 81 hammers, with each hammer borrowing the power of the previous one, using force against force. After completing this, the final hammer is the ultimate strike, which can harm the spirit. The techniques for exerting force can be categorized into 9 types. 1. Void, inclusive and embracing, echoing in the empty valley. 2. Seal, like a bow drawn tight, sealing and solidifying strength. 3. Penetrate, continuous flow, with attack momentum layered. 4. Through, combination of movement and stillness, penetrating surface with points. 5. Bind, twisting silk-like spirals, generating curves and straight lines. 6. Shock, using borrowed force to create a buffering shock. 7. Break, combining strength to break through swiftly. 8. Stop, effortlessly moving, illuminating and extinguishing in an instant. 9. Collapse, meteor-like radiation, like a mountain collapsing ahead. This is the 9 ultimate techniques of Xuantian. Perhaps due to obtaining the Xuantian hammer martial soul, along with Tang Hao's meticulous guidance over the past 2 months, even without the help of a sign-in system, Tang Xian instantly grasped the essence of the 9 ultimate techniques of Xuantian. Gradually, he became one with the hammer, entering a state of perfection, with each hammer strike stronger than the last, culminating in the 81 hammer strikes. Tang Xian took a deep breath. Have I learned the chaotic wind hammer technique? This was the first technique that Tang Xian learned through his own efforts. It made him incredibly happy. Tang Hao took a sip of wine beside him, feeling quite pleased. Xuantian has grown up now. Tang Xian smiled slightly and said, "That's right, I'm going to explore the Douluo continent all by myself." Tang Hao was slightly taken aback. There was only 1 month left until the soul awakening ceremony in Saint Soul Village. Indeed, as Tang Xian said, he would soon have to venture out on his own. Let's talk about it after you awaken your martial soul. It's very dangerous out there. Tang Xian nodded slightly. This statement is indeed true in the Douluo continent. Strength is paramount. Only by awakening a martial soul and becoming a revered soul master can one avoid being bullied. Even someone like Tang Hao, a titled law, was hunted down by the spirit hall all over the world. This even led to his wife and children being sacrificed for him. Without strength, one cannot protect oneself, let alone protect those around them. Thinking about the grievances between Tang Hao and the spirit hall, along with the fact that he had just received the Xuantian hammer martial soul reward. Once this thing is released outside, those who are knowledgeable will immediately recognize it as Tang Hao, his father. It must not be exposed easily. Even the original Tang San was warned by Tang Hao not to display this martial soul in front of outsiders to avoid attracting deadly trouble. This was Tang Hao's way of protecting Tang San. Tang Xian is well aware of the pros and cons. In another month, he will see if he can sign in to obtain other martial souls. Otherwise, if he can't use martial souls outside, it will be really difficult to move forward. In the following month, Tang Hao no longer restrained Tang Xian much, only asking him to cook for him every day. Tang Xian was quite relaxed and comfortable, checking in daily at Holy Spirit Village. However, he had checked in at almost every location in Holy Spirit Village, except for the 1,000 June power, countless soul coins, and the martial soul Xuantian hammer. He could no longer check in for anything else. Each check-in location had a limit. As the number of check-ins increased, the rewards from checking in became fewer. Now, Tang Xian found himself in this predicament. It seemed he could only go outside to continue searching for lucky locations to check in. There were only 4 days left until this year's annual awakening ceremony of the Spirit Hall. In 4 days, he would be able to go out. Thinking of the martial soul awakening, Tang Xian instantly perked up. After more than 3 months of checking in, he had left his footprints almost everywhere in Holy Spirit Village, except for one place he had never been to. That was the branch hall of the Spirit Hall in Holy Spirit Village, where the martial soul awakening ceremony took place. Open only once a year. The fortune of this place was extraordinary, as it served as a lasting support for the Spirit Hall's branches scattered across the Douluo continent. Tang Xian remembered that if Tang San came to this world, after becoming a god, he would spare no effort to destroy all branches of the Spirit Hall. Only the branch of the Spirit Hall in Holy Soul Village would be spared. This was also the place where Tang San had once awakened his martial soul, and the combination of this Spirit Hall and Tang San's great fortune was truly extraordinary. Tang Xian thought that since there were no rich rewards from signing in at other places in Sacred Soul Village, it would be better to accumulate the sign-in opportunities and wait until the day of the awakening ceremony. On that day, he could sign in continuously at the blessed land of Sacred Soul Village, perhaps obtaining something different. With this in mind, Tang Xian proceeded to do just that. Ding! Sign-in count refreshed. Remaining sign-in attempts, 1. Ding. Sign-in count refreshed. Remaining sign-in attempts, 2. Ding. Sign-in count refreshed. Remaining sign-in attempts, 3. Ding. Sign-in count refreshed. Remaining sign-in attempts, 4. Time quietly passed by. Tang Xian has already accumulated 4 sign-in attempts. Whether he can awaken a martial soul or something else depends on the luck of the Martial Soul Hall branch in Holy Soul Village. Woof, woof, woof. Wang Kai at the village entrance is shouting at him frantically. Tang Xian smiled slightly. No matter what, he couldn't let his Xuantian hammer, martial soul, be exposed. Otherwise, he would face the pursuit of the Spirit Hall as soon as he left the Holy Spirit Village. Although Tang Hao would vouch for him, who would want to live a life of hiding and fleeing. While thinking about this, Tang Xian had already skillfully steamed the buns in the kitchen. Tang Hao, the sun is shining on your backside. Get up and eat the buns, or they'll all be eaten by me alone. Tang Xian shouted, as usual for Tang Hao, who loved to sleep in, to get up. As always, there was no response, and Tang Xian was already used to it. Tang Hao now looked like a dead pig, not afraid of boiling water, returning to his previous state of drinking to get by. After eating a few steam buns in the yard, Old Village Chief Jack was already calling Tang Xian over from outside the yard. Coming, Village Chief Jack. I'm on my way. Halfway there, Tang Xian adjusted the lid on the steam buns on the stone table and shouted inside. Tang Hao, I'm going with the village chief to the Wuhuan Hall for the Wuhuan Awakening. Hearing no response from inside, Tang Xian no longer cared and followed Old Village Chief Jack. At the entrance of the Wuhuan Hall in Shenghan Village, Old Village Chief Jack was seriously instructing the 8 children from Shenghan Village who came for the Wuhuan Awakening this year. He said in a serious tone, only by awakening your Wuhuan can you become the soul masters admired by everyone in the Douluo continent. There are a total of 10 levels for soul masters. Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Elder, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Title Douluo. You are the hope of Shenghan Village, and I hope you can once again showcase the glory of our Shenghan Village. Tang Xian looked at the serious tone of Jack, the old village chief, and thought to himself that the former glory of Shenghan Village was nothing more than a soul saint. He was destined to become a god. He murmured in his heart, just wait, Village Chief Jack, I will be the glory of Shenghan Village in the future. With this thought, Old Village Chief Jack had already respectfully walked towards another direction. Tang Xian had already noticed that person. The deacon of the Spirit Hall, wearing a badge with 3 long swords on his chest, was a genuine soul master. He was Su Yuntao, responsible for the awakening ceremony in Shenghan Village. Old Village Chief Jack said respectfully, Honorable Battle Soul Master, I leave these children in your care. Su Yuntao's face showed obvious displeasure. He had already visited 6 villages and had not found a single child capable of awakening their martial soul. It was a thankless job. Let's get started quickly. Let them in. I hope this time luck won't be so bad. Chapter 8. Awakening the 3 Lives, Martial Soul. Joining the Spirit Hall strategy with Bibi Dong, Su Yuntao was a patrolling deacon of the Spirit Hall, going to various villages every year to help children awaken their martial souls. However, very few could awaken a martial soul, and those who awakened powerful martial souls were even rarer. Most people either had no martial souls and were ordinary, or awakened useless martial souls. They simply did not qualify to become soul masters. Su Yuntao said calmly, Children, come in and stand in line. Before we conduct the martial soul awakening ceremony, it is necessary to introduce myself. My name is Su Yuntao, and I am your guide to awaken your martial souls. Children, let's begin. Tang Xian looked at Su Yuntao with great interest as he introduced a certain concept. He saw that Su Yuntao had already arranged 6 hexagonal stones in the center of the awakening area of the Spirit Hall branch, holding a shiny blue crystal ball in his hand. Then he called the children to stand one by one in the center of the hexagonal stone array. Tang Xian, being the youngest, was the last to take his turn. So he watched the entire process of Su Yuntao helping the child awaken at the first scene. He saw Su Yuntao suddenly shout, "Lone wolf possess!" In an instant, his black hair turned silver gray and faint wolf-like fur appeared on his arms. A greenish glow suddenly radiated from his pupils, which was quite imposing. Tang Xian was not particularly afraid, but he was still a bit surprised. This was the first time he had seen someone unleash their martial soul. Su Yuntao's martial soul was a beast martial soul. After the martial soul manifested, his physical traits also displayed some characteristics of a werewolf. Su Yuntao signaled the children not to be afraid and began to inject soul power into the hexagonal stone array, then started checking the children's palms. Scythe, no soul power, waste martial soul. Ho, no soul power, waste martial soul. Blue silvergrass, no soul power, waste martial soul. One after another, 7 children had waste martial souls with no soul power, especially one girl's blue silvergrass, which was the standard form of a waste martial soul. Tang Xian clicked his tongue. If a person's martial soul is blue silvergrass and they have no soul power, they really are nothing. If it weren't for Tang San in the novel Awakening the Xuantian Hammer, he would also be useless. Su Yuntao's eyes revealed a look of disappointment as he looked at the last child. Child, why don't you come over and give it a try? Tang Xian's heart raced. Is it finally my turn? Tang Xian cautiously stepped into the hexagonal stone array. This place is the source of the Soul Hall's fortune, and if he signs in here, the rewards will definitely be generous. Lone wolf possess. Su Yuntao has already begun to inject soul power into the hexagonal stone array, which emits a layer of golden light. Gradually, it faded into Tang Xian's body. Tang Xian's heart stirred. Ding. Remaining sign-in attempts. 4. Without hesitation, he shouted inwardly. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully signed in at the Spirit Hall branch in Holy Spirit Village and received a level 6 reward. Awakened Spirit, 6-winged angel. The 6-winged angel. It's actually the 6-winged angel spirit. Tang Xian remembered that Qian Douluo, Qian Xuanji, and Qian Renxue also had the 6-winged angel spirit. This is a legendary divine spirit, and also the top-tier spirit. The 6-winged angel symbolizes the messenger of the angel god. The fortune of the Spirit Hall branch in Holy Spirit Village is indeed extraordinary. They even managed to sign in for a divine spirit from the Spirit Hall. System, second sign-in. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully signed in at the Spirit Hall branch in Holy Spirit Village and received a level 6 reward. Awakened Spirit, Radiant Holy Dragon. The Dragon God has 9 sons, with the Radiant Dragon King as the leader. The Radiant Holy Dragon is a light attribute giant dragon that closely inherits the bloodline of the Radiant Dragon King, making it an extremely powerful existence among dragon-type spirits. Tang Xian radiated golden light all over his body, with faint pure white dragon scales visible on his surface, and a hint of a sacred aura was discernible in the brightness. System, third check-in. Ding. Congratulations on successfully checking in at the Spirit Hall branch in Holy Soul Village. You have received a level 4 reward. Innate full soul power. Tang Xian, Asom. System, fourth check-in. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully checked in at the Spirit Hall branch in Holy Spirit Village and received a level 2 reward. Level 1 Peach Blossom Luck increases the trigger chance of Peach Blossom events. Ding. Remaining check-in attempts, 0 times. After checking in at the Spirit Hall branch in Holy Spirit Village for the 4th consecutive time, a series of overwhelming reward prompts echoed in Tang Xian's mind. Suddenly, he awakened the 6-winged angel, the light divine dragon spirit, and he also had innate full soul power. In addition to the Xuantian hammer he had awakened earlier, Tang Xian is now a 3-life martial soul, terrifying indeed. Even the last sign-in reward, Level 1 Peach Blossom Luck, increases the chance of Peach Blossom events triggering, is a bit overwhelming. What does the system mean by this? The literal meaning. Tang Xian thought to himself, will stealing the luck of the Spirit Hall attract attention from Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and Hu Laina? This kind of romantic fortune is actually a romantic disaster. Just as he was contemplating this, Su Yuntao suddenly let out a muffled sound, and his soul power became somewhat chaotic. It was a natural bloodline suppression from the 6-winged angel and the Holy Dragon of Light. How could a small wolf spirit endure it? His soul power became disordered. Fortunately, Tang Xian instantly concealed his aura. He did not harm Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao, looking composed, cleared his throat and said in shock, "What kind of spirit is this? The aura is so terrifying." I feel my spirit trembling from the soul. Child, what's your name? Su Yuntao's expression suddenly became incredibly gentle. Tang Xian, extend your hand. Let me see what spirit you have awakened. Su Yuntao held his breath, feeling involuntarily nervous. That aura was too extraordinary. It should be quite powerful. Tang Xian Saiva in Wali. The Xuantian hammer was the exclusive martial soul of the Tang Hao family. And Tang Hao had a deep enmity with the spirit hall, so it absolutely couldn't be exposed. The six-winged angel was a unique martial soul of the Qian family in the spirit hall. Having such a martial soul himself was also unreasonable and could not be explained. He could only let Su Yuntao see the bright holy dragon. Tang Xian turned the back of his left hand with the six-winged angel and the heavenly hammer. Carefully extending his right hand, pure white mist, amidst the golden light, faintly exuded a sacred aura. A dragon's roar echoed within. When the holy light faded, Su Yuntao finally caught a glimpse of the true form of the martial soul in the child's hand. It was a small golden python with two small horns. Even with Su Yuntao's experience, he stared for a long time. After a while, he exclaimed, "A mutated beast martial soul, the golden python martial soul." The golden python is a rare, mutated beast martial soul, more ferocious than ordinary snake martial souls, with extremely strong attack power, belonging to the strong attack category. Su Yuntao quickly made his own judgment. He didn't expect to find such a promising talent in this desolate holy soul village. Tang Xian was secretly muttering in his heart, "Su Yuntao, are you blind? This person has a top-tier martial soul called the Radiant Holy Dragon, not some snake. But a misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. Exposing one's weakness too early isn't a good thing either, as it won't attract too much attention. This gives him a chance to quietly sign in and become stronger." At this moment, Su Yuntao's gaze toward Tang Xian was completely different from his previous attitude. Even the golden python is considered a top-tier, mutated martial soul. This is a monster. Of course, Su Yuntao still didn't forget his main job. The awakening ceremony hadn't been completed yet. Tang Xian, I need to test your soul power level." Then Su Yuntao pushed a shining blue crystal ball closer to Tang Xian, asking him to undergo the soul power test like the previous few children. Tang Xian touched his nose, naturally placing his palm on the blue crystal ball, and with a thought, he invoked his soul power. Crack! The blue crystal ball suddenly shone brightly again, followed by a crisp sound as several cracks spread across it. The blue crystal ball couldn't withstand Tang Xian's soul power and exploded. Su Yuntao clicked his tongue and then took out another blue crystal ball of a darker color from somewhere else on his person. "Tang Xian, let's try again." Tang Xian followed the instructions, and the deep blue crystal ball lit up, illuminating a full third of its surface. This was a more advanced soul power testing ball. Innate full soul power. Su Yuntao couldn't help but exclaim, feeling extremely excited. With a mutated battle spirit and innate full soul power, this was too monstrous. He was bound to have a bright future as a soul master. Su Yuntao was so happy that he nearly jumped on the spot, and after coming out, he eagerly told Old Village Chief Jack that there was a child in Holy Soul Village with innate full soul power. Su Yuntao said solemnly, "Child, your talent is impressive. Don't waste it. Let me ask you, are you willing to join the Spear Hall?" Su Yuntao was just a patrolling deacon in the Spear Hall, responsible for helping ordinary people awaken their battle spirits in the branch hall. However, if he could recommend some talented and potential children to the Spear Hall, he could gain a lot of favorable evaluations. He might even have a chance for promotion. Serving at the headquarters of the Spear Hall was not a dream. As soon as he discovered Tang Xian's talent, he immediately extended an olive branch. The Spear Hall. Tang Xian was slightly stunned. He had never thought about the Spirit Hall before. However, the fortune of the Spirit Hall was too great. He couldn't help but feel tempted, especially since he had just received a second-level reward. The reward was a first-level Peach Blossom luck, increases the probability of Peach Blossom events triggering. With this Peach Blossom luck, perhaps he would have a chance to win over Qian Renshua, Hulaina, and even Bibi Dong ahead of time. Thinking of this, Tang Xian couldn't help but smile. He was not a child. Children make choices, but he wanted them all. Su Yuntao smiled slightly. The Spirit Hall was at its peak, and there might not even be a qualification to join. He believed no one would refuse. He then took out a work-study student badge. This is the work-study student quota for the Spirit Hall Academy. I am merely a patrolling deacon of a branch hall, and the quotas are limited. Here, take this. If you're interested, report to the Spirit Hall Academy in 3 months. Old Village Chief Jack was in tears. This child Tang Xian actually awakened a beast martial soul, and it was a rare innate full soul power. Their Holy Soul village finally had a promising talent. Joining the Spirit Hall and restoring the former glory of Holy Soul Village was not a dream. Chapter 9. Refusing Su Yuntao's invitation to the Spirit Hall and going to Nodding Academy, Su Yuntao handed over the recommendation token for the work-study student quota at the Spirit Hall Academy. Tang Xian, cherish this opportunity. From now on, your identity will change. As long as you join the Spirit Hall Academy, you will be the pride of your whole family. Forever under the protection of the Spirit Hall. Tang Xian instantly calmed down and quickly shook his head. Can I refuse to join the Wuhuan Hall? Although Qian Renshua, Hu Laina, and Bibi Dong do make one feel restless, but I have a grudge against Tang Hao. After all, I am Tang Hao's son. If I let my guard down, it would be over for me. The word sex is a knife hanging above one's head, and AI is just a single sound. Tang Xian is quite cautious about his life. He simply turned around and walked away. Su Yuntao's hand, holding the recommendation token, froze in midair. This was the first time he encountered someone who could refuse his invitation to join the Wuhuan Temple Academy. Can you give me a reason, child? This is not a joke. Many people are scrambling for such an opportunity, yet you just thought for 3 seconds and declined. If I had to give a reason, it would be that I think I'm still too mediocre. I should first go study at other academies. Gold will shine anywhere, right? The esteemed master of battle souls? Tang Xian said calmly, without a flush of his face or a racing heart. Tang Hao is the one who defeated the previous pope. Unless he truly wants to throw his life away, he wouldn't go to such a place. It's dangerous to shine in the Spirit Hall. Su Yuntao clicked his tongue. This reason. It turns out he lacks confidence. This is a problem rooted in his heart. The child hasn't figured out what joining the Spirit Hall really means. But there is also a sense of reluctance. Tang Xian's talent is simply too good. A strong attack type mutated beast martial soul. He opened his mouth and said, "You take this recommendation token for the Spirit Hall Academy for now. Once you truly get out there and see the gap between other academies and the Spirit Hall Academy, you'll come back to thank me." After saying this, Su Yuntao left the Holy Soul Village with a cold expression. It was hard to find such a good seedling, yet he was so wooden. Respected Battle Soul Master, thank you for your hard work. Why not stay for a meal before you leave? Old Jack asked cautiously. Su Yuntao waved his hand. Although he worked at the grassroots level, he was busy and had to head to the next village. It was already a stroke of luck to meet a talent of such quality today. After Su Yuntao left, Tang Xian's left hand finally relaxed, trembling slightly. With the Xuantian hammer and the six-winged angel, 2 top-level martial souls together, sparks of electric light flowed from the tips of his fingers. Then golden holy light shone. Adding the radiant holy dragon, he possesses 3 life martial souls. There is probably no one else like him on Douluo continent. Mediocre? How could someone with 3 life martial souls be mediocre? That is just an excuse. Old Jack held Tang Xian's hand all the way, extremely excited. He walked much faster than before. In no time, he brought Tang Xian back to Tang Hao's blacksmith shop, and from a distance, he began to shout toward the blacksmith shop. Tang Hao, great news. Tang Xian awakened his martial soul during the awakening ceremony today. Your family has a soul master now. Tang Hao paused slightly while pouring the wine and said calmly, "Got it, Old Jack. You won't stay here for dinner. Tang Xian, come in with me." Hearing Tang Hao's tone, Old Jack knew that Tang Hao had a bad temper. He turned to Tang Xian and said, "Don't worry. As long as you can become a soul master, it doesn't matter which academy you go to. There's still a work-study position at Nodding Academy in Holy Soul Village. Here's the recommendation letter. You go back and explain it to your dad. Little Xian is the hope of our Holy Soul Village. He will definitely pass the admission assessment of Nodding Academy. This spot at Nodding Academy is only for Tang Xian. Everyone else has useless martial souls." Tang Xian took the recommendation letter for the work-study student at Nodding Academy. He then glanced at Tang Hao, who surprisingly didn't have much of a reaction. Village Chief Jack awkwardly escorted Tang Xian to the door, and only then did Tang Xian walk into the blacksmith shop, where Tang Hao was silently hammering away. After a moment, he stopped, let out a deep sigh, and couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Xian, what? Spirit, did you awaken?" Tang Xian said with a "How Tian hammer." Tang Hao was a bit surprised to hear this. "Xiao Xian, you? And the Holy Light Dragon." Tang Xian continued to speak. Tang Hao's ears rang with a sudden tinnitus, and he suspected he had heard wrong. Twin martial spirits? Fortunately, Tang Hao did not understand as much theoretical knowledge about martial spirits as Master Yu Shaojiang. Otherwise, he might have doubted whether his feelings for Yin were mixed with some unusual bond. Tang Xian nodded and said, "Innate full soul power." Tang Hao suddenly felt dry and parched, and rarely, he picked up Tang Xian and examined him closely. Tang Xian also felt a bit guilty. He still had a martial soul that he hadn't mentioned, which was the six-winged angel. He was not a twin martial soul, but a triple martial soul. Having lived 3 lifetimes, he naturally knew to keep some secrets. The first rule of the Tang Xuantian Treasure Record: never let someone you cannot fully trust know your true strength. In a certain sense, Tang Xian is no longer the original son of Tang Hao. Tang Xian has only been in this world for 3 months, so his feelings for Tang Hao are still quite vague. During these 3 months, he has either been working for Tang Hao or cooking and doing chores for him. However, Tang Xian has no complaints. He knows very well why this man in front of him has become like this. Tang Hao had previously crossed paths with the last pope, Xuan, and had some ties with the Qian family of the Spirit Hall. The six-winged angel is a unique martial spirit of the Qian family, and having the six-winged angel martial spirit himself would inevitably raise his suspicions and guesses. To prevent things from developing in an even more absurd direction, Tang Xian decided it was best not to let Tang Hao know so much. During this time, he could occasionally feel Tang Hao's paternal love, such as when he taught him the chaotic cloak hammer technique, which was quite useful. After 3 months of forging, Tang Xian's body had become much stronger, and his demeanor had also matured a bit. Tang Hao's gaze today was much warmer than usual. He gently stroked Tang Xian's head with his large hand and advised, "Xian, I know you have a heart to explore the world. You've grown up, and it's time for you to go out and gain some experience." Upon hearing that Tang Xian had declined Su Yuntao's invitation to the Wuhuan Academy, Tang Hao let out a deep sigh. Dad won't interfere with which academy you go to, whether it's Wuhuan Academy or Notting Academy. You just need to remember that only by becoming strong can you protect yourself and those around you. Remember what Dad said. No matter when, don't easily reveal your martial soul, the Haotian hammer, in front of others. Tang Xian naturally understood that Tang Hao was implying something, and he obediently nodded. However, Tang Hao's attitude was still very open-minded, surprisingly not stopping him from joining the Spirit Hall Academy. Is this arrogance or confidence? Is he really not afraid of exposing himself and falling within? However, Tang Hao was quite curious about why Tang Xian would refuse the invitation to the Spirit Hall Academy. Joining the Spirit Hall is a rare opportunity for ordinary people. Don't you regret it? Tang Xian couldn't help but think of Tang Hao's words. Only by becoming stronger can one protect oneself. Yes, without strength, one might as well walk into danger, not even knowing how they would die. There's nothing to regret. I don't particularly like the hypocritical atmosphere of the Spirit Hall. However, the resources of the Spirit Hall are indeed not bad. Otherwise, people wouldn't be so vibrant. A place nurtures its people, after all, Tang Xian said casually, as if he knew what the Spirit Hall was like, even though he had never been there. He had never seen anyone from the Spirit Hall either. Tang Hao smiled faintly and shook his head. You've been listening to too many rural legends from old Jack again, you little rascal. So small yet so big in your words. Tang Hao took a sip of wine and turned to walk into the blacksmith shop. He muttered almost inaudibly, "My child will also become a soul master. Tang Xian, this child, with his twin martial souls, is destined for greatness. The Spirit Hall, it's been a long time since we last met, but soon we will meet again. After years of old grudges, it's time to settle the accounts. The hatred of taking away my wife. Spirit Hall, you better clean your necks and wait." Clang! Tang Hao casually tossed the empty wine jar in his hand into the courtyard, and it exploded. He then stopped, turned his back to Tang Xian, and said, "Ly, Xiao Xian, since old Jack has given you the work-study student position at Notting Academy, you should go to Notting City and be a work-study student. The Spirit Hall is just a pile of garbage." Huh? Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. To his surprise, Tang Hao actually agreed. He previously thought it was tacit approval, but how did it suddenly ignite? This Tang Hao still has the blood of a titled Douluo. Villager Jack, did you hear that? He has agreed. Tang Hao, this drunkard, hasn't lost his mind after all. Little Xian, get ready. Tomorrow you're going to Notting City with Villager Jack. It's much more expensive in the city compared to Holy Soul Village, so make sure to bring enough money. All right, Villager Jack. Money? Tang Xian is currently not lacking in funds at all. Besides the generous rewards from signing in at the Spirit Hall branch in Holy Spirit Village, he has received quite a few soul coins. He's actually worried about not having a place to spend them. As for the issue of funds, he can figure out himself, came the calm voice of Tang Hao from inside. Tang Xian rubbed his forehead. If he really relied on Tang Hao, he would have starved to death long ago. This guy had been relying on him for 3 months just for drinking money. At night, when Tang Xian was getting ready to sleep, Tang Hao still hadn't returned. Lying on the bed, he focused on feeling the three martial souls within him. The holy light dragon, the six-winged angel, and the Xuantian hammer. These would be his foundation for becoming stronger in the Douluo continent. As he thought about these things, Tang Xian's eyes gradually grew heavy, and he slowly fell asleep. In the early morning, a burly man wearing a black cloak and sporting a scruffy beard stood outside the window, silently watching. This person was none other than Tang Hao. Tang Xian turned over and found that the figure outside the window had long disappeared, leaving only the shadows of the trees swaying in the night breeze. Chapter 10. Beating the Gatekeeper at Nodding Academy. Shocking Master Yu Xiaojiang. The next morning, let's go, we are heading to Nodding City. Tang Xian followed Old Jack onto a dilapidated horse-drawn carriage. He turned back to take a look at the blacksmith shop. Tang Hao hadn't returned last night. That guy Tang Hao is probably off looking for some drinks. Let's go. He won't come to see us off. Old Jack said with a faint smile. Let's go. Little buddy. Old Jack started the carriage and headed towards the city of Nottingham. Tang Xian smiled slightly. Nodding Academy, here I come. I wonder if Yu Xiaojiang will recognize my light Saint Dragon. Others might not be able to identify this martial soul, but Yu Xiaojiang, as a theoretical master and coming from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, whose family martial soul is the powerful Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, has a subtle connection with the Light Saint Dragon. There's no way he wouldn't recognize it. Tang Xian smiled slightly. He was looking forward to Yu Xiaojiang's expression. As soon as they arrived in Nodding City, Old Jack took Tang Xian to Nodding Academy, as they didn't have much money to wander around. Just as they reached the entrance of Nodding Academy, they were stopped by three burly men in front of the academy. Stop! Where do you beggars come from? Nodding Academy is not a place for you to beg. Get lost. Old Jack hurriedly smiled and apologized, then explained, we are not beggars. We come from Holy Soul Village. I brought this child to enroll at Nodding Academy. Enroll? Our Nodding Academy is not a place where just anyone can join. Seeing this, Old Jack quickly rummaged through his ragged bag and pulled out an enrollment certificate. We really are here to enroll. Here is the certificate stamped by the Spear Hall. We have one quota for a work-study student from Holy Soul Village. The three young men disdainfully took the certificate and glanced at it casually. They obviously looked down on it. Oh, a mutated beast spirit from the assault department? And with full innate spirit power. Haha, a country bumpkin from such a place can produce a genius like this? Our academy hasn't had a so-called work-study student for several years. I now have reason to suspect that your Spirit Hall certificate may have been obtained through theft or is simply a forgery. You are denied entry. You. Open your eyes and see clearly. You are the bumpkins. Your whole family is a bunch of bumpkins. Old Jack was so angry that his body trembled. He directly started cursing. His face turned red, and due to his old age, his breathing became unstable. He nearly fainted from anger. Tang Xian quickly steadied the almost unsteady Old Jack. With a hand, he silently channeled a trace of Xuantian Gong into Old Jack's body. Old Jack's complexion finally returned to normal. Country bumpkin is just a country bumpkin. So what if I call you a beggar? Can a golden phoenix really emerge from a grass nest? What a disgrace. Don't block the way at the entrance. Take this kid and your shabby luggage and get lost immediately, or don't blame us for being rude. You dog, a lowly mutt with a condescending view of others. You are merely a guard dog for someone else. You only know how to bully the weak. You are even worse than beggars. One of the young men was about to step forward to drive him away, but Tang Xian directly reached out with his left hand and instantly struck the young man's abdomen. The young man's expression changed slightly, and before he could react, another kick landed on his abdomen. Tang Xian directly pushed the window to look at the moon, and with a kick like a rabbit's, combined with the Xuantian skill and the force of 1,000 pounds, he kicked the young man to the ground. Tang Xian raised his chin and looked down at the three men. You can't even beat a beggar. What kind of worthless trash are you? If you say one more unreasonable word, I'll take your lives. What? What do you want? This is Nodding Academy. People from the beggar village are just rude, and you throw punches after a few words. You won't step in a Nodding Academy today, brothers. Kick them out. The other two young men gritted their teeth in anger. Three of them can't even handle a little beggar. That was just a sneak attack. They never suffer losses in silence. Attack! The man who was kicked to the ground was already in so much pain he couldn't speak, and seeing this, the two rushed forward to take Tang Xian down. Worthless trash, you brought this upon yourselves. The iron training of these 3 months wasn't for nothing. Radiant Holy Dragon, possess me, 1,000 gene power. Bang! In an instant, there was a muffled sound, and a young man was sent flying, collapsing to the ground like a stack of pancakes, howling in pain. Just a few watchdogs relying on others' power. In the Douluo continent, strength is paramount. As long as you have talent, what is the big deal about beating a dog? The last young man, rushing halfway, was instantly dumbfounded. It was indeed a powerful assault-type beast martial spirit. What a strong aura. The opponent was clearly a child. But at this moment, he exuded an overwhelming pressure, radiating an awe-inspiring light. Their boss was kicked away by the opponent with one kick, leaving him in a dilemma. You're all trash. You can roll over too. Bang! The last young man collapsed on top of the other two, and the ones underneath let out a series of miserable screams. Tang Xian's face was like frost as he slowly said, "Beggar? Your whole family are beggars. Am I wrong?" "Ah, yes, I'm the beggar, we're the beggars." Tang Xian approached playfully, step by step. You, don't come over here. Don't come over. No, voice breaking. The three young men endured the pain throughout their bodies, desperately trying to roll and crawl away from this troublesome place. They felt like they had kicked an iron plate today. If they stayed any longer, they would die. Escape. They had to escape. The opponent's martial soul was too terrifying, absolutely a force they couldn't provoke. Their previous pride had long since vanished. Each of them was battered and bruised. This young man was too frightening. But before they could run far, Tang Xian casually picked up a few fallen leaves from the ground, infused them with his internal energy using the Xuantian technique, and sent the leaves flying towards the legs of the several young men. Get down. The three young men fell to the ground in response. This was Tang Xian's recent achievement from signing in, gaining their hidden weapon techniques. With the Xuantian techniques, internal energy enhancing external objects. Even flying flowers and plucked leaves could injure people, since you look down on beggars so much. Today I'll cripple you and let you experience what it's like to be a beggar. Tang Xian was about to strike down with his palm to cripple these worthless scoundrels. Suddenly, a voice rang out from inside Nodding Academy. Stop. A middle-aged man in a gray robe, holding a scroll, stepped out, his eyes exuding a profound aura. Master. Tang Xian raised his eyes and recognized that this person was none other than Master Yu Xiaojiang from Nodding Academy. A smile immediately appeared on his face. With such a display, he was sure to catch the master's attention. So what if he was a work-study student? He was going to be this high-profile. As a theoretical master studying martial souls, Yu Xiaojiang could not possibly overlook his talent. In the novel, the master was a key figure in helping Tang San become a god step by step. He was not like Tang San, who started out knowing nothing. Upon seeing the master appear, the three burly young gatekeepers tumbled and crawled to the master's feet, bruised and battered. Master, save us. Boo-hoo. Old Jack gasped at this scene, realizing that after awakening his martial soul, little Xian was this powerful. No wonder he was a rare, innate, full soul power genius. Even without obtaining his first spirit ring, he was already this impressive. Tang Xian steadied old Jack's trembling hand again, a faint smile appearing on his face. If anyone dares to bully our village Chief Jack in the future, they'll all have to face the consequences. Old Jack took a deep breath, and after a long while, he finally calmed down. The sense of security is really nice. Tang Xian glanced inside and saw that he couldn't even enter a small Nodding Academy. So how could he talk about reaching the top of the divine realm? That. You were the one who attacked first. Everyone saw it. Tang Xian, with a calm demeanor, reported the situation first without showing any signs of fear. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Tang Xian with a deep gaze, and Tang Xian casually explained. What was there to be afraid of Yu Xiaojiang? He was not some kind of monstrous threat. The character of this master was relatively mild. As long as one did not touch his reverse scale, he would not resort to action over such trivial matters. You few are not worth lamenting. The academy is a sacred place. How can it allow your filthy existence? Let me help the academy clean up. Tang Xian continued to give a hard time to the three young men who had humiliated him. Yu Xiaojiang clearly did not anticipate that this young man in front of him was so fierce, showing no regard for his presence at all. He actually continued to educate them. The shock was palpable. Yu Xiaojiang frowned slightly. He was indeed not a person who liked to meddle in other people's affairs, and these guards were truly a bit unbearable. But this was Nodding Academy, and as a master of Nodding Academy, he could not allow such things to go on. All right, this is Nodding Academy. Are you trying to tarnish the reputation of Nodding Academy? I'm a teacher here, so tell me, why are you causing a ruckus here? And you, who are you? Yu Xiaojiang said to the crowd, his last question directed sharply at Tang Xian. Upon hearing that the other party was a teacher from Nodding Academy, Old Jack quickly stepped out from behind Tang Xian to clarify his identity and purpose for being there, then recounted the difficulties they had faced from the guards. We really came to enroll. This is the enrollment proof from the Wuhuan Temple. Teacher, take a look. The only work-study position from our village is for this child. The enrollment proof was essentially the awakening record from the Wuhuan Temple, and Yu Xiaojiang took a glance at it after receiving it from Old Jack. His mouth slightly agape. A golden python variant beast spirit. Innate full spirit power? Yu Xiaojiang continued to read, noting that it was accompanied by a description and illustration of the spirit by Su Yuntao. When he saw the two small horns on the golden python, Yu Xiaojiang smiled slightly. The earlier sensing must have been correct. A golden python? And with innate full spirit power, how could that be possible? It's a dragon spirit. Yu Xiaojiang, hailing from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family and having studied spirit theories for decades, immediately detected a clue. At this moment, all his attention was focused on Tang Xian, completely disregarding the earlier incident. Your enrollment proof is fine. Old sir, I sincerely apologize for what happened. The three of them will be expelled from the academy. Tang Xian. Nodding Academy welcomes you. Chapter 11. The Bond of the Dragon Spirit between Master Yu Xiaojiang and Tang Xian. Old sir, I apologize on behalf of the academy for what just happened to you. As for this child, you can rest assured to leave him to me. Yu Xiaojiang looked up and down at Tang Xian. This kid has secrets. Old Jack was moved to tears, finally encountering someone who was reasonable and understanding. Moreover, he was so polite, which made Old Jack a bit nervous. Since the other party was a teacher from Nodding Academy, he must also be an incredibly powerful spirit master. It's okay. The young man doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. It will be up to the Academy's teachers to nurture him well in the future. Old Jack quickly responded to the master's words, realizing the other party's extraordinary status while he was merely a small village chief. The fact that the other party even apologized made him particularly anxious. There was no other request. Rest assured, old sir, Nodding Academy is a place for cultivating spirit masters, and the teacher's duty is to nurture students with potential. Thank you so much, teacher. Xiaoxian, why are you still dazed? Hurry up and stand by the teacher's side. Follow him inside. Enrollment successful. Old Jack finally completed his task. He quickly pushed Tang Xian forward. Xiaoxian, be obedient in school. Control your temper. And Grandpa will head back to Holy Soul Village now. All right, goodbye, Village Chief Jack. Tang Xian waved goodbye to Village Chief Jack, who had escorted him all the way. Tang Xian, your martial soul isn't a golden python, is it? After Village Chief Jack left, Yu Xiaojiang, who was standing beside him, asked Tang Xian. Tang Xian paused, and indeed, old ginger is spicier. The master truly saw through it. However, he did not show any surprise on the surface and calmly replied, your identity probably isn't that of a teacher at the academy, right? Yu Xiaojiang raised an eyebrow. He indeed was not a teacher at Nodding Academy. But how did this young man know that? Wasn't he just reporting to the academy for the first day? A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but was quickly concealed. Strictly speaking, I am indeed not a teacher at Nodding Academy. I do not teach here, but everyone at Nodding Academy has to call me master. Yu Xiaojiang did not hide what kind of existence he was at the school. A little inquiry would reveal it. As for whether he was a teacher or a master, it was just a title to him. You said, your name is Tang Xian. Your surname is Tang? What else, master? Do you not believe it, you? Tang Xian retorted. Yu Xiaojiang's heart skipped a beat, recalling some old acquaintances. That person also had the surname Tang. The people of Xuantian Sect also have the surname Tang. No wonder his talent is so monstrous. Yu Xiaojiang had a few guesses in his heart. But how could this child's martial soul be related to the dragon martial soul of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? This left Yu Xiaojiang perplexed. Tang Xian, if I'm not mistaken, your martial soul is an exceptional mutated dragon martial soul. You have outstanding talent, but lack a good teacher to guide you. In Nodding Academy, no one understands martial souls better than I do, and no one knows more about dragon martial souls than I do. I have unique insights into martial souls. If you are unwilling to call me master, you may call me teacher instead. With these words, Yu Xiaojiang expressed that he was already intrigued by Tang Xian's talent. Tang Xian smiled slightly. Indeed, the master's theoretical knowledge is unparalleled in the world. However, his strength is not that impressive. But this is also one of Tang Xian's goals. His martial soul is quite special, and with the assistance of a theoretical master, his growth rate will soar several times. Teacher, Tang Xian was not a child. Having lived 2 lives, how could he not understand the implication behind Yu Xiaojiang's words? He immediately cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and acknowledged him as his master on the spot. This was the teacher who would help Tang San achieve godhood. Such a valuable resource could not be wasted. However, the main reason Yu Xiaojiang took Tang San as his disciple was that he recognized Tang San's dual martial soul talent of the Xuantian hammer and blue silvergrass. On the other hand, it was Tang Xian's extraordinary talent and remarkable mutated dragon martial soul that caught Yu Xiaojiang's interest. "Ah, child, what is this? From now on, you'll be my teacher," Tang Xian said solemnly. "Ha ha ha. I, Yu Xiaojiang, also have a disciple now. That's great. You were really a good kid. All right, get up." Yu Xiaojiang's eyes were slightly moist, feeling very pleased. There was, however, a bit more sparkle in his eyes. Tang Xian's martial soul is very special, and he has high potential. There's also a possibility that he has a twin martial soul. If I could apply my lifelong martial soul theories to this child, when he reigns over the Douluo, a continent, who would dare to challenge my martial soul theories? Yu Xiaogang is now eager to guide the emergence of a legend, using his theories to prove their validity. This is also the dream he has pursued all his life. In the master's view, Tang Xian's talent can only reach its maximum growth potential under his guidance. No one at Notting Academy is more suitable than him. "Tang Xian, come with me to the office. Yu Xiaogang is urgently trying to verify some matters." Tang Xian nodded and came to the office with the master. The master said with some anticipation, "Tang Xian, can you show me your martial spirit?" Tang Xian did not refuse. His right hand slowly extended, and a golden long dragon with horns, the holy light dragon, appeared in his palm. The master gasped in surprise. It was indeed a top-tier, mutated dragon martial soul, and moreover, a holy light dragon martial soul. This martial soul is many times stronger than the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. Upon seeing this martial soul, the master was excited for a long time. His judgment and feelings were not wrong. He then asked, "You said you have innate full soul power? You must be hiding another martial soul, right?" Tang Xian smiled slightly. In front of Yu Xiaojiang, a master of martial souls, there was nothing to hide. He then slowly extended his left hand, and a pitch-black Xuantian hammer with a hint of electric light appeared. "You're not wrong. I have another Xuantian hammer," Tang Xian said. Indeed, innate full soul power is rare in the world, but it is not surprising for two top-tier martial souls to give birth to innate full soul power. In fact, there is another martial soul, the six-winged angel, that Tang Xian did not mention. It is a 3 lives martial soul. However, he still felt a bit cautious. Sometimes one must learn to hide a bit of strength. "Very good, Tang Xian, your holy light dragon is already strong enough. I didn't expect you to give me such a surprise. However, you must remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal the existence of the Xuantian hammer. One must learn to conceal their strengths." Tang Xian smiled lightly and replied, "Yes." He understood this principle even better than Yu Xiaojiang, and he also knew what Yu Xiaojiang was worried about. "Speaking of which, my martial soul has some connections with your martial soul." The master looked a bit emotional. Tang Xian naturally knew, but pretended to ask curiously, "What is the origin?" "Yes, teacher, I was originally from one of the top 3 clans. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. I was supposed to inherit the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul, but fate played tricks on me, and my martial soul also underwent a mutation. Unlike yours, my mutation was a malignant one. It is innately flawed. It completely lacks the majestic and domineering aura of a dragon martial soul. So, what I want to tell you is that although I promise to be your teacher, I can only provide you with some theoretical assistance within my capabilities. Teacher, I fear that I will never break through the 30th level barrier in this lifetime." Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect the master to share these things with him. This was a form of trust towards him. Tang Xian said softly, "That's enough. The master's theory is unmatched on Douluo continent." The master was very pleased and happy to hear Tang Xian say this. It wasn't his arrogance. He was indeed correct. "Luo Sanpao, come out and see the world." As he spoke, the master calmly summoned his martial spirit, which was a deep blue creature with big eyes, a gentle gaze for short and thick legs, a bump on its head, and a chubby appearance, looking very adorable. It was very lively, jumping around cutely. For some reason, as soon as Luo Sanpao saw Tang Xian, it felt a strong sense of familiarity, and it rushed towards Tang Xian, using its big pig nose to nuzzle all over Tang Xian's body. Tang Xian felt like a big cabbage. Being nudged by a pig, Tang Xian suddenly thought of something at this moment. He had previously obtained a first-level peach blossom luck, which increased the probability of triggering peach blossom events. Isn't this what it refers to? He awkwardly covered his key areas front and back. He asked somewhat sheepishly, "Teacher, does your martial soul have a gender?" The master awkwardly retracted Luo Sanpao, who was eager to approach Tang Xian's body, and it took a lot of effort to pull it back. Luo Sanpao usually wasn't like this. The master touched his nose, looking at the flustered Tang Xian. Perhaps it was due to the fact that they both had dragon martial souls. The master could only explain it this way. Luo Sanpao's excessive affinity for Tang Xian. Your martial soul is different from mine. Your martial soul's mutation is heading in a positive direction. Such a premium mutation can only be born from merging with the pure bloodline of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Xuantian, tell me the truth. How did your father get involved with the ignorant girl from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? What? Tang Xian was completely shocked. Tang Hao has taken an interest in the women of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family from the three sects? However, he quickly realized that the master might have misunderstood something. Many of his theories about martial souls cannot be explained by his own experiences. Tang Xian is someone who has a sign-in system. Tang Xian touched his nose and said, "Well, I'm not really sure about that. I don't know much about my ancestors' romantic histories." Teacher, what's the big deal? If it's true, wouldn't that make our master-student relationship even closer? Tang Xian respectfully served the master a cup of hot tea. Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback. This kid was quite shameless. However, he soon thought of certain past events, took a sip of the hot tea, and suddenly his expression became a bit melancholic as he said, "But what about the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? What about the three upper sects? I, Yu Xiaojiang, have long been expelled from my family, and my name is no longer on the family tree. Where is there any kinship left?" Tang Xian then remembered Yu Xiaojiang's background and immediately interjected, "What is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex? My holy light dragon is not derived from them. There are plenty of higher-tier dragon martial souls. It's even better than the golden holy dragon. The purity of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex is too low. Don't even compare." Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Tang Xian glanced at the master as expression. The golden holy dragon was a fusion technique of the master, Lu Erlong, and Flender. He couldn't possibly deny it. Chapter 12. Crushing the Seven Shrek Kings. Encountering a kick from Xiao Wu. Upon hearing the term golden holy dragon, Yu Xiaojiang clearly paused. It was a time that could not be revisited, and he quickly concealed his emotions. "Tang Xian, you still have a second martial soul, right? May I take a look?" Yu Xiaojiang said tentatively. The innate full soul power is not so easily produced. According to his research, the probability of producing innate full soul power is highest with twin martial souls. So he had some guesses in his heart. Tang Xian didn't hide everything. It was fine for the teacher to know about the Xuantian hammer. As for the six-winged angel, Tang Xian didn't plan to expose it easily, wanting to keep it as a trump card. "Teacher, what do you think the soul weapon is?" Tang Xian immediately stretched out his left hand, and in his palm appeared a Xuantian hammer with arcs of electricity flowing through its pitch-black surface. Yu Xiaojiang widened his eyes and opened his mouth in shock. The inherited soul weapon of the Xuantian sect, the Xuantian hammer. "You, Tang. I guessed right. You really are that person's child." Yu Xiaojiang's voice was filled with excitement and tremor. He was thrilled that Tang Xian was indeed a child with twin martial souls, which aligned perfectly with his goal for cultivation. He continued to use this special existence to prove that his theory was correct. The tremor was because he hadn't expected that person to be so at ease, allowing his child to come here alone. "Tang Xian, you must never let anyone else see this martial soul in your left hand easily." "Don't worry, teacher. I know. Dad has already reminded me." Tang Xian then retracted the bright holy dragon and Xuantian hammer martial souls back into his palm. Yu Xiaojiang glanced out the window, then pondered and said, "Xiao Xian, your enrollment procedures have been taken care of. You should go back to the academy's dormitory now. Train well." Yu Xiaojiang reminded him one last time. Tang Xian smiled lightly and said goodbye. "Teacher, I'm going to find my dorm. Go ahead, go ahead. Don't have conflicts with your roommates. Cultivate your feelings among classmates." Upon hearing this, Tang Xian smiled slightly. "Cultivate feelings? I wonder if Xiao Wu has arrived at school yet." He then bid farewell to Yu Xiaojiang, picked up his luggage backpack, and headed towards Dormitory 7 of Nodding Academy. Indeed, he had intercepted Tang San. All of Tang San's luck was concentrated on him. Even the academy dormitory was Dormitory 7. The accompanying enrollment manual had a map of Nodding Academy, so Tang Xian easily found the location of Dormitory 7 according to the map without needing anyone to guide him. Dormitory 7 was the worst dormitory for students in Nodding Academy, specifically provided for working study students. Tang Xian had just stepped into the entrance of the 7th dormitory with his left foot when a shadow rushed towards him. He quickly sidestepped. Bang! A person was violently kicked and fell to the ground. It seemed to be a work-study student from this dormitory as well. Ha ha ha, do you accept it? I, Wang Sheng, am the future soul warrior who dares to compete with me for the position of the boss of the 7th dormitory. Wang Sheng. Tang Xian immediately thought of something. It seemed they were competing for the position of the leader of Dormitory 7. He didn't expect to arrive just in time. Wang Sheng easily dealt with a new student and disdainfully scanned Dormitory 7, soon noticing the newly arrived Tang Xian. Where did this beggar come from? Are you also a new work-study student? Newcomers should know the rules. From now on, I'm the boss of this dormitory, Wang Sheng. If you don't like it, come and compare fists. You, little beggar, what's your name? Before Tang Xian could introduce himself, he was interrupted by Wang Sheng. I don't care what your name is. Just call me boss so I can hear it. Tang Xian snorted coldly and smiled wickedly. You think you're worthy? How dare someone like you provoke me? It seems that this Wang Sheng really needs to be taught a lesson. Oh, you want to try for the boss's position too? Then let's have a fight. This is the first time Wang Sheng has seen such an arrogant newcomer. He said with great interest, my martial soul is the battle tiger. You're new here. What is your martial soul? Tang Xian said disdainfully. You are not qualified to see my martial soul. Arrogant. Today, I, Wang Sheng, will teach you how to bow your head and be humble in the dormitory. Tang Xian's nonchalance had completely infuriated Wang Sheng, which made him, the leader of the 7th dormitory, feel very undignified and lacking in authority. Tang Xian hadn't even put down his backpack when a ghostly figure suddenly appeared in front of Wang Sheng, raising its palm. 1000 Jin slash. A powerful chop came straight down. Wang Sheng had just begun to channel his soul power when he noticed an extra figure in front of him, completely unaware of how the opponent had done it, and without any soul ring being released. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged towards him, making him feel that if he didn't block it, he would be split in half. In a critical moment, Wang Sheng clenched his fists, crossed his arms, and was forced into a defensive posture. His soul power and martial soul were instantly activated. Behind him, a faint phantom of a battle tiger emerged, aiding him. At this moment, the 1000 Jin slash came crashing down. As the two forces made contact, there was a loud bang. Wang Sheng was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, skidding across the ground for some distance before finally crashing into the bed frame. Staggering, but managing to stabilize himself. A single move overwhelmed him. Tang Xian casually retracted his palm strike. He had signed in quite a bit on the road and gained many abilities. Ghost Shadow's misdirection was just one of them, and his immense strength had also increased significantly compared to before. That last palm strike only unleashed 30% of his power. However, even so, it was enough to deal with a Wang Sheng. Arrogant. Only strong people have the right to be arrogant. The position of the leader of the 7th dormitory has now changed hands. Wang Sheng struggled to get up from a pile of broken supports. That was just now. A soul skill? So powerful. He hadn't even used his martial soul, yet he had such strength. When did the new work-study student become this strong? He then stifled the intense pain and let out a couple of muffled grunts. In the Douluo continent, strength is revered, and it's even more so in the academy. Although he didn't want to admit it, Wang Sheng truly felt inferior. The other party indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth and said, "What are you all still dawdling for? Hurry up and call the boss." "Boss, what is your name?" Wang Sheng instantly changed his attitude, his face full of flattery. "Tang Xian," came a cold response. "Boss Tang, from now on, you are the boss of the 7th dormitory. What am I even worth?" Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. Wang Sheng was really good at reading the wind. Just as Wang Sheng finished speaking, Tang Xian suddenly heard a sweet, yet slightly childish female voice behind him. "Wait a minute. Why is it determined that he is the boss? I could be the boss too. Hello everyone. My name is Xiao Wu." As in the dance, Tang Xian's pupils slightly contracted. Xiao Wu. That 10,000-year spirit beast, the soft-bone rabbit. The position of the leader of our 7th dorm is determined by strength. Whoever is strong is the leader. This brother Tang Xian has just defeated me to become the leader. Xiao Wu, if you want to become the leader of the 7th dorm, you have to beat him. Wang Sheng, enjoying the spectacle, directly instigated the two to fight. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up as she locked onto the figure, putting down a backpack on the bed. "Then let's have a fight. My name is Xiao Wu. Please take care of me." A cheerful and lively voice rang out from behind. Tang Xian smiled slightly. This little rabbit was not easy to deal with. He then turned around. At the door stood a cute girl dressed in pink and white, her skin fair with a rosy tint, and a pair of lively eyes excitedly staring at him. Although she had not fully developed, her chest had already shown signs of budding, and the exposed half looked like an underripened peach, making one unable to resist the urge to pick it. Tang Xian, please take care of me. This was truly a beauty in the making. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Wu suddenly bent down, exerted force with her legs, and leaped into the air. Her long black scorpion braid flew in the air, along with her fluttering pink and white dress, creating a stunning scene. Wang Sheng, who was watching from the side, was already mesmerized. In the next moment, Xiao Wu's figure had vanished into the air, and when she reappeared, one of her jade legs had already kicked toward Tang Xian's face. It was remarkably similar to how Tang Xian had dealt with Wang Sheng just moments ago. However, Wang Sheng was Wang Sheng, and Tang Xian was Tang Xian. A flash of purple light crossed Tang Xian's eyes as the purple extreme demon eye activated, instantly capturing Xiao Wu's movement trajectory. When Xiao Wu approached him, he had already sidestepped, and her jade leg kicked into thin air. A smooth, snow-white, long leg suddenly appeared before him, and Tang Xian couldn't help but reach out with his right hand, his fingertips gliding over it, stopping at her ankle, and suddenly grabbing her foot, pulling it forcefully toward himself. Xiao Wu immediately felt a tingling sensation in her leg, and when she realized something was wrong, a pulling force came, causing her figure to become unstable in midair. She wanted to use her rabbit kick again, but found there was no leverage. In her panic, her movements instantly became chaotic. Tang Xian felt like he was holding a lively little calf in his hands. Even though he was incredibly strong, he almost let her break free. Be more obedient. Tang Xian suddenly exerted force, pulling hard and stepping forward, intending to pin Xiao Wu down right away. He wanted to completely subdue her. However, Xiao Wu's waist was extremely flexible, and in an instant, she bent her body into a half-arc, unleashing tremendous power like a spring. The other leg, which had nowhere to apply force, suddenly gained strength, and in the next moment, both legs wrapped around Tang Xian's neck while her hands supported the ground, launching into a scissor throw, aiming to flip Tang Xian onto the ground. Let us have a close encounter with the earth first. Get down, Xiao Wu said playfully, as her legs exerted force. However, she quickly realized something was wrong. Xiao Wu felt as if she had wrapped herself around a stone statue. No matter how hard she tried, the other party remained completely unmoved. Instead, her body, which was inverted with her hands on the ground, used the immense strength to prop itself up. At this moment, Xiao Wu's delicate feet were still resting on Tang Xian's neck. This led to the current scene where Xiao Wu was entirely perched on Tang Xian's head, and it wasn't just that. The main issue was that Xiao Wu was not like a child riding on an adult's back, but was facing Tang Xian directly. Xiao Wu's entire figure was pressed tightly against Tang Xian's face. Tang Xian only felt the darkness before his eyes. His figure staggered, directly breaking his defense, and he was knocked down and pinned under Xiao Wu. You came down first, right? Tang Xian had a face full of black lines. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, looked very happy. I won. Look, I won. She didn't care at all. Tang Xian patted Xiao Wu's jade-like leg, and only then did Xiao Wu relax and stand up. Tang Xian wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in under the public's gaze. It was too embarrassing. It almost took half his life. Chapter 13, Shock. The peach blossom luck is on. Xiao Wu wants to warm my bed. Being ridden by a beautiful child in front of everyone was truly humiliating. However, it also showed that Xiao Wu's soft skills were indeed impressive. The outcome was determined in an instant. You won, so you could be the boss of the 7th dormitory from now on. Tang Xian generously dusted off his clothes. Being the boss of the 7th dormitory was just being the dorm leader. He really couldn't care less about internal affairs. Letting Xiao Wu be the dorm leader was just right, as girls are very good at it. Your strength is so great, you've hurt me. Although Xiao Wu won, when she recalled that scene, she looked down at her ankle, which had a faint red fingerprint on it. She was a 10,000-year-old transformed soul beast, yet she couldn't match the opponent in strength. Are you okay? You're so strong. I can only show a little of my strength. I didn't hurt you, did I? Xiao Wu didn't mind. In fact, she was unusually happy because she won the match, but she didn't forget to care for Tang Xian, whom she had just pinned to the ground. It was clear she was a very kind girl. Tang Xian shrugged. I'm fine. I can handle it. I can take another hit. Just now I was careless and didn't dodge. Tang Xian touched his nose, the lingering fragrance still present, and joked, You really are a monster. Xiao Wu smiled lightly and replied, I don't care, I just won. So from today on, I'm the boss of the 7th dorm. Xiao Wu was very determined about being the boss. Tang Xian laughed, and said, "Then I'll trouble Xiao Wu to take care of the 7th dorm." He didn't mind at all. The onlookers, Wang Sheng and others, immediately shouted in unison towards Xiao Wu, "Big boss. From now on, you are our leader." Xiao Wu was so happy that she almost jumped up and then said, "No need to call me Big Boss, my name is Xiao Wu. Just call me Sister Xiao Wu." Tang Xian returned to his bed, ready to tidy up his things. Although the conditions weren't great, it was much better than being in the blacksmith shop. Building 7 was a large dormitory specifically for work-study students, housing both new and old students of various ages. There were over 50 beds in total, but only 12 of them had bedding, which meant there were these 11 children of different ages in Building 7, with Wang Sheng being one of them. However, there was only one bed left with bedding, but there were 12 of them. Tang Xian didn't care where the 10,000-year-old beast, the little rabbit, would sleep. Without bedding, he could just buy some outside. There were so many empty beds here. However, the little rabbit walked straight to Tang Xian's spot. Then it lay down on the spot that Tang Xian had just prepared. "Little rabbit, this is my bed." Tang Xian was slightly taken aback and reminded her. Xiao Wu directly hugged Tang Xian's blanket and refused to leave. "What's yours and mine? As long as there's a blanket on this bed. And since I'm the boss, of course, this bed is mine." Tang Xian was completely dumbfounded. This little dance is so familiar. "No way, this is my bed." "What do you mean yours, it's mine? You defeated opponent. Get out of the way." "No way." Tang Xian and Xiao Wu started to pull and argue on the bed, rolling up the sheets in front of everyone. The entire dormitory fell into a subtle silence. After another round of fierce fighting, Tang Xian managed to snatch back a pillow. When it came to grabbing the blanket, girls were definitely more skillful. "I want to fight with you again," Tang Xian said somewhat unwillingly. He shooed Tia back down. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu cleverly waved her hand. "No more fighting, no more fighting. I'm tired. Let's do it another day. But don't be mad, okay? Here, you can have half of the blanket and half of the space. You sleep on this side, and I'll sleep on that side. The bed is so big. We can both sleep together." Xiao Wu, with her innocent big eyes and long eyelashes, was sharing the bed space with Tang Xian. This scene completely baffled Wang Sheng. What kind of plot was this? Was it free to watch? What are you all looking at? Shouldn't roommates get along harmoniously? Is it so uncomfortable to sleep with the boss? Xiao Wu thought to herself. Humans are really strange. He often sleeps with the Ming and the others, and they get along just fine. Tang Xian said, "This is the level 1 peach blossom luck that the sign-in system mentioned. Increases the triggering probability of peach blossom events." "Isn't the peach blossom event triggered now?" Xiao Wu directly moved the empty bed from next door and combined it together. "If it's not big enough, just combine it a bit. Isn't that very normal? What are you all thinking?" Xiao Wu asked in confusion. Tang Xian couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Tang San was able to win over Xiao Wu. After all, 100,000-year-old beast really has a peculiar way of thinking. This level of peach blossom luck is truly useful, and Xiao Wu is not shy about it. So what does Tang Xian have to be afraid of? He's not at a disadvantage. He kicked away the bed that Xiao Wu was about to move. One bed is enough. If it's too big, the bedding will be hard to share. "Xiao Wu, let's sleep on one bed together." He is not actually a child. Why be so shy about it? Xiao Wu is not really a child either. She has lived for 100,000 years. Moreover, he has intercepted Tang San's fortune, and he and Xiao Wu are destined to be together. Thinking of this, a glimmer of brilliance and a strange color flashed in Tang Xian's eyes. He understood the principle of being close to water and getting the moon first. After all, Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year-old beast, and her conditions are not bad. Stop looking. Stop looking. Let's leave the bed arrangement to the boss, shall we? Xiao Wu, it's your first day as the boss, and this arrangement must have its deep meaning. You all go back to your own business. Right. Go and clean up the things that were just broken. Xiao Wu also pretended to act like she had been the boss before, pretending to give orders. Yes, Boss Xiao Wu. Since Boss Xiao Wu has spoken, the others in the 7th dormitory know her strength and status, and each of them responded loudly. Just thinking about the deeper meaning of Boss Xiao Wu's arrangements mentioned by Tang Xian, their gazes towards him naturally changed a bit. This guy wouldn't be favored by Boss Xiao Wu, would he? They were as clear as a mirror in their hearts, sleeping together every day. Tang Xian was probably going to become the man of their 7th dormitory's boss. That means he would be their big brother. Boss Xiao Wu is indeed lively and cute. A beauty in the making. They were all envious. The time spent cleaning the dormitory passed quickly. At this moment, Tang Xian finally heard the long-awaited prompt sound of the sign-in system. Ding! A new sign-in location detected. Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, 7th dormitory. Ding! Remaining sign-in attempts. 1. On the way to Nodding Academy, he could have accumulated several sign-in attempts, but Tang Xian tried his luck each time, resulting in signing in on the way to Nodding City, yielding only soul coins and other trivial things, with a slightly better item being Ghost Shadow Disappearance. It seems that sign-ins really depend on the luck of the sign-in location. The luck in Sacred Soul Village is quite good. After all, it's a place where one can achieve divinity, plus the Spirit Hall branch. There is a place of immense merit. The luck there is extremely prosperous. The items obtained from sign-ins are indeed precious. I wonder how the luck of Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy is? Tang Xian, with a mindset of trying his luck, silently thought to himself, System, sign-in, ding. Sign-in successful at the 7th dormitory of Nodding Academy. Congratulations. You have received a level 1 reward, an increase of 500 years to the lifespan of your soul ring. Is this all a level 1 reward is worth? 500 years is too low. Tang Xian shook his head, and besides, he currently didn't have any soul rings. It seems it's time to look for his first soul ring. Soul rings are very important. An ordinary person's first soul ring can only withstand 432 years, but that is for ordinary people. Tang Xian naturally knew that no matter how high the age of the soul ring, he could withstand it. He was not an ordinary person. The first level reward directly increased the soul ring's age by 500 years. Although it seems small, even the smallest mosquito is still meat, accumulating day by day. Regardless of how young the soul rings he obtained were, their ages were not fixed and could grow. Even if he was given a first soul ring with an age of 10 years, he still had the opportunity to grow it to 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years. Of course, the initial age of the soul ring was better the higher it was. It would still take a lot of time to reach that level if luck wasn't on his side. Thinking this, Xiao Wu had already finished her bath and changed into a brand new academy uniform. Her hair was still slightly damp. At this moment, she was half kneeling on the bed, using a white towel to dry her black scorpion braid that reached down to her hips. The remaining droplets of water were dripping down her hair onto her snow-white skin and sliding off, smooth like water droplets on a lotus leaf. Tang Xian, help me dry my hair. I can't do it by myself. Xiao Wu directly handed her long scorpion braid to Tang Xian along with a white towel. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. This little girl really had no guard at all. He then took the towel and was more than willing to help the beauty dry her hair. While wiping, Tang Xian could clearly sense a faint body fragrance. Beauties really do smell nice. After all, Xiao Wu was a soul beast and didn't understand the affairs of the human world. If she treated others the same way, she would inevitably lose her sense of boundaries. Tang Xian gently instructed, Little dance. Well, you can't allow that with others. We humans have a saying, men and women should not touch each other. Do you know what it means? Little Dance was slightly taken aback. She couldn't understand such flowery language. I don't know what touch means. If you want to touch, then go ahead. It won't make you lose an arm or a leg. But you can't just touch anyone. If someone touches you, you might have to have a baby. Do you want to have a baby? Little Dance instantly thought of the many soul beasts she had seen in the Star-Do Great Forest that had died during childbirth. She quickly shook her head. No touching. No touching. Little Dance doesn't want to die. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. Weren't they talking about having children? How did it turn into a matter of life and death? The thought process of soul beast after 100,000 years was indeed fascinating. Yes, it's very dangerous, so you can only kiss the person beside you. That way, nothing will happen. Tang Xian continued to deceive. It's not that absolute. I'm not someone else. Really? Why is it that the person beside you is safe? Xiao Wu asked with wide eyes. Tang Xian was momentarily speechless, wondering why. As if it were just a deceptive lie. However, Xiao Wu's thought process was indeed extraordinary, and suddenly everything became clear. I must treat my pillow partner a bit better. Someone who can save a life is definitely a good person. Since you're next to my pillow, you are my pillow partner now. I will treat you well. When the weather gets hot, Xiao Wu will fan you, and when it's cold, Xiao Wu will warm your bed. You mustn't let me die in the future. That sounds really nice. Xiao Wu is truly adorable. Chapter 14. A little trial in the academy cafeteria. Xiao Wu is mine. Xiao Wu said she wants to warm the bed for herself. Tang Xian smiled slightly after hearing this, and it wasn't impossible. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed in the subtle air, and Tang Xian looked down to see that it was Xiao Wu's stomach growling. Hee, Xiao Wu is hungry. She hasn't eaten for 2 hours. Xiao Wu tucked away her alluring long braid and half knelt on the bed, feeling a bit shy as she spoke. This little lowly's act of being spoiled was something Tang Xian couldn't resist. But he hadn't eaten for a day either. Then let's go eat together. All right. Xiao Wu got excited at the mention of food. Wang Sheng, where's the cafeteria? Xiao Wu shouted loudly. Hearing this, Wang Sheng quickly put down what he was about to tidy up. Boss, don't worry. I'll lead the way for you. It's just over there. Follow me. Having witnessed the strength of the two, Wang Sheng showed them great respect. He had never seen work-study students as powerful as them, especially that one named Tang Xian, who had sent him flying several meters with a single palm strike. Lead the way, but I don't have any money. I heard from Daming that you have to pay to eat here, Xiao Wu said timidly. Tang Xian raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. In the Douluo continent, money was soul coins, and the most he had in his Shumi ring were golden soul coins. The most he earned from signing in was also soul coins. This gave him quite a headache. Although he was a work-study student, he was actually quite wealthy and didn't need to work anymore. He was planning to give a few thousand to Xiao Wu as pocket money. Wang Sheng, however, was very eager and took the initiative to pat his chest and generously said, Don't worry, boss. Today all the food expenses are on me. Wang Sheng. Xiao Wu. Feel free to eat. If I go broke, then I lose. A little girl can only eat so much, right? The key was to flatter well. Wang Sheng was well aware of this. When Xiao Wu heard that someone was treating, she happily jumped up and clapped her hands. Great, great. Wang Sheng, you're so nice. Then the three of us, let us hurry to the cafeteria to eat. I'm starving. And, Wang Sheng, you don't have to call me boss anymore. Just call me Xiao Wu Jia. Yes, Xiao Wu Jia. Wang Sheng was overjoyed. Tang Xian shook his head slightly and quietly put down his hand that was about to take out the gold soul coin. He followed Wang Sheng towards the cafeteria of Nodding Academy. Nodding Academy cafeteria. The cafeteria of Nodding Academy is very large, and all the people in the academy dine here. It was dinner time, and the cafeteria was already crowded. However, Tang Xian and Xiao Wu were lucky to find an empty table, and it was in a prime central location. Let us eat outside instead. There is no space here. Wang Sheng glanced around and directly skipped over that empty table. Tang Xian interrupted Wang Sheng, saying, Are you blind? Isn't there an empty table with no one sitting at it? Wang Sheng followed Tang Xian's gaze, and his pupils constricted, a hint of fear showing in his eyes. That table was reserved for the academy's nobles, aside from a few wealthy young masters. No one else was allowed to sit there. Is it just because they have money? Tang Xian casually asked. Wang Sheng forced himself to reply. That's what they say, but who doesn't know that those nobles from Nodding City are not someone a working student like me can provoke? Or else. Nowhere else. Xiao Wu, today we're sitting at this table. After saying that, Tang Xian had already taken Xiao Wu to sit at the empty table in the middle. Wang Sheng could only grit his teeth and follow, hoping that today wouldn't be so unlucky. Those guys didn't often come to the cafeteria, so hopefully they wouldn't show up. He could still afford the bill for one VIP guest. Although his savings weren't much, he wasn't exactly poor. But as soon as he sat down, Wang Sheng regretted it. He could hear Xiao Wu excitedly ordering from the menu. I want this, and this. Forget it. Just bring me the first and third pages of the menu. It's time to eat. Xiao Wu directly ordered the two most expensive pages of the menu. Holding her chopsticks and bowl, exceptionally excited. Wang Sheng's hand holding the cup was trembling. After this meal, he would probably spend all his savings and might have to take on 2 jobs in the future. But he couldn't lose face as a man after being so generous. Waiter, bring the food, Tang Xian said with a faint smile. Wang Sheng, who was also a working student, naturally noticed that Wang Sheng wasn't well off, and he didn't plan to let Wang Sheng pay the bill. He found an excuse to go to the restroom and had already settled the bill at the cafeteria's cashier early. It was just a little over 1,000 gold soul coins. He had so many gold soul coins that he had nowhere else to spend them. After settling the bill, Tang Xian was about to return when he heard some unpleasant voices coming from their table. Someone was mocking Wang Sheng. Oh. Isn't this our academy's rare working student Wang Sheng? A broke loser, usually so frugal. How come he's ordered such a big table of delicacies today? Oh, I get it. Trying to impress the new freshman lowly. Huh? But how dare you sit at our exclusive table? Brazen guy, making a fool of yourself. Get lost. Wang Sheng's face darkened. He didn't expect to be so unlucky as to run into that group of noble wastrels. He couldn't afford to mess with people like them. But what they said was too harsh, making Wang Sheng grit his teeth in anger, his eyes filled with bloodshot. Xiao Wu couldn't stand it. As the leader of the 7th dorm, how could she allow others to bully her roommate, especially since Wang Sheng came here to treat her to a meal? She immediately shouted, What does our meal have to do with you? The cafeteria isn't your family's, and how much we eat isn't your family's rice, right? Or why do you have to be arrogant and bully the people from my 7th dorm? Xiao Wu stood up with her hands on her hips. Not afraid of any noble young master. Haha, what's so arrogant about it? You probably don't know that just this seat alone costs Wang Sheng more than half of his savings, right? And ordering so many things. Can you poor losers afford it? But you little lowly is quite exquisite. If you can make this young master happy, we might just treat you to this meal. Haha, dining with this young master is always this luxurious. Are you considering it, little lowly? You. Xiao Wu was furious and was about to take action. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of slapping echoed in the air. The entire cafeteria suddenly fell silent. And the noble young master at the forefront had 5 bright red slap marks on his face, his hair disheveled. Tang Xian had already appeared in front of those young masters who had been mocking him without knowing when. He immediately swung his hand and slapped them. As their words were indeed too harsh. Noisy, Tang Xian said, withdrew his hand, and didn't he forget to wipe his palm? He felt that hitting such a person dirtied his hands. Then he looked sharply and disdainfully at the so-called noble student from Notting City, whose face was pale. This kind of person, relying on a bit of family wealth or power to bully others is one thing. But he even dared to lay hands on Wang Sheng and Xiao Wu. A gentleman can endure, but there are limits. You. What kind of person are you to dare slap this young master in the academy? You. Don't come over. Midan. The second young master of the Li family. You can ask around. The Li family is not something a small character like you can provoke. Tang Xian heard this and slightly stomped his foot. He searched in his mind. The Li family? Upon hearing him mention the Li family, the noble academy realized they couldn't easily touch him and became even more arrogant. Haha, now you know fear, right? Kneel down and apologize to me. Spare you from physical pain. You little brat, haven't you heard what I... Bang! Tang Xian unleashed a powerful strike, delivering a heavy punch. Another punch. Looking at the so-called noble student of the Li family, who was now dazed with stars in his eyes and bruised all over, he calmly retracted his fist. What I mean is the Li family. I've never heard of them. With a thud, the young master who had just arrogantly demanded Tang Xian and the others to kneel and apologize was now weakly kneeling on the ground, completely knocked down. Tang Xian gracefully turned back to his seat, calm and composed. The contrast brought a spiritual shock and impact to all the students in the cafeteria who were watching the excitement. Damn, how dare he sneak attack our boss? Brothers, let's show this kid a lesson. No eating the brothers behind. At this moment, one of the relatively loyal younger brothers seized the opportunity, wanting to make a good impression in front of the boss, unaware that the group of brothers behind him had quietly retreated 7 or 8 paces, leaving him all alone now. Tang Xian's current aura is too terrifying. It gives off a mysterious and unpredictable feeling. The others do not want to provoke trouble. Their nature is to bully the weak and fear the strong. However, this little brother who stepped forward is not so lucky. You, don't think that we can't beat you. This little brother shouted sternly. What are you afraid of? We are official students of Notting Academy. With so many of us, how can we be afraid of one newcomer? Brothers, let's go together and unleash our martial souls on him. A newcomer probably hasn't even awakened his martial soul. Upon hearing this, the group that had retreated suddenly brightened up and moved forward again. Yes, a newcomer probably can't even release his martial soul. With so many of us unleashing our martial souls, we can definitely take him down. Our leader was just ambushed earlier. Let's teach him a lesson. Show him how to behave and make him bow his head like a dog when he sees a senior in the future. Martial soul release. Martial soul release. The aura of several people instantly surged to a new level. Incredibly powerful. Tang Xian calmly took a sip of the tea on the table. He casually picked up a pair of wooden chopsticks from the chopstick holder on the table. Suddenly threw them. Shut up. Kneel down for me. Go. The Tang Sect's secret weapon suddenly activated. Petals and leaves can be used as weapons. With a thud, wooden chopsticks struck the knees and thighs of those young masters who were releasing their martial spirits, causing them to kneel. It hurt so much. My leg, my knee. A chorus of wails. Official students? Weak, too weak. The purity is too low. Such trash thinks they can provoke me? A bunch of noisy, useless people. Chapter 15. Soul coins to spend freely. First soul ring acquisition plan. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Xian directly used his innate full soul power to kick that group of wealthy young masters out of the cafeteria. Even the formal students were just slightly earlier than him. Without soul rings, they were no match for Tang Xian, who had innate full soul power. However, even with soul rings, he was confident he could fight against them. Why aren't you scramming? Tang Xian snorted coldly. The wealthy young masters who were kicked outside were howling on the ground, looking as panicked as if they had seen a killing god. For them, Li Xian was now a deity of death. Hearing this, they lost all their previous arrogance and authority and fled in disarray. Hooray, hooray, this is our 7th dormitory spirit. Wang Sheng, walk with a bit more swagger from now on. What are you afraid of? Xiao Wu cheered loudly. Wang Sheng looked at the messy cafeteria with some trepidation. Just moments ago, Tang Xian and his group had a brawl here, damaging many tables and chairs. These were all the academy's property. They would have to pay for it. Just as he thought of this, a cafeteria administrator from Notting Academy came over. So it's you lot at this table who fought in the cafeteria? Don't say anything. You will compensate for all the damaged public property here. Also, for the food that was knocked over, you need to settle the bill. The cafeteria administrator was a tough Annie, scolding Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng without mercy. She thought they were just as spoiled as the previous group, and she showed no leniency in punishing them. I'll charge you all 1,000 copper soul coins. Wang Sheng's eyes widened instantly upon hearing 1,000 copper soul coins. So much. It would take a long time of work to afford that. He turned to Xiao Wu with a troubled expression. Xiao Wu shook her head. Xiao Wu doesn't have any money either. The cafeteria administrator instantly became furious. So you want to eat for free at the academy, huh? If you can't pay, then stay behind and wash dishes. Her loud voice immediately attracted the attention of the cafeteria. No money and still causing such a ruckus. They even ordered a whole table's worth. They were doomed. They would have to work at the academy cafeteria for a month for that 1,000 copper soul coins. Tang Xian also noticed the commotion over at Xiao Wu's side. Isn't it just the copper soul coins? He currently has the most soul coins. Annie, we've already settled the bill. As for these damaged public facilities, I'll take responsibility for them. I'll compensate. Tang Xian walked over with a light smile, took out a large bag of copper soul coins from his sumi ring, and threw it on the table. The shiny copper soul coins scattered everywhere. Here, this bag of copper soul coins is for compensation. The extra part is for treating the students here to a meal. The cafeteria lady instantly wore a big smile. This bag of copper soul coins must be worth at least 2,000. What a windfall. This student, feel free to order whatever you want. The lady became flattering as she held the copper soul coins. Wang Sheng looked at the large bag of copper soul coins the lady was putting away, feeling a bit dazed. When did work-study students become so wealthy? Suddenly, Tang Xian's image grew tall in his mind. He secretly speculated. Could he be a young master from some big family, or the sect out for training? Xiao Wu, come on, order whatever you want. If this isn't enough, we can order a whole table more. Tang Xian said boldly. Then Xiao Wu is going to dig in. Yay! Wang Sheng. It's delicious. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Wu, who was already very hungry, started eating right away, feeling incredibly happy. Tang Xian is the best. Here is this for you, and this plate for Xiao Wu. Wang Sheng was dumbfounded. Xiao Wu's eating power wasn't much weaker than Tang Xian's. After a whirlwind of eating, the dining table was left in a complete mess of bones and meat. Really good. This is really delicious. Ha 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 ha. If you like it, eat more and grow faster. Tang Xian picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of braised pork in Xiao Wu's bowl, his eyes filled with affection. Wang Sheng instantly felt that his presence at dinner was somewhat unnecessary. However, unlike Tang Xian, Wang Sheng was not so relaxed and carefree. He was constantly on alert, as they were merely work-study students at the academy. Just now, Tang Xian had been so arrogant that it was hard to tell if upperclassmen would come to teach him a lesson. While eating, Wang Sheng kept his heart in his throat, his whole body on guard. Sure enough, halfway through the meal, Wang Sheng sensed a powerful aura approaching from behind. Who could it be? The sudden pressure from behind startled Wang Sheng. Could it be someone looking for trouble again? Just as he was about to turn around, Tang Xian, sitting opposite him, gently pressed him down, signaling him to stay calm. Don't worry, it's not a tyrannical young master. They won't make a move against us, Tang Xian said with a faint smile. Wang Sheng was taken aback and turned to look behind him, surprised to see, oh, isn't that master? What brings him here? Hello, master. Hello, teacher. Wang Sheng and Tang Xian stood up slightly and bowed to Master Yu Xiaojing, while Xiao Wu, on the other hand, was happily munching on a roasted chicken, taking a long time to free her mouth. Teacher, hello. Burp ha ha ha. Even Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but laugh. Tang Xian face-bombed, and Wang Sheng felt embarrassed. This little girl had successfully caught the master's attention, prompting him to take a few more glances, finding it amusing. Then he looked back at Tang Xian. You little rascal, just arrived at the academy and you're already flirting with female classmates. Tang Xian awkwardly took a sip of tea, Ha. Look how nervous you are. The teacher is not here to scold you young people. Turning to Xiao Wu with a faint smile, he said, you must be Xiao Xian's girlfriend, right? While dating, you can't slack off on your training. Xiao Wu put down her chicken leg. Girlfriend? That's a term I've never heard before. Her big, sparkling eyes darted around. Then suddenly, she seemed to think of something. Friends, right? Ha, she gets it. She wrapped her arm around Tang Xian proudly, patted his shoulder, and replied, of course. I am Tang Xian's girlfriend. So Tang Xian is my Xiao Wu's boyfriend. Don't worry, teacher. Our training won't be affected. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback at this moment. This little girl was speaking very slowly and with a hint of mischief. However, he shrugged helplessly. Perhaps this is what they call a first-level peach blossom luck. You got a girlfriend for nothing. But, thinking carefully, this should be something Xiao Wu was making up, as a newly transformed spirit beast. How could she possibly know what a girlfriend meant? However, there was no need to explain this to Xiao Wu. Tang Xian smiled slightly and looked at Yu Xiaojing, curiously asking, Teacher, is there any cultivation plan? It's not really a cultivation plan. Tang Xian invited Yu Xiaojing to dine together, and the four of them gathered again. However, Wang Sheng's head was filled with question marks. Wait, why can't I understand what they're saying? Teacher, Master, inquiring about Tang Xian's girlfriend. And the arrangement for cultivation? Could it be, Master has taken on a disciple? Hiss. Wang Sheng gasped in surprise. Who in the academy didn't know about the Master? He actually took on a disciple. At that moment, Wang Sheng looked at Tang Xian with a bit more respect. Yu Xiaojing ignored Wang Sheng's thoughts and simply said to Tang Xian, although you just enrolled and were originally supposed to cultivate in the academy, with your qualifications, your soul power is already full and has reached a certain bottleneck. You won't be able to progress even a bit with further cultivation. I plan to take you to hunt soul beasts to obtain your first soul ring. Tang Xian suddenly realized that the teacher intended to help them obtain their first spirit ring. Xiao was slightly taken aback, and as she listened to Yu Xiaojing explain the purpose of hunting spirit beasts, her expression became a bit unnatural. Timidly, she said, Teacher, hunting spirit beasts. I don't want to go. Yu Xiaojing raised an eyebrow. Tang Xian noticed Xiao Wu's strange emotions. Asking a spirit beast to hunt another spirit beast was putting the poor girl in a difficult position. He could only feign surprise and ask, could it be that Xiao Wu already has her first spirit ring? Xiao Wu immediately responded, Yes, I have my first spirit ring, so I don't need to hunt spirit beasts anymore. Yu Xiaojing then displayed a look of realization. In that case, let's go together, Xiao Xian. Wang Sheng, you should also be getting your first spirit ring, right? Come along too. Yu Xiaojing casually glanced at Wang Sheng, who had been sitting quietly nearby, wearing the Academy's uniform with a student nameplate. Wang Sheng was instantly thrilled. He had just recently hit a bottleneck in hunting for his first spirit ring and had been planning to obtain one soon. If he could follow Master, a theoretical master of martial spirits, he would surely find a suitable spirit ring. After discussing the departure time with Tang Xian, Yu Xiaojing started eating here. He was somewhat surprised that this child, Wang Sheng, was so wealthy. Wang Sheng was incredibly excited. As long as he could obtain his first spirit ring, he would become a true spirit master. He wondered about his luck. It would be fantastic if he could get a high-quality spirit ring. Tang Xian smiled slightly. Indeed, the impact of spirit rings on a spirit master's strength is too significant, especially in the later stages. The gap brought by the difference in spirit rings is not something that can be easily compensated for. If others have the smallest black spirit ring, and you only have a purple spirit ring, how are you supposed to fight? Sister Xiao Wu, are you really not coming with us? Wang Sheng asked happily. Xiao Wu bit her lip lightly. She had just lied. She didn't have a first spirit ring at all. The small hand under the table clenched nervously, and Tang Xian grabbed it. Xiao Wu looked at Tang Xian and blinked her eyes in confusion. Tang Xian. What is Tang Xian trying to do? Tang Xian smiled slightly, leaned over to Xiao Wu's ear, and whispered, Don't worry, we'll go together. With me around, I can help you cover up what you don't want others to know. Xiao Wu was shocked all over, unsure why Tang Xian was saying these things to her. Did he know something? However, looking at Tang Xian's calm demeanor, she suddenly realized that she had a natural sense of trust in this person. Deep down, she felt that if he said he wouldn't let others know, he could actually do it. Well, I will go with you guys, Xiao Wu finally said, biting her lip. Tang Xian saw that Xiao Wu agreed and asked Yu Xiaojing, Teacher, can I bring my girlfriend along? Yu Xiaojing frowned. The forest where soul beasts roam is not a fun place. Dangers lurk. Wang Sheng chimed in. Sister Xiao Wu is the leader of our 7th dorm. Really impressive. All right, it's not a problem to bring you along, It's a great opportunity to teach you some theoretical lessons through practice. Xiao Wu, you should come along too. Such chances are rare. Yu Xiaojiang ultimately compromised, mainly because of the firm determination reflected in Tang Xian's eyes. And also because he had eaten the other person's food, bringing them along was not an issue. Chapter 16. Sign-in. Clue of the 9 Wuhan snakes of the dragon-type soul beasts after dinner. Tang Xian, Xiao Wu, and Wang Sheng excitedly packed their things to return to the 7th dorm, as Yu Xiaojiang would take them to the soul-hunting forest in the Heaven-Do Empire early the next morning. However, after the 3 entered the 7th dorm, a person with a bruised face slowly emerged from a dark corner, watching Tang Xian and the others enter the dorm with a gloomy expression, filled with resentment. So, you are Tang Xian from the 7th dorm, just a new work-study student, thinking you can act tough in Nodding Academy with a bit of talent? Just wait and see. You've provoked me, Li Xiao, and you'll regret it sooner or later. Although I, Li Xiao, can't defeat you, don't forget that this is Nodding Academy, a gathering of geniuses. My big brother should be back soon. You won't be jumping around for long. I'll go find my brother. These 3 ignorant kids will learn what it means to be a local tyrant. Li Dan covered his bruised cheek and left a harsh remark before disappearing into the shadows. The next morning, Tang Xian gently nudged the little dancer who was fast asleep. Ding! The sign-in system has refreshed. Remaining sign-in attempts. 1 time. Tang Xian checked his sign-in count as usual, smiled slightly, and silently thought, System sign-in. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a level 1 reward. A clue for the Yalong class soul beast, 9 Wooting snake. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. This was the first time he encountered a reward that was not a complete item, but just a clue. The subdragon type soul beast, 9-headed serpent. Just the name sounds imposing. What kind of soul beast is this? Tang Xian curiously checked the clue information about this soul beast. 9-headed serpent, subdragon type soul beast. The 9-headed serpent has 9 heads, and not only does it look terrifying, but its temperament is also extremely cruel. The 9-headed serpent has an innate power to control fire, and it descended during the reign of Yao, bringing countless disasters to the human world. Great, he was once tasked with exterminating the 9-headed serpent and nearly drove it to extinction. Clue: Heaven-Do Empire, Soul Hunting Forest. Tang Xian was surprised. Isn't this the place where they are about to set off to hunt for soul rings today? This sign-in system directly gave him a clue about an abysmal dragon soul beast. Could it be hinting at him to hunt this 9-headed serpent as his first soul ring? However, Tang Xian shook his head. This type of subdragon soul beast was too powerful. He was not a match for it at all. The soul ring must be obtained through his own hands to be effective. Even hunting a 1,000-year-old 9-headed serpent would be quite difficult for him. The rewards from this sign-in system were really getting less useful. Could it provide something more practical? Tang Xian sighed helplessly, putting this matter aside in his mind, and decided to see if there would be such an opportunity when they went to the Heaven-Do forest. Xiao Wu, get up. Tang Xian directly lifted Xiao Wu's quilt. This little girl had stolen most of his blanket last night, and the little bunny didn't sleep soundly. Only then did Xiao Wu lazily get up to wash up. Before long, Tang Xian, Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, and their teacher Yu Xiaojing gathered at Nodding Academy and set off together towards the Soul Hunting Forest. At the outskirts of the Soul Hunting Forest, an ancient forest appeared, and as soon as Tang Xian got off the carriage, he noticed that the entire perimeter of the Soul Hunting Forest was surrounded by a huge steel fence and a protective barrier with sharp spikes reaching 20 meters high. It was evident that there were restrictions on entering the Soul Hunting Forest. Yu Xiaojiang handed over the token in his hand to the armored soldier guarding the Soul Hunting Forest for verification. He said to the younger ones behind him, "The soul beasts in the Soul Hunting Forest are raised by humans as a resource for soul rings, and not everyone is qualified to enter. Only the Soul Palace's official token can grant access." Tang Xian muttered. The Wuhuan Temple actually issued such a travel ban here in the Heaven-Do Empire. The Heaven-Do Empire doesn't even dare to say a word. Tang Xian noticed that the token in the master's hand was a 3rd-class token with 3 totems, a sharp sword, a small hammer, and a dragon beast. This token probably came from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, 3rd-class token. Tang Xian clicked his tongue. Without this token, they wouldn't even be able to enter the Soul Hunting Forest, let alone hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. This is what resources are. Yu Xiaojiang saw Tang Xian staring at his token and chuckled. There's nothing to be curious about. It's just a command token. The totems on it represent the martial souls of 6 titled Douluos. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. Indeed, Tang Hao's martial soul was among them. but there was not much more discussion about it. Of course, there are many places to hunt soul beasts, but places like the Stardo Forest, which are unmanaged, are extremely dangerous. The Academy does not allow students without a single soul ring to go to such places. Moreover, the soul beasts in the soul hunting forest are not weak. After the token verification was completed, Yu Xiaojiang led Tang Xian, Xiao Wu, and Wang Sheng deeper into the forest. As they walked, he said, although the soul beasts in the soul hunting forest have been hunted for many years, most people only hunt on the outskirts, and there are still many ancient soul beasts lurking in the core inner area of the soul hunting forest. Those existences are not something ordinary soul masters can hunt. Those places are extremely dangerous, and only with a teacher from the academy leading or in groups would they dare to venture into such areas. Yu Xiaojiang did not intend to take them into the core area of the soul hunting forest. His own strength was not very strong, and he could only take a chance in the middle outskirts. However, just after delving a short distance into the outskirts, they were surrounded by a pig-grass soul beast. Yu Xiaojiang smiled slightly. Did this soul beast want to stop him? Then what was he doing bringing students? Luo Sanpao, show yourself. Instantly, 2 yellow 100-year soul rings appeared around Yu Xiaojiang. This was the first time Tang Xian saw soul rings appear before his eyes, and he could feel an incredibly strong wave of soul power. Although he looked down on this color a bit, the aura emitted by Yu Xiaojiang was simply not something those without soul rings from the academy could compare to. In the Douluo continent, only by becoming a soul master can one possess powerful strength. As Tang Xian was thinking this, Yu Xiaojiang had already summoned a chubby Luo Sanpao, who was no longer cute at this moment, but was fiercely baring its teeth, roaring at the surrounding Zhu La Chao soul beasts. Oh, Luo Sanpao was not afraid at all. With a command from Yu Xiaojiang, first soul skill, exploding heaven and earth Luo Sanpao, clear the way for me. A thick yellow halo instantly radiated from Yu Xiaojiang's 100-year soul ring, immediately merging into Luo Sanpao's body. The super fierce Luo Sanpao had already jumped up in perfect sync, reaching midair and instantly locked onto its target with its cannon, but aimed directly at the Zhu La Chao soul beast, blocking its master's path in the distance. Bang! With a loud explosion, a colored stinky fart erupted instantly. The weaker Zhu La Chao soul beasts surrounding them were immediately hit, with white halos appearing above their heads. They're done for. Tang Xian and Xiao Wu exchanged glances. This is what they call a death by fart. No wonder it's the master's famous skill. The explosive 3 cannon shots of the heaven and earth. Yu Xiaojiang snorted coldly. These little soul beasts think they can block me. The master? Can't they be blown away? He then looked proudly at his 3 students behind him, pretending it was nothing, showcasing his invisible arrogance. Only Wang Sheng was amazed by the master's strength, as if he had never seen the world before, while Tang Xian and Xiao Wu were completely unaffected. Yu Xiaojiang awkwardly cleared his throat twice. He then looked at the white 10-year soul ring that had appeared from the pig-like soul beast he had just killed, cleverly shifting to theoretical teaching to ease the awkwardness. Let me teach you some basic knowledge about soul rings. The soul beasts on the Douluo continent are generally classified into 5 types based on their age. The most common is the 10-year soul beast, and hunting this type yields a white soul ring. The second type is the 100-year soul beast, which provides a yellow soul ring. The third is the 1,000-year soul beast, giving a purple soul ring. The fourth is the 10,000-year soul beast, which offers a black soul ring. The fifth is the blood-red 100,000-year soul beast soul ring. Master Yu Xiaojiang slowly said, and Wang Sheng became excited upon hearing about the blood-red 100,000-year soul ring. Meanwhile, Tang Xian felt a bit bored. The master is still so narrow-minded. The Douluo continent has even higher-level soul rings, like the 200,000-year golden soul ring and the million-year soul beast divine soul ring. However, it's no big deal that Yu Xiaojiang doesn't mention them. Those soul rings are not something just anyone can access. They are too rare. The master noticed that despite his efforts to explain, Tang Xian looked tired, and he became somewhat displeased. Tang Xian, this is common knowledge that every soul master must know. This is also a practical theory class. How can you still be distracted? Tang Xian scratched his head. Teacher, I wasn't distracted. I was listening very seriously. Yu Xiaojiang waved his sleeves in frustration, feeling that this kid had great talent but was too arrogant. Today, he must suppress his pride. Otherwise, how could he teach him in the future? Yu Xiaojiang said coldly, all right, let me ask you. Do you know what is the maximum age limit of soul rings that a level 10 soul master can absorb? Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. What a clever Yu Xiaojiang, using theory to pressure him. Generally speaking, the highest limit for the first soul ring is 423 years, but that is only for ordinary people. Theoretically, there is no upper limit. Tang Xian said. Upon hearing the first part, Yu Xiaojiang felt somewhat relieved, but the second part left him completely confused. Then he thought of something. Tang Xian had a twin martial soul, and the capacity for the second martial soul was indeed quite large. It was possible for the first soul ring to be a black 10,000 years soul ring. However, this trip was to find the first soul ring for his first martial soul. They weren't at that stage yet. He could only darken his expression and say, "Child, you are still young. Don't aim too high. Wait until you absorb the first soul ring and experience the pain of absorbing the soul ring before talking about that. Before becoming a soul master. Hunting soul beasts may become an indelible childhood shadow for them." Yu Xiaojiang believed that Tang Xian said this because he had not experienced such nightmares. Then, thinking of the purpose of this trip, Yu Xiaojiang slowly said, "Xiao Xian, your martial soul is a dragon martial soul, or an exceptional holy light dragon. It is not easy to find a suitable soul ring for yourself. The best choice would be to find a dragon-type soul beast, but dragon-type soul beasts in the wild are nearly extinct, and even sub-dragon-type soul beasts are extremely hard to find. If you really can't find one, you can look for snake-type soul beasts, sub-dragon-type soul beasts." Tang Xian was slightly startled. He had just received a reward. The clue for the dragon-type soul beast, the nine-headed serpent, was right in the soul-hunting forest. Could it be that they had to go to the core area? Chapter 17, Left Blue Dragon, Right White Tiger. Yu Xiaojiang starts the team. Two have run away. If they really can't find it, then look for snake-type soul beasts. Yu Xiaojiang said lightly. He then looked at Tang Xian and Wang Sheng. The goal of this soul beast hunt is to obtain your first soul rings, and it would be best to find ones with a higher age, at least 100-year soul ring. Wang Sheng was slightly surprised. "Master." The teachers in the academy said that to be safe, the first soul ring for an average child is usually the 10-year white soul ring. 100-year soul ring. The difficulty of absorption. Wang Sheng was not a talented student like Tang Xian and Xiao Wu, so he was a bit worried. Yu Xiaojiang smiled slightly. "Wang Sheng, don't be so scared, it won't kill you. Your martial soul is the battle tiger. Although it is much weaker than Tang Xian's radiant holy dragon, it is still a very powerful martial soul. Absorbing a 100-year soul ring should not be a problem. As for Xiao Xian, your goal this time is to find a soul beast close to the absorption age of the first soul ring. Anything below 1,000 years can be attempted for absorption. Remember, your martial soul is not ordinary, so don't set your target too low." It was clear that Yu Xiaojiang valued Tang Xian highly and was now encouraging him to break through his limits. Tang Xian smiled faintly. Whether or not he could break through his limits was of little concern to him. Hunting soul beasts was indeed a dangerous task, and he was still very weak, reluctant to provoke powerful soul beasts. After all, who wouldn't cherish their life after having died twice? Moreover, the age of the soul ring was not his main focus. He had a sign-in system that could increase the soul ring's age. Even if his first soul ring was a 10-year ring, as long as he had time, he could continuously sign in, adding at least 500 years each time. Increasing the first soul ring from 10 years to 100,000 years would not be a problem. The main issue was the compatibility of the soul ring. He needed to find a suitable soul beast to hunt. Yu Xiaojiang said it was best to look for a dragon-type soul beast. If not, at least a snake-type soul beast. While pondering this, Yu Xiaojiang continued, "Xiao Xian, don't worry. Before coming here, I already sent someone to investigate. Dragon-type soul beasts have almost become extinct in the soul-hunting forest. But there are traces of a 543-year-old mandrake snake in the middle and outer areas of the soul-hunting forest. Let's make it your target for the first soul ring." Mandrake snake? Tang Xian was slightly surprised. The name sounded so familiar. Wasn't this the first soul ring that Tang San was looking for? Now, Yu Xiaojiang was still pressing it on him. Was a master's theory of martial souls universal? He shook his head. The mandala snake. Although a snake-type soul beast with poisonous characteristics, had some compatibility with his bright sacred dragon. However, its purity was too low, and it was too different from the sub-dragon soul beasts. The mandala snake was not worthy to be Tang Xian's first soul ring. He sneered internally. "I want to find the nine-headed snake. System, check for clues about the nine-headed snake in the soul-hunting forest. Since I already have clues about the sub-dragon soul beast, the nine-headed snake, why look for the mandala snake?" With a thought, the reward was consumed. And a map of the soul-hunting forest appeared in Tang Xian's consciousness, with a small red dot flashing continuously. That red dot marked the location of the 9-headed snake. The 9-headed snake was indeed in the core area of the soul-hunting forest. Tang Xian got pet. Just as he was thinking this, Yu Xiaojiang had already led them deeper into the soul-hunting forest. When they reached about the middle of the soul-hunting forest, the vegetation ahead suddenly shook. Luo Sanpao, who was clearing the way, immediately bared his teeth in vigilance. Not far ahead, a massive purple-black giant snake coiled around a tree. Yu Xiaojiang was instantly delighted. After searching everywhere, I finally found you, the 500-year-old mandala snake. It seemed that this mandala snake had just completed a secondary evolution. It looked very weak. Taking advantage of its unhealed state, I will take its life. Xuantian, this is a huge challenge for you. This is your hunting target. I will have Luo Sanpao guard the perimeter for you. You three, show some of your skills and cooperate with Xuantian to hunt this mandala snake. Yu Xiaojiang was all excited. They had been exploring the soul-hunting forest for a while, and they hadn't seen a single sub-dragon soul beast. Perhaps such rare soul beasts had already gone extinct in the soul-hunting forest. This black-purple mandala snake was undoubtedly the best choice for Xuantian's first soul ring. However, Tang Xian did not think so. The red dot on the map in his mind indicated that they were very close to entering the core area of the soul-hunting forest. And the position of the red dot, which was the location of the nine-headed snake, had not moved at all. He had to find a way to get rid of the master and the others and enter the core area. Otherwise, he would have to settle for this mandala snake. Tang Xian pondered. Just as everyone was about to make a move, the lurking mandala snake suddenly became enraged, opening its massive mouth and hissing in a certain direction. That direction was precisely where Tang Xian and the others were. Wang Sheng was instantly panicked. Teacher, we've been discovered. Just as Yu Xiaojiang was about to summon Luo Sanpao to counter, the bushes beside the mandala snake shook again, and a low growl of a giant beast could be faintly heard. Quickly, get out of the way. Yu Xiaojiang suddenly sensed something was wrong and shouted loudly. Suddenly, a patterned saber-toothed tiger jumped out, roaring towards Tang Xian and the others along with the mandala snake. It was like the description of the azure dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right. Yu Xiaojiang, Wang Sheng Xiaowu, and Tang Xian were scattered in 3 different directions by the saber-toothed tiger, a 421-year-old saber-toothed tiger soul beast, and a 500-year-old mandala snake. Yu Xiaojiang was shocked. Why would they appear here at the same time? It seemed like they were guarding something. Or were they fighting over something? Wang Sheng felt a surge of pressure looking at the 2 mighty soul beasts. Master, can we still fight? Wang Sheng said, somewhat lacking confidence. Yu Xiaojiang's face darkened. This was an unexpected situation he hadn't anticipated. Luo Sanpao was not afraid at all and was confronting the 2 fierce soul beasts. Master, it seems they were fighting here earlier. Tang Xian activated his purple extreme demon eye and instantly saw the various wounds on the 2 powerful soul beasts. The sight was shocking. After Tang Xian's reminder, Yu Xiaojiang noticed something was off. No wonder they were so fierce. It turned out to be a case of the fox, assuming the majesty of the tiger. They wanted to intimidate us into retreating. Both the patterned saber-toothed tiger and the mandala snake had severe injuries. The saber-toothed tiger had 2 deep black marks on its neck, likely from being bitten in a vital spot by the mandala snake, while the mandala snake's body was covered in blood from claw marks. The black, purple, and red mixed together, making it hard to distinguish at first. After searching everywhere, I found it effortlessly. These 2 soul beasts don't even know what important item they are fighting over. They ended up injuring each other. No wonder the saber-toothed tiger's aura was so weak. At first, it was completely undetectable, just a dying struggle. Yu Xiaojiang became excited upon realizing this. Although he didn't know what treasure they were fighting over, it was clear that now these 2 soul beasts had noticed the outsiders and planned to deal with them first. What should we do, master? Wang Sheng swallowed hard. Yu Xiaojiang excitedly said, don't be scared by them. They're just at their last gasp now. Wang Sheng, do you see that 421-year-old patterned saber-toothed tiger? I will assist you. Personally hunt it down as your first soul ring. The first soul ring is over 400 years old. Wang Sheng couldn't help but be thrilled. However, the master was right. This patterned saber-toothed tiger was indeed very suitable to be his first soul ring. Wang Sheng nodded slightly. Martial soul release. Yu Xiaojiang looked towards the other direction where Tang Xian was located and shouted, Xuantian, get ready to cooperate and attack together. Your target is to hunt this weak mandala snake. Yu Xiaojiang then looked at Xiao Wu in another direction. Coordinate with the 2 of them to form a siege. Xiao Wu's face turned pale, her brows furrowed tightly, and she couldn't say a word for a long time. Luo Sanpao, go. Martial soul release. Tang Xian frowned. After being scattered by the saber-toothed tiger, his position was right at the core area, and in his consciousness, the subspecies dragon-type soul beast. The nine-headed serpent was not far behind him. However, for some reason, despite the large commotion here, the nine-headed serpent hadn't moved at all. No, it hadn't moved much since he stepped into the soul-hunting forest. Tang Xian watched as the master and Wang Sheng had already begun their first round of attacks in coordination. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had vanished without a trace. And Tang Xian gritted his teeth. Could it be that the struggle between the saber-toothed tiger and the mandala snake was related to the nine-headed serpent? Could it be that the nine-headed serpent had also been severely injured and thus had not moved at all? If so, wouldn't that be an opportunity to take advantage of? Tang Xian suddenly had a stirring thought. Xiao Wu, where's she? Damn it, Xiao Xian. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, Yu Xiaojiang urged suddenly, as he was currently helping Wang Sheng hunt a saber-toothed tiger. Originally, his plan was to pair up in twos, and Xiao Wu would naturally help Tang Xian hunt the mandala snake. But Xiao Wu had inexplicably disappeared. Tang Xian shouted, Teacher, Xiao Wu has been dragged into the core area by a soul beast. I have to go find Xiao Wu. I'll leave this to you. In an instant, Tang Xian found an excuse to make a run for it. Xiao Xian, Yu Xiaojiang was shocked. How can you not fight together in a team battle? However, after Tang Xian left those words, he had already used ghostly concealment to head towards the red dot on the map where the nine-headed serpent was located, leaving behind a confused mandala snake. Who thought the opponent is escaping? Hiss, no, there are still two reckless kids here. Mandala snake immediately joined the battlefield, thinking that 2 against 2 was nothing to be afraid of. Wang Sheng panted heavily, looking at Yu Xiaojiang in disbelief. Master, it's just the 2 of us left. Yu Xiaojiang felt the pressure increase. His face darkened. What kind of disciple had he taken in? Not caring at all about their feelings? This made him feel very embarrassed. He then looked at Wang Sheng and said solemnly, with the master here, I will definitely help you hunt down your first soul ring. Ro Sanpao, unleash your ultimate move. Wang Sheng was so moved that tears were almost falling. Master, how about I become your disciple? Chapter 18, Shock. A pale white first soul ring, lasting 3 minutes. Tang Xian could only feel intense waves of battle coming from behind him. The 2 soul beasts, the mandala snake and the patterned saber-toothed tiger, were already severely injured. Even without Xiao Wu and himself, the master and Wang Sheng should be able to handle it. Tang Xian wasn't too worried about this. The master really wanted to train him like a mistress, recommending a mandala snake as the first soul ring. Tang Xian shook his head. This interception was too thorough. What kind of rubbish is the mandala snake? The purity is too low. Tang Xian's vision is much higher than Tang San's. Nine-Wraith Serpent, here I come. In the soul-hunting forest, a ghostly figure leaped and dashed with incredible agility towards a certain direction. This person was none other than Tang Xian. Using the ghost shadow displacement technique, the red dot in his consciousness was not far from the core area of the soul-hunting forest. The position of the Nine-Wraith Serpent had not moved at all. Could something have gone wrong? Tang Xian pondered. He didn't know how many years it had lived. If the age was too high, he might have to go through a fierce battle, as there were no helpers here. The Nine-Wraith Serpent, as a sub-dragon soul beast, has extremely high combat power. It is said to be a combination of the bloodlines of the ancient Nine-Wraith Fire Phoenix and the ancient Wraith Dragon. A sub-dragon soul beast, if it has lived for over 1,000 years, the current Tang Xian might have no choice but to flee. Hopefully, it is a younger one. The age of such things can be gradually increased with signing rewards. Tang Xian was extremely. The red dot on the map in his consciousness was just 50 meters ahead. Tang Xian suddenly stopped on a tree branch and looked ahead. Strange, the map clearly shows it's right here. So why haven't I seen any spirit beasts? Tang Xian was somewhat puzzled. Although the vegetation was dense ahead, it couldn't hide any soul beasts. He could only get a little closer to take a look. Tang Xian jumped down from the tree and landed on the ground covered with tall vegetation. Every plant here was taller than him. He stepped carefully on the dry branches and fallen leaves, searching cautiously. However, when Tang Xian reached the location of the red dot on the map clue, there was nothing there. The surroundings were filled with vegetation, and he hadn't seen a single soul beast. Was the clue for the check-in reward also wrong? Tang Xian frowned and began to investigate the area where the red dots overlapped. He soon discovered a pit beneath his feet, completely covered by vegetation. Tang Xian's eyes lit up as he cleared away the vegetation blocking the cave entrance. It was a cave. Could the nine-headed serpent be below? Tang Xian speculated. However, it was pitch dark underground, and if he encountered a 1,000-year-old nine-headed serpent after going down, he might not be able to come back up. Purple Extreme Demon Eyes. Tang Xian suddenly activated the Purple Extreme Demon Eyes, first checking to see if there were any soul beasts lurking underground in the cave. Going down recklessly would be too dangerous. In an instant, a charming purple light enveloped Tang Xian's eyes, probing meticulously. Tang Xian's perception followed the entrance down into the underground cave, sensing ants, soil, grass movement, the flow of underground magma, rocks, water droplets, plop plop, and a faint heartbeat. Indeed, there was a soul beast lurking. Beneath the cave was a magma cavern. However, the heartbeat was very weak, just a bit stronger than that of an ordinary person. It seemed to be no fierce soul beast. Tang Xian's purple light in his eyes faded, and he grasped part of the information. However, the clue about the 9 black serpent was right here. This magma cavern beneath the cave must be its hiding place. The power of the heartbeat was so weak. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Tang Xian's eyes. It must have suffered some kind of heavy blow. Just as he had guessed, it was on the verge of collapse. The probability of this guess was quite high. Without hesitation, Tang Xian leaped into action. He was the best at seizing opportunities. Splash! Tang Xian landed steadily. What lay before him was not dark, but a bright expanse, with various fiery red crystals shimmering on the rock walls, emitting light. It's so hot. As soon as he reached the underground, Tang Xian felt the temperature in this cave rise abruptly by more than 10 degrees, completely lacking the refreshing feeling of the soul-hunting forest. Tang Xian suppressed his impatience and walked deeper into the magma cave. After a short distance, he indeed saw a slowly flowing underground magma river. How could the 9-headed serpent be hiding in such a place? Where could it be? Tang Xian looked around again. This cave wasn't too large, and he could see the end at a glance. The magma was flowing towards a certain crevice, which was wide enough for a person to pass through. Suddenly, while searching for the 9-headed serpent, Tang Xian heard a strange sound coming from the magma river. He focused his gaze and saw that in the center of the magma river, steaming bubbles were continuously being ejected, as if water in a pot were about to boil. And then it suddenly intensified. Hiss! There was something in the magma river. Tang Xian took a sharp breath. The temperature of the lava must be over 1,000 degrees. What could possibly survive beneath the lava? Could it be that the 9-wu snake is right there? Before he could finish his thought, a splashing sound echoed. In the middle of the lava underground river, a giant egg suddenly emerged, glowing with fiery red spots. That's right, it's an egg. A giant egg, completely red, floated up from beneath the lava. Tang Xian was somewhat confused. What kind of egg is this? It's not even cooked. Crack! A crisp sound. A crack appeared on the surface of the eggshell, which was patterned with fiery red spots. It could be clearly heard in the quiet underground lava cave. Tang Xian swallowed hard. The red dot in his consciousness was flashing continuously. The egg of the 9-headed serpent. Tang Xian suddenly realized that it was a 9-headed serpent about to be born. What is there to be afraid of? Tang Xian rubbed his palms together. Crack! A small beast head the size of a fist broke through the first eggshell. Its eyes suddenly opened, glowing with a brilliant fire. Crack! Another head. Crack! Crack! With a flutter, a ferocious dragon with 9 heads was born, flying in the magma midair as soon as it came into the world. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It immediately sensed a threat here and roared at Tang Xian. Tang Xian smiled slightly. You really have a lot of hostility. But what qualifications do you have to challenge me? Just having been born. Although the situation was not as Tang Xian had anticipated, there was no dying 9-headed serpent here, but rather a newly born 9-headed serpent with little combat power. However, to him, it made no difference. The years mean nothing, as long as it is compatible. That's all that matters. Little guy, with such heavy hostility, let me make you my first soul ring. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Just as he made a fierce declaration, it was evident that the little guy was naturally sensitive to threats. Moreover, it was very hungry now, with drool hanging from the corner of its mouth as it looked at Tang Xian, very long and droopy. This little guy actually saw Tang Xian as its food. It let out a roar and took the initiative to attack, pouncing towards Tang Xian with a fiery, enchanting light in its eyes. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. He was being looked down upon by the soul beast. It actually regarded him as food. How dare it? Xianyu, with the power of 1,000 tons. Come down to me. Just then, the 9-headed serpent with infinite flames lunged towards Tang Xian. Tang Xian suddenly activated the Xianyu hand, and in an instant, a chill spread from his palm. Combined with overwhelming strength, he actually yanked the 9-crow serpent down with one pull. The Xianyu hand and the nine-crow serpent made contact, producing a sizzling sound. Ice and fire clashed. However, the newly born nine-crow serpent was extremely weak. Lacking any strength at all, Tang Xian's immense power erupted, instantly severely injuring the nine-wu-wu tongue snake. Bang! The nine-wu-wu tongue snake was smashed onto the rock, and the rock suddenly shattered. If I were to give you a year or two to grow, perhaps I really wouldn't be your match, but you, a newly born little cub, want to treat me as food. Wishful thinking. Tang Xian snot gon li. He had struck it rich this time. He didn't expect the nine-black serpent to be so powerful. Even though it had just been born, it was still somewhat difficult to handle in Xianyu's hands. However, this kind of strength could only serve as a stepping stone. A shrill cry echoed as the nine-black serpent attempted to struggle and attack again. Tang Xian let out a loud roar. Die for me. He punched out. Sparks flew. The nine-headed serpent was sent flying backwards, dragging a long trail on the cave floor. It tried to stand up again, but ultimately fell heavily. Just broken out of its shell, it met a tragic end. This is probably the shortest-lived nine-headed serpent ever. The nine-headed serpent has perished. Lifespan 3 minutes. A nearly transparent pale, white soul ring slowly floated out from the corpse of the nine-headed serpent cub. The soul ring of the nine-headed serpent. Tang Xian was pleasantly surprised. Just seeing the color of the soul ring, he was a bit astonished. My turtle, this is too white, right? A 10-year soul ring is supposed to be white, but this guy doesn't even reach a year. Only that faint smoky white. This doesn't matter. As long as it's the soul ring of the dragon-type soul beast, the nine-black serpent, it's fine. No need to care about the age. The corners of Tang Xian's mouth slightly lifted. He could add years to his soul ring, and he still had a reward to add 500 years to the soul ring's age that he hadn't used yet. After he absorbed the soul ring, he would add it, and it would instantly become a 500-year soul ring. Thinking of this, Tang Xian quickly sat down before the soul ring disappeared. Absorb the soul ring. Come on. Nine-black serpent, be Tang Xian's first soul ring. That pale white soul ring was slowly attracted to Tang Xian, and then gradually fused with his bright holy dragon martial soul. In an instant, the fusion was successful. Such a low-age soul ring had no difficulty in absorption. It fused directly. Bright holy dragon's first soul ring, nine-black serpent. Absorption successful. Now, suddenly, a pale white soul ring appeared around Tang Xian, radiating a hint of holy aura, in accordance with the characteristics of the bright holy dragon. The pale white soul ring was probably a rare gem in the Soul Master world. Others absorbed soul rings that were at least 10 years old, while Tang Xian directly absorbed a newly born soul ring. But what does that matter? Using the reward, he added 500 years to the age of the bright holy dragon's first soul ring, nine-black serpent. Ding! Level 1 reward consumed. Successfully added 500 years to the first soul ring, nine-black serpent. Currently, the total age of the first soul ring, nine-black serpent, is 500 years. Haha. Having a sign-in system is great, directly adding. In the future, it can even be increased to 100,000 years. Tang Xian was extremely excited. Chapter 19. Quickly reveal your first soul ring for the master to see. Ding. Currently, the total age of the first soul ring, nine-black serpent, is 500 years. Tang Xian was extremely excited, feeling that his bright sacred dragon's power had become even more magnificent under the enhancement of the soul ring. It was so exhilarating that he directly increased the first soul ring's age by 500 years. This increase in age came with absolutely no risk, and he didn't have to worry about not being able to bear it. Tang Xian couldn't wait to release his soul ring. First soul ring, activate. Suddenly, a mysterious aura slowly emerged around Tang Xian. A round soul ring radiating a hot and sacred light rose slowly. 500 years soul ring. Huh, wait, why is the color of the soul ring still pale white? Tang Xian widened his eyes, staring at his soul ring. It hadn't transformed into the yellow of a 100-year soul ring. Although he could feel the excellence of his first soul ring and its exact age, he could sense it, but its color hadn't changed. Damn it, does the color of the soul ring only reflect the age at the time of absorption? This pale white first soul ring is too eye-catching. Tang Xian rubbed his forehead, not because he was afraid of being too ostentatious, but because he felt a bit embarrassed. The pale white first soul ring had a lifespan of less than a year. It was worse than a 10-year soul ring. In the future, when everyone competed with their soul rings, his intimidation factor would be reduced by half. However, Tang Xian quickly came to terms with it. The color and appearance didn't matter. What was important was the core. Who could have guessed how terrifying a pale, white soul ring's lifespan could be in the future? Moreover, he didn't have any real abilities yet, so being low-key and biding his time to become the strongest was the right path. Heaven didn't give birth to me, Tang Xian, so I'll endure like the eternal night. If it's pale white, then let be pale white. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger is also not a bad idea. However, the next explanation to use Xiaojiang might be a bit tricky. Tang Xian felt quite troubled by this. However, he still had to face it, and could only brace himself to chat aimlessly about the teacher's martial soul theory. With that in mind, Tang Xian retracted his first spirit ring. He clapped his hands and swooped toward the cave entrance. This underground lava cavern was hidden in the core area of the soul-hunting forest, quite secretive. If it weren't for his possession of the Clume map to the 9 Wu serpent, he probably wouldn't have found this place. If an ordinary person were to accidentally discover this magical location, it would be difficult to find the tongue snake dragon egg hidden in the dark river of lava. Tang Xian has indeed struck it rich on this trip. If he had been any later, the 9-headed serpent would have emerged, and it might have soared through the skies, leaving the soul-hunting forest. Rustling sounds. As Tang Xian just appeared at the cave entrance, he suddenly sensed a strange noise coming from the core area. The heavy breathing of a strange beast was indeed approaching here. It must be the aura released by the 9-headed serpent's emergence, awakening the powerful soul beasts in the core area. Tang Xian felt his scalp tingle just from sensing the aura of the soul beast. Escape. This was Tang Xian's first thought. The ghost shadow disappearance technique was instantly activated, and he disappeared from his original spot, as Tang Xian's figure just vanished. A gigantic soul beast's massive paw descended from the sky, directly causing the ground where he had just been to sink. Tang Xian felt a chill down his spine. But fortunately, he escaped quickly. The soul beasts in the core area are at least over 1,000 years old, and there are even 10,000-year soul beasts. The aura of that soul beast just now was too terrifying. It was probably not easy to deal with. If he got caught, he would just be a pile of meat paste. Tang Xian quickly headed towards the direction where Master and Wang Sheng were fighting. Bang! Just as he escaped the core area, a violent sound erupted in front of him. It was the aftermath of the battle between Master and Wang Sheng. Very good. Wang Sheng, it was worth it for me, the Master, to cooperate with you. You successfully killed the heavily injured patterned saber-toothed tiger. Hurry up and sit down to absorb this 421-year-old century soul ring. You beast, behave yourself. If it weren't for the fact that soul beasts must be personally hunted to absorb their soul rings, you Xiaojiang, would have already slapped you, the mandala snake, to death. I left you a breath of life so that my disciple, Xiao Xian, can come back and finish you off. You Xiaojiang breathed heavily, sitting on the dying giant mandala snake. His clothes were a bit disheveled, clearly indicating that it was still somewhat strenuous for him and Wang Sheng to hunt down 2 soul beasts that were hundreds of years old. Fortunately, Yu Xiaojiang understood the fatal weaknesses of every type of soul beast, and since these 2 soul beasts had previously fought each other and suffered heavy injuries, he barely managed to take them down. The saber-toothed tiger had already been successfully hunted by Wang Sheng, and as for the mandala snake, it was already on the verge of death. Yu Xiaojiang fed a small recovery pill to extend its last breath, which was reserved for Tang Xian. He valued this kid Tang Xian a lot. Tang Xian's talent was too high, and it was difficult to find a suitable soul ring like the mandala snake for the supreme dragon martial soul, the radiant holy dragon. At this moment, Tang Xian rushed back. Xiao Xian, you little brat, all you know is chasing after girls. If it weren't for me having some skills, you'd eventually get yourself into trouble. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Tang Xian, who had just returned from the core area, with some anger, but he didn't dwell on it too much. He understood young people. However, in the soul-hunting forest, it was too wild. This place is very dangerous. Tang Xian coughed awkwardly a couple of times. He hadn't done anything at all. He just wanted to hunt his target, the first spirit ring. As for Xiao Wu, he hadn't seen her at all, but she was incredibly familiar with the forest and should be safe. Master, Tang Xian was about to speak and argue with the master. All right, don't waste time. Hurry up. This mandala snake has only 1 breath left, specially saved for you. Go ahead and hunt the mandala snake. It's over 500 years old, making it the perfect first spirit ring for you. Don't waste my painstaking efforts. The master advised with an expression of disappointment. This was prepared for me? Tang Xian was a bit confused. He had just absorbed his first spirit ring. He didn't really need this mandala snake. Hiss. The mandala snake groaned in pain, wondering if it could get a little pain relief, or maybe a small pill to extend its life. What kind of person had it encountered? Humans were too terrifying. Yu Xiaojiang was extremely anxious upon seeing this. Tang Xian, what are you waiting for? This mandala snake is about to collapse. If you wait any longer, it will be too late. You must personally hunt a spirit beast to obtain a spirit ring. The mandala snake lying nearby could no longer hold on and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Is it not enough to torment itself? Now it has to become a human's spirit ring? No way. This snake will die first to show you. Wah! The mandala snake flicked its tongue, saying it would die without any hesitation. Yu Xiaojiang's heart sank. All efforts wasted. Tang Xian, you've disappointed me too much. Yu Xiaojiang was frustrated and felt that this disciple was impossible to teach. Tang Xian scratched his head and paused for a moment before saying, "There's something. I'm not sure if I should say it." Yu Xiaojiang let out a surprise sound. "I have already obtained my first soul ring." Hiss. Yu Xiaojiang inhaled sharply, then looked at the core area behind Tang Xian. Could it be that you, little Xian, hunted a mandala snake of a higher age? Tang Xian shook his head at Yu Xiaojiang's expectant gaze. No, it's not the mandragorous snake. It's a subspecies of dragon-type spirit beast, the nine-wu scorpion snake. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes lit up, and even his body trembled. This kid silently gave him a big surprise. Quick, quick, show me your first spirit ring. Chapter 20. Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San, two of a kind, incredibly disgusting. Quick, quick, show me your first spirit ring. Yu Xiaojiang said with great anticipation. Tang Xian, feeling helpless, decided not to be coy anymore. After all, the bad daughter-in-law would have to meet her mother-in-law sooner or later. First soul ring appear. A light white soul ring floated before Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. Feeling the radiant and intense aura, Yu Xiaojiang's breathing quickened. Xiao Xian, you really hunted a nine-headed serpent soul beast and successfully absorbed it as your first soul ring. This aura, others might not recognize. But Yu Xiaojiang had been deeply studying martial soul theory for decades. How could he not recognize it? He never expected that there would be such a rare, sub-dragon-type soul beast in the soul-hunting forest. Wait, hold on, Xiao Xian. Why is your soul ring light white? Light white? Hiss. When the brilliance of the holy light dragon faded and revealed the true color of the first soul ring, Yu Xiaojiang immediately gasped in shock, almost fainting. This is a soul ring produced by soul beast that is less than 10 years old. Tang Xian pouted. Indeed, the soul ring produced by soul beast that is not even 10 years old. Yu Xiaojiang was almost in tears. Although the compatibility between soul beasts and martial souls is very important, no matter how well-matched the soul ring is. If the age is too low, it is still useless. Tang Xian nodded slightly and didn't say much. The teacher's theory was completely useless to him. Tang Xian, you are too impulsive. Your bright sacred dragon martial soul is a top-tier martial soul. Although the absorption limit for the first soul ring of an average person is only 423 years, your martial soul can at least be raised to a 1,000-year limit. You are wasting your talent, Yu Xiaojiang said with some disappointment. I am not suited to be your teacher. I can't teach a student like you. The first soul ring is the foundation. No matter how high the talent is, with such a low age limit for the first soul ring, there will be no future achievements. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. He could only explain, but teacher, I feel that my soul ring has a 500-year limit. It's possible that there has been some kind of mutation in the color of this soul ring. The color of a soul ring can also mutate. Yu Xiaojiang clicked his tongue. This is absolutely impossible. I have never encountered such a case. Tang Xian shook his head, finding it really difficult to explain. However, he didn't argue too much. He just didn't expect that Yu Xiaojiang's attitude would change so quickly. He saw that after absorbing a soul ring that was less than 10 years old, he found it hard to cultivate and immediately said he wanted to terminate their master-apprentice relationship. Tang Xian said lightly, in that case, I'll still call you master. There was no need for Tang Xian to force himself to be friendly. At first, he sought out Yu Xiaojiang as a mentor, hoping that his theory of martial souls would help him grow quickly. However, it seemed that Yu Xiaojiang's theory was not suitable for him. He was not Tang San, he was Tang Xian. The path of Douluo ultimately had to be walked by himself. Hearing Tang Xian's response, the master sighed and did not say much more. Yu Xiaojiang then turned his attention to Wang Sheng, who was absorbing the soul ring of the saber-toothed tiger nearby. This child, Wang Sheng, was quite good, worth nurturing. At this moment, Wang Sheng took a deep breath and exhaled a murky breath his aura contained. I succeeded. I obtained a 100-year soul ring. First soul ring appear. A soul ring with a yellow halo emerged. Master Yu Xiaojiang nodded in satisfaction and then asked, Wang Sheng, I have never accepted a disciple in my life. Are you willing to be my student? Never accepted a disciple in your life? Tang Xian was momentarily taken aback. He didn't expect that Yu Xiaojing and Tang San were cut from the same cloth. They were both very hypocritical. Tang San deceived his peers, and Yu Xiaojing was extremely selfish. Ever since he saw the pale, white first spirit ring that Tang San absorbed, he felt hopeless about becoming a god and turned to seek others. However, Tang San did not have any deep feelings for Yu Xiaojing. This trip to the soul-hunting forest was not in vain. He witnessed a lot about human nature. When Wang Sheng heard that Yu Xiaojing wanted to take him as a student, he was incredibly excited. "Teacher, I am willing to be your student." Wang Sheng, a work-study student, had only obtained his first spirit ring after such a long time in school, and it was with the help of the master. Although the master's strength was not that impressive, his guidance for students was top-notch. Being able to be his student made Wang Sheng very happy. However, Wang Sheng quickly noticed Tang Xian, who was neglected by the master. "But isn't Tang Xian?" "Wang Sheng, I have no connection with the master anymore," Tang Xian said. Having recognized Yu Xiaojing's character, he was now more eager than Yu Xiaojing to clear his identity, even feeling disgusted for having once called Yu Xiaojing teacher. It was just like how he felt whenever he thought of Tang San. Disgusting, wanted to vomit. "Teacher." Wang Sheng did not notice Tang Xian's emotions and immediately performed the apprentice ceremony. Yu Xiaojing gladly accepted. As for Tang Xian, he had long become a thing of the past. What achievements could someone with a first spirit ring of less than 10 years have? Moreover, his second martial spirit was the Xuantian hammer. This was a hot potato that could attract the spirit hall in the future. In the past, Tang Xian was indeed a rare gem, but now, Yu Xiaojing shook his head, fearing he was just an ordinary stone on a mountain. "Tang Xian, I absorbed a yellow spirit ring. How long did you absorb a spirit ring since you're so strong?" Wang Sheng couldn't help but become curious. Just now, he was focused on absorbing and did not know what had happened. Tang Xian smiled slightly. "It's just an ordinary soul ring, nothing to mention. Wang Sheng is quite nice. And doesn't he have any ulterior motives?" Tang Xian spoke casually without any grudges against him. "Tang Xian, where's Sister Xiao Wu? Didn't you go to find her? Why didn't she come back with you?" Wang Sheng asked curiously. Just as he finished speaking, a huge tremor came from the direction of the core area of the soul-hunting forest. "Run, behind us." Xiao Wu's voice came from afar, as a large number of trees collapsed behind them. "What happened?" Yu Xiaojing frowned. Xiao Wu is causing trouble in the core area too. That noise from behind. Did they provoke some soul beast? What a huge mandala snake. Wang Sheng opened his mouth in shock. Is this the mother of the mandala snake from earlier? A 1,500-year-old mandala snake. Yu Xiaojing's pupils contracted. Just now, his son had personally killed a 500-year-old one and was covered in blood. Instantly, he felt them all over. "Run." Yu Xiaojing turned and fled without any hesitation. Wang Sheng was so scared his legs went weak. "Wang Sheng, you follow the master. I'll go save Xiao Wu." "Xiao Wu, bring me here." Tang Xian shouted to the rushing Xiao Wu. "Hey, big guy, your opponent is me. Let us see you become my stepping stone for my first soul ring." In an instant, Xiao Wu came to Tang Xian's side with a sudden stop. A 1,000-year-old mandala snake is a bit tricky. Be careful. Tang Xian nodded slightly, and then looked at Wang Sheng. "Hurry up and follow your teacher." Tang. You hold on, I and the teacher will go get help." In Wang Sheng's view, the teacher must have gone to find assistance. Get help? Tang Xian's not Gong Li. No need. Chapter 21. First Soul Skill. Holy Fire of Light. Seeing that Wang Sheng and Yu Xiaojing had left, Tang Xian smiled slightly. "Now that you're gone, I can finally unleash my skills." He then pulled the nearby Xiao Wu into his arms and joked. "Haha, I said Xiao Wu. You're not scared, are you?" Of course, Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year soul beast, so how could she be afraid of a 1,000-year-old mandala snake? Although she might not be able to defeat it now, escaping would definitely not be a problem. Xiao Wu wasn't afraid at all. "If you can't beat it, we'll run together," she said calmly, showing no signs of panic on her face. "Don't worry, with me here, this 1,500-year mandala snake is in my hands. Let me show you the true power of Tang Xian." As he spoke, Tang Xian's aura suddenly became sharp and fierce. He stepped forward. With a flip of his left hand, Xuantian hammer appeared. A heavy, pitch-black hammer with arcs of electricity was grasped in Tang Xian's hand. An incredibly sharp aura radiated from Tang Xian's entire body, emanating the pressure of an ultimate weapon soul. This pressure instantly spread outwards from Tang Xian, enveloping the surroundings. But that is not all. Tang Xian continued to roar. Holy Dragon of Light. Possession. An ultimate weapon soul, combined with an ultimate beast soul. was simultaneously bestowed upon Tang Xian. The gigantic mandala snake before him immediately felt another kind of suppression from a higher bloodline. It hissed threateningly. Could it be that Tang Xian might really be able to defeat this 1500-year mandala snake in an instant? Xiao Wu gasped. One could only say that her leader was a bit overestimated. Is this Tang Xian's true strength? Xiao Wu was astonished. True strength? Not even close. Let me first show you how I'll take down this little snake. Tang Xian disdainfully said, tightly gripping the Xuantian hammer in his hand, and as he strode forward, a pale white soul ring suddenly emerged from beneath his feet. A pale white 10-year soul ring? Even Xiao Wu knew what a pale white soul ring meant. She looked at this scene in disbelief, her small mouth slightly agape. However, she quickly sensed an anomaly from the aura emanating from Tang Xian. Something was off. At least a 500-year soul ring, but why was it pale white? Moreover, the aura of this soul ring had a hint of primordial energy, an incredibly strong bloodline. Xiao Wu quickly discerned that this must be a soul ring produced by the nine-headed serpent. Tang Xian, when did you absorb such a soul ring? Haha, just now, isn't it unique? Although it is a pale white soul ring, when it is on Tang Xian, it is not at all weaker than a purple 1000-year soul ring, and it even seems to overshadow it slightly. The momentum of his entire being once again stacked up, full of vigor. This was only the addition of 2 martial souls and 1 soul ring. If he added the 6-winged angel, it would be incredibly exhilarating. However, this momentum was already enough. The mandragorous snake, which was originally preparing to launch a fierce attack, now felt a strong sense of threat and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Just moments ago, it had been glaring with hostility, but now there was a hint of fear and retreating thoughts. A 1000-year soul beast already possessed considerable intelligence, and naturally could sense the aura within that seemingly ordinary pale white soul ring, which was a suppression of a high-level bloodline. A disdainful gaze from a superior, looking down at an inferior. Although it was only 500 years, its deterrent power was substantial. Tang Xian understood in his heart that although the nine-headed serpent was only a sub-dragon-class soul beast, it was indeed of a much higher bloodline compared to the mandala snake. Moreover, it was said that the nine-headed serpent fed on various snake-type soul beasts, and the mandala snake was merely one of its food sources. Upon seeing its natural enemy, the mandala snake naturally felt fear. With this thought in mind, Tang Xian approached the trembling mandala snake step by step. Big guy, weren't you just very powerful and arrogant? Why are you trembling now? As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Xian leaped into the air, and the Xuantian hammer in his hand suddenly enlarged several times, its pale white first soul ring instantly lighting up. First soul skill, Holy Flame of Light. With a flap, the massive black Xuantian hammer was instantly engulfed in a ball of golden fiery flames, radiating a pure golden light. The pale white first soul ring flickered incessantly. A wave of heat spread out from Tang Xian as the center, radiating in all directions. In the next moment, within a 10-meter radius, all vegetation was instantly ignited, forming an area illuminated by light. The fierce flames burned. Even the powerful, over 1,000-year-old mandala snake appeared somewhat terrified at this moment. It seemed to feel that the boy approaching was like a sun capable of burning everything. Its body instantly stiffened. Now no fear, huh? Too late. Boom. Boom. The golden flames surged forth uncontrollably. Even if the mandala snake wanted to escape, it was blocked by the domain-type flames, leaving it no choice but to face the attack head-on. In the mandala snake's eyes, it was as if one small sun after another, carrying a destructive aura, was smashing toward it. Its body was directly frozen. Meanwhile, Tang Xian was enveloped in the holy flames, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. On the side, Xiao Wu's lively eyes blinked in astonishment. Tang Xian's first soul skill is so cool. The mandala snake covered by the first soul skill looked dumbfounded, trembling in place. The intimidation was too great. Regarding Xiao Wu's question, Tang Xian smiled slightly, but didn't act immediately, patiently explaining, Xiao Wu, my first soul skill is called Holy Flame of Light. Anything within the range of my holy flame will be instantly illuminated by it. Anyone who shows any disrespect towards me or the divine will have their mind scorched by the holy flame of light in an instant. And of course, their bodily functions will also be affected, becoming stiff. Even if they react, their speed of movement will be significantly reduced for a certain period. Their attack power will also be weakened. This first soul skill is just SOSO, not too useless. Gulp. Xiao Wu swallowed hard upon hearing this. Is this just so? This is ridiculously strong. Who would have thought that a pale white soul ring under 10 years could intimidate a soul beast like the mandala snake, which is over 1,500 years old? And Tang Xian still thought it was just so. Tang Xian's soul skill is too monstrous. In the future, if anyone dares to boast in front of Tang Xian, he can just activate the first soul skill to let them taste the flavor of being scorched by the holy flame of light for their disrespect towards the divine. One word, strong. Xiao had already given a thumbs up and jumped up. However, Tang Xian, isn't your soul ring a 10-year soul ring? Why does it have the aura of a 500-year soul ring? This. Originally lost in Xiao Wu's flattery, Tang Xian's expression froze upon hearing this question. Xiao Wu, worthy of being a 100,000-year soul beast, really has extraordinary perception. Actually, Chapter 22, Soul Hunting ends. Actually, why does his pale white soul ring have the aura of a 500-year soul ring? Upon hearing this question, Tang Xian, who had just been feeling proud, clearly froze. Then he smiled slightly and said cheerfully, Xiao Wu, don't you also have secrets? I'm just like you. Xiao Wu's eyes widened. Had her secret been discovered? Tang Xian, are you not human? Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock. Tang Xian's expression darkened. You're not a human, and neither is your whole family. But then he thought about how Xiao Wu was indeed not a human, but a soul beast, and he couldn't help but facepalm. So what you just said. At this moment, Xiao Wu felt a bit guilty, almost admitting that she wasn't human, and now she sensed that she was being seen through. Tang Xian smiled lightly and said, I mean, there are many similarities between you and me, for example, regarding soul rings. My soul ring can grow its own age. What? Xiao Wu almost dropped her jaw in surprise. She herself was at the level of a 100,000-year soul beast that could produce its own soul rings. But Tang Xian was even more outrageous. His soul ring could upgrade itself. Even more surprisingly, it seemed that Tang Xian really knew her secret, even though he didn't say it. But Xiao Wu could feel it. All right, Xiao Wu, wait for me to take down this mandala snake in an instant, and then we can chat slowly. Tang Xian suddenly raised the Xuantian hammer in his hand. The 1,500-year mandala snake, covered by the first soul skill, Holy Fire, was now in a daze. Its body stiffened and restricted. Xuantian hammer big, chaotic cloak, hammer method. Xuantian 9 extremes. The holy light dragon possessed him, and a light white glow flickered slowly. The pitch-black Xuantian hammer was wrapped in the fire of the golden crow, turning completely golden, and suddenly grew larger. A fire hammer that could look down on the giant mandala snake fell from the sky. One strike. The giant mandala snake instantly awakened from the extreme sense of danger. But its speed had already been restricted by the first soul skill, Holy Fire, and it took a hit head-on. Boom! A loud sound echoed. The hoarse voice of the giant beast rang out tragically, but the mandala snake was only slightly injured and immediately twisted its massive body, trying to escape. Bang! The second strike fell, even more terrifying than the first. The third strike, the fourth strike. Boom! Boom! Within a 10-meter radius covered by the holy fire, explosive flames surged into the sky. Xuantian 9 extremes. Each strike was stronger than the last. Bang! After the 9 strikes of the chaotic cloak hammer method, the mandala snake finally couldn't withstand it, and its massive body, covered in blood and flesh, fell with a crash. It was directly killed by Tang Xian underfoot with the Xuantian hammer. Instant kill. Tang Xian looked proudly in the direction of Xiao Wu, who was already mesmerized. Tang Xian is amazing. Now she even believes that Tang Xian is a soul beast transformed person just like herself, let alone a pale white soul ring that is less than 10 years old. Seeing this, Xiao Wu immediately jumped with joy, continuously praising Tang Xian's strength. Believe it or not, my soul ring. How could it be a soul ring of less than 10 years? Right now, it's a 500-year limit, and it might even get stronger in the future. Tang Xian said proudly. Xiao Wu suddenly nodded. Although it's only a 500-year limit, which isn't very high, it's incredibly powerful on you. But, Tang Xian, your pale white first soul ring that is less than 10 years old is too eye-catching. It can easily attract others' attention. Tang Xian is also troubled by this issue. The sign-in system is too flashy with its sneaky approach. Yes, we can only think of other ways, and see if we can change the color of the soul ring. Tang Xian casually placed his hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder and said, let's go back. The master and Wang Sheng have already left, and there's no point in us staying here. Let's go back to the academy and think of a way. Xiao Wu nodded obediently. Meanwhile, Tang Xian directly asked in his mind, System, is there a way to change the color of my soul ring? The pale white color is too low level. The system responded clearly. Host, the sign-in system has rewards that can change the color of the soul ring. Good luck. Tang Xian was immediately surprised. But now his sign-in times were already used up, so he could only check in later. For now, he could only accept the fact that his first soul ring was light white. However, with the 500-year, 9-headed serpent, only Tang Xian consciously restrained his aura, making it not very obvious. In fact, ordinary people really couldn't distinguish between a 10-year and a 500-year soul ring. Just like before, Yu Xiaojiang, as a theoretical master, couldn't tell the difference either. Tang Xian, how did you manage to make your soul ring grow in age automatically? Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel curious. Tang Xian shrugged and asked, how did you obtain the 1,000-year soul ring, Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu immediately felt guilty. How did Tang Xian know everything? Sure. Don't talk nonsense. Mind your own business. And you have to call me Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu said angrily. Tang Xian directly placed his hands on Xiao Wu's shoulders, then forcefully pushed her to the side of a big tree, revealing a mischievous smile on his face. All right, Xiao Wu, then please keep my matters a secret too. Upon hearing Tang Xian say they could keep each other's secrets, Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes and innocently exclaimed, no problem. Tang Xian couldn't help but rub Xiao Wu's rosy cheeks. Then he took Xiao Wu's hand and swiftly made their way to the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. Soon, they met up with Yu Xiaojiang and Wang Sheng. Yu Xiaojiang did not expect that Xiao Wu and Tang Xian could so easily escape the pursuit of the mandala snake, and instinctively thought they were just lucky. However, seeing them safe and sound, he let out a long sigh of relief. After all, he had brought the academy students out, and if he couldn't bring them back safely, even as a master at Notting Academy, he would face quite a bit of trouble. Let's go back to the academy. Everyone has obtained their first spirit ring. Wang Sheng, make sure to practice hard and improve your spirit power. I have high hopes for you, the master said as he patted Wang Sheng's shoulder. As for Tang Xian, he was just an ordinary student from Notting Academy. He then boarded the carriage alone, leaving first. Wang Sheng's trip to the soul-hunting forest was quite fruitful. Not only did he absorb a 421-year-old spirit ring from a saber-toothed tiger, but he also successfully became Yu Xiaojiang's disciple. It couldn't get any better. Tang Xian, the master's theory is really practical. I feel that the saber-toothed tiger's spirit ring suits me best. Look at my battle tiger martial soul. It has become so fierce. As he spoke, Wang Sheng actively released his martial soul in front of Tang Xian, and the teeth of the battle tiger became incredibly sharp. The intimidation factor was astonishing. Tang Xian shook his head slightly. The master's theory was indeed impressive, but it was completely unworkable for ordinary people. Perhaps Wang Sheng's apprenticeship under the master was the right choice. He then muttered to himself, could it be that Wang Sheng has become a substitute for Tang San? Ha. Without Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang can only take in Wang Sheng. Chapter 23. Suppressing Wang Sheng again. Tang Xian looked at Wang Sheng's yellow soul ring and didn't pay much attention to it. The purity was too low. Wang Sheng was still very curious about what kind of soul ring Tang Xian had absorbed. Previously in the soul-hunting forest, Tang Xian had only said it was an unremarkable soul ring. But how could a genius like Tang Xian have a soul ring that was too bad? Xiange, just let me take a look. Let me broaden my horizons. Wang Sheng couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. Tang Xian felt helpless. He couldn't stand the muscular man's spoiled behavior. Stop, hold on. Then let me show you something. Tang Xian really couldn't handle Wang Sheng's persistence. He immediately released his first soul ring, the bright sacred dragon, which manifested as a pale, white soul ring. Hiss, Brother Xian, what's going on? You can only absorb a soul ring that is less than 10 years old. The pale white soul ring only appears on soul beasts that are less than 10 years old. As everyone knows, the color of the soul ring doesn't lie. A look of disbelief appeared on Wang Sheng's face. In front of them, Yu Xiaojiang clearly heard the commotion behind and said, Tang Xian, didn't you say before that you felt your soul ring's age was 500 years? Wang Sheng's soul ring age is 421 years, and the compatibility of your soul beasts and martial souls is quite good. Why don't you two spar here? Wang Sheng was shocked. Teacher, Brother Xian's soul ring is just a pale white one that's less than 10 years old. How can we spar? Wang Sheng had been at Notting Academy for a while and naturally knew how significant the age of the first soul ring was for a soul master's strength. Yu Xiaojiang smiled slightly and glanced at Tang Xian, saying it was just a spar. If it weren't for the danger in the soul-hunting forest before, I would have wanted you two to spar long ago. You had this planned all along. Wang Sheng looked at the master in surprise. Tang Xian was also a bit confused. What was the master trying to do? Was he going to take this opportunity to suppress him just because he didn't listen? Xiao Wu, on the side, became incredibly excited when she heard the word spar and similar terms. Isn't sparring just fighting? She loved watching this. Spa, spa. I also want to know who is stronger between Brother Xian and Wang Sheng right now. No holding back. How about we make a bet? Whoever loses in the upcoming spar has to sleep on the floor tonight. Even if there's a bed. Xiao Wu was eager to stir up trouble. The little loli's voice was filled with excitement, and Wang Sheng's eyes lit up. Previously, when Tang Xian first came to the 7th dormitory, he had suppressed him. But now it was different. Everyone had grown. He wanted to see if he could defeat Tang Xian. However, thinking of Tang Xian's light-colored soul ring, he hesitated a bit, feeling that it might not be necessary. On the other hand, Tang Xian shrugged and said, if it's just sparring, I don't mind. Yes, this was confidence. In terms of martial souls, soul beasts, in years, Tang Xian was indeed at a much higher level than Wang Sheng. As for sparring, he could control it enough not to hurt Wang Sheng. He had no objections to Yu Xiaojiang's proposal. Yu Xiaojiang then slowly said, Tang Xian, you have exceptional talent. Although your first soul ring only has a 10-year limit, your martial soul is incredibly powerful. It is a strong attack-type soul master. I'll let Wang Sheng spar with you because Wang Sheng's martial soul is a battle tiger, also a strong attack-type soul master. You two spar to help you adapt to the differences between choosing a 10-year soul ring and other soul masters, so you don't suffer losses in the future. However, since you said your soul ring has a 500-year limit, then make sure to absorb some battle experience and skills from this fight. Yu Xiaojiang said lightly. Then he looked at Wang Sheng. You just obtained your first soul ring and need a battle to find your fighting style? For a strong attack-type soul master, forming a unique style is a rare advancement. Okay, teacher. Master, then I will accept this spar. Wang Sheng and Tang Xian responded simultaneously. The master was right. Not only Wang Sheng, but even he needed to form his own fighting style, since the master wanted to give his new disciple some confidence. He didn't mind shattering that confidence completely. Come on, this is a location guarded by the Martial Soul Hall, so it won't disturb the soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest, and nothing unexpected will happen. Yu Xiaojiang led them to a relatively open area. Begin, Wang Sheng. Tang Xian, buzz. In the next moment, the two stood about 7 or 8 meters apart and simultaneously released their martial souls. A yellow soul ring appeared beneath Wang Sheng's feet, and at the same time, a light-colored soul ring floated around Tang Xian. The violent fluctuations of soul power instantly formed shockwaves that collided. Xiao Wu's skirt was instantly blown up, and Yu Xiaojiang focused his gaze. The fluctuation of this martial soul was actually slightly stronger than Wang Sheng's. Yu Xiaojiang was a bit surprised. Could it be that he was mistaken? This really wasn't a 10-year soul ring, but a 500-year one. Boom! With a loud bang, Wang Sheng moved, instantly bursting forward from where he stood, quickly closing in on Tang Xian. Tiger rushes up the mountain. Yu Xiaojiang nodded slightly. As a strong attack-type soul master, Wang Sheng should seize the initiative and get close to the opponent. Since both were strong attack-type soul masters, the active side often had a distance to build up power, possessing great impact. If the other side's strength was lower or on par, they could only avoid the brunt of the attack. Bring it on. Phantom Shadow Evasion. In the next moment, a huge sonic boom erupted, and Tang Xian didn't evade but charged straight in. Bang! The two collided in an instant, creating a loud noise. Hud, hud, hud. Wang Sheng couldn't withstand the tremendous force of the impact, and staggered back 5 or 6 meters before barely stopping. So strong. His light-colored soul ring has a problem. Wang Sheng coughed a couple of times before recovering from the shock. Wang Sheng, unleash your first soul skill and show your true strength. Tang Xian said lightly. Wang Sheng immediately put away his disdainful expression. First soul skill, berserk killing intent. Roar. A tiger's roar swept through. Tang Xian instantly felt that he was being targeted by a fierce beast. However, that was all. First soul skill, holy fire of light. Flap. The violent killing intent was instantly shattered. A circle of holy fire enveloped both Wang Sheng and Tang Xian. Tang Xian thrust out a fiery fist, directly shattering the raging intent to kill. When the flames dispersed again, Tang Xian's palms steadily hovered in front of Wang Sheng. The aura of destruction instantly suppressed Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng, do you accept? Yes. The moment Wang Sheng wanted to launch a strong attack, he had already lost. The two were not even in the same league. I admit defeat. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth, completely conceding, just like back at the 7th dormitory, being suppressed by Tang Xian. Upon witnessing this scene, Yu Xiaojiang was greatly shocked. Is this Tang Xian's true strength? Chapter 24. Gudvie Suyuntao. Seeing Wang Sheng being suppressed by Tang Xian, Yu Xiaojing was slightly taken aback, then smiled faintly at Wang Sheng and Tang Xian. Everyone has their moments of failure. However, the victorious should not be too complacent. Even winning once doesn't mean much. All right, let's conclude the sparring. I announce that the winner of this round is Tang Xian. Wow, Brother Xian is mighty. Upon hearing the news of the winner, Xiao Wu cheered joyfully and even felt a little eager to spar with Tang Xian as well. Tang Xian waved his hand. He didn't want to test this girl's scissor legs again. Regardless of whether he could win or not, it would be suffocating. Yu Xiaojing patted Wang Sheng's shoulder and looked toward the direction where Xiao Wu was cheering joyfully, silently pondering. Did I really see it wrong? Of course. Yu Xiaojing also remembered to comfort Wang Sheng. Don't be discouraged. Sparring is not a real fight. Giving it your all doesn't mean you can't be his opponent. Learn from this experience and summarize your combat lessons. The master is right, Tang Xian echoed. He also comforted Wang Sheng, noting that while he might indeed be quite different from him, Wang Sheng was not too bad among his peers. After all, Wang Sheng's talent was far superior to Tang Xian's. Achieving this level was already impressive. I won't be discouraged. I will work hard to cultivate Tang Xian master. Wang Sheng felt no sense of defeat at all, nor was he particularly disappointed. With everyone's encouragement, he firmly believed that his future was bright. Master Yu Xiaojing nodded slightly and then said, "All right, we should head back. Once we return to the academy, I'll take you to the Spear Hall branch for your Soul Master Identity Assessment when we have time." Wang Sheng's eyes brightened at this. They had successfully absorbed their first spirit ring and had officially become a first-ring Soul Master. Once they truly reached the status of a Soul Master and passed the Identity Assessment at the Spear Hall, they could enjoy monthly subsidies from the Spear Hall. This was a decent income for him and Tang Xian, who were working students. Thinking of this, Wang Sheng felt very happy. As for Tang Xian, he didn't pay much attention to the word subsidy. What he lacked the least right now was soul coins. He had a pile of them in his Shumi ring that he couldn't use up. Tang Xian felt a sense of longing. I hope the luck at Nodding Academy won't be too bad. I don't want any soul coins. Saying this, Yu Xiaojing, Tang Xian, Xiao Wu, and Wang Sheng got back into the carriage and returned to Nodding Academy. Yu Xiaojing did not disturb them and advised them to work hard to strive for obtaining the second soul ring before letting them return to Dormitory 7. This trip took a total of 3 days, and Tang Xian also accumulated 3 in used check-in opportunities. Check-ins are only meaningful in places with good fortune. Checking in on the road is no different from wasting check-in opportunities. Remaining check-in opportunities 3 times. Tang Xian's first task upon returning to the 7th dormitory of Nodding Academy was, of course, to check in. This is a great place for check-in. System check-in. Ding. Congratulations on successfully checking in at Nodding Academy's 7th dormitory. You have received a level 1 reward. Your martial soul's lifespan has increased by 1,000 years. Ding. Congratulations on successfully checking in at Nodding Academy's 7th dormitory. You have received a level 1 reward. Your martial soul's lifespan has increased by 1,000 years. Ding. Congratulations on successfully checking in at Nodding Academy's 7th dormitory. You have received a level 1 reward. Soul power level hint. Level 5. 3 check-ins directly increased the martial soul's lifespan by 2,000 years, plus level 5 soul power. Currently, the first soul ring of the bright holy dragon martial soul has a lifespan of 2,500 years, the 9-wooting snake. Currently, the soul power level is at level 15. Tang Xian felt a surge of joy in his heart. Xingu, after absorbing the soul ring of the saber-toothed tiger, my soul power level actually increased by 4 levels. I am now a level 14 soul master. Wang Sheng jumped up from the bed with immense excitement, feeling the soul power within him. The boost of 4 levels was incredible. Xingu, what is your soul power level now? Wang Sheng asked curiously. Tang Xian touched his nose and said somewhat shyly, "It's about the same, just a level 15 soul master." Hiss! Wang Sheng gasped in surprise. Tang Xian, you really are a monster. I can't compare. Comparing people is infuriating. He then curiously asked Xiao Wu, "Sister Xiao Wu, what about you? What level is your soul power?" Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes and casually said a number. "I should be a level 16 soul master." Wang Sheng. There are 2 monsters in the dormitory. The next day, following Master Yu Xiaojing's instructions, Wang Sheng took Xiao Wu and Tang Xian to the Wuhuan Hall branch in Nodding City for the relevant Soul Master identity verification. Let's go. Only by passing the verification can the Soul Master identity be valid, and we can enjoy many benefits that only Soul Masters have. Wang Sheng said with a faint smile. Tang Xian naturally did not refuse, as being a soul master is a symbol of status on the Douluo continent. Even though he didn't lack money, having this identity would only be beneficial. Yi Xiaowu also wanted to become a soul master with status. So let's go. Let's quickly go identify our identities. Xiaowu was very enthusiastic about everything, especially when she heard Wang Sheng mention subsidies, which made her even happier. Subsidies mean money, and with money, they could buy a lot of delicious and fun things in the city. Soon after, Tang Xian Xiaowu and Wang Sheng left Nodding Academy and headed straight for the Nodding City branch of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall has a vast power, and there are countless branches across the Douluo continent. Even Holy Soul Village has a branch, let alone such a large city as Nodding. The Spirit Hall branch in Nodding City is naturally more magnificent than the small branch in Holy Soul Village. From a distance, it looked like a grand cathedral. As Tang Xian and the other two arrived at the entrance of the Wuhuan Hall branch, they encountered an old acquaintance. Su Yintao looked at the newcomer with some surprise, but quickly regained his composure. He didn't expect to meet the boy who had undergone the awakening ceremony just after returning to Nodding City. Su Yintao had a deep impression of Tang Xian, having personally extended an invitation to the Wuhuan Hall Academy, which was declined by him. At this moment, Su Yintao's face was filled with smiles as he happily said to Tang Xian, Your talent is indeed high. Innate full soul power. Becoming a soul master is inevitable. You are here for the soul master identity assessment, right? In Su Yintao's view, those who came to the Wuhuan Hall branch were just a few types of people, and these young individuals before him were naturally there for the soul master identity assessment. On the other hand, these three young boys had already obtained their first soul ring, officially entering the ranks of soul masters. Su Yintao couldn't help but sigh. It hadn't been long since their last meeting, and this child had already absorbed his first soul ring. Reflecting on the past, he thought to himself, alas, this is the gap in innate talent. It's incomparable. Respected Master Zhanhuan, you flatter me. Wang Sheng respectfully saluted Su Yintao, as he was indeed the steward of the Wuhuan Hall branch. Tang Xian merely nodded slightly to Su Yintao, showing no intention of engaging in much conversation. Chapter 25. Rejecting Matthew Nua's invitation to the Wuhuan Hall again. Su Yintao didn't mind Tang Xian's dismissive attitude towards him, or rather, he had become accustomed to such an attitude. When he personally helped Tang Xian awaken his martial soul, he had already sensed the pride that came from the core of this child. However, it wasn't an impolite arrogance. He was just a boy of few words. He was still a very sensible child. However, Su Yintao still didn't quite understand why Tang Xian would reject the invitation he extended to the Wuhuan Hall Academy, which was far superior to Nodding Academy. Nevertheless, it was a personal choice, and Su Yintao felt a bit regretful. After a moment of thought, Su Yintao said again, You three young lads can go in now. Master Matthew Nua will conduct the Soul Master Identity Assessment for you. Thank you for your guidance. Respected Master Zhanhuan, you're welcome. Wang Sheng was indeed a respectful and polite child, repeatedly calling him Master Zhanhuan, which pleased Su Yintao greatly. With Su Yintao's guidance, Tang Xian, Wang Sheng, and Xiao Wu quickly entered the interior of the Nodding City Wuhuan Hall branch. Master Matthew Nua was an old grandpa and was actually Su Yintao's teacher. Su Yintao had good talent. It was just that he had been delayed in his cultivation due to some worldly ties he experienced in his youth. The three approached Master Matthew Nua's desk and politely said, Grandpa Matthew Nua, we are here for the Soul Master Identity Assessment. Grandpa Matthew Nua looked kindly at the three young boys before him. Indeed, you are polite children. No need to be nervous. Grandpa Matthew Nua will conduct the assessment for you. Now, I need to take you for an advanced assessment. Saying this, he focused his gaze on Tang Xian. Previously, he had heard Su Yintao mention a talented child who had awakened, and it must be you. You go in for the assessment first. Saying this, Grandpa Matthew Nua took Tang Xian's hand and, with unsteady steps, led him toward the inner chamber of the Wuhuan Hall branch. The Wuhuan Hall branch had a specialized laboratory for martial soul advanced assessments. The entire laboratory was built with special black stones, similar in material to the hexagonal stone formation from the awakening ceremony in Holy Soul Village. The floor featured a giant long sword insignia, and walking on it instantly made one feel small. In the very center of the room, there was also a hexagram pattern. Grandpa Matthew Nua gently reminded, Child, when you're ready, step into the hexagram and release your first soul ring. Tang Xian stepped in without any hesitation. The first soul ring appeared. A light white soul ring slowly emerged from beneath Tang Xian's feet. Even the well-informed Grandpa Matthew couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. What is this? His eyes were filled with disbelief. No one absorbs a soul ring that is less than 10 years old. The light white color. Isn't that the soul ring of less than 10 years? Then, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes, he still followed the procedure and produced a huge crystal ball to hand over. Next, transfer your soul power into it. Now we will conduct a soul power level test. Although it was somewhat outrageous, obtaining the first soul ring already counted as becoming a soul master, but it was still necessary to determine the other party's soul master level. According to Grandpa Matthew's estimation, a first soul ring of less than 10 years would have a maximum soul power level of just 11. Tang Xian directly pressed his hand on the giant crystal ball. The crystal ball suddenly emitted a bright light. In the next moment, Grandpa Matthew was once again shocked. He doubted whether his eyes were having problems and rubbed them hard. Level 15 soul power. How could it be so high? Or perhaps there was a problem with the crystal ball. After checking for a long time, the crystal ball showed no signs of damage. The test results were just as they were. Generally, a newly absorbed soul ring for a soul master would have a maximum soul power of only level 13 at most. Yet this child, Tang Xian, had tested at level 15 soul power. This was simply unbelievable. Even Grandpa Matthew, who had conducted identity assessments for many talented individuals, had never seen such a situation before. Not to mention, Tang Xian's soul ring was just a light white soul ring with less than 10 years of age. This kind of experience was too absurd, but it was happening right in front of him. Child, can you tell Grandpa what kind of soul beast your first soul ring came from? Grandpa Matthew couldn't help but ask. It's from a juvenile 9-headed serpent I found in the soul hunting forest. Tang Xian answered honestly. Hiss. Grandpa Matthew gasped. The 9-headed serpent is a nearly extinct subdragon type soul beast. It actually became a soul ring for a human. But thinking about it, it was just a juvenile. Grandpa Matthew understood. However, his previously relaxed brows instantly furrowed again. Even if it was a subdragon type soul beast, a soul ring less than 10 years old couldn't possibly increase soul power by this much. Tang Xian added at the right moment. The master once said that my martial soul is somewhat special. It is a top-grade mutated beast martial soul. When I absorbed the 9-wooking snake, I was fortunate enough to activate the martial soul bloodline, which fed back a large amount of soul power. Of course, this is just nonsense from Tang Xian. Grandpa Matthew was slightly taken aback. A top-grade mutated beast martial soul. The master? He immediately thought of that person from a nodding academy. He murmured, so it's him. No wonder, with him selecting soul beasts for you. The improvement is indeed significant. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Child, let me ask you, are you willing to become a dedicated soul master of our spirit hall? As long as you join the spirit hall, we will provide you with the best training resources. Matthew said excitedly. Such a genius is rare to encounter. Just promoted to soul master with level 15 soul power. If we don't recruit him now, when will we? Before Tang Xian could speak, Matthew reminded him again of the enormous benefits of joining the spirit hall. As long as you join the spirit hall with your talent, you can expect to receive the highest quality resources and become our dedicated title Douluo in no time. You must know, if a soul master does not have a strong backing, it is very easy to falter in the process of growth. What are you hesitating for, young man? I heard Su Yuntao say before that this child has innate full soul power, and now after the master's appraisal, he's a top-grade mutated beast martial soul, and also has level 15 soul power. The pale soul ring is also extraordinary. This person, as long as he is cultivated, will achieve unparalleled greatness in the future. Looking at the somewhat excited Grandpa Matthew, Tang Xian was also slightly taken aback, but he had his own plans. Faced with Grandpa Matthew's warm invitation, Tang Xian bowed and said calmly, "Thank you very much for your invitation. However, I'm sorry, I must decline once again." Chapter 26. Challenge the upperclassmen. Declined? Matthew's expression was the same as Su Yuntao's back then, filled with astonishment. This child clearly came from a small village, and after seeing Nodding City, his perspective has broadened. The status of the Spirit Hall is something he doesn't need to elaborate on, but knowing such benefits, he still declined the invitation. Refusing once can be understood, but refusing a second time left even Matthew puzzled. Title Douluo is not something you can easily break through, child. Without the help of quality resources, no matter how high your talent is, it won't be easy to break through. Matthew still explained unwillingly. After all, Tang Xian's talent is indeed too good, and he didn't want to miss such a great seedling. However, how could Tang Xian not know this? After Grandpa Matthew finished speaking with great earnestness, Tang Xian remained unmoved, showing an apologetic expression, his stance very firm. Perhaps the boy was about to disappoint the old man's goodwill. First, I have now become a student of Nodding Academy, and it is not appropriate for me to join the Spear Hall Academy. Second, my friends and girlfriend Xiao Wu are also at Nodding Academy, and I will not leave her. Tang Xian quickly brought up Wang Sheng and Xiao Wu as a shield. Matthew was slightly taken aback. This kid was quite the romantic, wasn't he? Are today's young men so mature? He then thought of the other two people who came with Tang Xian for the Soul Master assessment. Matthew let out a deep sigh. Since ancient times, heroes have struggled to overcome the beauty barrier. His useless disciple, Su Yuntao, was also unable to break through because of this. He then gave up on the idea of recruiting him and could only sigh. Poaching is not the style of our Spirit Hall. You have entered Nodding Academy to study, so just focus on your cultivation. Even so, I hope you can achieve something in the future. Thank you for your understanding, Grandpa Matthew. Tang Xian deeply bowed, and it was clear that Grandpa Matthew truly valued him. Matthew wasn't angry. Instead, he showed a hint of hope as he took a token from his waist and placed it in Tang Xian's hand. This is my identity token. With this token, you can secure a spot at the Spear Hall Academy. Of course, you can focus on your studies at the Nodding Academy for now and go there after you graduate. Great! Tang Xian was not being pretentious and readily accepted the order to put it away. Nodding Academy is just a primary Soul Master Academy. And there are also some intermediate Soul Master Academies and advanced Soul Master Academies. It wouldn't hurt to give himself another option. All right, your Soul Master identity verification has been approved. Let us notify the friends waiting outside to come in one by one. Tang Xian note that. And the next to be assessed was Wang Sheng. At this moment, Wang Sheng's soul power level was 14, a result that once again shocked Grandpa Matthew. However, with Tang Xian around, Matthew had already adapted a bit. But when it came to Xiao Wu, Matthew almost lost his balance. A 16-level Soul Master. This was a super genius. He never expected that such an excellent junior would emerge from the small Nodding Academy. It should be noted that for a first-ring Soul Master, there was a significant difference between soul power levels of 14 and 16, which represented a considerable gap in strength under the same talent conditions. Matthew was quite taken with Xiao Wu, but after several heartfelt attempts to persuade her, he still couldn't sway her. Xiao Wu said she had already adapted to Nodding Academy and didn't want to change places. This reason for refusal was quite peculiar and left Grandpa Matthew momentarily speechless. As for Wang Sheng, after Matthew completed the assessment, he directly let him go. He had no comparison with the previous two. A hint of helplessness flashed in Matthew's eyes. It was indeed a regret not to recruit them into the Spirit Hall today. Such good talent wasted at Nodding Academy. However, if the Spirit Hall really wanted to recruit these two children, it wasn't impossible. With the Spirit Hall's methods, applying a little pressure to Nodding Academy would definitely make them hand over the students. But the current situation was that the two children had no intention of this, and forcing them would only backfire. It seemed he could only make other plans and report this matter to the adults in the sub-hall. As for what to do next, it would depend on the higher-ups' decisions. Matthew murmured, "The Spirit Hall is divided into several levels, starting from the Spirit Hall Office, Village, Spirit Branch Hall, County Town, Spirit Sub-Hall, City, Spirit Main Hall, Provincial Capital, Spirit Holy Hall Capital, Elder Hall, rank 91 to 95 Title Law, Pope Hall, rank 95 and above, and Offering Hall, rank 96 and above." A genius of this level could not be easily given up without trying to recruit them, just like Su Yuntao, after discovering Tang Xian's talent in Holy Spirit Village, immediately reported it to the Spirit Branch Hall. However, Su Yuntao still underestimated the child. His talent was much higher than he had said. Such matters should be left to the adults to decide. Grandpa Matthew was just following the usual procedures. How the higher-ups would act was beyond his concern, as he had already done what he needed to do. As for this, Tang Xian and the others were unaware. After completing the Soul Master assessment, they received their identity certificates and monthly soul coin subsidies, and the three of them excitedly went out to shop. After a long while, Xiao Wu either bought something and returned to Dormitory 7 or went off to play somewhere else. Tang Xian and Wang Sheng didn't shop for long before heading back to Dormitory 7. However, when they returned, they suddenly found that Dormitory 7 was in disarray, and several bruised roommates rushed over. "Xiangu, Wangge, you finally came back. You have to avenge the brothers of Dormitory 7. Give the brothers some relief. If you don't come back soon, our Dormitory 7 will lose all face. We're no match for them at all. Some of the roommates from dormitory 7 even began to cry out in grievance. Tang Xian thought for a moment. They hadn't provoked any trouble recently. If there was any, it was just a few noble students they had fought not long ago, and he couldn't even remember their names. These filthy guys are simply looking for death. All right, stop crying. Tell us who it was. Wang Sheng comforted the beaten brothers and asked. The little brothers of dormitory 7 recounted. Xingo, Wanga, it was that guy named Li Xiao from the academy who brought people over. Their leader is a senior student. His strength is already a first-ring soul master. Hearing the strength of the opponent, Tang Xian and Wang Sheng were slightly taken aback. Just a first-ring soul master. They had returned from their trip, and their strength had also been promoted to a first-ring soul master. Tang Xian and Wang Sheng exchanged a smile. Senior students? They should be made to lie down and behave. Brothers, let's go an eye for an eye. We won't pamper them. They've been given face. Wang Sheng shouted immediately. Chapter 27, Pretentious Titles. Brothers, let's go an eye for an eye. We won't pamper them. They've been given face. Wang Sheng shouted immediately. However, Tang Xian noticed that Xiao Wu from the 7th dormitory was missing and asked, Has Sister Xiao Wu already gone over there? Yes, Sister Xiao Wu has already taken her people over. Tang Xian smiled slightly. Xiao Wu's fiery temper is truly something. Upon hearing that Sister Xiao Wu went alone, Wang Sheng became a bit anxious. Xiango, let's hurry over to help. Sister Xiao Wu is alone, and she might not be able to handle it. Tang Xian smiled lightly and said, Since that's the case, let's go and put on a show. Yes, Brother Xian. The brothers from the 7th dormitory felt a surge of confidence. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had already found those so-called senior students who had been oppressing her 7th dormitory in the training ground. Ha ha ha, little lowly. I didn't notice before that you're actually so slim. Xiao Qinyu looked at the fiercely approaching Xiao Wu with interest. The younger brothers beside Xiao Laoda saw that he was somewhat interested in the little lowly in front of him and immediately chimed in, shouting, Little junior sister, being noticed by our Xiao Laoda is a tremendous blessing for you. It's rare for ordinary people to have the chance to serve our Xiao Laoda. Cherish it well. That's right. Our Xiao Laoda is a level 6 student at Notting Academy with a powerful wolf martial soul, and he's already a one-ring soul master. If you can receive guidance from our Xiao Laoda, it will be your honor. Guidance? Him, a one-ring soul master, guiding me, Xiao Wu? He is not worthy. Xiao Wu scoffed, disdainfully looking at what these little brothers were bragging about, shamelessly claiming they would guide her. She then sharply focused her gaze on the leading Xiao Laoda. I might as well guide you. Bang! The ground suddenly shook as Xiao Wu kicked back with her left foot, launching herself like a rabbit straight at Xiao Qinyu. Xiao Qinyu crossed his arms to receive the kick, but he slid several meters on the ground before stopping. It turns out she is a spicy girl. After stabilizing himself, Xiao Laoda waved his sleeve. Xiao Wu proudly lifted her chin. So you are Xiao Laoda? You are their leader, and I am the leader of the 7th dormitory. You hit someone from our dormitory, so you must give an explanation. Explanation? What do you want? Xiao Laoda said disdainfully. Let us compete in the training ground. Weren't you just shouting loudly? If you could defeat me in the training ground, you can do whatever you want with me. Xiao Wu calmly said some teasing words, looking confident that she would win. Whatever I want, huh? I could do anything then. A glint of excitement flashed in Xiao Laoda's eyes. As he said this, Xiao Qinyu stepped closer to Xiao Wu with a playful expression and smiled. All right, I accept your challenge. He then walked onto the training platform. Come on, little sister. How about we just have some fun? His tone seemed to imply that he was already certain of winning this battle. Xiao Wu's martial soul is a rabbit, while his martial soul is a wolf. It's a natural counter. If he can't win, he would completely lose face on this training platform. But how could that happen? Just wait and see how he will teach this little lowly a lesson on the training platform. Moreover, with more than 20 brothers here, how could they be afraid of a little lowly? Even if he doesn't step in, his brothers could take turns to handle her. The little tyrant of Notting Academy has many little brothers. Xiao Wu bit her lip, determined to defeat the opponent in front of everyone to vent her anger. Since the other party has already agreed, she wouldn't hold back anymore. Xiao Wu bent down, ready to jump onto the platform. Then, I'll go up. Bang! Before Xiao Wu could jump onto the training platform, a rusty iron hammer smashed down heavily onto the platform, just before hitting Xiao Qinyu, sending up a cloud of dust. Who was causing trouble? Xiao Qinyu coughed sharply. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a strong wave of soul power surged from afar, instantly pushing back the 30 or so onlookers around the training platform. As the dust settled, Under the sun, on the training platform, a figure stood tall, with a giant hammer's handle deeply embedded in the platform. With arms crossed, radiating light, the strong wave of soul power just now came from within him. Wow! Who is this person so pretentious? This soul power wave is so powerful. It's blinding. Does this guy come with his own spotlight? I can't see clearly? Who knows? Who exactly is that person up there? Tang Xian instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Tang Xian smiled faintly and said, "Letting girls fight in the arena is not my style. Your opponent is me." In an instant, everyone turned their gaze to the young man on the arena, a graceful youth moving with the wind. "Who are you?" The leader Xiao was momentarily intimidated by the inexplicable and terrifying aura of his opponent. From the fluctuations of the opponent's soul power, it was very strong, and at that moment, a hint of retreat arose in his heart. However, looking at the unfamiliar face of his opponent, who seemed quite young, he thought, at such a young age, he possesses this level of strength. Hiss! Leader Xiao took a deep breath. Could it be that he is a genius from some family here to study at Notting Academy? Or perhaps a disciple of some important figure in the academy? If that's the case, he could only suffer in silence and bear it alone. Such a person was not someone he could provoke. "You don't recognize me?" Tang Xian glanced at him lightly. Then he turned to look at the rest of the crowd below the arena. The one who had been beaten by him in the cafeteria, Li Xiao, instantly recognized him. "Leader Xiao. It's him, just a work-study student from the academy, with no background, just a freshman. And he is still not honest, bullying us. So, do you know who I am?" Tang Xian stared sharply at the little brother, making him tremble with fear. Beside them, Wang Sheng smiled slightly, stepped forward boldly, and slid to kneel beside Tang Xian, resting one knee on the ground and raising his hands to point at Tang Xian. "Listen carefully. This is the real leader of Notting Academy. Brother Xian from 7th Dormitory, the man of the 7th Dormitory's leader. The most talented student at Notting Academy, Tang Xian." Tang Xian was momentarily stunned. What kind of introduction is this? Wang Sheng can also play tricks? What boss's man? The boss of the academy. As a result, after Wang Sheng finished his introduction, the entire venue fell into dead silence. This scene was simply too shocking. Even Tang Xian was taken aback by Wang Sheng's exaggerated performance. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu in the audience was even more excited. Brother Xian is formidable. The younger brothers from Dormitory 7 joined in the cheers. Brother Xian is formidable. Brother Xian is the real boss of Notting Academy. Take that so-called Xiao boss down. Dormitory 7 hasn't been this impressive in a long time. Chapter 28. One person sweeps all. Tang Xian. ISNT, he just a country bumpkin who just entered school as a work-study student? Xiao Qinyu said disdainfully. Just a work-study student. The people from Dormitory 7 are all useless fellows, no matter how strong Tang Xian is with so many younger brothers here. They can wear him down. So what if he's a work-study student? He can still take you down. Tang Xian casually pulled out the heavy hammer that was rusted and stuck in the ground, directly pointing it at the opponent. This hammer was something he found in Notting Academy's storage room. Hearing Tang Xian's arrogance, Xiao Qinyu instantly became displeased, his gaze turning fierce. "Just now you said he's the most talented student in Notting Academy. But I wonder if such a talented student can defeat all of us here." Ha ha. Xiao Qinyu could clearly feel the opponent's extraordinary soul power and planned to go head-to-head, intending to have his younger brothers wear Tang Xian down first. Then he would come out and crush him. A good plan was already in place. But before he could continue to provoke, Tang Xian turned around, looking at the people around a martial arts stage, raised the giant hammer in his hand, and swept it across. He said lightly, "Enough nonsense. It's too boring to go one by one. You all come at once." Huh. I've never seen someone so arrogant in my life. Xiao Boss and his younger brothers were momentarily stunned. Clearly, the opponent knew he was trying to goad him. Yet not only did he not evade, but he also directly said he would sweep away everyone present. An ignorant freshman. Did you really say that? A subtle curve appeared at the corner of Xiao Qinyu's mouth. Even he wouldn't dare to make such a boast. However, if the opponent wants to seek death, he could only send him to his demise. Instantly clenching his fists, intense soul power surged out. "Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Tang Xian Sautet Gun Li. Seek death, brothers, come on." Xiao Qinyu was furious. A big brother from Notting Academy was actually being looked down upon by a freshman. This battle absolutely could not be lost. With Xiao Boss's command, more than 20 younger brothers below all rushed onto the stage, forming a siege. Xiao Boss even took up a stance, ready to strike at any moment. Xiao Qinyu, 6th grade, level 16 Soul Master. Martial Soul, Diamond Wolf. Martial soul possessed. In the next moment, a fiercely menacing black gold wolf phantom appeared behind him, and simultaneously, a yellow 100-year soul ring emerged from beneath him. The giant diamond wolf behind him let out a furious roar, exuding immense power. The martial soul possession instantly increased Xuantian's strength several times. Watching from below, Wang Sheng's face turned dark. Xiao boss had actually broken through to level 16 soul master, and his wolf martial soul was much stronger than before. Even he might not be a match. Moreover, they had so many people against one. He worriedly turned to Xiao Wu and said, "Sister Xiao Wu, what should we do? Brother Xian's situation is concerning. Are we really just going to watch? Ha 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 ha. Just watch. Tang Xian is very strong. All these people will be taken down." Sister Xiao Wu said confidently. She had seen Tang Xian defeat a 1,000-year-old mandala snake in seconds. Does Brother Tang Xian even need our help? No need. Xiao Wu directly punched Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng shrank his head, refocusing his gaze on the martial arts stage. However, his expression was still filled with worry. On the stage, seeing that the opponent had already stated his title and strength, Tang Xian naturally had to follow the rules. He immediately took a stance and, under everyone's gaze, summoned his martial soul and soul ring. Tang Xian, first year of Nodding Academy, level 15 power attack system battle soul master, martial soul, holy light dragon. At the same time, a pale white soul ring appeared from beneath him. Holy light dragon. A pale white soul ring under 10 years. For a moment, apart from Wang Sheng and Xiao Wu, Xiao Qinyu and his younger brothers, along with the students from Dormitory 7 who came to cheer, exchanged glances. Why does the scene look so discordant? Compared to Tang Xian, a freshman who had already become a level 15 one-ring soul master. They were even more shocked that such a superb martial soul had only absorbed a pale, white soul ring of less than 10 years. The first soul ring, so low level? What kind of strength can it provide? But what was puzzling was that his soul power level had actually reached level 15. Just one level lower than 6th grader Xiao boss's level 16. What kind of freakish student is this? Hiss. Everyone gasped. Oomph. Put away those looks of having never seen the world. A pale white soul ring can still crush you. Others may not know, but how could Tang Xian not know? His first soul ring was no longer the original less than 10-year soul ring. It now had a limit of 2,500 years. But the color of the soul ring could not change. Kid, don't get too cocky. Today I'll show you what it means to be the #1 genius of Nodding Academy. Xiao Qinyu shouted explosively and began to attack, closing in instantly. Facing the overwhelmingly powerful attack of Xiao Qinyu, who had martial soul possession, Tang Xian didn't even activate his martial soul possession. Instead, he casually picked up the rusty hammer in his hand and pointed it at the opponent, not taking it seriously at all. You think you can rely on your physical strength to fight me without even using martial soul possession? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Huh, I just don't take you seriously. Tang Xian looked at the yellow 100-year spirit ring on the other person's body and shook his head slightly. With such strength, they actually wanted him to use the light holy dragon possession. Tang Xian casually raised the large hammer he had randomly found in the storage room and swung it gently. Sorry, it was completely unnecessary. Boom! The heavy hammer fell with a loud bang, and Xiao Qinyu instantly sank down, crack. The phantom of the martial soul shattered in an instant, and the ground beneath him couldn't withstand the heavy pressure, directly sinking. Kneeling on one knee, lie down for me. 1,000 gene hammer. Bang! In just a moment, Xiao Qinyu was already spitting blood, smashed to the ground by the heavy hammer, embedded on the martial arts stage. Just as his subordinates were about to rush in, halfway there, they were instantly dumbfounded. Boss Xiao, he was knocked down by a freshman like this? However, before they could come to their senses, Tang Xian had already slowly turned around and looked at them, once again raising the heavy hammer. None of you can escape. Huh, is this the level of your boss Zhao's first soul skill? Still daring to call yourself the #1 genius of Nodding Academy? Let me show you what kind of first soul skill is worthy of being the boss of Nodding Academy. Tang Xian smiled faintly. Since you want to witness my strength, then as you wish. That wasn't your first soul skill just now, was it? No, don't come over here. If that wasn't the first soul skill, then how could their boss Xiao be in this state? How can they withstand it? The little brothers instantly lost their courage. Run? This person is ruthless. If he hits me with his first soul skill, wouldn't I be done for? However, it is clear that Tang Xian said he would sweep them all away by himself, so he won't let them off so easily. Stop barking. Wanting to leave isn't that easy. First soul skill, holy fire. Stay here. Kneel down. Boom. Chapter 29. 6 years, the young man begins to grow. I've killed someone. Help. When Tang Xian's first soul skill was unleashed, everyone's actions were instantly restricted, all struck down by Tang Xian's massive hammer. Within a radius of 10 meters, cries of despair filled the air, including Xuantian. None were without dirt on their faces. They were either lamenting or begging for mercy. Some little brothers were sweating profusely, their faces filled with fear. In their eyes, the Tang Xian from the 7th dormitory was no new student at all. He was clearly a god of death. Under his hammer, they couldn't withstand even one move. Perhaps only the senior soul masters of the second ring could deal with this Tang Xian. Tang Xian jumped down from the training platform and reined in his breath. He didn't actually go all out. They were all classmates from Nodding Academy. Just a lesson was enough. After this battle, it's likely that no upperclassman would dare to provoke their 7th dormitory again. Tang Xian is making a show of strength. Otherwise, the harassment he will face at Nodding Academy will be overwhelming. This is not just about flaunting power or seeking momentary satisfaction. You all, if you dare to provoke our dormitory 7 again, it won't just be a matter of some minor suffering. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Xuantian and his followers no longer dared to provoke 7. In fact, they realized that not only should they not provoke them, but they also had to. In an instant, all the brothers thought of the same thing, stood up, looked towards Tang Xian, and in the next moment, they all bowed at a 90-degree angle and shouted loudly, "From now on, you are our boss." "Hello, boss." Tang Xian was slightly taken aback, but deep down he felt extremely pleased. In Douluo continent, strength is respected. The strong remain strong. Even the once arrogant Xuantian had to concede, struggling to rise from the rubble. He walked in front of Tang Xian, lowered his head, and complimented, "Tang Xian, you defeated me. From now on, you are a new boss." Then he kicked the clueless little brother beside him, making them apologize one by one to the brothers of the 7th Division. The people of the 7th Division were dumbfounded. Their status had suddenly risen from the lowest level of Nodding Academy to the top. All of this was thanks to Tang Xian. Wang Sheng also felt a bit shy, but he was genuinely happy about it. However, Xiao Wu was a bit unhappy. "I am the boss of the 7th Division. Tang Xian, no way. I want to fight you. I want to be their boss." Huh. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback, almost forgetting about Xiao Wu's presence. He quickly waved his hand to refuse. He didn't want to fight with Xiao Wu, so he told everyone, right? Your leader is Sister Xiao Wu. Just call me Brother Xian. Keep it low-key, sure. Hello, Brother Xian." As soon as the words fell, a deafening cheer erupted in the square. Xiao Wu raised her chin, hands on her hips. "And me, I want to hear it too. Just call me Sister Xiao Wu." "Hello, Sister Xiao Wu." The little brothers immediately fulfilled Xiao Wu's wish, and she felt a thrilling sensation all over, very pleased. "Tang Xian Haopo. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of several teachers in the nearby teaching building. Among them, the master was watching everything from an office. This Tang Xian really is an unexpected fellow. However, soon after, that person who had come to find him not long ago smiled wryly and said, "Like father, like son. No wonder he is the descendant of that old guy, but this temper, well, haha." After that, Tang Xian had quite a peaceful time at Nodding Academy, spending his days either practicing or playing with Xiao Wu, and then checking in at Nodding Academy every day. Ding! Nodding Academy check-in successful. Spirit soul age increased by 500 years. Ding! Nodding Academy check-in successful. Spirit soul age increased by 400 years. Ding! Soul hunting forest check-in successful. Congratulations. You have received a secondary reward, second spirit ring. Other shore, evil vine. Ding! Nodding Academy check-in successful. Spirit soul age increased by 300 years. Ding! Nodding Academy check-in successful. Spirit soul age increased by 200 years. Ding! Soul hunting forest check-in successful. Congratulations. You have received a secondary reward, third spirit ring. 8-legged demon centipede. Ding! Nodding Academy check-in successful. Spirit soul age increased by 100 years. Ding! Nodding Academy check-in successful. Rewarded 1,000 gold soul coins. Ding! Nodding Academy check-in successful. Received a secondary reward. Ability to change spirit ring color at will. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a gap, and 6 years had quickly passed. In the first year, Tang Xian increased the age of the first spirit ring, 9-headed serpent, to 10,000 years. In the second year, He tried checking in at the soul-hunting forest and unexpectedly received a secondary check-in reward, directly rewarded with a second spirit ring, Other Shore, Evil Vine. However, its initial age was 0, and the original color of the spirit ring was also pale white, which was ultimately increased to 10,000 years through check-ins at Nodding Academy. By the 4th year, Tang Xian's spirit power level broke through 30, and he checked in at the soul-hunting forest again, obtaining the 3rd spirit ring, Eight-Legged Demon Centipede. Like the 2nd spirit ring, its initial age was 0, and the original color was also pale white, which was also increased to 10,000 years through check-ins at Nodding Academy. Fortunately, Tang Xian also received a reward that allowed him to change the color of the spirit rings. So now he could freely switch the colors of his spirit rings beneath their age, such as switching between white, yellow, purple, black. If he didn't use this ability, the colors of his 3 spirit rings could only be pale white, pale white, pale white. It was quite absurd, but in reality, the colors of his 3 spirit rings were black, black, black. Moreover, the age of the spirit rings might continue to break through, heading towards 100,000 years. However, after 6 years of checking in at Nodding Academy, it seemed that the luck here was gradually declining, and the rewards for spirit soul age were decreasing. Eventually, he could only check in for soul coins. In 6 years, Tang Xian's spirit power level had reached 38. The rank of Battle Spirit Master, with 3 10,000-year spirit rings. Xiao Wu was at the 29th level, a great soul master, with 200-year spirit rings. Xiao Wu had already become a monstrous genius at Nodding Primary Academy, but Tang Xian was even more abnormal. He became the most outstanding graduate of that batch at Nodding Academy. Such a genius had just graduated and received many recruitment offers from intermediate soul master academies. However, all of them were blocked by the master. Xiao Wu was very puzzled about this. Xiange, I think those intermediate soul master academies are quite good, but why doesn't the master let us go? Instead, he stuffed us into that unknown Shrek Academy. Tang Xian smiled slightly. The master's arrangement has its own profound meaning. He did not explain too much. Indeed, it was time for him to change his sign-in location. Shrek Academy should be a nice place. He then moved Xiao Wu, who was lying on him, aside and stood up from a field of flowers, stretching lazily. Xiao Wu, you can't be lazy anymore. You need to speed up your training. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep up with my pace. Tang Xian looked at Xiao Wu on the ground. At this moment, after 6 years of growth, Xiao Wu had already blossomed into a graceful figure, but she still liked to cling to him, sleeping for half a day. He could skip training, but Xiao Wu, you must train. Tang Xian helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Come, in the flower field under the moonlight, with beautiful scenery and good times. I'll accompany Xiao Wu to practice for a while. After battling for 300 rounds, the two collapsed in the flower field, lying on the ground, breathing heavily and sweating lightly. Brother Xian is too fierce. Let Xiao Wu take a break. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. What kind of outrageous words was this girl saying? They were just having a normal sparring session. Why did it sound so strange? However, he couldn't help but steal glances at the side. Xiao Wu was indeed a beauty. She had grown up. Chapter 30. The first battle with mobilize. Tang Xian and Xiao Wu, as the best graduates of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy this year, were arranged by Master Yu Xiaojiang to go to Soto City to further their studies at a Soul Master Academy, called Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu and Tang Xian traveled for a long time, and after hurrying and slowing down, they finally arrived in Soto City before nightfall. Phew, we finally made it. Otherwise, we would have to spend the night outside. Tang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he could get a good night's sleep. Xiao Wu rubbed her shoulders, looking exhausted. Tang Xian looked ahead at Soto City. There were quite a few inns and similar establishments, but most of them had fully booked signs hanging out front. Xiao Wu, it seems like we have no place to sleep again tonight, Tang Xian said awkwardly. Just as Xiao Wu was about to feel disappointed, her eyes suddenly lit up as she spotted something in the distance that had been blocked by a sign. Brother Xian, isn't there a hotel over there? I think it's called the Rose Hotel. It looks pretty good. Let's go check it out. Tang Xian was taken aback. He hadn't found it before. All right, there aren't any fully booked signs, so there should be rooms available. Moreover, this place reminded him of a character, Dai Mubai. Tang Xian's lips curled up slightly as he walked towards the lobby of the Rose Hotel. Boss, do you have any vacant rooms? For 2 people. 2-person guest room. The receptionist looked at the handsome young man in front of him, with a sweet and cute little girl beside him, and instantly understood their relationship. Sorry, we don't have any extra rooms for 2 people left. There's only one. A couple's room. Bringing a girlfriend and still asking for 2 rooms? If he didn't get the hint, he really lacked perception for someone in this front desk job. Even if there were 2 rooms, he would only open one. Some generous young masters might even give him a little tip. Besides, he wasn't lying today. The Rose Hotel really only had 1 couple's room left. 1 room is fine. What's the big deal? It's just sharing a bed. Xian and I have always shared a bed, Xiao Wu said nonchalantly, not minding at all. A glint flashed in the receptionist's eyes. Then let's check you in. Please pay the deposit first before checking in. Tang Xian shrugged his shoulders and casually threw out 30 gold soul coins. Bring out the best delicacies you have here. The front desk was immediately delighted to accept the gold soul coins, thinking it was very generous. With 30 gold soul coins, what dish couldn't he get? The excess would just be his tip. Soon, they registered everything and handed the room key to Tang Xian. Just as he received the key and was about to take Xiao Wu to check into the room, he saw a blond young man walking towards the front desk, teasingly embracing 2 alluring beauties. Just as the front desk was about to hang up the fully booked sign, it said to the newly arrived Dai Mubai, "Sorry, we are fully booked today." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's eyes instantly turned cold as he looked over. "You dare rent out the room I, Dai Xiao, have booked?" The hotel owner, who heard the noise, immediately felt something was off and scolded the front desk staff. "What are you doing? How could you rent out the room reserved by Dai Xiao to other guests?" "Dai Xiao, please calm down. It's my fault for not clearly informing the staff. This will never happen again. However, the current guest in that room is already." The owner also felt a bit awkward. Dai Mubai, who was embracing the beauties, instantly became furious. "Tell that guy to vacate the room for me, and whatever compensation in gold soul coins, count it on my tab." Hearing this commotion, Tang Xian naturally couldn't sit idly by. He calmly walked up behind Dai Mubai and said, "I'm sorry, but I've already reserved the room." Dai Mubai was somewhat surprised and turned to look at this guy in front of him, then casually tossed out several gold soul coins. "Is this enough?" Tang Xian couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. A few gold soul coins to dismiss him? Dai Mubai was really amusing. If it were an ordinary person facing such arrogance, they would have taken the gold soul coins and left. But Tang Xian was no ordinary person. He casually took out a handful of gold soul coins and tossed them onto the table, looking at Dai Mubai with a playful expression, as if to say, "Do you think I'm a man who could be bought with money?" Dai Mubai, who was holding 2 beautiful women, suddenly felt embarrassed. It was quite a blow to his pride. He brought women to a hotel and couldn't even secure a room. Anger surged within him. "Oh, you reckless brat. Do you have any idea who you're talking to?" As he spoke, a strong wave of soul power radiated from him, causing many patrons nearby to rush out of the establishment. This level of soul power was at least that of a 3-ring battle soul master. But in the face of such a terrifying display, Tang Xian remained unfazed. "So what do you want?" Tang Xian said calmly. "Just Dai Mubai alone." He hadn't had a good stretch in a while. Naturally, he intended to snatch the key from his hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Xian, undeterred, unleashed his own soul power. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. Who would have thought this teenager was also a battle soul master? A very young one at that. And judging by the soul power fluctuations, he was no weaker. Xiao Wu jumped down from upstairs, walking to Tang Xian's side with an annoyed expression. "We clearly arrived first, and we paid the deposit. Why should our room be given to you? Brother Xian, don't waste your breath on this unreasonable guy about who came first. Just teach him a lesson. If you can endure it, I can't. If you don't take care of him, I will." "Oomph." Tang Xian rubbed Xiao Wu's head. He found her personality a bit troublesome, but she did have a point. Xiao Wu would definitely not let herself sleep on the street tonight. Dai Mubai, seeing this scene, twitched the corners of his mouth. When had he ever suffered such humiliation in Soto City? He then sneered, "Very well, it seems you're also a soul master. Then don't blame me for bullying ordinary people. Today, I will let you know why the flowers are so red." In the next moment, Dai Mubai's eyes changed color as he suddenly charged towards Tang Xian, raising his right fist and fiercely smashing it down towards Tang Xian's chest. Tang Xian smiled slightly, which indeed matched Dai Mubai's style. It's better to fight than to hear about it. Faced with such a fierce attack, Tang Xian showed no signs of retreat. He spread his legs apart, assumed a bow stance, and opened his arms to prepare for the incoming strike. At the moment Dai Mubai's fist struck his chest, a layer of milky white light instantly covered his hands, using the Xuantian skill to meet the blow with the Xianyu hand. Bang! The tremendous recoil force slammed against the Xianyu hand, but did not shake his opponent in the slightest. It was indeed something with a bit of strength. But if he could take one punch, what about the second? Dong dong. Dai Mubai's tiger-like strength continued to hammer down, while Tang Xian's palms overlapped, shadows continuously appearing. Each punch was steadily and accurately met by Tang Xian's Xianyu hand. If it were an ordinary soul master, not to mention taking Dai Mubai's punches, even if they did, their hand bones would be shattered by the impact. However, Tang Xian showed no signs of injury at all. Dai Mubai took a step back, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Chapter 31, Dragon and Tiger Fight. As the sounds of collision continued, Dai Mubai's expression changed slightly. What soul skill is this kid using? All my brute force feels like it's hitting cotton, completely powerless. Yet Tang Xian had no intention of being forced into defense. Taking the initiative to attack was his style, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. Ghostly shadows and mysterious movements. Dai Mubai, who had already retreated to create distance, was suddenly pressed close by Tang Xian. Tang Xian extended his Xianyu hand and struck steadily on Dai Mubai's right shoulder. What seemed like a weak and powerless hand suddenly unleashed a great force, making Dai Mubai feel as if a heavy hammer had slammed onto his right shoulder, causing him to stagger uncontrollably. In the next moment, Tang Xian had already used the Ghost Shadow mysterious step to circle behind Dai Mubai, leaving only a residual shadow, and then he kicked out. Although Dai Mubai had sensed the person behind him, it was too late. He lunged forward and nearly fell in the hall. He took several steps before stabilizing himself, his expression instantly turning extremely grim. Damn it, how could he be this strong? Dai Mubai felt a sense of oppression, as if he were being toyed with by the opponent. But how could this be? He was a battle soul sovereign. The immense frustration made Dai Mubai unable to contain his anger any longer. Don't blame me. I'm using my soul rings now. Here it comes. In an instant, a massive wave of soul power surged from Dai Mubai's body, completely releasing the soul power that had been suppressed until now. 3 soul rings slowly emerged from beneath Dai Mubai's feet. Yellow, yellow, and purple. 3-ring battle soul sovereign. Tang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Is he finally going to show his true skills? Dai Mubai's talent is quite good. Relying solely on his own training, he has already become a 3-ring soul master. No wonder he is a monster from Shrek Academy. I was originally planning to play with you, but I underestimated you. Dai Mubai slowly spoke these words, but the momentum he exuded was already vastly different from before. After finishing his words, Dai Mubai let out a loud roar once more. Evil Eye White Tiger, possess. Instantly, Dai Mubai's eyes transformed into enchanting pupils, and behind him, a majestic white tiger phantom slowly emerged, roaring through the forest. Dai Mubai, 37th level Soul Master. Martial Soul Evil Eye White Tiger, please enlighten me. At this moment, Dai Mubai no longer looked down on his opponent. Someone who could easily take his powerful punch and remain so calm is likely not an ordinary person. Thus, he announced his identity, eager for a duel between soul masters. As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Mubai, with his martial soul activated, shot towards Tang Xian. All right, if that's the case, let's play. Tang Xian, 38th level Soul Master. Martial Soul, Holy Light Dragon, please enlighten me. Buzz buzz buzz. Tang Xian's soul power fluctuations were instantly released, and 3 soul rings slowly appeared beneath his feet. Light white, light white, light white. Dai Mubai's pupils constricted. The color of the soul rings is too absurd. And then he shook his head. This soul power fluctuation is too weak. Tang Xian smiled slightly upon hearing this, and his consciousness instantly murmured. Soul ring color switch. 1000-year soul ring. The originally light white soul ring color suddenly became hazy, and when it reappeared, the color had completely changed. Purple, purple, purple. 3000-year soul rings. How is this possible? Dai Mubai's eyes widened in shock. Buzzing. A wave of soul power unique to 1000-year soul rings swept over. The aura of the 10-year soul ring instantly elevated several levels with the change to purple. Dai Mubai swallowed hard. The aura of the soul ring cannot be faked. It is indeed the aura of a 1000-year soul ring. What kind of monster has he encountered? This young man's talent is even higher than his. He is already an outstanding figure of the younger generation, but now he has encountered a subordinate, even more formidable than himself. Dai Mubai couldn't help but suspect that this guy named Tang Xian might also be a descendant of some big family or major sect, or perhaps even a direct disciple of someone from the top 3 sects, the Spirit Hall, or a title Douluo. Realizing this, Dai Mubai instantly became aware of his recklessness, and his expression turned extremely serious. No matter which possibility it is, there is no need for him to offend such a person over a guest room. Making friends is more important. He quickly said, "This friend, I was too unreasonable just now. I sincerely apologize. I won't fight anymore. It's just a guest room, right?" Tang Xian paused slightly, realizing how quickly Dai Mubai's expression had changed. Dai Mubai really didn't want to fight. On one hand, he was afraid of offending certain major sects. And on the other hand, the opponent was clearly strong, with 3,000-year purple spirit rings compared to his 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit ring. And the opponent's spirit power was a whole level higher than his. The gap was too significant. It didn't matter if he lost, but there were 3 beautiful women present. And in such a public setting, it wouldn't end well no matter who won or lost. Ha 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 ha. On the side, Xiao Wu laughed joyfully at the sight of the previously arrogant Dai Mubai being at a disadvantage. She had long known that Tang Xian's spirit ring colors could change, and now he was just revealing 3 purple spirit rings. If Tang Xian had just shown 3 black spirit rings, she wondered what the opponent's expression would be. Hee. What's wrong? Now you know fear? I'm not some soft persimmon that you can just squeeze. Tang Xian's words clearly indicated that Dai Mubai was someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. This aggressive momentum immediately put Dai Mubai in a difficult position. It was obvious that the opponent was someone who wouldn't let go of a grievance. A hard nut to crack. However, the opponent's words were a bit too dismissive of him. No matter what, he was currently the big brother of Shrek Academy. As for his even more noble identity, he was one of the princes of the Star Luo Empire. To say that Dai Mubai bullied the weak and feared the strong, that was not true at all. With a roar, the evil-eyed white tiger behind him instantly surged to its peak intensity. The howl echoed through the mountains and forests. Since it was like this, let's have a spar with this kid. Dai Mubai shouted explosivity. Tang Xian directly held the Xuantian hammer in his hand. At this moment, the Xuantian hammer had no soul power infused into it, looking no different from an ordinary forging hammer. Tang Xian only felt that the Xuantian hammer was a good weapon. If you can take 3 of my strikes, then I will admit defeat. What a big boast. If you can defeat me, Dai Lao-Da, I will call you the boss. Dai Mubai's knew. The opponent was clearly a bit younger than him, and although his level was 1 rank higher, his so-called combat skills were definitely not as good as his. 3 strikes. In Dai Mubai's view, it was nothing to worry about. Bright sacred dragon. Manifest. Bang bang bang. The lights surged, and the sacred fire instantly ignited, attaching itself to the Xuantian hammer. Tang Xian held the Xuantian hammer in one hand. Like a god of war, a cold light flickered in his eyes. Chapter 32. 2 hammers are enough. The blazing flames instantly raised the temperature in the entire Rose Hotel lobby by several degrees. Dai Mubai immediately felt a wave of heat sweep over him, with beads of sweat subtly appearing on his forehead. Tang Xian stood in midair like a war god, wielding a giant hammer. Behind him, the shadow of a dragon faintly appeared. Dai Mubai crouched down, gathering strength, while the evil-eyed white tiger lay on the ground, roaring. The phrase dragon fighting tiger perfectly describes this situation. However, it was obvious that Dai Mubai looked a bit nervous. He felt the pressure from his peers, a feeling he only experienced when around the teachers of Shrek Academy. Tang Xian looked down at Dai Mubai with calmness, holding the Xuantian hammer in his hand, and asked softly, 3 hammers. I'm afraid you won't be able to take even one. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. You go first. Arrogant. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth. This kid really doesn't take him, Dai Mubai, seriously. The difference in soul power between them is only 1 level. Thinking he can finish him off with 1 hammer is too arrogant. Let's see if I don't knock you down. After saying that, Dai Mubai let out a loud roar. Stepping forward, his evil eyes flashing, he spread his arms, muscles bulging suddenly, opened his mouth wide, and white soul power instantly condensed in his tiger's mouth, then crazily collapsed, forming a huge white light ball in his mouth. Faintly exuding a destructive aura, Dai Mubai didn't take the opponent's arrogance lightly. Instead, he became more vigilant, launching a powerful move right from the start. The teachers at Shrek Academy had taught him that if you are at a disadvantage in strength, taking the initiative is the best strategy. Come down. Second soul skill, White Tiger's fierce light wave. Buzz. The explosive white energy that had been condensed in his mouth instantly shot out from Dai Mubai's mouth, forming a dazzling white beam of light that rushed directly towards Tang Xian, who was suspended in midair. Facing such a fierce attack, Tang Xian seemed to be stunned, not knowing if he was caught off guard or simply indifferent. Seeing this, Dai Mubai smiled slightly. One should never underestimate any opponent. This person is so arrogant. Yet, during the battle, he is so lax, This move is bound to hit. 3 hammers. This guy is probably overestimating himself. Boom! With a loud bang. The white tiger's fierce light wave instantly exploded on Tang Xian, and in an instant, the tables and chairs in the lobby of the Rose Hotel were thrown into chaos. Flying everywhere, Dai Mubai was excited. 100% hit. Even if his bright, sacred dragon martial soul body was powerful, this blow would be enough to severely injure him. That was his full force strike. This guy actually dared to face it head-on, truly ignorant. He was originally thinking that if the opponent dodged, he would directly follow up with his first soul skill, White Tiger's protective barrier, and then deliver another blow, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. He had never seen a peer hit by his White Tiger's fierce light wave still have the strength to fight back. Even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. Dai Mubai looked at the center of the explosion, where the light was shining brightly, and smiled slightly. I'm sorry, but you probably won't even have a chance to swing one hammer before you bow down to me, Dai Mubai. In this spar you are bound to lose. However, before Dai Mubai could finish his sentence, a change occurred. The white explosion point was instantly broken open by a ball of fire, and golden flames instantly devoured the white tiger's fierce light wave. The violent energy was immediately extinguished. Aside from the surrounding environment, Tang Xian himself was not affected in the slightest. There was no sign of being severely injured. A cold face slowly emerged amidst the flickering flames. A bit of power, but not much. What? Dai Mubai was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, his high combat awareness prompting him to activate his first soul skill. White Tiger's protective barrier. Protect. At that moment, the fiery Xuantian hammer came crashing down. Boom! Tang Xian had already dived down with the Xuantian hammer, raising his hand for a strike. The golden Xuantian hammer instantly made contact with the silver-white protective barrier, but it only lasted for 3 breaths before the silver barrier shattered. The light screen broke apart. Dai Mubai was violently pushed back by the immense force, sliding along the ground for several meters before crashing against the counter and barely coming to a stop. Cough, cough, cough. Dai Mubai covered his chest and let out a muffled groan. His blood surged within him. So powerful. No, you are too weak. Dai Mubai's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. Weak? He only had 3 soul skills. The first soul skill, White Tiger Protective Barrier. The second soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave. And the third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Edge. Just now, his second soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave, was arguably his most powerful attack. The first and third soul skills were mainly focused on enhancing his physical body and defense. Weak? He truly had no way to refute that, especially since the opponent had easily withstood his attack, while he had struggled to take even a single blow from the other party. Tang Xian raised the Xuantian hammer again, pointing it at Dai Mubai. Sorry, I overestimated you just now. You don't need to take 3 hits, just withstand my second hit without falling, and I'll consider it my loss. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's face darkened, but it was filled with intense seriousness. Come on, a strong person never gives up. I want to give a try. Dai Mubai stepped forward again, gritting his teeth with his tiger claws raised. 3 soul rings rose slowly, and the third purple 1,000-year soul ring instantly burst into purple light. Dai Mubai pushed his soul power to the limit, fully empowering himself. No more holding back, and his momentum surged again. At this moment, he was at his peak state. With a loud roar, he unleashed his third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Instantly, his human nails protruded into the sharp claws of the white tiger, and his beast-like muscles burst forth, tearing his clothes. With this hammer, I, Dai Lotus, can definitely take it. Come on. Watching Dai Mubai transform into a fierce tiger-like beast with a White Tiger Diamond Transformation, Tang Xian's lips curled up. He raised the Xuantian hammer again and leaped up. Very well. As you wish. The Xuantian hammer, which was not very large to begin with, suddenly doubled in size in Tang Xian's hands. The holy fire attached to its surface ignited again, burning even more fiercely than before. 10,000 June's power. Troops, soldiers, fighters, all line up before me. Buzz. The flame hammer, carrying violent power, slammed down. Bang! In a state of White Tiger Diamond Transformation, Dai Mubai swung his arms, and his tiger claws instantly slashed out a white giant net of light, meeting the hammer head-on. The two instantly made contact. Buzz! In an instant, the white giant net composed of sharp blades shattered like a spider's web encountering flames. Dai Mubai crossed his arms to protect his head. White Tiger Shield. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Hold on. Bang. The giant hammer slammed down suddenly. Dai Mubai's whole body shook, and the explosive force instantly destroyed all his clothes. The tiles beneath his feet could not withstand the heavy blow and suddenly collapsed. Dai Mubai could no longer hold on and crashed down. Chapter 33. Dai Mubai has seen his elder brother, Tang Xian, slowly put away the Xuantian hammer that was hovering in midair. Meanwhile, in the giant pit ahead, Dai Mubai was already lying on the ground, temporarily unconscious. After finishing the fight, Tang Xian clapped his hands and looked over at Xiao Wu. Xiao had already leaped over. Brother Xian, that was amazing. From now on, he has to call you boss. Huh, why isn't he moving? You didn't kill him, did you? Xiao Wu hung onto Tang Xian, looking at Dai Mubai on the ground. Hearing the word Dai, the two beautiful sisters brought by Dai Mubai rushed over anxiously, crying, "Young Master Dai, young Master Dai." Meanwhile, the hotel owner, who had just hidden under a cabinet, was crying out, "Oh dear, you two gentlemen. Look at what you've done to my little shop. This is all money." Cough, cough. Dai Mubai coughed a couple of times, coming to his senses, his legs numb. You just lost. Tang Xian walked directly to Dai Mubai's side, crouched down, and announced the outcome. I lost. Even so, Dai Mubai still cheered a bit. He was the big brother of Shrek Academy, and today he actually lost to a kid. This made it hard for him to believe. Call me big brother. Losing is losing. A gentleman's word is like a promise that can't be broken. So don't pull any amnesia tricks on me. Tang Xian smiled at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai recalled the terrifying scene from earlier. If the opponent hadn't shown mercy, he would have been seriously injured, if not dead. Hearing Tang Xian's words now made him grit his teeth. It was too embarrassing for a big brother of Shrek Academy to bow his head in front of so many people. Even if he lost, he couldn't admit it. He wasn't a gentleman. He was Meng Lang. Tang Xian was not in a hurry about this. He just wanted to suppress Dai Mubai's arrogance. It wasn't enough to just defeat a prince of the Star Luo Empire and a genius of Shrek Academy to make him accept being a little brother. Dai Mubai had his pride. If he wanted Dai Mubai to willingly acknowledge him as an older brother, there was still a long way to go. Tang Xian looked down on mere verbal calls. He preferred conquest. Making Dai Mubai call him boss from the bottom of his heart would be the real thrill. Tang Xian was not in a hurry. Perhaps Dai Mubai still did not know that he would later join Shrek Academy. With him suppressing Dai Mubai in the academy, no matter how strong his pride was, it would be worn down in front of Tang Xian. Tang Xian looked at the silent Dai Mubai and did not continue to be aggressive. Instead, he walked towards the hotel owner's counter. The owner was now angry, but didn't dare to speak up. These two guys had broken so many things, and that all meant money. However, he didn't dare to ask for compensation. Just now, he had seen that they were tough characters. Soul masters, not to be messed with, not to be messed with. Tang Xian, don't be nervous, boss. Here are 100 gold soul coins as compensation. Use it for repairs. He then tossed a small bag of gold soul coins onto the counter, and the hotel owner's eyes widened. It was one thing to be so young and already able to defeat young Master Dai, but to be this wealthy too. Just now, he was thinking whether young Master Dai would compensate him after they left. He didn't expect that this young man was more reasonable than young Master Dai. Thank you, guest. That's enough, that's enough. You all can rest well. I won't disturb you anymore. Dai Mubai, who had just gotten up from the ground, was slightly taken aback. To be able to take out so many gold soul coins and be so generous confirmed his inner suspicion that this young man's identity was likely not simple. Tang Xian glanced at Dai Mubai and said with a faint smile, "All right, today you don't call me big brother because you are still unconvinced. You might think it's just because my soul power is higher than yours. I'll give you another chance. When you become a 40th level soul master and absorb your 4th soul ring, come challenge me again. I'll give you 2 more chances." Hiss. Dai Mubai immediately gasped. The power increase between a soul emperor and a soul master is not just a minor improvement. This guy actually dared to say such arrogant words. Who on earth is he? Top, top, top. Tang Xian ignored the wide-eyed Dai Mubai and instead walked upstairs with Xiao Wu towards the guest room. They would meet again. Dai Mubai suddenly turned around and shouted, "Tang Xian, I remember you. I remember what you said today. I am Dai Mubai from Shrek Academy. Next time, I hope to see your true strength." True strength? Ha ha, you'll be dead. Tang Xian waved his hand dismissively. Huh, what do you mean by dead? Dai Mubai didn't quite understand at first. This guy's words were so unpredictable. He thought Tang Xian would say something like, "We'll meet again soon," and it left him somewhat flustered. Tang Xian walked halfway, suddenly stopped, and said lightly, "Also, we will meet very soon. Isn't your Shrek Academy Only accepting monsters? We will sign up tomorrow. Dai Mubai gasped, although he said he wanted to witness the other party's true strength the next moment. When the other party said they were going to Shrek Academy before he became a soul master, wouldn't that mean he would be beaten every day? He instantly felt a sense of pressure. Does this mean he is about to become his junior? So when the other party said they wanted to witness his true strength, did it mean he would be socially humiliated? Dai Mubai's mouth slightly opened. Being pressured and beaten by a junior would indeed lead to social death. And he cared so much about his face. However, it seemed that the other party did not intend to bully the weak and gave him enough face. Thinking of the other party's mercy just now, their mysterious background, and their talent that was even more monstrous than his, he secretly weighed in his heart that this person was not the kind of arrogant person, but rather a good character, someone worth forming a deep friendship with. Thus, Dai Mubai pushed the two girls beside him away, looked up at Tang Xian, and a trace of firm brilliance appeared in his eyes. This gaze instantly surprised the people around them. Could it be that they were going to fight again? However, at that moment, under everyone's gaze, Dai Mubai directly bowed at a 90-degree angle. He shouted loudly, "Dai Mubai, I admit defeat." Dai Mubai had seen Brother Tang. The entire hall fell into dead silence. No one would have thought that a proud and high-minded three-ring soul master, Dai Xiao, who came from noble background, would actually bow to a kid and call him brother. What kind of big news is this? Tang Xian's figure paused slightly. Then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he softly said, "Not bad. The child is teachable." However, the other party didn't even nod and said something that only a mentor would say with great satisfaction. Dai Mubai, waiting for Brother Tang at Shrek Academy. Let's talk later. Chapter 34, Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai, waiting for Brother Tang at Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai looked at Tang Xian's back, his gaze becoming more resolute. With this guy at Shrek Academy, it seems that the younger generation's targets for catching up will have to change. And he now has someone to look up to. That person is Tang Xian. As a four-ring soul master, I definitely won't be as embarrassed as I am today. Dai Mubai clenched his fists tightly, and from now on, he had the motivation to chase after his goals. Tang Xian and Xiao Wu had a wonderful night at the Rose Hotel. Early the next morning, Tang Xian took out the map marked by Master Yu Xiaojing and led Xiao Wu to a rather remote village outside Soto City. They quickly reached their destination. What kind of academy would be in such a backwater village? Brother Xian, I have a bad feeling, Xiao Wu said timidly, pulling Tang Xian's arm and looking into the distance. Sure enough, as soon as they entered the small village, they saw a very dilapidated stone archway with the words Shrek Academy on it. At that moment, a small broken table at the entrance had the words enrollment written on it, proving that Tang Xian and Xiao Wu had not come to the wrong place. This was the academy master highly recommended. However, despite being in such a remote area, there were surprisingly many students and parents lining up to enroll. But before Tang Xian and Xiao Wu could approach to understand the enrollment details, the enrollment table was surrounded by a large group of parents. This academy is a scam. They're clearly just trying to collect enrollment fees. I want a refund. My son is so talented, one of the top geniuses in the Junior Soul Master Academy. And here he is, just told he is not qualified. Refund. Scammers. Around them, 5 or 6 parents were banging on the table, furious. However, a lazy uncle leaning on the enrollment desk said, without raising his head, "No refunds. Not qualified means not qualified. Scammer, you need to give us an explanation." The lazy uncle spoke again. "Your son exceeds our age limit for enrollment. Your daughter does have some talent at this age, but her soul power level doesn't meet the minimum standard for Shrek Academy's enrollment. You either are overage or don't meet the soul power level requirements. Not qualified." The lazy uncle casually said some hurtful words. In fact, he was also very sad. He had been here for several days and hadn't enrolled a single qualified student. He had long been used to the parents' outrage. Such things happened every time they recruited students. Some parents, wishing for their children to succeed, could not help but plead, "Teacher, your standards at Shrek Academy are too high. How could anyone over 21 soul power break through at the age you mentioned? You want to be able to recruit any students like this? Yes, Shrek Academy is so shabby, and the enrollment standards are so high. It's clearly just to scam our enrollment fees. The enrollment fee is 10 gold soul coins. That is so greedy. Refund. The lazy uncle responsible for enrollment at Shrek Academy was getting tired of hearing the complaints and said impatiently, "Shrek Academy only accepts monsters. And as for the enrollment fees, they are non-refundable." He then stood up and said loudly, "I'll reiterate our enrollment standards at Shrek Academy. If you think you don't qualify, don't bother trying, so you 1T say our academy is a scam. First, Shrek Academy, also known as Monster Academy. A monster is not an ordinary person. The age must not exceed 13 years, and soul power must be at least level 21. If you don't meet these standards, don't waste everyone's time. After hearing the Uncle S enrollment rules, many parents who had just come to enroll their children at Shrek Academy gasped. They questioned, with such a bizarre enrollment standard, even if you recruit for a month, you might not have a single person pass. I think your academy doesn't want to recruit students at all. It's just scamming enrollment fees. Refund. The lazy uncle said blandly again. Second, Shrek Academy prefers quality over quantity. We will not lower the enrollment standards. Refund. Refund. Scammer. It's a miracle to find talent. A large group of parents, who were initially just trying their luck, were suddenly enraged. Daimubai, since there is a disturbance, clear the scene. The lazy uncle said directly to Daimubai, who was lying on the archway. Bang! Daimubai jumped down from the stone archway and landed right among the parents. A dent was instantly created on the ground. We don't want it, we're leaving. Don't go overboard. The previously arrogant parents who were demanding refunds instantly shrank back. The martial soul of such a powerful soul master was extraordinary and seemed very strong. They knew they couldn't compete. Seeing this, Daimubai was not polite and directly revealed his 3 soul rings. The white tiger phantom appeared behind him. With a furious roar that echoed through the forest, he coldly swept his gaze and said, if you're not convinced and want to get your enrollment fee back, just defeat me, Daimubai, and I'll refund you double. 3-ring battle spirit sovereign. The parents who had been shouting for refunds gasped in shock. Although they had suspected it before, seeing it with their own eyes was still quite shocking. Are the people in this academy monsters? There are really students at this age who are already 3-ring battle spirit sovereigns. Didn't you hear what that enrollment teacher just said? Shrek is a monster. It's full of such monsters. The rumors are not false. They are really trying a new teaching method. Really? Maybe our kids can become such people too. How about we stuff in some more money and give another try? Their academy seems to be quite poor. Who knows if they can get in? However, under the intimidation of Daimubai, the crowd instantly quieted down. Not only did they stop demanding refunds, but they were also thinking about how to bribe the uncle at the enrollment desk. Trash next. Enrollment fees are non-refundable. Trash next. Enrollment fees are non-refundable. Seeing this, the uncle slightly shook his head, looking at the long line. These people were simply wasting his time. So he slowly stood up from a table and walked to the center of a long line. I'll say it again. Shrek Academy does not accept trash. I advise you to have some self-awareness. Shrek Academy recruits monsters. After finishing his words, the lazy uncle's demeanor changed instantly as he stepped forward, and the soul rings beneath his feet suddenly floated. 1, 2, 3, 6. 1 white, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black. A total of 6 soul rings. A dark red long staff was horizontally placed in front of him, creating a gust of wind as he lightly waved it. A deep trench appeared on the ground. The enrollment teacher turned out to be a 6-ring soul emperor. Is a soul emperor only responsible for enrollment? Chapter 35. Ning Rongrong's desire for conquest. 6-ring soul emperor? Even Tang Xian and Xiao Wu, who were far away, narrowed their pupils upon seeing this. Xiao Wu's eyes widened even more. Master S' recommendation was indeed not wrong. The teachers here are just too strong. Tang Xian smiled faintly. The name of Shrek Academy as a monster was not given lightly. Those parents who tried to take advantage of the situation and sneak into Shrek Academy were immediately pushed back by the aura of the 6-ring soul emperor. No one dared to hold on to any hope anymore. Those who knew they couldn't sign up sighed one after another, leading their children away from the registration line. However, many parents were also curious. Are there really such genius monsters? They gathered nearby to watch. Tang Xian turned to Xiao Wu and said, let's go over there. Just as they took a step, a series of exclamations erupted from behind them. Beautiful! What a beautiful woman! Has a fairy descended to the mortal realm? Tang Xian turned around and glanced back. A fairy-like woman in a flowing blue dress, with long brown hair cascading down to her waist, bright eyes and white teeth, and a graceful and tall demeanor approached. Amidst the astonished gasps of the crowd, she confidently walked forward and politely said, hello, I am here to enroll in Shrek Academy. My name is Ning Rongrong. Teacher, please accept me. The uncle in charge of registration stiffened his face. What kind of outrageous words were these? Ning Rongrong. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. She was indeed a stunning beauty with a unique charm. He then stepped forward with Xiao Wu. Hello, We are also here to enroll in Shrek Academy. My name is Tang Xian. I am Xiao Wu. Teacher Li was also quite surprised. He had just emphasized that they only accepted monsters, and now 3 people had come to enroll. As usual, he conducted bone age tests and soul power check for the 3 of them. Ning Rongrong, 12 years old, soul power level 26, meets the enrollment standards. Teacher Li stated the results of her test in a calm manner, but his eyes revealed a hint of doubt. How could he not see Ning Rongrong's identity? This girl was from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, one of the top 3 sections. He did not expect someone from such a prestigious background to come to enroll in Shrek Academy. He felt a bit worried, but soon figured out. If they could train this girl well, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would likely not say much and might even sponsor Shrek Academy with some funds. After all, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was one of the richest, prestigious schools. Accepting Ning Rongrong would be beneficial with no harm. Indeed, she was a good seedling. As long as she could pass the subsequent 4 rounds of tests, she could become a student of Shrek Academy. However, you will need to wait for the results of the other students' tests. No problem. Ning Rongrong smiled gracefully and naturally moved next to Dai Mubai. Even Dai Mubai couldn't help but glance at Ning Rongrong a few more times. Ning Rongrong lightly raised her chin and glanced at Dai Mubai. She was the most talented young lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Passing the assessment was a given. She was also the first to meet the enrollment standards of Shrek Academy. A hint of pride naturally flickered in her eyes. Dai Mubai rubbed his nose. Just wait and see. At Shrek Academy, true monsters are everywhere. Ning Rongrong raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit unconvinced. She wanted to see who among her peers could rival her. Dai Mubai looked at the 2 in front of him, Tang Xian and Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong was stunned. Teacher Li held the bone age and soul power test reports for Tang Xian and Xiao Wu in his hands trembling slightly. Even his voice became a bit excited as he loudly announced, Tang Xian, 12 years old, 38 level battle soul sovereign, meets the enrollment standards. Xiao Wu, 12 years old, 29 level great soul master, meets the enrollment standards. At first, Teacher Li thought he had read it wrong. After all, it stated that Tang Xian had 3 white soul rings. Even he had never heard of a soul master who could absorb 3 soul rings of less than 10 years and reach level 38 battle soul sovereign at such a young age. I have never seen such an absurd thing. This is not normal. A monster is precisely not normal, right? Tang Xian said. Teacher Li became even more excited. Yes, at Shrek, we only recruit monsters. You are very strange. Child, can I see your martial soul? Tang Xian said nothing and directly released 3 pale white soul rings and the Holy Light Dragon. A top-tier beast martial soul, the Holy Light Dragon. These 3 pale white soul rings seemed to be extraordinary. Upon seeing this, Teacher Li's eyes widened. He immediately pulled Tang Xian to the registration desk. Kid, you have been admitted to Shrek Academy, and you don't need to participate in the following tests. Teacher Li was extremely excited. A 38th level battle soul with a martial soul of the Holy Light Dragon. And before even enrolling, his soul power level was almost on par with Dai Mubai. What kind of person is this if not a monster? There's no need for any tests. Just admit him directly. A monster, that's what such a person is. And what Shrek Academy is looking for is precisely this kind of genius. Moreover, the other party's bone age is only 12 years old. In an instant, Tang Xian became the center of attention. Even Ning Rongrong widened her eyes, 38 level, the same age as her. Is this for real? Tang Xian was somewhat taken aback, not expecting to enter Shrek Academy so easily. He then looked at Xiao Wu. As long as this friend named Xiao Wu and the earlier Ning Rongrong can pass the upcoming practical assessment, they will be admitted to Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu clenched her fists and said loudly, Don't worry, Xiao Wu won't hold anyone back. I will definitely pass the practical assessment. She then walked over to Ning Rongrong's side. At this moment, all of Teacher Li's attention was focused on Tang Xian, with no hint of concealing his admiration in his gaze. All of this was seen by the previously very proud Ning Rongrong. Tang Xian suddenly felt an incredibly scorching gaze staring at her from beside her. Such an outstanding person like her, and yet the other party didn't even notice her. Ning Rongrong felt a bit angry. As the distinguished daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, she had never suffered such humiliation. Immediately, a desire for conquest arose within her. When she used her beauty to make the other party unable to resist, she would turn around and definitely leave him wanting more. Then, with wealth to move the heart, she would make this person submit at her feet. Tang Xian turned around and, at such a close distance, He could see the other person's incredibly beautiful face. Noticing the two girls coming together, he also caught the glint of brilliance in Ning Rongrong's eyes. "Hello. You must be Tang Xian. My name is Ning Rongrong. Nice to meet you." Ning Rongrong took the initiative to start a conversation. "Hello. I want to participate in the practical assessment as well," he coldly said to the teacher. The registering teacher nodded slightly, not saying much else, but feeling quite pleased. This young man was not arrogant due to his favored status, and with such talent, he still wanted to participate in the assessment, truly a good talent. It is important to know that sometimes character is just as important as talent. Otherwise, being too rigid can lead to breaking. Chapter 36, The Ice Beauty Zhu Zhuqing. Tang Xian, who was under Ning Rongrong's attention, naturally would not back down and politely extended a hand. "Hello, my name is Tang Xian." Before Ning Rongrong could react, Tang Xian had already grasped her outstretched jade hand in midair. Tang Xian thought to himself, "I'm not a reserved person." Ning Rongrong was immediately startled by Tang Xian's bold actions, her heart racing. Could it be that I'm walking into a tiger's den? But when she looked up at him, her gaze was exceptionally clear. It seemed that things were not as she had imagined, and she quickly withdrew her hand, her face flashing a barely noticeable blush. At this moment, Tang Xian looked over at Dai Mubai, who was looking around aimlessly. He enthusiastically greeted, "Dai Mubai, good to see you again. Why aren't you taking the initiative to say hello when you see me?" Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Ning Rongrong instantly twisted her neck to look back at the hiding Dai Mubai. So they had met before, but was Tang Xian also a new student at Shrek Academy like her? Logically, they should both call Dai Mubai senior. Dai Mubai's heart sank instantly. With so many people around, and especially at Shrek Academy, it would be embarrassing if it got out that he recognized a junior as his elder brother so early on. So gritting his teeth, he quickly stepped closer to Tang Xian and whispered, "Brother Tang, it's the first day of school today, so lively. Please give me a little face. There's still a practical assessment later. Let us catch up after we pass." "All right, I won't make it difficult for you. You can go," Tang Xian said. Hearing this, Dai Mubai immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was now the boss at Shrek Academy, with teachers and beautiful girls watching. This was not some corner of a hotel. Dai Mubai was someone who cared about his image. "Let us go. I'll take you to the assessment area of Shrek Academy." Dai Mubai politely took the registration form from Teacher Li and prepared to lead Tang Xian and the others to the assessment. Excited, Dai Mubai didn't even look back and was ready to take the three away. But halfway through, Tang Xian suddenly stopped and said, "Dai Mubai, why did you leave one person behind?" He then turned his head to look at a distant corner, where a girl was leaning against the wall, playing with her cat ears. Dai Mubai was instantly shocked, realizing that there were actually 4 people who had passed Teacher Li's preliminary admission criteria today. "This student, I believe you have also passed the first admission assessment. And there is still a practical assessment to go. We need to work together. Let us go," Tang Xian said. Upon hearing this, the girl leaning in the dark corner stepped out gracefully. In the sunlight, she had an alluring willow waist paired with silky long hair. Her figure was strikingly attractive for her age, and her tight black clothing gave her an intriguing allure. Her fair cheeks and eyes carried no hint of warmth, giving off a sense of coolness. Tang Xian's gaze fell on the cat ears atop the woman's head, and he already understood the identity of the newcomer in his heart. This cold and charming girl was none other than Zhu Zhuqing. Even so, Tang Xian had no intention of engaging in much conversation. He simply mentioned going for the practical assessment together and fell silent. He was not captivated by her beauty at all. An ice-cold beauty does not need warmth to melt. On the contrary, being even colder than the ice mountain can attract the ice beauty's attention even more. Dai Mubai was already dumbfounded and couldn't help but ask, "Who is this classmate?" The ice beauty looked at Tang Xian, her red lips slightly parted. "Hello, I am Zhu Zhuqing, a level 27 agility attack spirit master. My martial soul is the nether cat Meow." Hearing this, Xiao Wu was very happy and said, "In that case, you are here for the 4th round of the practical assessment too, so we will be fighting side by side as partners from now on." My name is Xiao Wu, a level 29 power attack spirit master. My martial soul is a rabbit, and I look forward to your guidance." Ning Rongrong and Tang Xian also introduced themselves briefly, and soon, Xiao Wu had already become friendly with Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu listened to Zhu Zhuqing say that she was about the same age. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she pointed at Zhu Zhuqing's chest. "But why is there such a big difference between us? You are so beautiful, so big, so white, so delicate." Ning Rongrong saw the cold and frosty Zhu Zhuqing interacting with the quirky Xiao Wu, who kept questioning her nonstop, creating a very cute scene that made her giggle uncontrollably. Xiao Wu. Even when Tang Xian reminded her, Xiao Wu still had no sense of propriety. Looking as if she had never seen the world before, she could only glance at Zhu Zhuqing with a somewhat apologetic expression, seeking her understanding. Zhu Zhuqing lightly nodded her neck, indicating that she didn't mind. However, Dai Mubai, who was staring at her, felt a bit displeased. Stupid man. Suddenly being glared at. Dai Mubai's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, it was the feeling of being moved. Tang Xian smiled faintly, thinking that Dai Mubai, this flirtatious guy, could actually attract people's affection. Dai Mubai had just retracted his gaze and led the four of them into the Shrek inner courtyard. A tall and robust man walked out and directly looked at Dai Mubai. Ha ha ha, Mubai, this year's recruitment seems quite good. You've got 4 people. He then turned his attention to Tang Xian, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and others behind him, casually saying, "Very good. They all seem to be promising talents. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Wujin, and I am the instructor for your final practical assessment." Regarding the self-introduction of a rough and tough man, neither Ning Rongrong nor Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu paid much attention. They seemed a bit impatient and said, "Instructor for the assessment, how will the final practical be assessed?" Ning Rongrong proudly lifted her chin. "It's very simple. Under teacher Zhao Wujin, you just need to hold out for the duration of an incense stick, and the assessment will be considered passed." Dai Mubai introduced lightly. As he spoke, he had already started lighting an incense stick and placed it in the incense burner. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing confidently stepped forward. "In that case, I'll go first." However, just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to step up, Tang Xian had already blocked her way, signaling her not to act rashly. Unbeknownst to others, Tang Xian was aware that the fierce man named Zhao Wujin in front of them was no ordinary person. If the teacher at the entrance who registered was a strong individual, then Zhao Wujin was someone who could easily overpower strong individuals. Zhao Wujin was much stronger than Teacher Li. Teacher Li was only a 6-ring soul emperor, while Zhao Wujin was a 7-ring soul saint. Seeing this, Zhao Wujin laughed heartily. "Little girl, you won tea last, even a breath. Mubai, give you half a stick of incense's time to introduce my title, the Unmoving King. Don't say I didn't give these little ones a chance." Chapter 37. The Unmoving King Zhao Wujin. Half a stick of incense's time was already given as a concession. However, Dai Mubai didn't think that teacher Zhao Wujin was arrogant. On the contrary, he felt it was reasonable. If teacher Zhao Wujin didn't hold back at all, it would be very difficult for anyone to pass this challenge. Dai Mubai then spoke up to introduce. "The one guarding you is our Shrek Academy's teacher, Zhao Wujin, a level 76 strong attack system soul saint. His martial soul is the mighty golden bear. His title is the Unmoving King, Soul Saint." As soon as Dai Mubai's words came out, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu immediately gasped in shock. Tang Xian finally stepped aside from Zhu Zhuqing, and Zhu Zhuqing no longer acted recklessly. Her cold expression finally showed a hint of unusual change. A 76-level soul saint, she had just thought of going alone, which was too bold. Dai Mubai then said, "This round not only tests everyone's individual abilities, but I believe more importantly, it tests your team battle abilities, that is teamwork." As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Dai Mubai as if he were an idiot. Did it need to be said? The opponent was a soul saint. They were all under 4-ring soul masters, and fighting one-on-one was simply looking for death. Without teaming up, there was absolutely no hope. Dai Mubai felt a bit embarrassed and gave a hint to the incense stick beside him, as if to say, "Am I talking too much to buy you some time?" Even if all 4 of them went together, let alone a stick of incense, even half a stick would be extremely difficult. That was a soul saint, a being more terrifying than a soul emperor. Even if teacher Zhao was intentionally letting them off easy, they would still face a tough battle ahead. The crowd understood and instantly realized something, falling into silence. However, at that moment, Tang Xian shouted, "There's no need to be so discouraged, the 4 of us are. After all, 1 in a million monster geniuses. Why fear a soul saint?" Everyone's eyes lit up, and Xiao Wu responded even more enthusiastically, "Brother Xian, you come up with a strategy, we will all listen to you." Tang Xian glanced over everyone and said, "Tactics? Just cooperate with my main attack. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, you 2 will launch random ambushes. Ning Rongrong will assist." After speaking, a dragon shadow appeared behind him, and in his hand, a pitch-black Xuantian hammer emerged. Sparks crackled with arcs of electricity. Twin martial souls? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing gasped in surprise. No wonder he was so confident. He actually had something to rely on. Ning Rongrong was shocked by Tang Xian's dominance. She was the only heir of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. And although she was born to be a support role, who dared to command her from childhood to adulthood? Yet now, she was being dominated by a young man. However, she had never told him about her martial soul. So how did he know she was most suited for support? Tang Xian, a person who is hard to read. However, how could she easily bow her head? Beside her, Zhu Zhuqing was also staring blankly at Tang Xian's face. This youthful vigor made her slightly stunned. She believed that with her own talent and hard work, she could catch up to and surpass any man. But the person before her was only 12 years old and already a level 38 soul master, with a rare dual martial souls as her talent. For the first time, Zhu Zhuqing felt a ripple in her heart. Tang Xian, whether in temperament or talent, is someone I can only look up to. Very well, Tang Xian. You have successfully caught my attention, Zhu Zhuqing. Tang Xian stepped forward and pointed his giant hammer at Zhao Wujin, who was meditating with his eyes closed. Teacher Zhao, let's begin. Immediately, Xiao Wu stood on Tang Xian's left side, while Zhu Zhuqing naturally positioned herself on his right. As for Ning Rongrong, she was behind, gathering her energy with a hand seal. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujin, who had been calm and collected, slowly opened his eyes and laughed heartily. It seems you have a lot of confidence. Good. Confidence is also a form of momentum. But in Shrek, your confidence will be repeatedly shattered and rebuilt. As soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous wave of soul power erupted from Zhao Wujin's body. The surrounding area was instantly filled with flying sand and stones. And a massive black bear shadow, almost solidified, appeared behind Zhao Wujin, violently beating its chest. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's expressions turned serious. The pressure was overwhelming. Just the release of soul power was enough to make it difficult for them to open their eyes. Forget about holding on for half a stick of incense. Being able to withstand a single strike would already be a blessing. Sister Zhu Zhuqing, let's support Brother Xian. I believe in him, Xiao Wu said, then quickly approached with a swift leap. Tang Xian nodded slightly to Zhu Zhuqing and said softly, no need to worry. Leave everything to me. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip lightly and said, let's first wear down teacher Zhao's soul power. In an instant, she used her cat-like agility to feign an attack alongside Xiao Wu. Zhao Wujia observed everything around him, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Let's see if you really have the qualifications to enter Shrek Academy. He dared to say this. Tang Xian had already unleashed his first soul skill. Holy fire. In an instant, Zhao Wujin was encircled by flames. However, due to the level difference, Tang Xian's first soul skill posed little restriction on Zhao Wujin, who was completely immune. Buzz. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing appeared behind Zhao Wujin, but everything had already been caught by Zhao Wujin. Instantly, the diamond bear slammed both fists into the ground. The ground exploded, sending countless fragments flying and knocking Zhu Zhuqing aside. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong chanted a spell behind. 7 treasures turn out to be the 7-colored glazed tower. The 7 treasures are famous. The first is strength, the second is speed, the third is soul. Second soul skill. Speed amplification. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing felt her body become much lighter, just managing to evade the incoming debris. She disappeared back into the dust. Xiao Wu also seized the opportunity, her eyes flashing a hint of crimson as she looked at Zhao Wujin. Second soul skill, charm. Then she leaped from above Zhao Wujin. First soul skill, waist bow. Violent 8-section throw. 7 treasures are famous. The first is strength. First soul skill, strength amplification. Ning Rongrong assisted again, bestowing the power of the 7 treasures onto Xiao Wu. Zhao Wujin suddenly felt something wrap around his waist. A tremendous force surged in. However, Zhao Wujin roared, you little brat, do you think you can shake me? Do you think the title of a movable king is just for show? Zhao Wujin then grabbed Xiao Wu's leg, spun her around, and threw her out. Xiao Wu immediately used rabbit kick to move quickly and create distance. So hard, it felt like kicking a steel plate. Xiao Wu exclaimed angrily. Suddenly, the dust was stirred, and the black-haired, cat-eared Zhu Zhuqing, hidden behind Zhao Wujin, guessed the surprise attack, her claws slashing wildly towards Zhao Wujin's back. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Sparks of fire flew. However, Zhao Wujin immediately turned and swatted her away with a bare paw. Little girl, go back and practice some more. You think you can hurt me like this? Tang Xian used a giant hammer to protect Zhu Zhuqing. All right, You have been injured. Now you and Xiao Wu step back. Leave the rest to me, Tang Xian said faintly. Chapter 38. The Tang Sect's hidden weapons begin to show their power. Zhu Zhuqing clutched her chest and let out a muffled groan. Her breath suddenly became chaotic, clearly a heavy blow for her to be casually hit by the Soul Saint, which was hard for her to accept. At this moment, she had no strength to fight anymore. Xiao Wu was also thrown over by Zhao Wujia. All right, you're both injured now. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, step back and leave the next part to me. You brat, do you plan to deal with me alone? Too naive. Zhao Wujia was instantly furious. This was too much disrespect towards him as a Soul Saint. So what if I do? Tang Xian immediately stepped out with one foot, holding the Hao-Ian hammer in his left hand, flames rolling, but his right hand was hidden behind him. Suddenly, with a flip of his palm, several metal silver needles appeared between his 5 fingers. In the next moment, Tang Xian used the Tang Sect's hidden weapons technique with his Xianyu hand, launching a dozen silver needles towards Zhao Wujia's eyes at high speed. Zhao Wujia, who had been in a defensive stance without taking the initiative to attack, summoned the illusion of the great strength diamond bear. Then don't blame me for using strength against the weak. Buzz. Zhao Wujia's massive and fierce body instantly shot out like a huge cannonball. With just a sidestep, the dozen silver needles brushed closely past him, like passing through a sea of flowers without touching a leaf. Then he charged towards Tang Xian, his giant bare fist smashing down towards Tang Xian's position. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong felt a tightness in their hearts. The speed of this soul sage was terrifying, and their eyes flashed with deep concern. However, Tang Xian was completely unconcerned. It wouldn't be so easy for Zhao Wujia to hit him. In the next moment, Tang Xian's eyes instantly became enchanting, covered by a layer of faint, evil purple light. Xuantian Treasure Record's purple extreme demon eye. Originally as fast as lightning in Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, Zhao Wujia suddenly appeared slow in Tang Xian's view. Even the quivering of Zhao Wujia's facial muscles was clearly visible, looking extremely ferocious. However, seeing clearly and being able to dodge were two different matters. Tang Xian instantly unleashed the next Tang Sect secret technique, the Xuantian Treasure Record's ghostly shadow and mysterious tracks. Bang! Zhao Wujia's massive iron fist suddenly smashed down, causing the ground where Tang Xian stood to instantly sink. The 3 women quickly covered their eyes, not daring to look anymore. Only Zhao Wujia remained focused. A phantom? His previous strike had actually missed. Amidst the swirling dust, a young figure appeared behind Zhao Wujia. He instantly became alert, glancing sideways, and saw a slender hand suddenly transform into a milky white ice jade hand in his view. The hand's shadow changed unpredictably in his eyes. At this moment, Zhao Wujia felt a powerful burst of force reaching toward his back. Xuantian Treasure Record's ice jade hand, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. Zhao Wujia suddenly felt a chill at his back, followed by a huge pulling force binding him, a very strange sensation. What soul technique? Zhao Wujia was alarmed. This was the first time he encountered such a peculiar method. Clearly, there was no fluctuation of soul power. However, Zhao Wujia was only slightly curious. To think this little power could control him, the unmoving king, was simply wishful thinking. Kid, no matter how fancy your techniques are, the power of a soul sage cannot be shaken. At the moment the Tang Xian's ice jade hand touched his back, Zhao Wujia suddenly released a terrifying fluctuation of soul power, and colorful soul rings instantly appeared. Tang Xian suddenly felt a tremendous force that sent his palm flying away. And even with the enhancement of Xianyu hand, he could still feel a slight numbness in his palm. On the side, Zhu Zhuqing, who was watching the battle, coldly murmured, "Damn, the soul power of a soul saint is too dense. Tang Xian's usual methods can't break through Zhao Wuji's defenses, let alone deal any damage." As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Xian examined his Xianyu hand. Under the sunlight, a few golden needles at his fingertips reflected light as he softly said, "Oh really?" Zhao Wuji suddenly felt something was off with his body and touched his back, feeling a sharp pain. This kid is actually playing dirty. But do you think a few golden needles can hurt me? However, just as he thought this, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on his back, and his expression changed slightly. "You little brat, where did you learn this technique to actually smear poison on the golden needles?" The poison within Zhao Wuji's body began to spread, and he felt a slight impact on his movements, becoming somewhat sluggish. Tang Xian's eyes flashed with purple energy as he seized the opportunity to employ his old tricks again. The ghost shadow technique was executed to perfection, with countless phantoms appearing around Zhao Wuji. Each time a phantom appeared, several barely noticeable golden needles would emerge on Zhao Wuji's body. Caught off guard, Zhao Wuji had not used his full strength and was surprisingly pricked by a small puppet. "Kid, do you think I'll let you turn me into a hedgehog?" Zhao Wuji said with a dark expression. He had actually been injured. Buzz. Suddenly, 7 colorful soul rings slowly emerged from beneath his feet. Clearly, he was no longer willing to be manipulated like this. He was ready to unleash his soul skill and show this kid some real power. Instantly, Zhao Wuji's soul rings flickered faintly as he gathered his energy. Tang Xian smiled lightly. "Want to use your soul skills? First, you have to take my attack. Sumi Ring, Tang Sect's secret technique, 100 ways of hidden weapons." In an instant, Tang Xian, who had increased the distance, pulled out countless precise hidden weapons from the Sumi Ring, pouring them out like they were free. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of hidden weapons breaking through the air constantly echoed in Zhao Wuji's ears. His scalp tingled. He was forced to defend like a target. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong was shocked. This method did not seem like something a nameless family could master. But she had never heard of any family that was deeply versed in this way. Zhu Zhuqing was also filled with doubts. What kind of family does this Tang Xian come from? The technique is so peculiar. Zhao Wuji let out a muffled groan, but this made him look quite bad. He was actually suppressed by a younger generation in this moment. At this time, over a dozen dragon whisker needles had already pinned down several of his major acupoints. The intense pain spread throughout his body in an instant. If he didn't care at all before, now these dragon whisker needles were really a bit painful. "Kid, very good. You are the first to force me to use my soul skills in a real battle assessment." 5th soul skill, gravity compression. Over a dozen dragon whisker needles were pushed out from Zhao Wuji's body. 4th soul skill, target tracking. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji's 4th soul ring flew out, heading towards Tang Xian's phantom. "Let us see how you escape my target tracking. Stop for me." Zhao Wuji shouted. 2nd soul skill, great strength diamond palm. Several soul skills were unleashed in succession. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu felt a tightness in their hearts. Tang Xian, Brother Xian, be careful." However, Tang Xian gripped the Xuantian hammer tightly. "Soul skills? I have them too. It seems the age limit doesn't need to be suppressed anymore." Chapter 39. 3 Lives Martial Soul. Battle Soul Saint. "Soul skills? I have them too. It seems the age limit doesn't need to be suppressed anymore." Radiant Holy Dragon, embody. 3 10,000-year soul rings appear. 3 pale white soul rings emerge from under Tang Xian's feet, but the pale white constantly changed, turning into yellow, purple, and finally solidifying into pitch black soul rings. Black, 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 empty, empty, empty. The 3 10,000-year soul rings stirred the fluctuations of Earth's soul power, instantly colliding hard with Zhao Wuji's soul power fluctuations. 7 soul rings appeared around Zhao Wuji. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The two clashed together. Then they instantly pulled apart. Zhao Wuji's pupils constricted. 3 black 10,000-year soul rings. What kind of little monster is this? Facing the soul skill attack of Zhao Wuji, the soul sage with 7 rings, Tang Xian shouted loudly. 1st soul skill, holy fire. Boom! Within a radius of 10 meters around Zhao Wuji, he was instantly enveloped by the holy fire. This time, it was not as weak and feeble as last time. He felt a wave of destructive heat. The heat waves rolled in, even while using his soul skill. He could still feel his own weakening. This was outrageous. Those who despise the light and scorn the divine will face retribution. Tang Xian directly pronounced judgment. It was as if he himself was the supreme god in a higher realm. In a moment Zhao Wuji was weakened, Tang Xian erupted, gripping the blazing hammer and closing in instantly. The soul power from 3 10,000-year level soul rings was instantly infused into the Xuantian blazing war hammer. A force of 1,000 tons. The chaotic wind hammer technique. It collided instantly with Zhao Wuji's great strength diamond palm. A wave of gathered soul power surged out from between the two, spreading outwards, causing the area where Zhao Wuji and Tang Xian were battling to completely collapse under the immense pressure. It was like a deep-sea bomb exploding. Observers Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu were directly blown away by the shockwave. Their clothes fluttered wildly. This guy Tang Xian was unexpectedly strong. actually confronting teacher Zhao's soul skill. This was a soul sage. Even Dai Mubai was shocked. He squinted his eyes against the roaring wind, noticing that the incense stick had already burned out. Teacher Zhao, the incense stick time is up. The practical assessment is over. Stop, Dai Mubai shouted anxiously. However, Zhao Wujia, who was deeply engaged in battle, paid no attention to such rules. Very well, consider that you have passed, but this battle is not over yet. I want to see where your bottom line lies, kid. Tang Xian stood calmly in the center of the courtyard and smiled lightly, saying, is that so? I would like to know as well. Please enlighten me, Teacher Zhao. Arrogant. The third soul skill, gravity enhancement. In an instant, Tang Xian's calves sank directly into the floor, bearing immense pressure. However, there was not a trace of panic on Tang Xian's face. With a loud roar, second soul skill, Azura Shock. Tang Xian's eyes from purple to black. But even more enchanting. Boom! Zhao Wujia's soul skill was being unleashed, and he only exchanged a glance with Tang Xian, feeling his head explode with a loud rumble. An attack targeting mental-type soul skills. Tang Xian smiled slightly. His second soul skill, Azura Shock, was provided by his second soul ring, the other short, Evil Vine. It targets the mental aspect. Although Zhao Wujia was strong and at the soul sage level, with astonishing physical defense, his mental defense was not very high. This was also the result of his neglect in this area of cultivation. On the other hand, Tang Xian's mental strength, having lived 3 lives, had already undergone 3 rounds of refinement and enhancement. Even a mental strength of an ordinary soul sage might not match his. With such a foundation, using his second soul skill became even more effortless. Zhao Wujia was indeed hit by the second soul skill, and in an instant he was dazed and unable to move. Tang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Control. It must be controlled to death. He managed to control it. Immediately, the third soul ring lit up. He stepped directly into the fire circle. The third soul skill, Blade of Slaughter. This third soul skill was naturally provided by Tang Xian's third soul ring. The 8-legged demon centipede. As Tang Xian unleashed it, 8 scarlet sharp blades appeared from his shoulder blades. His whole body instantly turned blood red, burning fiercely with the power of flames. Zhao Wujia's expression darkened. This guy, how could he have a stronger aura than a 4-ringed soul master? Moreover, it was just an aura. Zhao Wujia, in the eye of the storm, could feel that Tang Xian's strength was probably already comparable to that of a soul king. Zhao Wujia struggled internally. He was currently suppressing his own strength to the level of a 5-ring soul ring. He thought that was enough to elevate them, but unexpectedly, he was still suppressed. If this continued, he would probably lose all face. Where did this little monster come from? Too monstrous. Zhao Wujia, targeted by Tang Xian's second soul skill aimed at mental power, had no choice but to lift the suppression on his cultivation. His soul power aura instantly surged to the level of a soul sage. Kid, you are done for. You have successfully angered me. 7th soul skill. True body of the mighty diamond bear martial soul. Zhao Wujia was covered with a thick layer of brown fur, standing at 2.5 meters tall. His muscles bulging, and his brown-yellow eyes exuding a domineering aura. The moment he used his martial soul's true body, his height rapidly expanded to 5 meters. His muscles exaggeratedly swelling, transforming into a true giant bear. His brown fur grew wildly, revealing a massive figure. The golden mighty diamond bear martial soul's true body manifested. Tang Xian focused his gaze. The true aura of the soul saint. The true form of the martial soul. Teacher Zhao, this is getting urgent. However, he did not panic. The stronger the opponent, the more intense Tang Xian's fighting spirit became, and behind him there was a faint sound of dragon roars. At the same time, a pair of illusory 6-winged angels mixed between light and flames appeared. The holy light dragon is just a facade. The Xuantian hammer was concealed by the flames. And at this moment, Tang Xian used his old tricks again, summoning another pair of 6-winged angels, with 3 martial souls joining the battle. Pulling up the deeply embedded Xuantian hammer, Tang Xian swung the heavy hammer, pointing it at Zhao Wujia. In that case, the kid dares to challenge Teacher Zhao. Second soul skill, powerful diamond palm. Zhao Wujia was already in a frenzy. His massive palm violently struck down. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Xian's 6-winged angel wings transformed into fiery wings, suddenly flapping, causing the floor to explode. Tang Xian shot out like a fiery meteor, directly colliding head-on. Xuantian hammer, a force of 10,000 tons. Crack, crack, crack. They directly made contact with Zhao Wujia's martial soul true form, and the two actually remained in a stalemate for a moment. Boom! At the center of the battle, sand and stones flew everywhere, forming a huge pit on the spot. The soul power directly sent the watching Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu flying. The energies of the fire hammer and palm shadow intertwined violently. Bang! With the power of the giant king palm, Tang Xian's soul power was exhausted, and he was directly sent flying. Tang Xian used the Xuantian hammer to carve a long, deep trench in the ground, barely stabilizing his stance. I lost, Zhao Wuji said with great satisfaction. Kid, you have every reason to be proud. I concede, Tang Xian murmured, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Chapter 40. Oscar's Big Sausage. I concede. Tang Xian covered his chest and let out a muffled groan. At this moment, not only was his soul power exhausted, but even his internal organs had suffered some injuries. And he looked extremely weak. Zhao Wujia beside him was not in a much better state. He had completely lost the initial vigor and was in a very awkward situation, with several dragon whisker needles still embedded in his body. These needles were tainted with the poison that Tang Xian had applied, and just now, as his soul power circulated, it further deepened the toxicity. Seeing this, Dai Mubai, ignoring his shock, quickly shouted towards the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. Oscar, bring some sausages. Suddenly, a boy dressed in simple gray clothes, with neatly cut short hair and big peach blossom eyes, rushed out from the inner courtyard of Shrek. His eyes were deeply set, his face like a crown jade, handsome and harmonious. When he wasn't speaking, he gave off a profound feeling, with moderately thick eyebrows and a playful smile on his face, looking like a dashing nobleman. However, he was indeed in the sausage business. Wherever there was business, there was Oscar's figure. Hearing Dai Mubai's call for sausages, he immediately ran out. I'm here. Dai Mubai, how many sausages do you want? Oscar excitedly asked. Dai Mubai face-bombed and pointed at the disheveled group in the courtyard. Enough nonsense. One for each person. Teacher Zhao and these new students are injured. Oscar's eyes brightened immediately. But when he saw Zhao Wujia, his pupil shrank. My gosh, what happened? Even Teacher Zhao is hurt? Zhao Wujia immediately glared at him with fierce eyes, looking as if he would hammer him to death if he didn't hand over the sausages. Oscar didn't dare to delay any longer. He immediately activated his first soul ring and loudly recited his soul chant. I have a big sausage. The first soul ring shimmered, and a golden light shone as Oscar already held a big sausage in his hand. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, who were hearing such a soul chant for the first time, looked at the big sausage in Oscar's hand and suddenly felt a bit nauseous, instinctively covering their mouths and noses. After Dai Mubai's lengthy explanation, Zhu Zhuqing, with a cold expression, finally stuffed Oscar's big sausage into her mouth. Xiao Wu went silent, while Ning Rongrong had no such qualms and directly refused. So disgusting. Tang Xian took the sausage that Oscar had transformed, his face dark as iron. But he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes to eat it. He recalled information about Oscar in his mind. Oscar, a food-type support soul master, was a rare talent among support soul masters with a full innate soul power for 1,000 years. Although his sausage had a disgusting soul curse, it tasted quite good. After eating it, he immediately felt a warm current flowing within him, replenishing the soul power that had just been depleted and visibly healing his injuries. He quickly operated the Xuantian gong, and before long, Tang Xian's expression returned to normal. Oscar, feeling embarrassed, looked at Zhao Wuji and asked, Teacher Zhao, what about you? Do you want to try my big sausage? At that moment, Zhao Wujia, whose body was already affected by poison, had blackened lips and a numb tongue, and he slurred. I've been poisoned. Quickly make some cured sausages and sausages. Without hesitation, Oscar began to chant the soul curse. I have a small, cured sausage. I have a big sausage. Zhao Wujia had no qualms about it and ate it directly, which alleviated most of the toxins in his body. Ning Rongrong was amazed to see someone's soul skill so miraculous. It turned out to be a food-type soul master, with the first soul skill fully restoring and the second soul skill removing toxins. Shrek Academy was truly full of hidden talents. Oscar confidently patted his chest and said, although my martial soul is quite peculiar, it's practical and the effect is pretty good. Right? Very good. Excellent. Tang Xian gave Oscar a thumbs up. Oscar's embarrassed expression instantly improved a lot. Very few people disliked his martial soul, and compliments were even rarer. Hearing Tang Xian's words, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Recovering, Tang Xian slowly walked to Zhao Wujia's side, where several large acupoints on Zhao Wujia's body were still pierced by the dragon whisker needle. Ranked 8th among Tang Min's hidden weapons, and had not been removed. This made Zhao Wujia feel extremely uncomfortable. With his soul saint cultivation, he couldn't pull them all out. Tang Xian said with a hint of apology on his face. Teacher Zhao, I was unreasonable just now. Let me help you remove the remaining dragon beer needles. Zhao Wujia nodded slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Tang Xian stepped forward and skillfully used his Xian Yuhan technique, moving around Zhao Wujia, and soon, more than a dozen dragon beer needles were thrown onto the ground. Zhao Wujia's scalp tingled. How many needles had this little guy actually stuck into him? Fortunately, the toxin from these dragon beer needles wasn't very strong. If it had been someone as ruthless as poisoned Douluo, he would have probably been dead by now. At that moment, Xiao Wu joyfully jumped forward and said excitedly, So, Teacher Zhao, can we say we've passed the 4th practical assessment now? Although Zhao Wujia felt a bit resentful towards Tang Xian, he couldn't deny that these little ones did have high talent, especially Tang Xian. He was simply more monstrous than a monster. He merely nodded in response. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang Xian with even more grateful eyes. Without Tang Xian's outstanding performance, the 3 of them would have had a hard time lasting even half a stick of incense under Teacher Zhao's hands. At this moment, everyone showed bright smiles. All right, Dai Mubai, Oscar, I'll leave these newcomers to you. Tang Xian, stay behind to clean up the battlefield. There are sharp hidden weapons everywhere here. You should handle it yourself to avoid accidentally hurting others with the poison. After saying this, Zhao Wujia left with a blank expression. He felt utterly embarrassed today. Earlier, he had even asked Dai Mubai to introduce him as the unmoved king of half a stick of incense, trying to flaunt his status as a 7-ring soul saint. But unexpectedly, he was publicly challenged by a kid. If it weren't for Tang Xian's soul power not being as thick as his, he suspected he might have completely lost today. As soon as the assessment ended, Zhao Wujia couldn't stand being here for even a moment longer and turned to leave in disgrace. Seeing this, Dai Mubai chuckled with amusement. So Zhao Wujia also had his moments of embarrassment. He then joked, Teacher Zhao is the guardian of the 4th checkpoint. He's actually not fierce, just a bit strict, so everyone shouldn't take it to heart. After saying that, he took Tang Xian and the others to settle in the dormitory. At this moment, the long-awaited sign-in system prompt finally sounded. Ding! Sign-in location refreshed. Detected a sign-in location at Shrek Academy. Remaining sign-in attempts. 1 time. Tang Xian shouted in his heart. System. Sign-in. Chapter 41. Tang Hao's night visit to Shrek. Ding! Shrek Academy. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. You have received a level 2 reward, gaining a level 2 soul power upgrade. Congratulations. Your soul power level has reached level 40. Buzz. A wave of soul power spread from Tang Xian's body. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and others, who had just tidied up their dormitory, instantly felt this fluctuation. Who is breaking through? It's coming from Tang Xian's dormitory. Wow, Brother Xian has broken through again. The 3 girls exclaimed, Shrek Academy has really welcomed a monster. Dai Mubai was also surprised as he arrived at the dormitory door. Tang, big brother, you broke through just like that? Tang Xian nodded lightly. He broke through the bottleneck in the battle with Teacher Zhao. Of course, this was just an excuse he casually made up. Dai Mubai swallowed hard. How could anyone live like this? As night fell, on the back mountain of Shrek, a man who looked to be around 50 years old, very robust, with a slightly protruding chin, broad cheekbones, and a flat face, wearing a pair of black-framed square crystal glasses perched on his hooked nose, stood in front of Zhao Wujia. Dean Flinder, these kids performed quite well today. Zhao Wujia was currently reporting the results of today's assessment to the Dean of Shrek Academy. Oh, hearing Zhao Wujia's words, even Flinder was a bit surprised. To receive a decent evaluation from Zhao Wujia, who was strict and rigid, meant it was not just ordinary praise. Flinder curiously asked about the specific situations of these new students. While they were conversing, a tall and sturdy figure was outlined in the moonlight above the trees in the jungle behind them, a mysterious figure in a black robe. He was not noticed until he finished listening to Zhao Wujia's report with Flinder. It was only when Flinder inadvertently glanced at the reflection on the ground that he realized. Who is it? Is there someone here? The tall man in the black robe coldly called out. Golden Iron Triangle Flinder, unmoving King Zhao Wujia. In an instant, Flinder and Zhao Wujia immediately became alert, entering a defensive stance, colorful soul rings appearing from beneath their feet. This was Shrek Academy. The other party could appear and disappear without a trace, directly showing up right before their eyes and calling out their identities. Such behavior indicated either immense strength or a sense of invulnerability. Could it be an enemy seeking revenge? But if it were an assassination, they probably would have. Buzz. The reflection on the ground instantly vanished, and when it reappeared, the true form had already emerged before Flinder and Zhao Wujia. Who are you? Why do you not reveal your true identity? Flinder asked coldly. His voice was full of confidence. There were two of them now, and they were not afraid of any enemies unless the opponent was a titled Douluo. But why would a titled Douluo hold a grudge against them? You will soon know who I am. The deep voice of the tall man in black echoed, and at the same time, a massive soul power radiated from him. 9 dazzling soul rings instantly appeared from beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. A total of 9, especially the last. Extremely enchanting scarlet 9th soul ring, emanating a terrifying aura. The scarlet soul ring, representing at least 100,000 years of soul beast age. Flinder and Zhao Wujia's pupils shook violently. Titled Douluo. Soul rings have always been a manifestation of strength. Seeing the other party's soul rings, how could Flinder and Zhao Wujia not know the opponent's power? How could such a person appear out of nowhere in their Shrek Academy? Yes, sir? I wonder where Shrek Academy has offended you. Please state it clearly. In front of a titled Douluo, the identity of the Dean of Shrek Academy was nothing. Flinder immediately lowered his stance and directly admitted defeat, requesting to be spared, and Zhao Wujia, who had been magnificent and famous outside during the day, was now trembling even more. A titled Douluo could easily crush him with a single slap. He could only stand aside, shivering. Where did I offend you? Flinder, did you not hear just now? Someone was beaten, so of course I have to support them. Flinder instantly looked at Zhao Wujia beside him. How did you provoke a titled Douluo? Zhao Wujia was almost in tears. I don't even know. The figure before them slowly removed the hood of his cloak. A pitch-black Xuantian hammer, filled with a sense of destruction, suddenly appeared in his hand. He forcefully slammed it to the ground. The back mountain was immediately filled with violent winds. Xuantian Douluo Tang Hao. Flinder's pupils constricted, and his expression changed dramatically. How could this killing god come to Shrek Academy to cause trouble? This was the killing god who had even smashed the previous pope of the Spear Hall. Flinder's mind raced, suddenly recalling what Tang Hao had just said about supporting the one who was beaten. His heart trembled, and he turned to Zhao Wujia in disbelief. Brother Wujia, why did you have to beat the offspring of Xuantian Douluo? Zhao Wujia was on the verge of tears. Why didn't he hit anyone? Huh. Tang Hao let out a soft sound upon hearing this. The fluctuations of his soul power instantly swept out. He suddenly raised the Xuantian hammer in his hand. Zhao Wujia's breathing became rapid. This scene felt strangely familiar. Oh no. It turns out the little monster I encountered today is actually the son of the Xuantian Douluo. Zhao Wujia instantly remembered the little guy Tang Xian holding that fire hammer. Isn't that the Xuantian hammer? Your Excellency Xuantian, I'm wronged. I really didn't make things difficult for your child. I didn't know anything. If I had known, even if you gave me 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to touch him. Enough nonsense, Zhao Wujia. Come here and take a beating. Your Excellency Xuantian, if you strike, one hammer would crush me to pieces. Is there any need for me to resist? Hey, I'll give you a bit of chance to struggle. Next, I want to use my martial soul. If you don't resist, you want to have a chance. After saying that, Tang Hao directly swung the Xuantian hammer fiercely down towards Zhao Wujia. Martial soul, true form. Mighty Diamond Bear. Zhao Wujia instantly used his 7th soul skill to harden and took a hammer. Crack, 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 the sound echoed. And Zhao Wujia cast a pleading glance at Flinder. Flinder suddenly shivered. Brother Wujia, the opportunity to receive instruction from your Excellency Xuantian is rare. Enjoy it well. I want to disturb you too. However, Tang Hao coldly snorted. Dean Flinder, do you dare leave? Come here and take a beating with me. Flinder really didn't dare to leave. Brother Wujia, I'm coming to help you. Boom, boom. The back mountain of Shrek Academy frequently trembled violently. Even without using his martial soul, Tang Hao still pressed Flinder and Zhao Wujia down and hammered them relentlessly. Neither of them had any room to fight back. Titled Douluo. Terrifying indeed. Chapter 42. Ma Hongjun teases Ning Rongrong? Oh no. Zhao Wujia cried out in misery. His backside was in unbearable pain from Tang Hao's beating. He felt as if he was about to collapse, lying on the ground groaning. Yet even so, Tang Hao remained unmoved, continuing to employ violent methods. Zhao Wujia now felt like death was better than life. After venting his frustrations, Tang Hao finally stopped. Despite being so abused, Zhao Wujia's face showed no disrespect. Still filled with fear. Your Excellency Hao Ian, have I survived this ordeal? You wouldn't want to indiscriminately kill the innocent, would you? Zhao Wujia wanted to cry, but had no tears. He couldn't handle the little monster, and now the big monster was coming to oppress him. But even Tang Xian was fine. He himself hadn't suffered much, but this person in front of him was a genuine Douluo. Even without Tang Hao using his martial soul, being taught by him felt like playing with a toy. After just half an hour of torment, Zhao Wujia felt as if his backside was blooming. His bones were falling apart. His life was in danger. This time I'll spare you, Zhao Wujia, but... Flinder, you all must promise me one thing. Flinder immediately shivered. He had witnessed the entire process of Zhao Wujia being humiliated from the tree, and that scene made him tense up. Now, let alone one thing. Even if it were 3 or 10 things, he would agree without hesitation. He certainly didn't want to suffer the same tortures as Zhao Wujia. You say, Your Excellency Hao Ian. Flinder instantly displayed the respect a Douluo deserved, showing no disrespect towards Tang Hao whatsoever, because like Zhao Wujia, his cultivation was only that of a little soul sage. How could they dare to refuse a Douluo's request? A slight mistake could cost them their lives. Suffering a bit of grievance was nothing. Dean Flinder immediately flew down from the tree, standing next to Zhao Wujia. Flinder looked at Zhao Wujia, who was lying on the ground, and at Tang Hao standing in front of him. Both of them had no fluctuations of soul power at all. They had genuinely been colliding with their physical bodies. Their clothes were soaked with sweat. He had never seen a Douluo so hardcore, so straightforward. Instantly, he felt some sympathy and compassion for Zhao Wujia on the ground. Realizing how fortunate he was not to have provoked this god of death, Tang Hao, just as he was thinking about what Tang Hao needed him to do. Dean Flinder, you must have guessed, Tang Xian is my son, Tang Hao. This child, I should have been a guardian for Xiao Xian. However, I also have some unfinished business that I must personally resolve. Since Xiao Xian has chosen to join Shrek Academy, I hope Shrek can put in more effort. Of course, I, Tang Hao, will not treat you unfairly. With that, Tang Hao suddenly flashed to Flinder's side and whispered a few words in his ear in front of Zhao Wujia. After that, Tang Hao put his black cloak back on. In the next moment, he disappeared directly into the back mountain. Phew! Zhao Wujia instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Lying on the ground, drenched in sweat, the pressure Tang Hao put on him was truly immense. Just his aura was enough to make one breathless. This great Buddha has finally left. How terrifying. Is this the power of a Douluo? Flinder, you're not being kind. Quickly help me up. Once Tang Hao left, Zhao Wujia began to scold Flinder. Flinder awkwardly helped Zhao Wujia up from the ground, placing his arm around his shoulder. Brother Wujia, how can you say that? You at least gained something from this calamity. You picked up a life, didn't you? Besides, the opportunity to be personally trained by Your Excellency Hao Ian is truly rare. You've profited immensely. Get lost, what kind of profit? Why don't you give him some benefits? Zhao Wujia raged, but soon he began to whimper and cover his backside, limping back toward Shrek Academy. Seeing this, Flinder shook his head slightly, and suddenly wings sprouted from his back. Don't be stubborn. If you don't go back to apply medicine, your backside will rot. He then picked up Zhao Wujia and flew away from the back mountain. Moments after the two left the back mountain, Tang Hao's figure appeared on the treetops in the moonlit forest. He murmured, Xiao Xian, we will meet again soon. Wait for me to finish my unfinished business before I come find you. Clear sunlight streamed through the window of the Shrek dormitory, and Tang Xian turned over, habitually reaching out for a bear hug beside him, only to find empty space. He opened his eyes in a daze and realized that Xiao Wu had already moved to another dormitory. Indeed, Xiao Wu had grown up. They couldn't be so casual about sleeping together anymore. Tang Xian stretched lazily, and after a quick wash-up, put on his coat, preparing to find Xiao Wu's dormitory. He had made plans with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing to go out today to buy some daily necessities. However, just on the way there, he witnessed something unpleasant. Was this the first time Ning Rongrong had been flirted with on the street? Tang Xian looked in surprise at the scene before him. In his line of sight was a chubby little guy with red hair who was currently flirting. No, rather than flirting, it was more accurate to say he was harassing Ning Rongrong. The red-haired chubby guy had grabbed Ning Rongrong's struggling jade hand, his expression already impatient. Tang Xian immediately thought of the identity of this person. Ma Hongjun, born in an ordinary small village where everyone's martial soul was a common bird, had his martial soul mutated into a top-level evil fire phoenix. However, due to the evil fire within his body, he had to engage in sexual relations with women to release the evil fire since awakening at the age of 6. As a result, he was promiscuous and often teased virtuous young women. Unexpectedly, on the very first day Ning Rongrong entered Shrek Academy, she caught the eye of Ma Hongjun. Despite Ma Hongjun's unremarkable appearance and his plump body, he was incredibly strong, easily capturing Ning Rongrong in his grasp and giving her no chance to escape. Tang Xian certainly would not miss this opportunity to be a hero and directly pointed in the direction of Ma Hongjun. He said domineeringly, "Stop it, you little fatso. Let go of that girl." Ma Hongjun was somewhat surprised that there was actually someone in this village who would meddle in his affairs. "Who are you? How dare you interfere in my business?" Tang Xian raised an eyebrow. It seemed he still didn't know that he had passed the assessment yesterday. Even if the King of Heaven came today, Tang Xian, will definitely take care of this matter. Ning Rongrong immediately looked over with a pitiful expression. "Tang Xian, save me." It was obvious that Ning Rongrong had resisted Ma Hongjun before, and now she looked disheveled, with a bit of black ash on her fair face. She couldn't defeat Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun glanced sideways. "Do you know him? He can't be your little lover, right? I advise you not to seek your own suffering. Quickly let go of this young lady." Ning Rongrong pouted. Chapter 43. Tang Xian's woman Ning Rongrong? "Little fatty, I advise you not to seek your own suffering. Quickly let go of this young lady." Ning Rongrong bolted. Suddenly, she exerted force and broke free from Ma Hongjun's grasp. Quickly running to Tang Xian's side, in her panic, she hooked her arm around Tang Xian's. "Tang Xian, fortunately you came in time, otherwise I." Ning Rongrong bit her lip, looking as if she had just suffered great grievances, making people feel extremely pity for her. Seeing Ning Rongrong's actions, Ma Hongjun's face instantly darkened. "So she is your girlfriend? Ha, very good. You want to stand up for your girlfriend, right? Today I will let you know what happens when you provoke my evil fire phoenix." Originally, he had already spent a lot of effort to flirt with this beauty and was in a bad mood, and now this happened. Ma Hongjun's anger instantly surged. In an instant, Ma Hongjun summoned the evil fire phoenix, his eyes swirling with evil fire. The blazing flames instantly covered his figure, and behind him appeared a fiery red phoenix, soaring with a sense of destruction. Ning Rongrong felt a wave of fear and curled up behind Tang Xian. Even Tang Xian felt the scorching heat approaching. His expression slightly changed. However, he did not retreat at all. He only heard Ning Rongrong softly chant, "Tang Xian, I will assist you. Help me teach a lesson to this playboy who has been teasing this young lady." Tang Xian shook his head slightly upon hearing this. Ning Rongrong's heart tightened, thinking that Tang Xian was afraid of provoking trouble. Just as she was about to release her grip on Tang Xian's arm, he smiled faintly and said, "For matters like this, why should a beauty intervene? Leave it to me." As he spoke, he gently patted Ning Rongrong's shoulder. Ma Hongjun exuded a terrifying aura, but unexpectedly, it didn't intimidate his opponent, which piqued his interest. "Kid, you must be new here, right? You don't know the reputation of my evil fire phoenix. If you think you can show off for your girlfriend, you're likely to be disappointed." Ma Hongjun repeatedly referred to Ning Rongrong as his girlfriend, causing her face to flush, but she couldn't argue back. "I, Ma Hongjun, am not the kind of unreasonable person. If you can defeat me, I'll let you have your girlfriend. I won't bother you again. But if you lose, then you'll have to let my phoenix release its fire." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong was immediately filled with anger. If looks could kill, Ma Hongjun would have been sliced to pieces by her glare. "You lewd fatso, shut up. First of all, Rongrong is a pure girl and not my girlfriend, but she is definitely not yours either. If you want to lay a hand on Rongrong, you'll have to ask me if I agree." As she spoke, she looked at Ma Hongjun's proud, evil fire phoenix with a slight smile. "Just a little fire crow. Holy light dragon, manifest." Instantly, golden light surrounded Tang Xian, and behind him appeared an ancient soul beast, its aura far more terrifying than Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix. As the light shone and then retracted, a golden holy light dragon, radiating a sacred brilliance, soared behind Tang Xian. On one side was the evil fire phoenix, and on the other was the holy light dragon. For a moment, dragons danced and phoenixes soared, the ground shaking. However, when comparing the evil fire phoenix and the holy light dragon, the superiority was clear. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Little fatso, You still claim your martial spirit is a phoenix? I see it's far from a real phoenix. In front of the holy light dragon. It's hardly better than a grass chicken. A chicken that can't even control itself. Always thinking about grass. What kind of phoenix is that? Tang Xian added to the mockery. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun could no longer contain the anger in his heart. Not only was his good deed ruined, but he was also publicly humiliated. To say that his phoenix was inferior to a grass chicken was something he couldn't bear. Such sharp words. I hope your strength is as sharp as your tongue. Even facing the imposing holy light dragon, Ma Hongjun refused to back down. He instantly summoned his soul rings, and soul rings appeared beneath his feet. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. An incredibly hot flame shot out from Ma Hongjun in an instant. Rong, just watch from the side. I'll teach this lewd guy a lesson. Ning Rong immediately stepped aside to watch, as she had a lot of faith in Tang Xian's strength. After all, he was someone who dared to confront even soul saints head-on. Buzz fire, huh? I have that too. First soul skill, Holy Light Fire. Instantly, dragon and phoenix appeared, all enveloped in a circle of fire. Surprisingly, the flames of the evil fire phoenix seemed to fear the holy light fire released by Tang Xian. Tang Xian instantly unleashed the ghost shadow mysterious track, revealing the Xuantian hammer in his hand, which suddenly grew larger, surrounded by holy fire, and charged directly. The massive fire hammer collided with the Phoenix Fire Line in an instant. Buzz. The Phoenix Fire Line, which Ma Hongjun had repeatedly relied on, was effortlessly cut in half by the opponent's giant hammer. Shocked, he immediately retracted his careless mindset. In the next moment, Tang Xian had already pounced right in front of Ma Hongjun, the giant hammer slowly coming down. Just as it seemed slow, it was actually fast. Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth. How could it be this fast? He immediately unleashed his second soul skill. Second soul skill, Bathing Fire Phoenix. However, in a mere moment, the opponent's giant hammer was already positioned above his crown. If it came down, he would instantly become a meat pie. Ma Hongjun swallowed hard. What kind of monster was this? Even Dai Mubai wasn't this powerful, right? Could it be that the opponent was already at the soul zone level? Gulp, gulp. Dense beads of sweat dripped from Ma Hongjun's forehead. The huge commotion had already attracted the attention of Dai Mubai from Shrek Academy, who rushed over. Just in time to witness this scene. Oh my, this fat guy really dares to provoke anyone. He has even messed with the killing god, Tang Xian. Ma Hongjun. Quickly pay your respects to Brother Tang. Ma Hongjun's eyes widened. A monster that even Dai Mubai had called brother. Did he just stir up a hornet's nest? Be brother. I was rude just now. I will apologize to that little girl right away. Tang Xian slowly moved the Xuantian hammer away from Ma Hongjun's forehead. Dai Mubai breathed a sigh of relief and kicked Ma Hongjun aside. Ma Hongjun immediately ran in front of Ning Rong with a sincere attitude, loudly apologizing. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I really didn't know you were my brother's woman. Xiao Wu, who had come over to join the fun, happened to see this scene, and Tang Xian almost choked on his own saliva upon hearing those words. Especially when Xiao Wu curiously asked with a mischievous expression, You too. Ning Rong's ears turned red instantly. You little fatty, what are you talking about? Xiao Wu, it's not what you think. Chapter 44. Xiao Wu takes Ma Hongjun as her little brother. Ning Rong's ears turned red, and she playfully scolded, You little fatty, what are you talking about? Xiao Wu, it's not what you think. Xiao Wu was amused by Ning Rong's expression and giggled, teasing, Sister Rong, why are you blushing? Let me tell you a secret. Brother Xian seems to like girls like you. Shoo. Tang Xian face-palmed and shook his head slightly. Dai Mubai and Oscar hurriedly approached Ma Hongjun. Although they were a bit frustrated with him, Oscar still conjured up a sausage and handed it to Ma Hongjun to help him regain his soul power and state. Dai Mubai, as the former leader of Shrek, solemnly apologized to Ning Rong again. Ning Rong bit her lip and looked at Tang Xian. Tang Xian smiled faintly and said, Rong, let's let this little fatty off this time. If he dares to bother you again, I'll cut off his koan. Dai Mubai quickly explained to Tang Xian and Ning Rong, Brother Tang, Rong, this time it was Ma Hongjun who was being reckless. Please don't hold it against him. He usually isn't like this. If it weren't for his martial soul undergoing a mutation, he wouldn't be so lecherous. Ning Rong then lightly nodded her head in acceptance of Ma Hongjun and the others' apologies, feeling wronged. Tang Xian said, In the future, go to brothels to relieve yourself. Don't harm good family girls. Ma Hongjun sighed. I can only do that, but, going to those places costs too much. Even if my family has a mine and I visit every day, I would still end up broke. Right now, I don't have any soul coins to enter those places. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fallen to the point of randomly grabbing here. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. What does picking up girls mean? Is it that expensive? Ma Hongjun widened his eyes and looked at the people around him. They all made gestures to be cautious with their words. And Ma Hongjun suddenly understood that this girl, named Xiao Wu, probably didn't know the dangers of the world, was still innocent, and didn't understand those worldly matters. It was better not to corrupt such a naive girl. He could only grit his teeth and stop explaining. However, seeing Ma Hongjun so aggrieved, Xiao Wu's eyes turned. And then she sympathetically placed her hand on Ma Hongjun's shoulder, appearing carefree as she looked toward Tang Xian. Unconcerned, she said, "I say, little fatty, what's there to be sad about if you're short on money? Problems that can be solved with money are never real problems. Let me show you a bright path." She then raised her delicate finger, pointing to Tang Xian's location. "Look, this one. My brother Xian is a wealthy man. He has plenty of money." Ma Hongjun mumbled, "What does it have to do with you, that he has plenty of money?" Xiao Wu immediately became displeased. She exclaimed loudly, "Brother Xian's money is Xiao Wu's money. He is a wealthy man, which means I, Xiao Wu, am also a wealthy person, right, Brother Xian?" Tang Xian nodded awkwardly, wondering when he had become someone under the control of a wife. However, he indeed had a lot of soul coins and didn't care about these material possessions. At this point, Tang Xian suddenly understood what the little girl Xiao Wu was trying to do, and then he spoke earnestly. "You little fatty look carefree, but in reality, you have a strong sense of self-esteem." Xiao Wu means she wants to recruit a little brother, someone to run errands for her, and from now on, you can call her Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was very satisfied with this statement and nodded. "That's right, little fatty. As long as you become my little brother, I won't let you work for free. I'll give you a monthly allowance of soul coins so you can have money for your fun. What do you think?" Ma Hongjun was completely stunned by Xiao Wu's shocking words. Being a little brother to Xiao Wu was nothing. He wanted to recognize Tang Xian as his big brother like Dai Mubai. "Thank you." Ma Hongjun's eyes were slightly moist. He knew very well that these two were not really trying to recruit him as a little brother. They clearly saw him as a poor kid, a pitiful child troubled by evil fire, wanting to help him with money, but fearing that directly giving it to him would hurt his self-esteem. So they found an excuse to offer him money by pretending to recruit him as a little brother. Ma Hongjun slightly bowed his head in gratitude, sincerely calling out, "Sister Xiao Wu, Brother Tang." Tang Xian had no objections. Ma Hongjun's talent was quite good, so accepting him as a younger brother was not out of the question. However, he still maintained a cold demeanor, appearing to do it just to satisfy Xiao Wu's wishes. Since he was the older brother, he naturally needed to act like one, consistently displaying the composure and calmness expected of him. Even Dai Mubai took a deep breath and thought to himself, "This Ma Hongjun truly knows how to read the situation. He is indeed a remarkable person." Oscar looked at Tang Xian with surprise. Although they hadn't interacted much, Tang always gave him a mysterious sense of pressure. Now, even Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were calling him Big Brother, and he was clearly a new student, yet had reached this level. In the future, he probably would have to change how he addressed him too. "Xiao Ao, stop dawdling. Quickly greet the new Big Brother." Dai Mubai directly kicked Oscar, who was lost in thought, showing no awareness. He, as Dai Lauda, was already calling him Big Brother. Couldn't Oscar change his way of addressing him? "Tang, Big Brother Tang." Oscar still felt a bit unaccustomed to it. Tang Xian didn't mind. He patted Oscar's shoulder, and the pressure he exuded felt as if he hadn't been a big brother for many years. Dai Mubai spoke softly. "All right, everyone, let us not delay. Today is the first day of the new students at Shrek Academy, and the Dean is holding a routine training session. Let us hurry to gather. Sister Rome, let us hurry over too. Come on, Xiangu." Upon hearing that it was the Dean of Shrek Academy who was going to train them, Xiao Wu became extremely excited. "Little fatty, what are you still standing around for? Aren't you a Shrek student too? Hurry up." "Yes, Sister Xiao Wu." Ma Hongjun immediately followed along, clearly considering himself a little follower. Seeing this, Dai Mubai's stern expression softened into a slight smile. Even Oscar was happy for Ma Hongjun. This guy in the past, when we directly gave him gold soul coins, he was very proud and wouldn't accept a single coin. Now, he is so readily accepting it. That's different. Ma Hongjun is now applying to be a younger brother, earning his rewards through his own labor, not as a form of charity. His self-esteem is much stronger than ours. It seems our previous approach was indeed lacking consideration. Dai Mubai reflected. "Mubai, what are you talking about? We Shrek brothers genuinely want to help Ma Hongjun. Don't say it like that. How could that little fatty not know our intentions? Don't overthink it." Oscar patted Dai Mubai's shoulder. "Let's go. We should head over too." Dai Mubai nodded slightly. Earlier, he had noticed Ma Hongjuan's awkward situation, and he and Oscar had occasionally directly given Ma Hongjun money to help him out of urgent situations. However, every time it was rejected, this guy was quite proud. So the problem lay in his self-esteem. Chapter 45. The Little Witch Ning Rongrong erupts. At the entrance of the village where Shrek Academy is located, Dean Flender had been waiting for a long time. When Dai Mubai brought Tang Xian and the others here, they heard Dean Flender's angry shout. New students. Late on the first day of assembly. You must be punished. Now, I order you to run from Shrek Academy to the nearest city town for 30 round trips. If you don't complete the punishment before sunset, you won't be allowed to eat. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, as auxiliary soul masters, only needed to run 10 round trips. Alright, Daimubai, do you understand? Let the training begin. Upon hearing this, whether it was Tang Xian, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, or Zhu Zhuqing, they all fell silent. Daimubai and the other old students felt a bit helpless too. This was Dean Flender's old rule. When it came to new students, he had to show them who's boss first. Dean Flender believed that only through such harsh methods, making the students feel an unbearable training effect, could he establish his authority. Anyone who could enter Shrek Academy was a proud and talented monster. If he didn't do this to make them realize his strength, it would be difficult for Flender to command respect. And the subsequent arrangements for his extreme teaching methods would face even more resistance. Therefore, suppressing the sharpness of these talented monsters on the first day was a common tactic of Flender. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun naturally understood Dean Flender's intentions and were accustomed to this kind of intense training. Without saying a word, they directly took the lead and started running. Tang Xian was not opposed to this. For most people, only through hard work and training could they gradually become stronger. Shrek Academy had a unique teaching method for this. A few new students also started running alongside Tang Xian. It's just 30 laps, right? If they can't do this, how can they aspire to become titled Douluos in the future? Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing both nodded slightly and followed suit. At the end of the line, Ning Rongrong struggled with her thoughts for a long time before finally taking a step forward. However, the little witch was already feeling quite displeased with Shrek Academy. Beneath her seemingly gentle exterior, her crystal-clear eyes sparkled with a hint of anger. She constantly complained inwardly. What kind of place is Shrek Academy? Not only is it located in a remote area, but it's also dilapidated inside. On the first day, I was teased by seniors. Now I'm being punished by the dean. A broken academy, a ghost academy, I regret coming here. How could a future sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, a level 26 soul master, end up here to suffer? Running ahead, Tang Xian naturally sensed Ning Rongrong's change in attitude. Ning Rongrong was a pampered young lady who had grown up being cherished in the 7 treasure glazed tile school. How could she initially endure such a stark contrast? Brother Xian, what's wrong? If you don't run faster, you'll fall behind Mu Bai and the others. Coming, I'll catch up right away. Tang Xian did not meddle in this matter. After all, this was the first step for a sheltered flower to step into the cruel reality. After today, Ning Rongrong's mentality would probably plummet to a low point in her life. But this is a kind of tempering that one must experience in life. This little witch, accustomed to being adored by thousands, would only receive a good person card issued by Ning Rongrong for her good deeds. It would be better to wait until her tears dried up, feeling hopeless and wanting to give up completely, before delivering an umbrella in the rain or coal in the snow. With this thought, Tang Xian stopped being entangled and directly followed the crowd's footsteps to run. By evening, everyone crawled back as tired as dogs, and only then did they see Ning Rongrong's figure at the finish line. It was obvious that she had given up halfway. She did not complete the special training task. At this moment, Flander coldly and angrily reprimanded. Ning Rongrong, if you look down on our Shrek Academy, then get back to your 7 treasure glazed tile school. We do not accept students who do not obey discipline. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong clenched her small fists, her face full of defiance. She was someone who could not be intimidated by hard tactics. She retorted, "What monster academy? It's clearly a perverted academy. I'm a support-type soul master, and you want me to train my physical strength? That's simply insane. You clearly want to punish us." Dean Flander immediately erupted with an unassailable authority. The teaching methods of Shrek Academy are not for you to question. This is to train your survival skills. Running is a survival skill that must be mastered in a battlefield. In the face of life and death, every extra moment spent running means an extra chance of survival. People like you, who are usually lazy in training, are not the fastest runners, but the fastest to die. If you can't accept this, Then please voluntarily withdraw from Shrek Academy. Flanders' tone was extremely firm as he uttered the last sentence. He then turned to Dai Mubai. Mubai, you go clear out this young lady's belongings. Yes. Dai Mubai understood Flanders' temper well. His tone was so resolute that there was no room for negotiation. This scene made Oscar extremely anxious. It was not easy to have a female student who was also a support-type soul master, yet on her first day of school. She was ordered to withdraw by the dean. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong could no longer bear it. The little witch's true nature erupted. Flander, you think clearly. I'm the proud daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. How dare you drive me away? This backwater place. If it weren't for not wanting my family to find out, I wouldn't come to your little place. You're just a lowly soul sage. Even if you want to teach me, you should ask if I'm interested. Oomph. The little witch's true nature could no longer be contained, and, as she spoke passionately, her face flushed red, not even placing a soul sage in her eyes. Each word was a dagger to the heart. All the students present could not help but break out in a cold sweat for Ning Rongrong. They gasped. This usually gentle and refined Ning Rongrong had such a rebellious heart. Yet, Tang Xian appeared to be unfazed, as if this was how it should be. Mubai, see her off. Facing Ning Rongrong's threats, Dean Flanders showed no concern for the three major sects and directly issued an eviction order. Yes, how can a mere soul sage teach a proud daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? So please leave our Shrek Academy. Hiss. As these words came out, everyone present gasped in shock. Dean Flanders was indeed tough. Ning Rongrong's tears immediately welled up in her eyes, her pearly teeth biting her lip. Flanders, are you serious? This is not the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Once a proud daughter, here you are, just a mediocre one, a clown looking at the sky from a well. Each word from Flanders was like a knife stabbing into Ning Rongrong's heart. Ning Rongrong's tears rolled down like beans. You're talking nonsense. I am not the most mediocre. You're talking nonsense. The word most mediocre exploded in Ning Rongrong's mind. Chapter 46. Oscar's Interception. Ning Rongrong's heart races. The word most mediocre exploded in Ning Rongrong's mind. That's right, the most mediocre. Flanders said coldly. Tang Xian now had a soul power of level 40, just one soul ring away from becoming a soul zone. Barring any accidents, he would undoubtedly be among the best at the title Douluo level. You are far from him. Dai Mubai is now already a soul master at level 37, while Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others are at level 29. Although Ma Hongjuan's evil fire phoenix has defects, it is still a top-level beast martial soul, and his character is much stronger than yours. He will undoubtedly achieve far more than you in the future. Ning Rongrong, in front of these Shrek monsters, what do you mean by not being the most mediocre? Flanders' words were like daggers stabbing into Ning Rongrong's heart. Each sentence told her that she was not noble, but rather extremely mediocre, and if she did not work hard, she would be worthless. Flanders continued. Even if you are the only heir of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, your talent and character are nowhere near Oscar, who is a rare support-type soul master with innate full soul power. If Dai Mubai and the others combat soul masters make you feel inferior, what do you count as among support-type soul masters? Ning Rongrong took a few steps back. The most mediocre. She was indeed the most mediocre among these people. Ning Rongrong was deeply pierced by Flanders' words, unable to hold back her tears any longer, and she fell to the ground. Let's go. With a command from Flanders, everyone was dismissed back to their dormitories, leaving Ning Rongrong sobbing on the spot. Dai Mubai, feeling a bit of loss, quietly asked, then, is her dormitory still reserved? If she can't figure it out tonight, there's no need to keep it. Flanders said. Everyone could only leave under Dean Flanders' expulsion. And under the setting sun, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt abandoned by everyone. Night slowly descended. The lonely and cold evening wind dried Ning Rongrong's hot tears by the lakeside. However, Ning Rongrong could not help but sob. Damn Flanders, dead Flanders, all bad guys. When I go back, I must have my grandpa and the others get justice for me. How dare a mere soul sage order the only heir of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to withdraw from school? Oomph. Ning Rongrong still could not change her little witch nature, continuously throwing stones into the lake by the secluded Jingxin lake to vent her emotions. The words Flanders said during the day were too hurtful to her pride. Even if she was really that mediocre, Flanders should have given her a bit of face. Ning Rongrong had never suffered such grievances. Being reprimanded by a soul sage like this, she could not accept it. Tonight's wind was exceptionally cold. Yet after venting her frustrations for so long, there was not a single person to comfort her. Is it really my own problem? Am I really wrong? Even Ning Rongrong could not help but feel self-doubt. Oscar, holding a cloak, looked from a distance at the thin figure of Ning Rongrong by the lake. Rongrong has been calm for so long alone. She should have thought it through, right? It's so cold tonight. Should I go give her a piece of clothing? This is a chance to gain some favor, Oscar. Go, go, go. At this moment, Oscar was constantly giving himself psychological hints from afar. However, just as he was about to approach, another figure had already walked up to Ning Rongrong's side. Tang Xian casually took off his coat and draped it over Ning Rongrong's shoulders. Tang Xian, go. It's you? Ning Rongrong said, surprised as she turned to look at the first person who came to comfort her, lightly touching the coat on her shoulders. How'd you get here? I must look terrible right now, right? Ning Rongrong still had a few small sobs. Hearing this, Tang Xian silently handed her a handkerchief. Who said that? Your talent is still quite good. A buzzing silence fell. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind remained. But this tranquility was soon shattered by Ning Rongrong. Oof. Tang Xian, are you insulting me? Ning Rongrong snatched the handkerchief from Tang Xian and tossed it back at him, her heart still filled with unwillingness. Tang Xian didn't pay much attention to it. It's normal for girls to get a little angry. Just comfort her a bit. So, he bent down to pick up the handkerchief again, standing in front of Ning Rongrong with clear eyes, sincerely saying, Insult? If one is strong enough, how can the words of others shake one's heart? Hearing this, Ning Rongrong stubbornly bit her lip, understanding the reasoning, but having never experienced such grievances. Seeing this, Tang Xian knew that Ning Rongrong had figured it out. She just needed an opportunity to step down. All right, everyone is waiting for the return of our genius beauty. Don't be upset anymore. Training with us will surely help you surpass us with your talent. Tang Xian kindly comforted her. You, Ning Rongrong, who was just furious a moment ago, felt her heart race upon hearing Tang Xian's words. What genius, what beauty. Don't say such things. Ning Rongrong's ears instantly flushed red as she recalled being called Tang Xian's girlfriend by Ma Hongjun today. Could it be that Tang Xian had been secretly paying attention to her all along? She touched the coat on her shoulders, suddenly feeling that she wasn't too bad after all. Someone was indeed concerned about her. Her mood improved significantly at that moment. Oscar, who was a step behind Tang Xian, could only retract the cloak in his hands and silently leave the place, step by step, knowing he might have lost his chance. As for Oscar's arrival, Tang Xian was already aware. How could anyone compete with him when it came to comforting girls? Only children make choices. He wanted it all. When someone is at their most vulnerable, it's the easiest time to get close. And how could Tang Xian easily miss this opportunity to build rapport? Who knows? He might even get a chance to sign in at the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Because of this, the luck of the top 3 sects would surely be great. Moreover, at this moment, there was no romantic involvement between Oscar and Ning Rongrong. He felt no psychological burden in intercepting. In Douluo continent, there are no such concerns. Just enjoy yourself however you want. With this thought in mind, Tang Xian lifted the handkerchief in his hand and gently wiped away the tears on Ning Rongrong's face. A wave of youthful warmth surged in, causing Ning Rongrong's heart to flutter, her breathing becoming rapid. Tang Xian's actions suddenly made Ning Rongrong's heart race wildly. This feeling was something she had never experienced before. Could it be that she was starting to like this guy? When Tang Xian leaned closer, Ning Rongrong's small hand behind her tightened even more. She was very nervous. What was she thinking? Dean Flinders said such harsh words to ensure that the students would listen in the future, so you don't have to take it to heart. Chapter 47. Jian Chen's heart under the moon entrusts the girl. Ning Rongrong flusteredly took the handkerchief from Tang Xian's hand, realizing that she initially had ulterior motives towards him, but unexpectedly, she had fallen for him first. As she spoke, Tang Xian had already walked over to the rocking chair by the lakeside and sat down, inviting Ning Rongrong to join him and relax. Ning Rongrong hesitated for a few seconds, then naturally walked to the side of the rocking chair, sitting next to Tang Xian, right up against him. The cold wind was instantly blocked by more than half, and seeing that Tang Xian's coat was still on her while she was being blown by the cold wind, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but lean on Tang Xian's shoulder. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback, but he welcomed her without hesitation, naturally resting his hand on her shoulder. They leaned against each other, gazing at the full moon reflected in the tranquil lake, enjoying the beautiful scenery, a perfect match of talent and beauty. Ning Rongrong no longer felt the grievances of the day. Instead, she felt fortunate to have met Tang Xian at Shrek Academy. In this hazy moment, Ning Rongrong gradually became more talkative and intimate with Tang Xian. It wasn't very cold tonight, and the moon looked beautiful. Tang Xian, Can I call you Brother Xian like Xiao Wu does? Brother Xian. Tang Xian smiled faintly and nodded. You can call me whatever you like. As the night deepened, Ning Rongrong, who was leaning against Tang Xian, unexpectedly felt a hint of drowsiness and fell asleep in a daze. Tang Xian gently picked up Ning Rongrong and walked towards the dormitory. Clearly, it was not appropriate to sleep here. Was she caught a cold? However, just as Tang Xian had walked halfway, a leaf fell and brushed across his cheek, leaving a fine cut from a sharp sword-like energy. Such sharp energy. A drop of blood flowed from the cut on his face, gently falling with the wind onto the grass by the lakeside. Young man, my girl is not someone who can be taken away by just anyone. A faint voice came from the shadows. Tang Xian immediately tensed up all over and gently placed the sleeping Ning Rongrong back onto the rocking chair by the lakeside. He wiped the blood from his face with his hand, his heart racing. Could it be the sword Douluo Qinshin from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Sure enough. In the next moment, a ghostly black shadow flashed under the willow tree by the lake. The young man actually dared to touch a player's little girl, and there would be no mercy in killing. With a cold snort, he waved his hand, and the ordinary sword at his waist instantly hovered at Tang Xian's forehead. The sword energy surged. Sword Douluo Qinshin was slightly surprised, noticing that the young man who had deceived his Rongrong remained unflinching in the face of his pressure, not dodging even with the sword pointed at his brow. One must know that previously, even a leaf's sword energy from him could easily injure this boy, let alone his sword. Why not evade? Why should he evade? Tang Xian responded. In front of the sword Douluo, if there was truly a desire to kill him, his strength at this moment would not allow him to escape. The sword Douluo Qinshin narrowed his eyes slightly. There were still hot-blooded youths who were not afraid of death. In an instant, an incredibly sharp sword light flashed in his eyes, wanting to use his gaze to inflict 1,000 cuts upon Tang Xian. Clap! Tang Xian did not shy away at all, using his palm to grip the long sword that was aimed at his brow. The sharp sword energy, even though Tang Xian had the protection of a Xuanyu hand, instantly cut through flesh and blood. The sound of the sword energy slicing through his palm echoed in the darkness, and streaks of bright red blood flowed like a stream, dripping onto the lawn. Hiss! Even the sword Douluo was surprised. If the senior had the intent to kill me, I would have died 1,000 times already. I am just here to take good care of Rongrong for the senior. You wouldn't want Rongrong to be harmed, right? Tang Xian smiled faintly without any pain. Do you know my identity? Jian Shun felt surprised once again. Tang Xian nodded. Although your gaze is terrifying, your sword heart is pure. I can sense from your sword chi that you have no intent to kill. I suspect you must be an elder from the Rome family. Tang Xian thought to himself. If I can't guess the other person's identity, I might as well die. This person is indeed the sword grandpa mentioned by Ning Rongrong. A title Douluo, sword Douluo, with a martial soul 7 killing sword. As for this title Douluo's temperament, Tang Xian also understood a bit, which is why he acted as he did earlier. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the other party immediately showed a look of appreciation, then dispersed his sword intent and couldn't help but look at Tang Xian a few more times. Kid, what's your name? For the first time, Jian Shun had an interest. I'm Tang Xian. Good. A young man with such temperament. You're quite impressive. What is your martial soul? It should be a weapon martial soul or something, right? Jian Shun already had some guesses in his heart, but he still needed to confirm. Moreover, it must be a top-grade weapon martial soul. Otherwise, how could he have perceived his sword intent killing aura? At this age, unless he also had a weapon martial soul, it would be impossible. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian shook his head slightly. He certainly couldn't show Jian Shun the Xuantian hammer right now, but he also didn't hide it. When it was time to showcase his talent, he had to do so. He directly released his bright sacred dragon and 6-winged angel martial souls, while simultaneously releasing his 40th level soul power. Hiss! Jian Shun gasped in surprise, especially when he saw the 6-winged angel and bright sacred dragon. His eyes widened, and the surprise didn't stop there. This young man had already reached level 40 at such a young age, and there was a presence of a 10,000-year soul ring within the fluctuation of his soul power, the quality so high that it was rare in the world. Tang Xian smiled slightly. The perception of the title Douluo was indeed astonishing. He had not yet revealed his soul rings, and the other party could make such an accurate judgment just from the fluctuations of his soul power. Jian Qinshin was very curious about the origin of the 6-winged angel martial soul and wanted to ask about Tang Xian's background, but Tang Xian remained silent, appearing profound and inscrutable, making Jian Qinshin hesitant to pursue the question further. Soon, he said with a light smile, Good lad, I won't pry too deeply. You have excellent talent and character. If you and Rong are meant to be, I wholeheartedly support your relationship. Hearing this, even Tang Xian staggered. What is this Xuantian Douluo trying to do? This is too easy to talk to. I haven't done anything yet. And he directly wants to recruit me as the son-in-law of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Senior, Rong and I are still just ordinary friends. We haven't developed to that stage yet. Tang Xian quickly explained. However, Xuantian waved his hand without worry. You child, I'm not rushing you. From what I see, Rong's attitude towards you is quite steady. It's just a matter of time. I was worried that Rong wouldn't have any friends after coming here. But now that you are here, I can leave her to you. You two should cultivate your feelings well over the years. If I, the sword Douluo Xuantian, see Rong suffer even a bit at Shrek Academy in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. After speaking, Sword Douluo glanced back at the sleeping Ning Rong, feeling somewhat relieved, and then took out a token. Take Rong back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to play when you have time. Yes, senior. Tang Xian took the token. With a smile on his lips, he now had another place to sign in. Don't call me senior. It sounds strange. Just call me Grandpa Jian along with Rong. He then vanished by the lakeside. Chapter 48. Soul Fighting Arena Sign-in. Reward. Soul Bone. After Xuantian left, Tang Xian remembered to carry Ning Rong back to the dormitory. But when he turned around, he found that Ning Rong was already awake. Did you hear everything? Ning Rong nodded shyly. Tang Xian smiled faintly and changed the subject. All right, Grandpa Jian is also worried about you, so don't overthink it. Are you tired? Hurry back to the dormitory to rest. Tomorrow, train with us and show Flandre with your actions that you are also a little monster. Okay. This time, Ning Rong's tone was incredibly firm, as if she had found some kind of support. She quickly walked towards the dormitory, but halfway there, she felt a bit reluctant. Glancing back 3 times with trepidation at Tang Xian, Tang Xian kept waving at Rong, telling himself that it was nothing. The sword wound in his hand was not a big deal. After Ning Rong left, Tang Xian held the item given to him by the sword Douluo tightly in his hand and put it away. This would serve as a pass to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in the future. However, it was impossible for him to become the son-in-law of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. But he didn't mind Rong marrying him. With this thought, Tang Xian returned to his dormitory. He hadn't used today's sign-in opportunity yet, so he silently recited in his heart, System sign-in. Ding! Shrek Academy sign-in successful. Congratulations on receiving a level 2 reward, copper skin and iron bones. Tang Xian suddenly felt the wound on his hand, inflicted by the sword energy, heal rapidly, and his body became even more resilient. With a body as tough as bronze and iron, his physical defense was enhanced, and it seemed that in the future, there would be very few who could injure him among those of the same rank. Previously, he was worried that his rapid increase in realm would not match his physical quality, but now that concern was completely eliminated. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the next day. Ning Rong indeed ran down with everyone, completing the training task successfully, and looked at Flandre with a bit of pride. Flandre didn't say much. Since Ning Rong had made up her mind, there was no harm in her staying. Moreover, her talent and foundation were indeed excellent. All right, running is just a simple daily training course. Next, you will start the second phase of the training program. The second phase of the training program? So soon? That's right. Starting tonight, your second training location will be the Great Soul Arena. Everyone showed an expression of anticipation. The Great Soul Arena is a place for soul masters to duel in Soto City. It's also a gambler's paradise. The Great Soul Arena can hone your practical combat skills. Here, fists and feet have no eyes. A moment of carelessness could even lead to death in the arena. Flandre then took everyone to the registration office of the Great Soul Arena, where he let Dai Mubai take them to process their identity tokens for the Soul Arena. Tang Xian held the iron token in his hand and smiled slightly. Do I really need to accumulate points and upgrade to a silver token, wearing the silver badge on my chest to graduate? Hearing this, Dai Mubai patiently explained, that's right. Every newcomer registered at the Battle Soul Arena wears an iron badge. You can only gain points by winning duels, win one match and you're at a point, but lose one and you lose points. Only by obtaining the silver badge can everyone graduate from Shrek Academy. Everyone was looking forward to the upcoming challenges immensely. In terms of talent, they were absolutely not inferior. But there were many differences compared to actual combat, especially in such life-and-death duels. They were ruthless. Xiao Wu curiously asked, the silver badge shouldn't be too difficult, right? It doesn't sound like a very high level. Tang Xian smiled lightly and said, although it's not high, it's not something that can be easily obtained. The Soul Arena badges are divided into 8 levels. Iron Soul Badge, Copper Soul Badge, Silver Soul Badge, Gold Soul Badge, Purple Gold Soul Badge, Sapphire Soul Badge, Ruby Soul Badge, and Diamond Soul Badge. To obtain the Iron Soul Badge, you need to achieve 100 victories and accumulate 100 points to be promoted to the Copper Soul Badge. And this is under the condition of being undefeated, which is quite unlikely. So reaching from Iron to Copper will require at least over 100 matches, not to mention the further promotion to the Silver Badge. Flander nodded slightly at this. Since you all understand the rules, let's not waste time and strive to reach the target points as soon as possible. I'm leaving now. After Flander finished speaking, he casually left the place. In his view, this would be the arena for these kids for a long time. He had plenty of time to come and observe. After Flander left, Tang Xian had just completed the registration procedure for the Soul Arena when he received a prompt from the sign-in system in his consciousness. Ding! Sign-in location refreshed. Soul Arena. Without any hesitation, Tang Xian signed in directly. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully signed in at the Soul Arena, receiving a level 3 reward. The next Soul Ring absorption and an additional reward of Soul Bone. A Soul Bone. It's actually a rare Soul Bone reward. Tang Xian was pleasantly surprised. Soul Bones are extremely rare treasures in the Soul Master world, far more precious than Soul Bones themselves. And now his Soul Power level had already reached level 40. He had been signing in, waiting for the reward of a new Soul Ring, but had yet to sign in for the 4th Soul Ring. He didn't expect the system to surprise him with an additional external Soul Bone as a bonus for the next Soul Ring reward. This was a big deal. Tang Xian couldn't help but feel excited, anticipating that when he signed in for his 4th Soul Ring, he might receive a 100,000 year or 10,000 year external Soul Bone, which would greatly boost his strength. At this moment, Ning Rongrong had also completed her registration, and Oscar was eager to team up with Rongrong. But she intentionally kept her distance from him. 2 support-type Soul Masters teaming up would lead to a disastrous defeat. She then looked at Tang Xian and sweetly asked, Brother Xian, can I team up with you for a duo? You attack, and I support you. Hearing this, Tang Xian was slightly taken aback, but then nodded. He was already at the peak of Soul Master, and the opponents he would face would definitely be at the Soul Master level. So teaming up with Rongrong would provide him with significant opportunities for growth. No problem, I'll team up with Rongrong. Seeing this, Xiao didn't mind and was leaning against Zhu Zhuqing. Then I'll team up with Sister Zhu Zhuqing, double the fun. Tang Xian knocked on Xiao Wu's head. What kind of random words have you and Ma Hongjun learned? Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue at Tang Xian, feeling a bit embarrassed, which made Ning Rongrong next to her giggle. Alright, the most important thing is still the individual battles. The doubles matches are just to hone team synergy. We can switch it up later. Dai Mubai interrupted them with a faint smile. Hearing this, Xiao Wu stepped forward. I'll go test the waters first. I have to show you my true strength with a 3-win streak. Upon hearing this, the Shrek Academy members who had never seen Xiao Wu's true strength were instantly intrigued and quickly made their way to the audience seats, waiting for the start of the first battle of the Shrek students in the Soul Arena. Xiao Wu, today's first victory relies on you. Chapter 49. Enchanting Xiao Wu and Sour Rongrong. The Soul Arena was filled with cheers and noise. Tang Xian and the others took their seats. Ma Hongjun was quite curious about Xiao Wu's strength. Xiangu, the guy named Qing Bao, is Xiao Wu's next opponent. His martial soul is the Iron Horn Bull. Can Xiao Wu handle him? Tang Xian raised his eyebrows. It's just a little brat. You probably don't know how strong my sister Xiao Wu's rabbit kicks are. She could bend iron feet. Ha ha ha. Ma Hongjun was instantly amused by Tang Xian's words. However, he still felt a bit curious. Everyone knows that Xiao Wu's martial soul is a rabbit, which seems soft and weak. It's really hard to imagine the specific scene of bending an iron horn cow. Tang Xian's eyes flashed with a glimmer. Little fatty, if you trust me, bet on Xiao Wu to win. Whatever she wins is yours. Whatever she loses is mine. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun immediately pulled out all 100 gold soul coins he had on him and placed the entire bet. Even if he lost, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Ma Hongjun was very clear about the risks of gambling, and this was a bet with no loss. Amidst the cheers, both sides entered the Soul Fighting Arena. The individual competition officially began. Hey, what a little girl we have here. Where did this little girl come from? Did he take a wrong turn? This is the Soul Fighting Arena, not a playground. The opponent named Qing Bao saw the little lowly Xiao Wu and immediately began to tease her playfully. It was obvious that this little girl was a newcomer to the arena and not worth his attention. Some spectators in the audience echoed, Qing Bao is too mean. But, such a cute little loli, I just want to make her cry. Don't scare the little girl away. Or she'll go home and tell her parents on you. Little girl, why don't you just go home? That Qing Bao has done his fair share of ruining innocent flowers. The spectators had different attitudes, throwing out various comments, but Xiao Wu didn't care at all. Her figure was indeed much smaller compared to her opponent. But if they underestimated her, they would definitely suffer a terrible defeat. Xiao Wu was completely unfazed by the pre-match trash talk, standing in the arena, waiting for the referee to start. However, the referee seemed momentarily stunned. So Xiao Wu had to turn and give him a sharp look, saying lightly, "Referee, you can blow the whistle now." The referee in charge of the match finally came to his senses but still hesitated, saying, "Little sister, you can still back out of the match now. Once it starts, it will be too late. Let us get started." Xiao Wu said firmly. The referee had no choice but to blow the whistle. Start. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, the experienced Qing Bao did not attack or defend as he usually would with great caution. Instead, he continued to tease disdainfully. "Little sister, I see you've grown a bit. How about you come down and play with me? I'll even give you the points for this round. This deal sounds good, right? One match, 1 point. Having a bit of fun is quite nice," and Qing Bao's eyes flashed with impatience. This little loli was the easiest to deceive. Meeting him, this bad uncle, was just a small lesson for her. Only 1 point. I really want it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu began to move her body seductively, speaking in a way that made people eager to respond, and it seemed she was very tempted by Qing Bao's offer. However, the audience only saw a sudden flash of doubt, an alluring pink light in Xiao Wu's eyes. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, Qing Bao's laughter abruptly stopped, as if he had been frozen by something. Second soul skill, charm. Xiao Wu wasted no time and directly controlled her opponent. Then, seizing the opportunity, she used the rabbit lightning movement technique, instantly appearing on top of Qing Bao's head. Her smile remained alluring, but added a hint of fierceness. When Qing Bao suddenly snapped back to reality, sensing something soft on his head. His sense of crisis activated instantly. However, unprepared, he didn't even have time to enjoy the softness before feeling a suffocating grip around his waist. A tremendous force surged from his neck. First soul skill, waist bow. His entire body was instantly pulled towards the ground. Boom! A loud crash echoed. Dust flew up in the arena, and Qing Bao was violently slammed to the ground, coming into close contact with the earth, instantly seeing stars. Wow, that has some powerful force. Qing Bao let out a miserable wail. Bang! The violent 8-section throw. A large group of spectators in the audience watched as Xiao Wu's waist Bao moved left and right, back and forth 8 times. Under everyone's gaze, Qing Bao was thrown around like a rubber band. Finally, with a final kick, Xiao Wu sent Qing Bao flying to the outside of the referee's position. Like kicking a ball. Hiss! The arena fell into dead silence. This seemingly weak little loli was truly fierce in battle. No, what level of strength is this? Did I see that wrong? Qing Bao didn't even release his martial soul or soul rings and was killed by a little loli. What's going on? After a brief silence, the audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Only the name of the victor echoed throughout the entire soul fighting arena. Even as a newcomer, as long as one had strength, they would earn the applause of the audience. In the soul fighting arena, the first victory was secured. Xiao Wu clapped her hands, proudly looking at the referee. In this match, Xiao Wu wins. Reward, 1 point. Upon hearing this, the betting settlement also ended simultaneously. A large group of gamblers sighed, lamenting that they hadn't placed their bets from the start. What a pity. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun was already occupied by the gold coin symbol, winning big. He directly multiplied his stake tenfold, turning 100 gold soul coins into 1,000 gold soul coins. The money came in too fast. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun instantly became a fan of Xiao Wu, cheering for her. Xiange, I didn't expect Xiao Wu to be so amazing. That was charm technique, right? Ning Rongrong asked curiously, but her tone seemed a bit sour. Yes, that is Xiao Wu's unique secret technique. Tang Xian said awkwardly. I wonder if Xiao Wu's charm technique can break your composure. Xiange, Zhu Zhuqing asked seriously, looking genuinely curious. My composure is strong. Don't even think about tempting me. Not even you, Xiao Wu. Tang Xian gritted his teeth and said, then I'm relieved. For next round, I'll buy you. Ah, huh. Ning Rongrong chuckled and said, it's buying you to win, Brother Xian. What are you thinking? Cough, cough. Tang Xian awkwardly coughed twice, It turned out that Ning Rongrong's charm technique was not much worse than Xiao Wu's now. Chapter 50. The Unbeatable Myth. First match. I also bet a large sum after hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words. Tang Xian touched his nose upon hearing this. Everyone was treating him like a money tree. However, it didn't matter because he was going to win anyway. Get ready to make a fortune today, for I, Tang Xian, will become an undefeated legend in the Soul Duel Arena. Dai Mu Bai and the others opened their mouths. An undefeated legend, as the name suggests, means not losing a single match and maintaining a perfect winning record. Yet, up until now, there has been no such legend born in the Great Soul Arena. I believe in you. Ning Rongrong looked at Tang Xian with her autumn-like eyes. I believe too. Zhu Zhuqing placed her bet and paused in front of Tang Xian for a moment before coldly saying such words, then returned to her viewing seat. Tang Xian nodded, stood up, and suddenly turned his head confidently towards Zhu Zhuqing and the others, saying, I won't let you down. You can always trust me with your back. Ning Rongrong bit her lip lightly. I can also trust my back to Brother Xian. Ha ha ha. Enough said. I'm going to start my undefeated legend now. With that, Tang Xian walked confidently from the audience towards the passage leading to the Soul Arena stage. Zhu Zhuqing watched Tang Xian's retreating figure, her cold eyes darkening. Oh, you're back? I hope you won't be like those stinky men. Just all talk. Dear friends watching the match, we are about to begin the 57th round of the individual competition. One contestant is a peak soul master with a soul power level of 40, while his opponent is a 4-ring soul master at level 42. The difference in strength between the two is evident. What kind of match will unfold next? Let's wait and see. Oh, I see this contestant's profile. He is a very young individual. This is the first time in the Great Soul Arena that a peak soul master of such a young age is facing a 4-ring soul master. This is definitely going to be an exhilarating battle. As soon as the host finished speaking, a teenager slowly walked out to the center of the Great Soul Arena. In an instant, all the audience's gazes were focused on Tang Xian's position, where a boy with a golden mask appeared. The golden mask covered most of his face, but it was still clear that he was a youthful lad with smooth skin. The audience's eyes widened in astonishment. What the host said was true. My goodness. At such a young age, he is already on the verge of becoming a soul sect. This talent is too incredible. Could he be a genius from some major family here to hone his skills? It's possible. This is a new face, and there are no previous battle records. This is his first match. TSK, TSK, TSK. Why would such a prodigy take such risks? Wouldn't it be better to stay at home and be an heir in his family or sect, coming here to hone skills? The Great Soul Arena doesn't care about your background. Once you're on the stage, it's not child's play anymore. There's a good show to watch. I wonder how far this young lad can go against these senior soul sects. In the audience, there were discussions and speculations among gamblers. Some shrewd, strong individuals, like certain influential figures of the Soul Emperor level, revealed a glimmer of excitement in their eyes and stepped down to wait at the exit of the arena. Such individuals undoubtedly possess extraordinary talent and are highly sought after by various powers and organizations. They represent many factions that come to the Soul Arena to discover such newcomers, to bring fresh blood to their sects. If they can be recruited, the benefits would be immense. However, their eager gazes were blocked by a burly figure, causing the Soul Emperors to narrow their eyes. Isn't this the man known as the Immovable King, Xiao Wuji? Didn't he retreat from the Soul Master world many years ago? How could he appear here? Xiao Wuji rubbed his hands together. That's right, it's me. I don't care what faction you represent behind you. If you want to lay a hand on that little boy on the stage, you'll have to ask me, the Immovable King, if I agree. Xiao Wuji. Don't go too far. What we see in him has nothing to do with you. What is the relationship? Only after we've exchanged fists do you have a right to know. Come on, I need to stretch my muscles too. Immovable King, you're too overbearing. Brothers, let's go together. Let's have a fight. Ouch. You. At the exit of the Great Soul Arena stage, a crushing confrontation erupted, but naturally. Tang Xian on the stage couldn't see this and was completely unconcerned. His current task was to take down the 4-ring soul master in front of him. However, this uncle seemed quite arrogant, not taking him seriously at all. Kid, you clearly come from a big family. At such a young age, you're already a peak soul master at level 40, but the gap between a soul master and a soul sect is an insurmountable chasm. With just your strength, a single strike from my iron-armored rhino martial soul is something you can't withstand. So, you'd better hurry back home. It was clear that this soul sect uncle didn't really want to provoke Tang Xian. After all, reaching the peak of soul master at such a young age, just a step away from advancing to soul sect. If he accidentally injured him, his family wouldn't let him off easily. Big families can be very troublesome when it comes to protecting their own, adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble. This Soul Sect uncle hurriedly advised Tang Xian to go home. But this was merely his one-sided wishful thinking. Tang Xian certainly didn't think he would lose. His goal was the undefeated legend of the Soul Arena. Go home. Tang Xian slowly raised the pitch-black Xuantian hammer in his hand, pointing it at the Soul Master across from him, radiating an aura of pride. This high and mighty, defiant attitude made the uncle feel a sense of contempt and discomfort. You still don't have the qualification to be someone who can make me go home. It's not that I'm too arrogant. You're just not worth me going all out. But I wonder if you can take one hit from me. Kid, you're too arrogant. It's not that I'm not giving you a chance. If you can take one hit from me, I'll immediately roll back home. Uncle, what do you think? All right, that is what you said. The uncle readily agreed to Tang Xian's suggestion. A genuine level 42 Soul Master not being able to withstand a punch from a little Soul Emperor would be a joke. Besides, it's just one hit. It could force the opponent to admit defeat and save him some trivial troubles with the major families. Ha, boom, boom, boom. The Soul Master uncle let out a loud roar, stomping his foot down, and 3 yellow and 1 purple soul rings appeared from beneath him. Seeing this, Tang Xian didn't even raise his eyes, allowing the uncle to take a defensive stance. Watching the alternating flashing yellow and purple soul rings of the uncle, Tang Xian's mouth slightly curled up. The uncle really doesn't underestimate any opponent, actually operating his defense to the extreme all at once, with 4 soul rings working simultaneously. However, it still can't block one hit from him. This is confidence. Chapter 51. The Biggest Dark Horse Battle. Hammer. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Soul Master uncle spared no effort, taking his defense to the utmost. Even if he loses, he can't let the opponent lose too disgracefully. He has given enough face to the other party. Tang Xian was completely unconcerned about this. Defeating his opponent like this would make them fully convinced. However, both the referee and the audience shook their heads in disappointment. The moment of charging was the weakest attack opportunity, and at this point, the young man had no chance. Damn it, he was still too young. Even confidence has its limits. To hell with it. I see his multiplier is quite high. He wanted to go against the odds and put pressure on that golden masked youth, but it seems he would end up losing everything, even his underwear. It's over, it's over. This kid tricked me. Ha ha. Another fool. How could a soul sovereign possibly defeat a soul master? He even bet against it. Not even a gambling king would dare to bet like that. Luckily, that fool wanted me to join him in betting, but thankfully I didn't. I bet on the soul master to win. All the gamblers' eyes were focused on the battle arena, where the Soul Master uncle had completely entered a state of ultimate defense, followed by a loud roar. Young man, come on. I want to see how you break through the ultimate defense of my iron-armored rhino. When the uncle said this, his tone was extremely disdainful. It wasn't arrogance. Even a Soul Master of the same level would find it wishful thinking to break through his iron-armored rhino that was operating at its peak. Only a Soul King would have a slight chance. The strongest aspect of the iron-armored rhino martial soul was not its attack, but its defense. All right, since that's the case, I'll do as you wish, uncle. Enjoy my strike. With that, Tang Xian flipped his palm, and the Xuantian hammer in his hand began to spin rapidly. He gripped the Xuantian hammer tightly, and with a hum, the pitch-black Xuantian hammer was instantly surrounded by blazing holy flames. The dazzling light quickly covered the original darkness, rendering the Xuantian hammer an incredible golden hue. Holding in his hand, Tang Xian looked like an enforcer wielding the hammer of judgment. Buzz. The divine gaze made the Soul Master uncle freeze. This battle intent made the Soul Master uncle suddenly feel a shiver from his soul. A Soul Master actually felt a sense of oppression from a superior in front of Soul Sovereign, tightening his heart. At the same time, he swallowed hard. Could this momentum truly smash through his iron-armored rhino's ultimate defense with a single strike? Roar. A dragon's roar echoed throughout the battle arena. In an instant, Tang Xian swung the fire hammer with force, and a flame erupted from the Xuantian hammer, surging forward towards the uncle. Not only that, but the strike actually transformed into a gigantic golden dragon, pouncing towards him with bared fangs and claws. No, how is this possible? I'm going to die. I really will die. Sizzle. The sound of sharp claws tearing through armor echoed ominously in the battle arena. No, no, no. Crash. Bang. With a muffled sound, an incredibly urgent wail rang out in the arena. Cough, cough, cough. The light receded, and the previously invulnerable Soul Master uncle was sent flying to the ground, now half kneeling, clutching his chest and coughing up blood. His clothes were torn to shreds from the intense battle. his hair disheveled, his pupils contracted, and his face as pale as death, as if he had just faced a god of death. His heart raced uncontrollably. A god of death. I almost got killed by a single strike. I encountered a god of death. Murmuring this sentence in a somewhat dazed manner, Tang Xian slowly retracted his steps after raising the Xuantian hammer. Standing firmly in the center of the arena, ignoring the defeated opponent, and instead turning to look at the Shrek Academy students watching from stage. The referee beside him finally reacted and blew the whistle to announce victory. I announced that in the 57th individual match, the winner is this exceptionally talented young soul master, Hammer. Hammer! 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 The audience erupted in cheers, the arena filled with excitement. A hammer that defeated the Soul Sect. So powerful. Hammer, I love you. I actually placed a bet on him and won over 30 times my stake. Well, I'm rich. Hammer is so amazing. I really like him. I want to spar with him. Hammer, there must be a handsome guy under that golden mask. Ah, I can't take it anymore. I really want to have him. Damn it, how can this hammer be so strong? I bet my entire fortune on him losing, and now look, I've lost everything. Hammer is the nickname that Tang Xian chose for himself when he registered for the Soul Badge. After all, a tall tree catches the wind. It's safer to be low-key. Fame can bring trouble. And throughout history, how many proud geniuses have been born, but how many have truly grown up? Most are obliterated during their developmental years. This is because they do not know how to conceal their brilliance. This is also why he chose to use a codename, wearing a golden mask. After Tang Xian achieved victory, on the other side, the Shrek monsters were engaged in a series of battles. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun took turns to compete. Although they were powerful, wins and losses were inevitable. If we were to mention the most stunning and memorable moment in today's Great Soul Arena, it would undoubtedly be the newcomer, the Warhammer, who appeared in the 57th individual challenge. So eye-catching. Up until now, the Warhammer has defeated all opponents with just one strike. One hammer. Instant kill. When the Warhammer strikes in anger, blood stains the plum blossoms. The War God rises, and the name of the Warhammer resounds through the arena. I announce, in the 61st individual challenge, the Warhammer wins. I announce, in the 63rd individual challenge, the Warhammer wins. I announce, in the 69th individual challenge, the Warhammer wins. The Warhammer wins. Today, there are many shining dark horses in the Great Soul Arena, but the most eye-catching and promising one is undoubtedly our Warhammer. The atmosphere in the Great Soul Arena is gradually reaching a climax with each soul duel. The gamblers are all excited. At the highest point in the audience stands, a figure slowly walks out, Flander, wearing black-framed square glasses, with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He smacked his lips and sighed helplessly, saying, "This guy Tang Xian really can't sit still for a moment," causing such a big stir. I brought them here to sharpen their will. Now the entire Great Soul Arena has turned into their entertainment venue. This made Shrek Academy's Dean Flander quite troubled. Talents need to be tempered, and now it seems that it might even make them arrogant. However, the only one who could truly become arrogant is that guy Tang Xian. The performances of the other students still met his expected teaching objectives. That guy Tang Xian has achieved a direct 20 consecutive wins. How can teaching continue like this? Chapter 52, Xiao Wu matches up Rongrong. Although Flander was somewhat surprised by Tang Xian's performance, he was also quite troubled. This guy is unstoppable. Could he really create an undefeated myth? Flander had watched from the audience for so long and hadn't seen Tang Xian use his full strength. It was all one hammer defeats. Moreover, because of this, Tang Xian, the dark horse, instantly became the focus of the entire arena, attracting the attention of many major sects who wanted to recruit him. No matter how powerful the immovable king is, he is merely a soul saint. After blocking one wave, another wave comes. Those who wanted to recruit him included not just soul emperors, but also soul saints. This kid is simply too dazzling. Zhao Wujia is already close to exhaustion. If this continues, forget about soul saints. It might even attract Douluo. Would the little monster that was so hard to recruit be dug away? Thinking of this, Flander immediately called off the Shrek students' battles for today. Little monsters, today's training ends here. You can go back now. Saying this, he asked Dai Mubai to take Tang Xian and the others back. On the way back, almost everyone was holding a heavy bag. Inside were all the soul coins won from betting on Tang Xian today. Betting on Tang Xian was guaranteed profit. However, after Tang Xian's potential was discovered by everyone, the odds slowly dropped, and it seems they won't be able to earn as much in the future. But today they have already made a profit. Everyone wasn't greedy. However, Xiao Wu still felt a bit unsatisfied. We won so much, it's so much fun to collect money. Then she pouted and huffed. Dean Flander, we were all in good shape today. Why didn't you let us fight a few more rounds? Brother Xian is amazing. If we bet a few more rounds, our Shrek Academy could be renovated again. Xiao Wu's question was also the confusion in the hearts of Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and others. Not earning money is foolish. Their gazes all landed on Flander, wanting to know the answer. Seeing this, Dean Flander rubbed his nose, unsure how to respond, and began to speak ambiguously. What is there to explain? This is the teaching arrangement. Yet inwardly, he thought, if you keep being so ostentatious, those who come to poach you might not be able to handle it. At this moment, Zhao Wujia was limping behind everyone. What? Teacher, Zhao Wujia. Are you also participating in some secret training? Zhao Wujia twitched his lips. How could it not count? But he and Flander wouldn't tell them those things. It would be too embarrassing. They were actually afraid someone would come to snatch them away. Tang Xian probably guessed something and immediately said, if we keep winning like this, no matter how much profit the Great Fighting Soul Arena makes in a year, it will go bankrupt. Moreover, cultivation is about progressing step by step. Dean Flander wants us to take appropriate breaks. By this time, the moon was already hanging in the sky, so everyone should hurry back to rest. Tomorrow, the Dean might have some special training tasks. As he spoke, the Shrek group nodded like little chicks pecking at rice, looking as if they had expected it. Dean Flander is actually a person with a cold face, but a warm heart. He understands time management well, and going back now is just right for sleep and rest. Seeing this, Flander was moved to tears. Tang Xian made things so much easier for him. With Tang Xian around, his pressure as a dean was greatly reduced. In future teaching, he would definitely give Tang Xian some special attention. All right, everyone go back to the dormitory to rest. Don't be late tomorrow. Dean Flander announced the end of today's class tasks. The next day began with normal running training during the day. Ning Rongrong had completely adapted to the training intensity. Huff, huff, Dean Flander, I can now run 20 laps just like them. Flander was quite surprised and delighted. A young lady from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had actually adapted to such intensity in such a short time. Just a few days ago, she was still crying. He had intentionally provoked her before to temper her character. Really? Don't lie to me, old man. Flander was a bit skeptical. Ning Rongrong impaciently sighed. If you don't believe me, go ask the villagers along the way. They all saw it. With that, she ignored the old guy Flander and turned to Tang Xian, who was cuddling with Xiao Wu. She wiped the sweat off her soaked clothes and leaned over to ask, Xiao Wu, can I ask you something about Tang Xian? Tang Xian, standing nearby, touched his nose, and his gaze unconsciously fell on Ning Rongrong's graceful and tight figure. You go away first. Ning Rongrong immediately pushed Tang Xian away. This was a secret conversation between her and Xiao Wu, clearly discussing me. But you want to let me hear? Ning Rongrong said shyly, if you want to listen, then come over. Xiao Wu, is Tang Xian your brother? There is nothing special between you, right? Xiao Wu looked a bit confused. Brother Xian, of course. He is my brother. We slept together since we were little. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up. It turned out that Tang Xian and Xiao Wu were so close because they had been siblings together since childhood. Seeing this, Tang Xian smacked his lips. Xiao has been trained by me since we were kids. It's not just siblings. But of course, he wouldn't say that out loud. So, Xiao Wu, do you want your brother Xian to have a beautiful girlfriend? What do you think of me? Ning Rongrong's eyes were shy, and her fair neck instantly turned as red as a boiled lobster. She was clearly asking Xiao Wu, but it seemed like she was confessing to Tang Xian. Tang Xian widened his eyes. Is this really happening? He heard the carefree little girl Xiao Wu say, what's wrong with that? Sister Rongrong is so beautiful and charming. It's perfect for her to be Brother Xian's girlfriend, right? Brother Xian, Rongrong said she wants to be your girlfriend. Why don't you agree to her? Xiao Wu questioned Tang Xian angrily, seemingly standing up for Ning Rongrong. Her voice was a bit loud, immediately attracting the attention of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongju nearby. Brother Xian is too charming. Not only does he have a gem like Xiao Wu, but now the only heir of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is confessing her feelings, and Xiao Wu doesn't even mind. My goodness, this is outrageous. So, this is Brother Tang. Xiao Wu's generosity is also quite something. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were on the side, enjoying the drama and feeling a bit sour. Not far away, Flander had a smile on his face. This little guy is quite the flirt. Even the arrogant Ning Rongrong suddenly changed her mind. It turns out it's because of him. This young man really has a lot of energy. Flander focused on training and didn't interfere with matters of the heart. Men and women working together isn't tiring. Meanwhile, Oscar could only silently turn around and leave, running a few more errands. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent in a dark corner. Chapter 53. They're all Tang Xian's sisters. Brother Xian, Rongrong said she wants to be your girlfriend. Why don't you agree to her? When Xiao Wu said this, Ning Rongrong wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Tang Xian pulled Ning Rongrong to a secluded corner by the wall. Xiao Wu, I have something to say to my girlfriend. You shouldn't come over. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu looked as if it was only natural. Tang Xian's handsome face slowly leaned closer to Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, you really know how to play with fire? Saying this, he directly pressed Ning Rongrong against the wall. With this sudden move, Ning Rongrong's breathing became rapid, and the thin shirt soaked with sweat rose and fell continuously at such a close distance. Tang Xian, what do you want to do? Ning Rongrong was so nervous that she became incoherent. Her small fists clenched tightly, and she closed her eyes. Tang Xian leaned close to Ning Rongrong's ear, blowing warm breath as he whispered, Rongrong, I want you. Do you want it? Here? Have you thought it through? I'm sure. And definitely, she replied. No, Haha. Tang Xian immediately released the flustered Ning Rongrong, wanting to take control. Tang Xian, turning the tables. Rongrong was still a bit too naive. Looking at Ning Rongrong, who was now sweating and blushing like a boiled shrimp, he knew he couldn't tease her any further. I said I want you to be my little sister, to be my girlfriend, but it's not that casual. Huh? Little sister? Just like Xiao Wu? Ning Rongrong gasped heavily, as if finding relief in that moment. Good thing Tang Xian didn't go too far. Ning Rongrong still had a flushed face, biting her lip and twisting her body, feeling a bit shy as she softly murmured, It was also her first time being this proactive. Perhaps she didn't grasp the boundaries well, but she wasn't discouraged. A little sister was still a little sister. It wouldn't be forever. Then Tang Xian playfully ruffled Ning Rongrong's damp hair and pecked her blushing cheek like a chick pecking at rice, saying, All right, don't think too much, Rongrong's sister. He then turned and left, leaving Ning Rongrong standing there, shy and stunned in the dark alley. Tang Xian's lips curled up slightly. Am I not clear about the little, which Ning Rongrong's thoughts? She just wants to take the initiative in her feelings so that she can gain the upper hand in the future. But what I, Tang Xian, dislike the most is being passive. I prefer to take the lead. That's why I just countered Ning Rongrong. However, Ning Rongrong was not discouraged by this. She likes this arrogant and unrestrained man, which ignited her little witch's desire to conquer. Moreover, with Tang Xian's recent actions, she felt her heart racing for the first time. Suddenly, Tang Xian turned back, took Ning Rongrong's hand, and said, Let's go out together. You don't mind holding your brother's hand, do you? You wouldn't want your brother to be scolded by Xiao Wu, right? As soon as Tang Xian walked out of the alley, he saw Xiao Wu waiting outside. If he had gone out alone, Xiao would definitely think he was bullying Rongrong. So the safest option was to hold Ning Rongrong's hand in a friendly manner as they went out together. Ning Rongrong's soft and delicate hand was held by Tang Xian. It took her a long time to adjust her state, stuttering and hesitating. That's right. I can't be discouraged. At least now I'm being held by Brother Xian, just like Xiao Wu. Watching Tang Xian lead Ning Rongrong out of the dark alley. All the Shrek students in training suddenly had expressions of surprise, shock, joy, and envy on their faces. As expected of Brother Tang, he really got it done. I'm willing to follow Brother Tang and ask him for some tips. Great. Sister Rongrong looks very happy. Sigh. One step slow, every step slow. Ning Rongrong, such a proud girl of heaven, not only looks beautiful, but many people line up to pursue her and might not even get a chance. This guy Tang Xian, after just a few days with Ning Rongrong at Shrek, has already achieved such fortune. They've already held hands. The progress is too rapid. This is a master. This is a master. Tang Xian ignored the gazes of the crowd and immediately brought Ning Rongrong in front of Xiao Wu. From now on, don't make a fuss. Rongrong is just like Xiao Wu, my good sister. Yes, from now on, Ning Rongrong, will be Tang Xian's sister. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exploded in surprise, but soon revealed expressions that indicated they understood the situation. They knew that openly dating in the academy required some discretion. The sister act was just a cover. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai had already seen through the essence of it. Zhu Zhuqing coldly snorted and said, All stinky men are the same. Fran impatiently asked, Tang Xian, have you settled your relationship with Ning Rongrong? If it affects the teaching, you will face severe punishment. Tang Xian immediately said, Report to the dean, everything has been handled properly. You can rest assured, dean. Hearing this, Flanders slowly turned his gaze towards Oscar. All right. The relationship between team members is also very important. Everyone should maintain it more often. Since everything has been sorted out, let's gather now. Oscar quickly returned to the team from his earlier disappointment. Today's training plan has undergone some minor adjustments. We will begin outdoor training today. As Flanders spoke, he circled to the back of the academy and casually patted Oscar on the shoulder. He continued, Xiao Wu Oscar and Tang Xian have all reached the level of 30 and 40 spirit power. Therefore, this time the training location will be set in the Douluo forest. They will work together to complete the soul hunting mission. The Douluo forest is a primitive forest where soul beasts are concentrated, and it is filled with countless powerful soul beasts, posing a high danger level. This time, Teacher Zhao Wujia will lead the team to ensure your safety. Flander added, I believe most of the students here have already tasted Oscar's big sausage. Although his soul skill is a bit disgusting, it's a problem that must be overcome. Then he sharply looked at Ning Rongrong, who had never eaten Oscar's sausage before. Now, Ning Rongrong has not yet broken through this psychological barrier. So before we set off, if you still harbor any grudges, you are not qualified to continue staying at Shrek Academy. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face darkened. That kind of thing. She didn't want to eat it. Now, everyone give Ning Rongrong some encouragement. Oscar, hand out a sausage to each person, and let's eat together. It will be more exciting. Upon hearing this, Oscar showed no hesitation and publicly recited the soul spell. I have a big sausage. I have a small sausage. Ning Rongrong felt that Oscar was making some dark cuisine, until Oscar handed 2 sausages to Ning Rongrong. She almost threw up directly. Rongrong, here you go. Ning Rongrong's whole body was rejecting it. Chapter 54, Training Zhu Zhuqing. Holding the sausage handed over by Oscar, Ning Rongrong's entire body was resisting. Seeing this, Tang Xian walked in front of Ning Rongrong, took the sausage from her hand in front of her, and took a big bite out of it. Look, this sausage isn't as disgusting as you think. After eating it, you'll be full of energy, and it might even save your life in the future. Tang Xian immediately handed his sausage to Ning Rongrong, saying, Here, eat my big sausage. Don't be afraid, be a little braver. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong seemed to be encouraged by Tang Xian and directly stuffed his sausage in her mouth, not caring whether it was disgusting or not. She closed her eyes and began to pull and swallow. After swallowing the sausage, she initially felt nauseous, but when she opened her eyes and saw Tang Xian's clear eyes, she instantly held it back. I finished Brother Xian's sausage. Everyone looked at Ning Rongrong with subtle expressions. Her bold action of eating the sausage for the first time was truly impressive. Tang Xian tightened his legs slightly. Great, the sausage isn't actually that disgusting. He patted Ning Rongrong's shoulder. Ning Rongrong nodded heavily and then looked at Flander. Dean Flander, I've done it. I can continue to stay at Shrek Academy, right? I want to go to the Douluo forest for training with them. Agreed. I'm looking forward to your performance in the Douluo forest. Flander's sharp gaze swept across everyone. Now, everyone go to the dormitory to pack up. We will set off in half an hour, led by Zhao Wujia. Yes. The Douluo forest marks the first real combat training for the students of Shrek Academy. Flander rarely gives them half an hour to organize their things. Just as everyone was getting ready and preparing to gather, Zhu Zhuqing, who had always been somewhat unsociable, suddenly approached Tang Xian. And those discussing the soul hunting plan nearby widened their eyes in shock. Ma Hongjun, seeing this, was even more shocked and asked, No way, no way? The 3 beauties of Shrek? Oh my god. I would call Tang Xian a master among masters. People can really be infuriating. There are only 3 beauties in Shrek Academy, and now all 3 have been charmed by Tang Xian. How are the remaining brothers supposed to live? Little fatty, don't talk nonsense if you don't know the situation. How do you know Zhu Zhuqing isn't really looking for Tang Xian for something? Dai Mubai immediately kicked the startled Ma Hongjun. This guy has been too promiscuous, and now he thinks everything is like that. However, that being said, Dai Mubai also felt a tightness in his heart, hoping that Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Xian really didn't have anything going on. Meanwhile, Xiao didn't think too much about it. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, became alert. She couldn't help but secretly glance over at Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Xian. She was very curious about what they were discussing. Is something going on? Compared to the various unusual emotions of others, Tang Xian was completely unconcerned and treated everyone equally. Looking at the fiery Zhu Zhuqing, he simply asked lightly, Can I ask you for a favor? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were still somewhat cold, but her voice was inherently charming. Of course, as long as it's within my capabilities, I'm willing to help you. Tang Xian shrugged. Opportunities to help the beautiful Zhu Zhuqing were rare. As long as it wasn't too excessive, he could agree. How excessive could Zhu Zhuqing be? I want you to train me. Train? Tang Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What does this mean? Is it that kind of training? Looking at the voluptuous Zhu Zhuqing so close, even though Tang Xian is a gentleman, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild upon hearing this. How about we change places? Zhu Zhuqing was slightly taken aback, then immediately refused, saying, just here. Here? Zhu Zhuqing continued to elaborate. Yes, this place is spacious, and you can train me here. It's also easier to show your skills. Tang Xian took a deep breath. Do we really need such a large space? Zhu Zhuqing nodded and continued. Your first soul skill is a suppression soul skill within the area. I want you to use this to train me. My martial soul is the nether spirit cat, which excels in assassination. If I can completely conceal my form within your holy fire of light and merge with the killing intent of your soul skill, that would be sufficient. Tang Xian touched his nose, realizing that training meant special training. He was really impressed by Zhu Zhuqing's choice of words. It almost led him to think in a different direction. So you want me to be your instructor to train you? Huh? Tang Xian said lightly. That's right. Your soul skill is the most suitable for training my assassination attribute. As long as you agree to let me become stronger, I promise you one thing. Anything is fine? Tang Xian asked with a hint of excitement. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing proudly puffed up her chest and said in a charming voice, as long as I can become stronger, I can do anything. Beside them, Dai Mubai's face turned green upon hearing this, and feeling a bit frustrated. He stepped forward to grab Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, don't make things difficult for Tang Xian. You can't. Zhu Zhuqing shrugged off Dai Mubai's hand. Their cooperation simply didn't have that effect. Dai Mubai really couldn't help her become stronger. Assassins fear light the most. If she could merge while hiding in the light, her strength would increase significantly. Dai Mubai wanted to explain, but Zhu Zhuqing coldly said, don't come over. The words he was about to say were swallowed back down, and his expression became complex as he silently walked aside. He had his own reasons. After driving away Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing turned back to Tang Xian and said, please don't mind. I have no conflict with him. Then she continued seriously, is that okay? But what about my instructor? In front of everyone, how could one refuse a beautiful woman asking for help? Clearly, it was impossible. A real man should have some sense of propriety. Besides, it wasn't anything too outrageous. It was just about the instructor's training, right? He still had many small whips left unused. She didn't mind letting Zhu Zhuqing experience it. This was her own choice. She also wanted to merge with his holy flame, but it wouldn't be that easy. A slight misstep could lead to a burning sensation like dripping wax. Unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing turned out to be a masochist. However, this pursuit of strength earned him considerable respect. In the Douluo continent, where strength is paramount, enduring some physical pain really isn't a big deal. However, this was an extremely physically demanding task for Tang Xian. But Tang Xian didn't mind at all. With his current level 40 soul power, he was energetic, and his soul power was quite enduring. Training Zhu Zhuqing was no longer a problem. All right, no problem. I accept your first request. After some thought, Tang Xian gladly accepted Zhu Zhuqing's request. Chapter 55. The Country Bumpkin of Songhui Academy. You still haven't said what you want me to do? Zhu Zhuqing asked coldly. Tang Xian mysteriously leaned close to Zhu Zhuqing's ear and said in a low voice, I haven't figured it out yet. I'll let you know when I do. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip and let out a sigh of relief. She had prepared everything, but still feared that Tang Xian might make some excessive demands. No, I need to make a request now. I don't owe anyone any favors. Zhu Zhuqing said again. Not now, but later? Who can say for sure? Tang Xian, hearing this, could only say loudly, all right then, let's have a meal another day, and we'll call it even. How refreshing. Dai Mubai, hearing this from a distance, finally relaxed. Zhu Zhuqing's worries were also his worries. A meal another day, and we'll call it even? Even Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. It was such a simple matter. Zhu Zhuqing secretly noted this down. While this matter was trivial, it sparked a hint of curiosity about Tang Xian's character. All right, another day then. For now, let us focus on merging my assassination soul skill. Tang Xian nodded slightly. Such things require long-term practice. Today, let's give it a try. If we have time in the Stardew Forest, we can also train. After saying this, Tang Xian stood still in the center of the field, closing his eyes tightly. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing immediately disappeared, using her assassination technique. Her figure instantly concealed itself beyond Tang Xian's perception, quietly circling to a remote corner of the wall, preparing to approach Tang Xian at any moment. In the shadow of the secluded place, Zhu Zhuqing watched Tang Xian's back and murmured, "What an interesting person. Activate your first soul skill." "All right, buzz." A buzzing sound echoed. A faint circle of light fire enveloped Tang Xian, and beneath the light were his perception and suppression range. For a moment, the secluded area where Zhu Zhuqing was located was instantly illuminated by the light, and her explosive figure was completely covered at Zhu Zhuqing's position. Gulp, gulp. Hot sweat continuously flowed down Zhu Zhuqing's forehead, instantly soaking her thin shirt. So hot. However, Zhu Zhuqing immediately concealed her figure within the light, and others simply could not notice the thrilling scene she was currently in. However, under the cover of the holy light fire, how could she escape Tang Xian's perception? Tang Xian had a clear view of Zhu Zhuqing's current state. Damn it, it's still too difficult to hide under the light, but I won't give up. Zhu Zhuqing tried again. Just as Zhao Wuji arrived at the agreed time, he happened to witness this scene and was quite surprised. Zhu Zhuqing had already begun to take the initiative to train with Tang Xian. Zhao Wuji felt quite gratified by this. Zhu Zhuqing's talent among all the Shrek students was not particularly outstanding, but her level of effort was unmatched by anyone else in Shrek. Talent is important, but effort is even more important, which is why he appreciates Zhu Zhuqing. All right, you can stop here. It's time for us to set off. The destination is the Star-Do Forest. Zhao Wuji interrupted Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Xian's special training. Everyone regrouped. Yes. Then they set off towards the Star-Do Forest. After Zhao Wuji provided the location, Dai Mubai led the way. Everyone arrived at a hunting village near the Star-Do Forest to rest. Let's find a place to rest for the night and regain our spirits before entering the Star-Do Forest to hunt souls tomorrow, Dai Mubai said lightly. This village was bustling with people, unusually lively. Why are there so many people gathering in this small place? Xiao was quite curious about this. Tang Xian smiled lightly and said, "Of course there are many people here. There are plenty of soul masters like us, and before entering the Star-Do Forest, everyone needs to rest a bit. This can be considered a departure camp for entering the Star-Do Forest." Flander and Zhao Wujia then took them to a restaurant they came across to have a meal. Since there were more people on this trip, and the academy had regulations, they split into two tables, one for the students and one for the teachers. Xiao Wu's curiosity was piqued again. The principal is too frugal. The food isn't great. We need to eat a bit better, Dai Mubai whispered. The principal is a penny-pinching miser. When we go out for training, the meals are reimbursed by the academy. Ma Hongjun could eat the principal poor in no time, so he has to set an example and not allow us to eat too well. However, Tang Xian didn't take it to heart at all. He smiled and said, "Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, Zhu Qing, order whatever you like. We can handle it ourselves. No need for the principal to reimburse. I have money. I won quite a bit of gold soul coins in the battle arena," Tang Xian explained casually. In reality, it was all from his years of signing in. Now Tang Xian was wealthy and had no shortage of money. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun instantly got excited. "First, bring me 20 skewers of kidneys." As for Xiao Wu, she directly grabbed the menu. "Boss, I want this menu, and this menu, and this menu, all of them." "Hiss," Ma Hongjun gasped. He thought he was fierce enough, but Xiao Wu could eat even more than him. The waiter had never encountered such a way of ordering. Compared to this, the food at Zhao Wujia's table looked extremely meager. Zhao Wujia was drooling. "Principal Flander, how about we go over to the kids' table to eat?" Flander awkwardly pushed up his glasses and remained silent. However, Tang Xian was very considerate and had the waiter bring 2 menus to the teacher's table, with the bill recorded under his name. Then he took out a bag of soul coins from his Shumi ring and paid in advance. This should be enough, right? The waiter opened the cloth bag, and his eyes were filled with gold coin symbols. "That's enough, plenty enough. You can go now." Tang Xian waved his hand nonchalantly. This meant that the extra money was all a tip for the waiter. The waiter was immediately moved to tears. He had never received such a large tip in his life. "Thank you, sir. Please wait a moment. The kitchen is really cooking your ordered dishes, and it will be ready soon. I'll go urge them to serve the dishes faster." However, when the waiter turned around, he accidentally bumped into a group of people in white uniforms sitting at another table. That table was filled with people in white uniforms, seemingly from the same academy as Tang Xian and the others. "Hey, what are you doing? Where's the roast chicken we ordered? Hurry up and serve it. Do you not want to live anymore?" A tall man immediately got angry and grabbed the waiter's collar. The waiter was instantly frightened and lost his composure. "Distinguished guest, please wait a moment. Once the dishes for this side are served, the kitchen will serve you too." "What? Are you saying we have to wait?" The few older guys instantly became unhappy. Hearing this, Dai Mubai immediately frowned. What is so grand about you locals from Tsanghui Academy? Our luxury set meal hasn't been served yet. Just wait. The group in white uniforms turned dark at these sarcastic remarks. How dare this filthy bunch provoke them from Tsanghui Academy? Chapter 56. Battle against Tsanghui Academy's Soul King. We haven't finished our meal yet. Why should you serve yours first? Xiao Wu also angrily reprimanded. Her words instantly ignited the anger of the people from Tsanghui Academy. A tall white-robed student turned around and, upon seeing Xiao Wu, couldn't help but show a subtle malicious smile. There are actually people meddling in others' business in this small village? The group from Tsanghui Academy maliciously surrounded Tang Xian's table. One of the white-robed men, emboldened, reached out toward Xiao Wu's delicate face. Hey, brothers. Today is our lucky day. We can meet such a girl even in this remote place. Little sister, it's not that we can't wait. It's just that while waiting for the dishes, it's hard to bear the loneliness. Why don't you come and have some fun with us? It's no problem to wait as long as it takes. Brothers, look, there are also two exceptional beauties here. Tonight, we're in for a treat. As they spoke, the group from Tsanghui Academy began to make advances on Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. But Tang Xian was not too worried. These guys were too unsteady on their feet and still want to flirt. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were not pushovers. Did these guys think they could take advantage of them? That was impossible. Slap, slap, slap. Several crisp sounds of slapping echoed. Zhu Zhuqing would not hold back. She directly slapped those filthy men. Xiao Wu looked at the red marks on their faces and felt the pain. Sister Zhu Zhuqing is really ruthless. Do you know who you just hit? The tall man from Tsanghui Academy covered his stinging face, incredulously asking. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu didn't care who they were. We're hitting you, bunch of rogues. Just as that group was about to retaliate, they were all kicked to the ground by Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, with every kick hitting them in sensitive areas, making them howl in pain. For this, Tang Xian remained indifferent, calmly eating his meat, but the corner of his eye kept glancing at a table in the corner, which should be occupied by Tsanghui Academy's supervising teacher. If that person intervened, he wouldn't mind giving a few slaps to the teacher of Tsanghui Academy as well. Seeing his students being mercilessly beaten by their peers, the Tsanghui Academy teacher's face turned extremely dark. Which academy do these two little girls belong to? They're so ruthless. Even though he knew this was just a small scuffle among peers, they were still his students. And seeing them bullied like this made him quite unhappy. In the next moment, bang! The supervising teacher from Tsanghui Academy finally couldn't take it anymore and slammed the table. You're going too far. Stop it. Too far. But Tang Xian didn't think so. If they were weak today, it would probably be them getting pressed down and beaten. Tang Xian stood up directly, said continue, and slowly positioned himself in front of Xiao Wu. At the same time, 3 black soul rings appeared around him. The surge of 40-level soul power was overwhelming. Don't rely on your age. It was your academy that provoked us first. If you can't compete, you should learn a lesson. I'm just helping your students understand some principles of being a person. 3 10,000-year soul rings? This guy is a soul master of the 3rd ring? Upon seeing Tang Xian step forward, the teaching instructor from Tsanghui Academy gasped in shock. Achieving such accomplishments at this age, just 1 soul ring short of becoming a soul sect, they had likely encountered a powerful force hunting souls in the Star-Do forest. He instantly felt a trace of panic in his heart, because a sect or academy capable of nurturing such a prodigy is not something the Tsanghui Academy could afford to offend. With this in mind, the instructor, who had initially wanted to get angry, immediately lowered his stance and politely inquired, "This young brother, there may have been a misunderstanding earlier. I am Yi Zhiqiu, the teaching director of Tsanghui Academy. May I ask which sect or academy you are from?" "Oh, Yi Zhiqiu. Don't insult the name of the great deity. You are not worthy to know our identity." Tang Xian's tough attitude left Yi Zhiqiu, who originally wanted to downplay the situation, speechless. He was completely caught off guard. The other party was not playing by the rules at all. Yi Zhiqiu had only intended to use this approach to find a way out for the other party and to probe into his background, so that he could lower himself a bit when he heard it, apologize sincerely, and flatter him to let the matter pass. However, this young man seemed even prouder than he had imagined, and the situation was not going to end so easily. Yi Zhiqiu's heart tightened. What was he going to do? He was a teaching instructor at Tsanghui Academy, and even if the students caused trouble, he would have to bear the responsibility. He certainly couldn't just abandon his students. If he did that, the academy wouldn't want him anymore. Thinking of this, Yi Zhiqiu gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, what do you want? Our Tsanhui Academy has some reputation to uphold. This matter is indeed our fault, but let's not go too far." As he spoke, Yi Zhiqiu's Xian Gui martial soul vaguely manifested, and a wave of soul power from a five-ring soul master emanated from him. A trace of barely perceptible cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. This killing intent was very subtle. Only Tang Xian could see it, serving as a warning to him. However, upon seeing this, Tang Xian sneered. A five-ring soul king dared to threaten him? Ridiculous. In an instant, the pitch-black Xuantian hammer was in his hand, humming as it was engulfed in flames and turned golden, its true form concealed beneath a surface that shimmered with lightning patterns. "So you plan to kill me?" "Ah, no, not. If that's the case, since you are so ungrateful and excessive, you clearly do not wish to resolve this." "Huh." Yi Zhiqiu was directly stunned. Who was the one being excessive here? However, now that the conversation had reached this point, it was not something that could be resolved with just a couple of apologies. Moreover, at this moment, Tang Xian had already raised the Xuantian hammer, pointing it at Yi Zhiqiu's face, signaling a challenge. "You brought this upon yourself. Kid, it's not that I didn't give you a chance. Since you want to fight, don't come crying to your superiors if you get hurt." Yi Zhiqiu was afraid of the forces behind Tang Xian. Tang Xian simply said, "Noisy." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu, who had been yielding again and again, could no longer hold back. "Kid, you're looking for death. Buzz." In the next moment, the teaching teacher from Tsanhui Academy directly released 5 soul rings, and at the same time, the Xuanwu turtle shell instantly appeared around him, shining with a green glow. "Today, I'll teach you what humility and deference mean on behalf of your elders." Just a 3-ring soul master, and he's already reached this level. If the other party is still so aggressive, then don't blame him for being rude. Chapter 57. Azura's terrifying shattered Xian turtle. Upon seeing that the teaching teacher from Tsanhui Academy was a 5-ring soul king, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and others suddenly became tense and worried, all getting up and releasing their own soul rings. A soul king is not something one person can handle. Tang Xian might have kicked a hard board this time. However, just as they were preparing to help Tang Xian, a calm and indifferent voice came from the front. "You all step back. This old man is mine to deal with. I don't even take him seriously. Just prepare the wine and peanuts and enjoy the show." Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Tsutsuking, and Xiao Wu were all momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Tang Xian no longer takes the Soul King seriously? Just how much has this guy's strength increased? After all, he is the mentor from Tsanhui Academy. What arrogance! Yi Zhiqiu snorted in disdain upon hearing this. He actually underestimated by a kid. With that, he let out a furious shout. "You little brat, no matter how high your talent is, before you grow up, I advise you to stay low-key. A significant gap in realms will make you understand what true strength is. Ice manifestation." As he spoke, Yi Zhiqiu had already begun to condense his soul power, instantly forming an ice pillar in his body that shot towards Tang Xian's position. Ice seal. Tang Xian suddenly felt a splash of water beneath his feet, and in an instant, the water froze at a visible speed, seemingly trying to forever encase Tang Xian within an ice column. Seeing this, Tang Xian was not worried at all. How dare this petty skill show off in front of me? First soul skill, holy fire. Ignite. Crack. Boom. The mysterious ice shattered like a fragile piece of glass with just one strike from Tang Xian. Not only that, Yi Zhiqiu's position was directly enveloped by Tang Xian's first soul skill, and the killing intent cultivated in the soul duel arena surged forward in an instant. Soul King Yi Zhiqiu widened his eyes at this scene. How is this possible? How can my mysterious ice not trap a 3-soul soul master? And what is this deathly killing intent? Why is it so intense? Bang, bang, bang. Several consecutive mysterious ice attacks exploded right in front of Tang Xian, unable to come within half an inch of him, let alone inflict any substantial damage. Tang Xian coldly snorted. If the holy light cannot even suppress this little water column, then that would be a joke. The old fossil, is the strength of the Soul King really just this? Not even enough to scratch my itch. Tang Xian directly slung the Xuantian hammer over his shoulder, his eyes filled with disdain as he mocked. "It's boring. If I keep playing with you like this, the food will get cold. You might as well just lie down obediently." Buzz. Instantly, Tang Xian activated the power of his 3 10,000-year soul rings to the limit, releasing an incomparably vast wave of soul power. With 3 high-quality 10,000-year soul rings, combined with his own level 40 soul power. The aura of this released soul power was even more robust than Yi Zhiqiu's soul power level. Yi Zhiqiu also sensed something was off at this moment, his heart racing. This kid's soul power doesn't seem to be just at the soul master level. It's even stronger than an average soul king. What kind of monster have I encountered? I need to land a lethal blow quickly and understand it. Yi Zhiqiu immediately dismissed the idea of exhausting this kid's soul power and torturing him. That was unrealistic, as the opponent's soul power was surprisingly close to his own. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu became even more convinced of his previous inner guess. Such a monstrous genius could only be cultivated by those major sects. If I unleash all my strength as a soul king, even a soul sovereign would have to face considerable pressure. However, the gap between a soul sovereign and a soul king is more than 10 levels, no matter how high the talent. Yi Zhiqiu remained confident that he had a good chance of winning. Moreover, he understood that those talented individuals emerging from big families often share a common flaw: arrogance. They are unwilling to exert their full power until the last moment. And this was exactly the weakness Yi Zhiqiu wanted to exploit. Seeing this, Yi Zhiqiu directly unleashed his ultimate move. A soul king going all out is truly terrifying. First soul skill, Xian Gui protects the body. Second soul skill, Xian Shui I seal. Third soul skill, Xian Shui surge. Yi Zhiqiu's aura instantly surged, and 5 soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and purple appeared beneath his feet, flickering in alternation. Even Tang Xian felt an overwhelming sense of threat. He was immediately enveloped by countless streams of Xian Shui, and the bone-chilling freezing power, bolstered by the vast soul power of the Soul King, finally overcame the holy light, allowing the Xian Shui to rush towards Tang Xian. Third soul skill, Blade of Slaughter. In an instant, Tang Xian's peepa bones bulged rapidly, growing 8 dark purple demon blades that shimmered with light. In a single breath, he swung out dozens of strikes, cutting through water. Break! Crash! The Xian being that had just pierced towards Tang Xian was shattered. However, the attack from the Soul King was not so easily dealt with. Beneath Tang Xian's feet, the Xian Shui surged again. With a bang, the Xian Shui erupted, directly wrapping around Tang Xian. The next moment, the Xian Shui froze. Crack, crack, crack! The Xian Shui rapidly froze at a visible speed. Tang Xian was encased in the transparent Xian Bing. Ha 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 ha! Unaware of the heavens and the earth, a mere soul master dares to provoke a soul king. Now, with just a thought, you will be completely shattered into ice blocks. The genius shall fall from now on. Yi Zhiqiu of Tsanghui Academy ruthlessly mocked as he looked at Tang Xian, who was frozen in his Xian Shui. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia, witnessing this, thought it was bad. The freezing happened in an instant, and he immediately wanted to spring into action to save him. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Within the transparent Xian Bing, Tang Xian's eyes flashed with a scarlet glow, and in an instant, the ice spikes refracted, turning the entire transparent ice pillar dark red. The sinister scarlet radiated outward, reflecting in Yi Zhiqiu's eyes. Tang Xian Zhao Yinhua Li. Second soul skill, Azura Shock. Buzz. The violent mental power and killing intent instantly backfired onto Yi Zhiqiu, who felt as if his head had been struck by a thunderbolt. A mental type attack? No. The first soul skill, Black Turtle Possession. Yi Zhiqiu's entire body was wrapped in green-black turtle patterns, but mental attacks are pervasive. At this moment, he looked like he had gone mad, holding his head with both hands, his eyes bulging and bloodshot, collapsing to the ground. Crack! At the same time, the raging Azura killing intent directly shattered the ice seal of the frozen ice. Tang Xian's charming eyes gleamed with a bloody light. Indeed, it was careless. The crimson in Tang Xian's eyes faded, and the instructor from Tsanghui Academy was still trembling. He was still haunted by fear. At this moment, Zhao Wuji finally let out a slow breath, nearly forgetting that this little guy's spiritual power soul skill could even affect a soul sage, and he had suffered losses because of it. He had momentarily forgotten in his urgency. Noisy. Slap. Tang Xian directly slapped Yi Zhiqiu away, and then turned to look at the group of Tsanghui Academy students who were waiting in anticipation for something. Stop looking. Your teacher is lost too. Chapter 58. The 100,000-year-old Sky Bull Python Soul Ring Soul Bone. Stop looking. Your teacher has lost too. As for you, leave all your belongings behind and you can roll away. Otherwise, leave your lives here. Tang Xian looked at the group of Tsanghui Academy students on the ground, bruised and battered by Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Upon hearing Tang Xian, who could easily defeat even their teaching instructor, speak, they no longer dared to hesitate. The leading big brother was quite perceptive and quickly shouted, "What are you still dawdling for? Didn't you hear what this big brother said? Hurry up. Not a single cent can be hidden. Hand it all over." One female student with a decent build protested a bit. "Why should we? They're just a bunch of robbers." Slap. As soon as she finished speaking, the leading big brother from Tsanghui Academy slapped her in panic. "You filthy woman. If you want to die, don't drag your brothers down with you. If you say another word, we'll offer you to this esteemed big brother." After saying that, he looked at Tang Xian and Dai Mubai with a fawning expression. Having learned from his previous example, the other students no longer dared to speak out. They all took out their savings, realizing they had kicked a hard board this time. Who would hesitate to spend money to buy their lives? Bags filled with soul coins were thrown onto the dining table. "Please let us go," the tall man in white robes pleaded. Tang Xian casually picked up the cloth bag on the table and shook it. He tilted his head and coldly snorted. "Why aren't you leaving quickly?" Upon hearing this, the group of people on the ground dared not stay here to eat any longer. It was as if they had received a great pardon, and they scrambled out the door, not forgetting to drag their dazed instructor along with them. At this moment, Ma Hongjun and the others were already drooling over the gold coins on the table. "My goodness, Brother Xian is so domineering. We're going to get rich." Just now, Xiao Wu and the others ordered so many dishes, and with Tang Xian and the others breaking so many things, they could easily use the money on this table to treat everyone. This meal was practically free. Is there anything more enjoyable than getting something for nothing in this world? Meanwhile, Dean Flander and Zhao Wujia strolled over slowly. "These spirit coins will be kept by your teachers," Flander shamelessly said as he pocketed all the spirit coins, leaving Tang Xian speechless. Flander, this stingy person, not only didn't he add extra meals for the students during their training in the Stardo Forest, but also confiscated the spoils they had collected. Regarding this, Dai Mubai and the others dare not say much, and Tang Xian didn't really care. Clap, clap, clap. Flander happily clapped his hands. "Little monsters, your performance just now was very good. A timid spirit master is not a good spirit master. If you're looked down upon outside, it would be a disgrace to our Shrek Academy. Even if you don't beat them, our teachers will take revenge for you. Tang Xian, you did well. I didn't expect you to already have the strength of a Soul King at the 5th ring, but you were a bit careless this time. If it weren't for your strong spiritual power, you might not have gained the upper hand against the surprisingly defensive Xiangui martial soul. I hope you learned from this experience." Flander meaningfully patted Tang Xian on the shoulder. However, this level of performance was already impressive enough for him, considering that Tang Xian had not yet truly reached the Soul Master level. In such a situation, he still managed to defeat a Soul King over level 50 on his own. The instructor from Tsanghui Academy was not weak, and his martial soul attribute was actually a counter to Tang Xian's ice attribute. Very powerful. "All right, don't let a turtle get in the way of our schedule. Everyone, hurry up and eat, then find an inn to rest early. Tomorrow morning, we will officially enter the Stardo Forest for the soul hunting mission. This time, the main goal is to help Oscar and Tang Xian obtain their 3rd and 4th spirit rings. Remember, the Stardo Forest is a place with extremely high danger. Even the 1,000-year spirit beasts in the outer area are ordinary spirit beasts. As for the deeper inner area, there are 10,000 and 100,000-year spirit beasts. This training is very dangerous, but you have to take it out for a walk. This mission can only rely on your own performance. Only when you encounter real danger will Zhao Wujia take action." Flander succinctly went over the various points of caution for this trip. After listening, everyone nodded slightly, and Dai Mubai said, "Brother Tang, let you lead this training. Tang Xian's combat power is undoubtedly the strongest among the Shrek Academy students, and everyone agrees with this." Tang Xian also accepts it gladly. For them, Tsanghui Academy is just a small interlude for tonight. The real feast is yet to come. After that, everyone returned to their accommodations to rest. The small village's lodging doesn't have many rooms, so Dai Mubai and the others each had their own single rooms, while only Tang Xian and Xiao Wu shared a room. However, the two didn't mind. After sleeping together for 6 years, what is one more night? The next day, sunlight poured in, and Tang Xian gently touched Xiao Wu, who was sleeping in his arms. This little girl-esque figure was getting better and better. Last night, she had been in an excited state, keeping him awake all night. Nevertheless, Tang Xian picked Xiao Wu up and got dressed. preparing to freshen up because they were about to enter the Star-Do forest with everyone. Tang Xian whispered in Xiao Wu's ear to wake her up. As soon as Xiao Wu heard Star-Do forest, she jumped up immediately. Nothing was more exciting than going home. Brother Xian, why are you staring at Xiao Wu? You're drooling. You didn't sleep last night, and your hands weren't honest, touching everywhere. Xiao Wu complained playfully, still a bit dazed in the morning. She hadn't had enough sleep and wanted to continue. Tang Xian touched Xiao Wu's head and joked, "What's wrong with a little Pat? If you touch her more, she'll grow up." Then he became serious and said, "All right, it's getting late. We need to set off." Xiao Wu quickly jumped off the bed, put her clothes back on, and gathered with Tang Xian and the Shrek students at the entrance of the inn. Dai Bai, Ma Hongjun, and others continuously scanned Tang Xian and Xiao Wu, marveling that neither of them seemed to have been injured from last night's battle. "Let's go, we're off." Zhao Wujia's voice echoed. He said he would be watching from shadows. "This time, we will lead the mission ourselves. Our destination is the Star-Do forest." Tang Xian waved his hand and led everyone towards the Star-Do forest. The moment they entered the Star-Do forest, the long-awaited sign-in system prompt sounded again. Ding. Sign-in location refreshed. Star-Do forest. Would you like to sign in? Without any hesitation, Tang Xian shouted in his heart. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully signed in at the Star-Do forest and received a level 4 reward, a 100,000 year spirit ring, blue sky bull python. Ding. Congratulations. You have also received an additional spirit bone, right arm bone of the blue sky bull python. Chapter 59, 1000-year phoenix tail, coxcomb, and world-defying dragon snake. The luck in the Star-Do forest is indeed extraordinary. Signing in here directly granted a 100,000 year spirit ring of the blue sky bull python as the 4th spirit ring. Plus, it came with a right arm spirit bone. This is a 100,000 year spirit ring. Who else has such a fortune for the 4th spirit ring? Tang Xian suddenly felt certain subtle changes in his body, and his right arm instantly fused perfectly with the blue sky bull python soul bone. The 100,000-year blue sky bull python right arm soul bone also granted Tang Xian 2 soul bone skills. The first soul bone skill is the sky blue dull divine claw, which has effects of locking, pursuit, and dulling. The second soul bone skill is the sky blue annihilation thunder, which is a single target attack skill with an electric effect and extremely strong explosive power. Tang Xian gasped in surprise. He had intercepted Tang San's luck one by one. Now it had appeared on himself. Before Tang Xian could savor the enhancements brought by the 4th soul ring and soul bone, Zhu Zhuqing, who was at the front of the team and had the sharpest perception, quickly reminded, "Be careful, I sense an unknown soul beast approaching rapidly." Upon hearing this, Tang Xian quickly pulled himself out of his joy and confidently said, "What we're encountering now is probably a 1,000-year-old phoenix tail coxcomb snake." Zhu Zhuqing was puzzled. How did Tang Xian know this when her impressive perception didn't catch it immediately? But this doubt was quickly resolved. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The ghostly cat, which had jumped onto a tree, keenly spotted the soul beast in the distance. It was indeed a phoenix tail coxcomb snake, about 7 to 8 meters long, flying close to the ground and seemingly heading in our direction. Dai Bai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The phoenix tail coxcomb snake is a rare flying snake soul beast. Zhu Zhuqing slightly nodded. That's right. It has a pair of light red wings and a red coxcomb on its head. It can't be wrong. It's it. Tang Xian turned to Oscar and said, "Oscar, this phoenix tail coxcomb snake is at least 1,800 years old, nearly 2,000 years old. It couldn't be more suitable as your 3rd spirit ring." Upon hearing this, Oscar's eyes lit up. "Brother Xian, we're so lucky to have found a spirit beast that fits me so quickly." Even when Oscar arrived, he had done his homework and knew which spirit beasts were suitable and most compatible for him, among which the extremely rare phoenix tail coxcomb snake was undoubtedly one. This creature is usually very cautious and disappears at the slightest disturbance, making it incredibly difficult to find its trace. They didn't expect to encounter one as soon as they entered the Star-Do Great Forest. "Brother Xian, what should we do?" Dai Bai excitedly rubbed his hands and asked for Tang Xian's opinion. Tang Xian smiled lightly and said, "Let's set an ambush. This little snake is very sensitive. If we show ourselves now, it will turn and run. Although we can catch it back, it would be too troublesome. It's better to wait for it to come to us, since the direction of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown's flight is already here." This time, Tang Xian did not intend to take action. Since it was a trial, he wanted to give the brothers from Shrek a sense of participation. He instructed Ma Hongjun, "When the phoenix-tailed chicken crown enters the ambush zone, You will take the lead in controlling the area. Don't let this phoenix tail, chicken crown snake escape. Ma Hongjun received the task and immediately patted his chest. No problem, leave it to me. My martial soul is the evil fire phoenix, naturally suppressing snake-type soul beasts. As long as the phoenix tail, chicken crown enters the ambush zone, it won't be able to escape from the area controlled by me. Ma Hongjun. Just as they hid, the phoenix tail, chicken crown, flying just 3 to 4 meters off the ground, was right in their sights and about to escape. Ma Hongjun, hidden in the treetops, immediately released his martial soul, and the aura of its natural enemy instantly made the phoenix tail, chicken crown hiss in fear. A primal instinct of dread. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Want to escape? Have you asked me first? Ma Hongjun directly blocked the escape route of the phoenix tail, chicken crown with the Phoenix Fire Line. At that moment, the concealed Dai Mubai and others sprang into action, surrounding the phoenix tail, chicken crown snake. Hiss! The red tumor on the phoenix tail, chicken crown shook wildly, making hissing sounds to intimidate them. But such a good opportunity. How could they let it escape? Dai Mubai shouted loudly, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. At the same time, Zhu Zhuqing, who was hidden behind the chicken crown, gradually revealed herself. First soul skill, Spectral Thrust. Ning Rongrong quickly formed a seal, 7 treasure glaze tile. Second, speed. In an instant, a colorful stream of light surged into Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Their speed instantly increased by 30%, closing in from both sides. Even though the phoenix tail chicken crown was known for its speed, it was still completely hit. Hiss! The phoenix tail chicken crown instantly felt an overwhelming sense of life-threatening danger and immediately entered a frenzied state. The red tumor on its head swelled up. Be careful. Seeing this, Dai Mubai anxiously shouted, wanting to remind Zhu Zhuqing, who was behind the phoenix tail chicken crown. Boom! With a loud noise, the phoenix tail chicken crown immediately turned back and sprayed a colorful mist from its mouth. Zhu Zhuqing was instantly hit by the mist and fell from the sky. Not far away, Tang Xian used his ghostly steps to appear beside Zhu Zhuqing and caught her slender waist. Ugh! Zhu Zhuqing let out a muffled sound, feeling a tightness around her waist and suddenly feeling weak all over. Tang Xian said lightly, it's just a psychological effect. The colorful mist from this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is meant to confuse the opponent, every bit of its toxicity. If it's poisonous, I'll suck it out for you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing wanted to break free, but felt her whole body paralyzed. Although it wasn't poisonous, the side effects were considerable, leaving her completely unable to exert any strength. So she had to let Tang Xian hold her. Feeling the intimate friction between their bodies, Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly turned crimson. You dare to harm her? Dai Mubai, seeing that Zhu Zhuqing was fine, immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but his anger surged even more, and he directly unleashed his ultimate move. No poison, eh? Then you can die. Dai Mubai activated the White Tiger Guardian Barrier, charged forward, sat on the waist of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, aiming for its vital point, and unleashed his tiger strength, striking fiercely at the crucial area. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was immediately knocked to the ground by Dai Mubai, on the verge of death. Seeing this, Dai Mubai quickly shouted to Oscar, Oscar, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and finish it off before the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake breathes its last. Absorb it as your third soul ring. Upon hearing this, Oscar was not polite. This was indeed the purpose of their trip. With his brothers helping him so much, he couldn't refuse. Oscar took out a small knife, preparing to pierce the red comb of the dying phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, its fatal weakness. So, please become my third soul ring. Oscar raised the small knife, about to stab down. A hoarse voice rang out, spare the snake. A powerful surge of soul power shot forth just 3 inches from Oscar's small knife, with a clang. Oscar's knife was forcefully knocked away. Tang Xian gently set Zhu Zhuqing down and looked in the direction of the sound, frowning slightly. Has it appeared again? The Legendary Dragon Snake. Chapter 60, Granny Snake Challenges. The Legendary Dragon Snake? Zhao Wujia, who secretly protected the safety of Shrek Academy students, also narrowed his pupils. Damn, they killed the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake that we have been pursuing for so long. A girl around 16 or 17 with short hair pouted angrily. Behind her stood an old woman holding a snake-headed staff, exuding a terrifying aura of soul power, clearly the source of the soul power they had just sensed. Zhao Wujia appeared in front of Oscar and the others with a respectful tone, saying, You must be the Granny Snake. also known as the legendary dragon snake, right? The old woman was slightly taken aback, not expecting someone to recognize her staff here, and replied, I am Granny Snake, and I do have the title of Snake Granny in the Soul Master world. Since that is the case, I won't say much more. The 1,000-year phoenix tail, coxcomb, snake you're trying to capture has long been targeted by my husband and me for our granddaughter. We just let it slip away due to a slight oversight. The fact that you could capture it so easily means you must have suffered a heavy blow from us beforehand. Therefore, this phoenix tail coxcomb snake belongs to us. Granny Snake slammed her snake staff onto the ground, revealing 6 soul rings and showcasing the domineering soul power of a soul sage. Zhao Wujia's expression darkened as he looked at the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, and indeed, there were 3 wounds on its abdomen. As for the granddaughter Granny Snake mentioned, she seemed to have just broken through to the 30th level of soul power, just in need of a soul ring. Long Gong Meng Shu and Granny Snake usually were inseparable. Granny Snake's presence indicated that Long Gong Meng Shu was nearby. Although Granny Snake's cultivation was only at the Soul Emperor level, the martial soul fusion technique of these two was incredibly terrifying. Even Soul Douluo had to be cautious. Zhao Wujia felt immense pressure, but if he gave up like this, what would happen to Shrek Academy's reputation? I am Zhao Wujia, and I also have a title in the Soul Master world. They call me the Immovable King. These little ones behind me are my students. Upon hearing this, Granny Snake's pupils constricted. The Immovable King's reputation was not much weaker than that of the legendary dragon snake. Both were titles earned through battles in the midst of death. However, Granny Snake was not afraid. After all, Zhao Wujia was just one person, and her husband Long Gong was nearby. She immediately shouted, so, you guys don't plan to hand over that snake? Her attitude was even more rigid than Zhao Wujia's. Zhao Wujia frowned. Although Granny Snake was not as powerful as him in terms of cultivation, if Long Gong joined in, he would not be able to handle it. Just as Zhao Wujia was in a difficult position, Tang Xian behind him had already quietly acted, slipping a small knife back into Oscar's hand. Then he pushed Oscar. The knife struck precisely into the almost lifeless flesh crown of the phoenix tail, coxcomb snake. Oscar was in a panic, but it was too late to say anything. The flesh crown was immediately cut, and blood seeped out. The phoenix tail coxcomb snake breathed its last. Seeing this, Granny Snake was furious. You little brat, you have some guts to dare to snatch food in front of me, Granny Snake. Her gaze immediately locked onto the instigator. Tang Xian. The hand gripping the snake's staff turned pale, as each soul beast could only produce 1 soul ring, and it could only belong to the one who dealt the final blow. Oscar's follow-up stab completely claimed the soul ring of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, meaning that the soul ring prepared for her granddaughter Mangyuran was completely out of reach. Regarding Granny Snake's threat, Tang Xian merely shrugged. Senior, I'm really sorry. I was tricked by a plan just now, and unexpectedly caused such a situation. If it has made you angry, I would be willing to help you calm down. Tang Xian is not easily intimidated. So what if the opponent is a Soul Emperor? Trying to force him, Tang Xian, is simply impossible. Help Snake Lady vent her anger? Even Zhao Wujia was almost taken aback by Tang Xian's words, and Snake Lady was momentarily stunned as well. Zhao Wujia reprimanded, Tang Xian, go back. When a master is speaking, there's no room for you to interject. Zhao Wujia quickly tried to amend his words. Nevertheless, this action undoubtedly indicated that Zhao Wujia was determined to protect Tang Xian and the others. Seeing this, Snake Lady's expression darkened, and her brows furrowed tightly. Zhao Wujia, are you bullying me just because I'm alone and can't do anything to you? Senior, that's not what I meant. But he did not directly respond to Snake Lady's words. It was obvious he was fiercely protective. His title of the Unmoved King was not given for nothing. If it weren't for worrying about Dragon Lord Meng Shu, he would have already smashed Snake Lady with a punch. Senior, as you can see, this 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake already belongs to my student. There's nothing I can do about it, so I can only apologize. Apologize? Zhao Wujia, you have some nerve. Clearly taking advantage of my old age and that I can't deal with you. Snake Lady's face was grim. Today, Dragon Lord was indeed not present. On ordinary days, she looked down on Soul Saints, but couldn't he do anything to them. However, dragging Zhao Wujia for a while and causing some commotion until Dragon Lord arrived for assistance was not a problem. With the merging of the dragon and snake, let alone one Zhao Wujia, even 2 Zhao Wujies would not escape from their legendary fusion technique. Their spoiled granddaughter, Mangyuran, seemed to be well aware of this, and even if her soul ring was taken, she wanted to regain some face. Immediately, she fiercely glared at Tang Xian and threatened, You're done for. You've messed with me. Your days are numbered. Hearing this, Zhao Wujia's heart tightened. Today a situation was likely to end poorly. Before Dragon Lord Meng Shu arrived, he had to get this group of little ones from Shrek Academy out of here, or they might not be able to leave at all. However, Oscar was still over there absorbing the 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb's soul ring and needed some time. Seeing this, Zhao Wujia stepped forward, his attitude extremely firm. Senior, as you can see, the soul ring cannot be handed over. If you want to pressure us, I, Zhao Wujia, am never afraid of trouble. But if you can let us go today, I, Zhao Wujia, will definitely remember the favor of the dragon and snake. Zhao Wujia has never owed favors to anyone. He was saying this for the sake of these little ones. The favor of the unmoved king. What if Snake Lady doesn't accept it? Snake Lady coldly questioned. The reputation of Dragon Lord and Snake Lady is such that even soul Douluos have to be cautious. They have never looked at a mere soul saint as a threat. And Snake Lady truly does not care for the favor of a soul saint. If this matter spreads, how could they have the face to roam the soul master world after being at a disadvantage against the soul saint? This was something Snake Lady could never swallow. Just as Zhao Wujia and Snake Lady were arguing, Tang Xian, who was behind Zhao Wujia, suddenly turned serious. You've been given face. A ghostly figure directly bypassed Zhao Wujia and appeared between him and Snake Lady. At this sight, Shrek Academy members Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhao Wujia were all shocked. Tang Xian, what are you doing? That's a genuine soul emperor. Chapter 61. Try it with Meng. You've been given face. Tang Xian directly activated the recently fused 100,000-year blue sky bull python soul ring, along with the soul bone from his right arm. The blue sky bull python soul bone skill, blue sky dull divine claw. A claw imbued with incomparably violent power, slashed out like a divine dragon. Clang! The snake matriarch instantly crossed her snake staff in front of her, but even so, the moment the blue sky dull divine claw struck the staff, she felt her joints go numb, and her body suddenly became somewhat paralyzed and dull. Hiss, what a powerful soul bone skill. This guy actually possesses a soul bone. The snake matriarch was shocked, but wasn't over yet. Tang Xian's next soul bone skill followed closely. Blue sky bull python soul bone skill, sky blue annihilation thunder. An attack resembling heavenly thunder erupted in front of the snake matriarch in an instant. Her movement paused, and under the influence of the blue sky dull divine claw, she couldn't increase her speed in time to evade. She could only muster the 6th layer of soul power of a soul emperor to meet it. Zzzz bang. A tremendous wave of energy exploded on the spot. The snake matriarch was forced back a step. Her expression was one of horror. What kid? What kind of soul bone is this? Its attack power is so violent. In the next moment, Tang Xian directly released 4 soul rings. Black, 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 red. 3 10,000-year soul rings, plus 1 incredibly dazzling 100,000-year soul ring. The violent soul master soul power instantly surged. A golden Xuantian hammer, engulfed in flames, was held in his hand like a war god. The junior is willing to learn from the senior's high skills. If the junior is fortunate enough to withstand a few moves and survive, I hope the senior can erase the previous matter with a single stroke. Tang Xian calmly said some brazen words. However, if it were before, Snake Granny would definitely think this kid was looking for death. But after the 2 attacks from this kid just now, along with the 4 soul rings currently surrounding him, his aura had already risen to a terrifying level. Seeing this, Snake Granny's eyes lit up. It was important to note that this kid was about the same age as her granddaughter Meng Yuran. Yet he was already a 4-ring soul master. Moreover, both the quality of his soul rings and his soul bones indicated his extraordinary nature. Snake Granny's heart suddenly sparked with some thoughts. If she could pair this kid with her granddaughter Meng Yuran, even when they both grew old, they wouldn't have to worry about their granddaughter being retaliated against by enemies. This kid's future, barring any accidents, would definitely be akin to that of title Douluo. So her granddaughter Wunti have to fear being bullied. Of course, all of this depended on successfully matching this kid with her stubborn granddaughter. With this thought, the originally serious expression of Snake Granny instantly softened. Child, can you tell Grandma your name? I want to change my name or my surname. I'm Tang Xian, he directly replied. Upon hearing this, Snake Granny nodded with satisfaction. Tang Xian, you are a good child. Not only do you have high talent, but you also remain composed when facing stronger soul masters. You're a promising prospect. The sudden praise left Zhao Wujia, who was extremely tense beside them, stunned. What did Snake Granny mean by this? It was known that Snake Granny had always been proud and looked down on even soul saints. Yet now she spoke such words to Tang Xian. The group of Shrek Academy students, including Dai Mubai, were equally puzzled about what was happening. Only Tang Xian, who had lived 3 lives, smiled slightly. How could he not understand the implications of Snake Granny's words? She was clearly showing interest in him. Noticing the way Snake Granny was appraising him and her granddaughter Mangaran, Tang Xian knew well that the mighty Snake Granny wanted to match him with her granddaughter. She had similar intentions when she first saw Tang San. Tang Xian touched his nose, wondering what to do. Being 2 is also a kind of trouble. However, it is impossible for him, Tang Xian, to marry into a family. Even Jian Shinxin from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School couldn't make him willingly marry into the top 3 sects, let alone the guy Shi Long Shi. Tang Xian's ambition is far beyond this. While he was troubled, the Snake Lady indeed started a conversation, asking, "I wonder how old young Master Tang is this year." Sure enough, Tang Xian's heart sank. His previous guess was correct. The Snake Lady had begun to probe about his age. Although her granddaughter Mangaran was indeed attractive. With a curvy figure and a short, stylish haircut, it was absolutely impossible to force him, Tang Xian. At most, he would let Mangaran come over on her own. There was certainly a place for her. After thinking it through, Tang Xian gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "I'm already 12 years old this year. If the senior wants to rely on age, because of what just happened, I am not someone who cannot accompany you to the end. Yes, if it were a fight, it would be more straightforward. Although he might not be able to defeat the Soul Emperor, he still had some confidence in taking a few blows. If he could get through this Oscar incident, it would be better than letting Zhao Wujin owe anyone a favor. Favors are more important than anything. Who knows what trouble might arise in the future? Just grab your snake staff and hit me. Go ahead, hit me hard." Tang Xian kept praying in his heart. Everyone felt a tightness in their hearts upon hearing Tang Xian's words. His sacrifice for Oscar was too great. Everyone focused their attention on Snake Lady, wanted to know how she would respond. If Snake Lady continued to be difficult, it would mean that this battle was unavoidable. Zhao Wuji clenched his fists tightly, alert for the appearance of Dragon Duke. What happened just now? Did something unpleasant happen just now? Ha 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 ha. The next moment, the tense atmosphere that everyone imagined did not occur. Instead, Snake Lady unexpectedly burst into laughter. Then she brought her granddaughter Meng Yiran closer to Tang Xian. She introduced directly, "Tang Xian, it was just a misunderstanding. Let us not mention it for now. Come, let me introduce my lovely granddaughter to you. She is about your age. Although her talent and strength aren't as outstanding as yours, she is quite pretty. If you don't mind." An astonishing scene unfolded. Under the gaze of Zhao Wuji and all the Shrek Academy students, Snake Lady earnestly introduced her granddaughter Meng Yiran to Tang Xian, implying that she wanted to bring the 2 together. "You're both young people. No need to be so reserved. Give it a try. After trying, you won't be a child anymore." Zhao Wuji gasped. This Snake Lady was too decisive, directly sending her precious granddaughter out. However, thinking of Tang Xian's identity, he thought he could send a granddaughter too, but he didn't have one. He couldn't help but sigh. No wonder she was the renowned and formidable dragon snake. Her vision was indeed sharp. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu looked a bit confused. What did Snake Lady mean by that? Beside her, Ma Hongjun smiled mischievously and directly gestured to Xiao Wu in the most straightforward way. He pointed one hand to show a 1, then used the other hand to show a 0. Then he interlaced the 2. Seeing this, Snake Lady was completely unconcerned. But her granddaughter Mangaran was already about to explode with rage. "Hey, you chubby boy, what vulgar gesture are you making with your hands? Be careful, or I'll cut your one." Ma Hongjun took the hint to retreat, while Xiao Wu looked completely bewildered. Chapter 62. Overwhelming Mangaran, teaching her lesson. "Oh my, little sister, you're so fierce. If you have the ability, come and hit me." Ma Hongjun was completely unbothered, directly hiding behind Tang Xian, while provoking Mangaran with gestures. "You fatso, just wait and see how I teach you a lesson." Mangaran was so angry she was grinding her teeth. Then, she waved the small, snake-headed staff in her hand, and suddenly several poisonous fangs of blue-black soul power rushed towards Tang Xian's face. A fierce light flashed in Mangaran's eyes. This guy named Tang Xian was someone who could shake her grandmother. These poisonous fangs weren't enough to hurt him, but they were sufficient to scare the chubby boy behind him. If they could truly harm him, that would be even better. Taking care of a guy who lost his soul ring, too. Seeing this, Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang did not stop her precious granddaughter. As a senior, it wouldn't be appropriate for her to intervene with a junior. Letting her granddaughter test this young man's talent and strength was the best option. If Tang Xian was indeed as capable as she imagined, she would feel more at ease handing her precious granddaughter Meng Yiran over to him. However, if he was just someone relying on others' power without any real ability, even if Meng Yiran poisoned them both to death, Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang wouldn't frown. But the next scene puzzled Snake Lady. Facing the rushing poisonous fangs, Tang Xian showed no signs of evasion. The deadly poisonous fangs were getting closer, just inches away from his forehead. 2 inches. 1 inch. Was this guy really that foolish? No matter how arrogant, he shouldn't be this careless. If he didn't dodge now, he wouldn't be able to. Even Meng Yiran, who was using her abilities, felt a sudden jolt of tension. Zhao Wuji, who had just been supporting Tang Xian, suddenly felt tight in his heart, not expecting Tang Xian to be so reckless. In an instant, Zhao Wuji circulated his soul power, preparing to rescue him. This wouldn't do. If he were killed just like that, that person would definitely kill me. Clang. The next moment, a sound of metal clashing rang out. Under the tense gaze of everyone, that blue-black poisonous fong, which could easily pierce through a person's skin, seemed to collide with some metal object. It collapsed on the spot and dissipated. Everyone looked towards Tang Xian's forehead, where a golden light flickered. What kind of soul skill is this? Such strong defensive power? My poisonous fangs couldn't break through? Meng Yiran was shocked. No, it's not a soul skill. Just now, the little guy didn't release a trace of soul power. What is that? Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang was also puzzled. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji, who was tense to the point of death, looked utterly confused. Don't look at me. I don't know what it is. How did this guy achieve this? Even a soul sage has never seen someone withstand a soul skill with an ordinary body. Tang Xian slowly opened his eyes, revealing a sense of confidence. Unlike the shock of others, he remained quite composed. Did you think I was just idling in the Great Soul Arena during this time? The first time I signed in at the Soul Arena, I received the skill of Copper Skin and Iron Bones. After continuously enhancing it through sign-ins, my Copper Skin and Iron Bones have now evolved into the 6-Zhang Golden Body. Now, even if Tang Xian doesn't use his soul power, it would be difficult for knives, guns, and axes to harm his physical body, not to mention a tiny poisonous fong. Meng Yiran, don't look at me like that. I'm just naturally a bit tougher than others. If you're curious, you can feel it. You can get a try. So how about it? Your body is just a bit tougher than others? Is that even livable? A body that can't be penetrated by soul skills. How many of those are there in the entire Douluo continent? Tang Xian's words were too hurtful to her pride. Meng Yiran's face turned even redder upon hearing this. Tang Xian, you are shameless. I can't test you anymore. You are just a monster. After saying this, Meng Yiran indignantly returned to Granny Snake's side, pouting her cherry lips, and began to act cute to her grandmother, asking her to help her get justice. Granny, you must help your granddaughter teach that shameless guy a lesson. He is lewd. He is despicable. He must pay for this. Ha 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 ha. My dear granddaughter. Granny understands. Granny Snake patted Meng Yiran's head, knowing her granddaughter's character all too well. If she didn't do something, this little granddaughter would be hard to comfort. However, this left her feeling quite helpless. That guy Tang Xian actually hadn't done anything wrong, and she had high hopes for him, even thinking about how to bring him and Meng Yiran together. Now, this situation put Granny Snake in a somewhat awkward position. Tang Xian could not see any change in the expression of Snake Granny, so he secretly communicated with her using soul power, conveniently finding her a way out. Snake Granny was slightly taken aback by Tang Xian's message, but she decided to let the young people handle their own matters. She was too lazy to intervene. After receiving Snake Granny's approval, Tang Xian, who had been standing still, suddenly sprinted towards Meng Yiran. Meng Yiran was initially startled and then desperately called for her grandmother for help. Grandma, he's bullying me. Hurry, stop him. Woo-woo. However, Snake Granny, who usually doted on her granddaughter, at this moment seemed to be ignoring the chaotic scene unfolding before her, as if she had gone blind and deaf, showing no intention of protecting Meng Yiran. Meng Yiran widened her eyes, wondering why this was happening. Was her grandmother under some kind of spell? Wasn't she her grandmother's most beloved granddaughter? Yet now she was just standing by. What kind of drug did this guy give my grandmother? While thinking about this, Tang Xian had already stopped her frantic struggles and pressed Meng Yiran down to the ground. Yiran, you should stop your futile struggles. You wouldn't want to embarrass yourself in front of everyone, right? You say I'm despicable. You say I'm vile, but I really am not. I can't let you wrong me. Are we still wronging you? Don't press down on me. I'm getting mad. Meng Yiran panicked. Was this guy really provoked by her? Suddenly pressed down by a man. Meng Iran felt very uncomfortable and instinctively began to squirm, causing the situation to spiral out of control. Of course, Tang Xian didn't care about this at all. If he could go a bit further, it would help this girl learn a lesson. He then held Meng Iran's hands down and looked down at her. Do you know why your grandmother isn't helping you? She wants you to grow up. You can't be willful and unreasonable like a child anymore. You? Meng Iran's face turned crimson as she stared blankly at the hot-blooded Tang Xian, her eyes filled with brilliance. Chapter 63. Meng Iran, will definitely eat you alive next time. Looking at Tang Xian, who was pressing down on her with a calm demeanor, she felt overwhelming shame. The once proud Meng Iran's face immediately turned bright red. However, even though Tang Xian said she was just a spoiled girl, she still pouted defiantly. Looking up at the trees in the sky, she showed no intention of backing down. Seeing this, Tang Xian took a deep breath. His patience was limited. She was just a little girl, and he had never encountered a girl he couldn't handle. If he couldn't even deal with a Meng Iran, then he would have wasted 3 lifetimes. Tang Xian continued to lean closer to Meng Iran's cheek, trying to force her to submit in this way. However, this was just a clever tactic. Tang Xian didn't really intend to do anything. Yet, Meng Iran didn't think so. Seeing Tang Xian make a deeper move, she immediately panicked, thinking he was going to invade her. Without a second thought, the spoiled young lady's demeanor was immediately displayed. Meng Iran was not the obedient type. She stood up abruptly. Although her body couldn't break free from Tang Xian's grip, her neck was quite flexible, and she bit down hard on Tang Xian's lips, which were leaning in. Ow, ow, ow. Meng Iran, you are so bold. It hurts. Let go, I'm gonna bleed. No, don't. MMM. Meng Iran took the initiative and started to bite fiercely. Damn it, Meng Iran, don't go too far. Hurry and let go of my lips. First soul skill, Holy Fire of Light. Tang Xian directly used his first soul skill to encircle the awkward and chaotic scene between the two with Holy Fire, creating a relatively closed and private space. Such a thing being witnessed by so many people would be a direct social death. The Shrek students, along with Zhao Wujia and Snake Lady, watched as the Holy Fire blazed, completely isolated for what was happening inside, only faintly hearing meaningful gasps and screams. Without needing to look, they already knew that the battle between Tang Xian and Meng Iran inside was exceptionally fierce. Seeing this scene, the Shrek students exchanged glances. Unsure of what to do, Zhao Wujia could only clear his throat twice and take the initiative to speak. Senior Snake Lady. It's better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. If this continues, neither side will maintain dignity. Indeed, how could Zhao Wujia not know that Tang Xian was able to forcefully approach Meng Iran, ignoring Snake Lady beside him? He could guess that Tang Xian must have received Snake Lady's suggestion, as the one who tied the bell must untie it. If they didn't want the scene to remain so embarrassing, they had to first obtain Snake Lady's consent. Upon hearing this, Snake Lady slightly nodded. If this continued, Tang Xian's mouth would probably be worn out. That would be undesirable. Immediately, Zhao Wujia and Snake Lady both exerted their soul power, one breaking Tang Xian's first Holy Fire soul skill, while the other used strong soul power to barely separate the two young lovers. Even so, Meng Iran still felt she hadn't had enough fun. Like a wild little lion, she cursed loudly. Tang Xian, remember this. I'm using your own methods against you. If you're shameless again, I could be even more shameless and despicable than you. I want you to remember me forever. I will haunt your dreams. At this moment, Meng Iran had lost control, completely disregarding her image. During the fierce battle just now, her clothes were torn into several pieces, exposing a snowy white chest. But as she said, Tang Xian at this moment had no thoughts to spare for anything else, feeling extremely anxious. Meng Iran, you little rascal, you really bite at everything. My little brother almost didn't make it. As if I have a Sixshan golden body. Tang Xian felt a wave of fear. Just now, in the secret space of the Holy Fire of Light, Meng Iran had completely showcased another side of the obedient girl, a wild little cat. One word, stimulating. If it weren't for the fact that this girl was the precious granddaughter of the legendary dragon snake couple, Tang Xian would have already dealt with this little wildcat right then and there, making it so she couldn't even walk properly. But he held back. He couldn't be that excessive. After all, the dragon snake couple was to be brought into Shrek Academy's side in the future. With this thought, Tang Xian decided not to dwell on Meng Iran's previous outrageous actions. Instead, he calmly walked to Zhao Wujia's side and leisurely smiled, saying, Meng Iran, very good. I remember you. but I'm a magnanimous person, so I'll let you off this time. However, if you continue to pester me, it 1TB is simple as one stroke to wipe it out. One stroke? You want to wipe it out with one stroke? Hearing this, Meng Yiran became furious. She turned around and acted spoiled to the snake lady. Grandma, look, that guy is despicable and shameless. Even Meng Yiran couldn't miss the implication behind Tang Xian's one stroke to wipe it out. All right, Iran, didn't you bite the little guy already? But, all right, Zhao Wujia, let this matter go. Then, she looked meaningfully at Tang Xian. Little guy, not bad. We will meet again in the future. Zhao Wujia said that Tang Xian is now a student of Shrek Academy, so there is no need to rush, nor worry about him getting lost. The most urgent matter now was to quickly reunite with her grandfather, Dragon Gong Meng Shu, and discuss her plans with him. Compared to Dragon Gong, he wouldn't have any objections, and then they could visit Shrek Academy. What was there to worry about regarding the big matter between Tang Xian and her obedient granddaughter? Meng Yiran, after all that had happened, there was already an indelible bond between the two. Then the junior will respectfully send off the senior. Tang Xian, Meng Yiran will definitely not let this matter go easily. Just wait for me. One day, I will completely take you down with your 6 Zhang golden body. I already know your weakness. Next time I 1T let you off. If I do, I 1TB surname Meng. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian tightened his legs. This little girl was a tough character. He seemed to really not should have provoked Meng Yiran. After the snake lady took Meng, he ran away. Dai Mubai and the others gave Tang Xian a thumbs up. Brother Tang, that was so impressive. Yeah, even such a strong-willed girl was subdued by you. I have to say, that was really thrilling. Even Ma Hongjun, who was nearby, broke out in a cold sweat for Tang Xian. Zhao Wujia also let out a sigh of relief. Although the snake lady only had the cultivation of a soul emperor, if a real battle broke out here, Dragon Gong would definitely come. As a soul sage, he couldn't withstand the devastation of the legendary dragon snake couple. Thanks to Tang Xian's cleverness, otherwise, he wouldn't know how to wrap things up. Tang Xian, I owe you one this time, but when did you obtain the 4th soul ring? And it's 100,000-year one. Zhao Wujia finally asked this question. Even Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and the others were shocked. Chapter 64, Daydreaming of Flying Mushrooms. When asked about the origins of the 100,000-year soul ring, Tang Xian was not nervous at all, casually saying, I'll let you in on a secret. I can generate soul rings myself. Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions that said, I know, the heavens know, the earth knows. They clearly didn't believe this statement. This led them to think of Tang Xian's talent and qualifications, speculating that he might be the heir of some big family or sect, and guessed that Tang Xian's soul ring might have been secretly provided by the forces behind him. Who doesn't have 1 or 2 secrets in this world? Everyone was well aware, especially Zhao Wujia, who immediately thought of Hao Ian Douluo Tang Hao. In Zhao Wujia's view, this 100,000-year red soul ring on Tang Xian was given by Tang Hao. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine a child having the ability to hunt for such a level of soul ring. One must know that a 100,000-year soul beast, even he would have to run if he encountered it. Only top-level titled Douluos could possibly hunt such beasts. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, and the others were even more secretive about Tang Xian's identity. They increasingly felt that Tang Xian's background was unfathomable. Only Xiao Wu naively believed Tang Xian's words. And this was the truth, aside from the 1st soul ring. The 2nd and 3rd were direct rewards from signing in at the soul hunting forest, and this time in the Stardo forest. He got a 100,000-year soul ring directly by signing in. After all, the Stardo forest was not on the same level as the soul hunting forest. Ahem. Zhao Wujia cleared his throat a couple of times, interrupting everyone's subtle speculation. Tang Xian's identity couldn't be so easily exposed. He then shifted the topic. Tang Xian, how was the taste of that Meng Yiran? The best way to solve a problem is to create another new problem. Zhao Wujia was referring to the earlier incident where Meng Yiran was fiercely kissing Tang Xian. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu, who was not far behind Tang Xian, had already clenched her little fists. Ning Rongrong's eyes were sharp as knives. If looks could kill, Tang Xian would have been killed 1,000,000 times by now. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, leaning under the shade of a big tree, let out a muffled snort. Stinky man. Tang Xian's face was ashen. I didn't want this either. You all saw that Meng Yiran started it herself. Tang Xian was frantically arguing. He had just made a huge sacrifice himself. Just at that moment of helplessness, a loud bang sounded, and a strong wave of soul power swept in. Oscar, who was absorbing the 1,000-year phoenix, tail, chicken crown snake soul ring, finally completely absorbed the soul ring and successfully obtained his third soul ring, officially stepping into the ranks of Soul Zone. As Oscar's soul power was released, the two rings, one purple, vibrated around him. Tang Xian quickly approached Oscar with a leisurely pace, congratulating him first. Congratulations, Oscar, you've successfully become a soul master. How does it feel now? Oscar's first soul ring instantly refocused everyone's attention on him, and Tang Xian escaped a disaster. Dai Mubai curiously asked, "Little Oscar, what is your third soul skill this time?" Hearing this, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and others felt a twinge of anxiety. It wouldn't be another disgusting food-related soul skill, would it? Oscar, with a somewhat subtle expression, covered his mouth and chuckled, saying, "Don't worry, this time you won't be disappointed. My third soul skill has a stronger additional effect than before. This time it's the flying mushroom sausage." He then recited a soul incantation that wasn't too outrageous. In an instant, a peculiar-looking mushroom sausage with two wings appeared in Oscar's hand, still maintaining its rather awkward shape. Oscar explained, "Don't underestimate my flying mushroom sausage. This third soul skill integrates the flying characteristics of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. After eating the mushroom sausage, one can gain the flying ability of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake." Dai Mubai and the others looked at the flying mushroom sausage in shock, not expecting this unassuming item to have such incredible effects, actually possessing the flying ability of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Dai Mubai couldn't help but ask little Oscar, "How long can this mushroom sausage last?" Oscar scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and said, "It's not very durable. It can burst out at high speed for 1 minute. 1 minute? Even Zhao Wujia was somewhat surprised. In high-level battles, 1 minute is enough to lead to the climax of a fight. With Oscar's flying mushroom sausage, the Shrek students' future battles would surely be smooth and thrilling. It's important to note that flying ability is extremely rare for soul masters of other types, unless they have a specific flying ability soul skill. Like Ma Hongjuan's Evil Fire Phoenix, Oscar's third soul skill can be considered quite extraordinary. After all, this is a food-type soul skill that can assist others and grant flying ability. Those flashy soul masters flying around usually need to be at least 6-ring soul masters to gain flying capability. This kind of auxiliary ability, even the so-called top support from the 7 Treasures Glaze Sect, Ning Rongrong, was also deeply shocked. Given time, Oscar might just become the #1 auxiliary soul master in the Douluo continent. Very good, Oscar, you've obtained a very impressive soul skill. Your martial soul still has great development potential. Keep it up. Zhao Wujia praised Oscar with immense satisfaction. Ning Rongrong suddenly felt a pressure in her heart. Even the usually strict teacher Zhao Wujia had high hopes for Oscar, making her feel a bit uncomfortable about her family sense of mission. Tang Xian walked over to Ning Rongrong's side with an indifferent expression, patting her shoulder. One could imagine how Ning Rongrong's immensely proud self-esteem was once again stung by Oscar's displayed talent. Rongrong, don't forget, the reputation of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School as the #1 support in Douluo has remained unshaken for a long time. You should believe that you are that as well. Tang Xian comforted softly. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong looked up, gazing up at Tang Xian's clear eyes due to the height difference. "I will. All right, the Stardo Forest is fraught with danger. Since Oscar and Tang Xian have already obtained their needed spirit rings, let us pack up and return to Shrek Academy," Zhao Wujia said lightly. The Stardo Forest is not a safe place. Even a titled Douluo like the Unmoving King would not dare to explore recklessly here, as there are too many powerful spirit beasts within, and he still needed to ensure the safety of the students. Chapter 65, The Awakening of the Titan Giant Ape. However, beside him, Dai Mubai stammered, "Teacher Zhao, my spirit power has also reached level 40, and I need to obtain my 4th spirit ring." Zhao Wujia raised an eyebrow, considering Dai Mubai's spirit power had always been the highest, and now, with Tang Xian, this little monster's stimulation, it was only natural for him to reach level 40 spirit power so quickly. He could only say, "All right, we will stay in the Stardo Forest a bit longer to help Mubai find a suitable spirit ring before heading back." Just as he finished speaking, Tang Xian, who was about to step forward to speak, suddenly stopped in his tracks. It seemed he sensed something and looked towards the core area of the Stardo Forest. "Brother Xian, what's wrong? Is something off?" Xiao noticed Tang Xian's unusual behavior. "I don't know, but I feel an inexplicable sense of oppression." "Huh, really? Or maybe I'm overthinking it." Saying this, Tang Xian affectionately pulled the delicate Xiao Wu into his embrace and gently pinched her smooth face. Xiao Wu instinctively rubbed her face against him, as she loved the feeling of being caressed by Tang Xian. It gave her a sense of security. This kind of touch was a form of enjoyment, a comfortable pleasure. She wished she could forever lie comfortably in Tang Xian's embrace. However, at the same time, deep within the Star-Do forest, a giant beast slowly awakened. A pair of enormous blood-red eyes suddenly opened wide, continuously rotating, and fine blood-colored patterns emerged on its forehead. As it awakened, the markings of its beastly bloodline appeared all over its body. Moo. It seemed to sense a familiar aura from somewhere in the Star-Do forest, letting out a low, unique hum of a spirit beast. But this low hum instantly sent the other spirit beasts in the core area trembling with fear. It was the kingly pressure only possessed by a higher being. Moo. Xiao Wu. Is Xiao Wu home? Great. I'm going to get Xiao Wu. Boom. The giant beast suddenly went wild, running towards the middle and outer regions of the Star-Do forest. With each step, it caused massive tremors. A terrifying kingly aura rapidly spread from the core area of the Star-Do forest towards the outskirts, rippling outward. And this terrifying aura was heading in a clear direction. The area where Xiao Wu and the others from Shrek Academy were located. An unprecedented sense of crisis instantly enveloped everyone's hearts. How could there be such an aura in the outskirts of the Star-Do forest? Without a doubt, the most alert was Zhao Wujia, the leading teacher of this trip, who sensed this subtle change first. At the moment when this dangerous aura surged, Zhao Wujia immediately appeared before everyone from Shrek. The next moment, 7 colored spirit rings instantly appeared around his feet. In an instant, his martial soul, the powerful diamond bear, manifested, shielding the little ones first. Roar! Something has happened. Mobilize. Be ready to lead everyone to flee at any moment. No matter what comes, the teacher will buy you some time. Teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai was moved. But this aura was too terrifying. Even the residual waves nearly shocked their hearts and lungs. That unknown danger would likely be difficult for Zhao Wujia to handle. Okay, Teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai understood that at this moment, the most important thing was to follow Teacher Zhao's orders and get everyone out of danger. Could it be that the earlier world-shaking dragon snake couldn't accept this, and the couple returned for revenge? Dai Mubai speculated. This aura was even beyond that of a tidal Douluo. Boom! Just as he was pondering, a strong gust of wind rushed towards them. In the direction of the Star-Do forest, countless enormous trees inexplicably collapsed, and the rampant powerful wind made it difficult for Dai Mubai and the others to maintain their balance, constantly using their hands to shield their eyes. In an instant, all the Shrek Academy students opened their spirit rings to resist the impact, but they still couldn't open their eyes if it weren't for Zhao Wujia, who was known as the Unmoving King, using the powerful diamond bear to block most of the pressure for them. They would have been knocked unconscious by the raging winds. Not good. Mubai, don't worry about the teacher. Take the little ones and run. Bang! Zhao Wujia maximized his defense, bearing the risk for the students as much as possible. However, just as Dai Mubai and the others showed signs of retreat, this powerful aura suddenly erupted in fury. Moo. Humans, treacherous humans, don't even think about taking my Xiao Wu. Boom! The next moment, a furious roar from the giant beast echoed, and everyone felt as if their eardrums were about to burst. Their minds instantly buzzed, and their brains felt heavy, with blood boiling within. A sweet, metallic taste surged uncontrollably in their throats. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and others were directly blown against the main trunk, making it difficult for them to even get up. The only ones who remained standing were Tang Xian and Dai Mubai. It was a complete, overwhelming pressure. Not good. That shadow is coming. Zhao Wujia, who was desperately resisting the impact, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Roar! What is this? Zhao Wujia's pupils constricted violently as a massive shadow suddenly pounced above them. When he saw the true form of the shadow, he knew that not even a little tidal Douluo like him could face it. Even a Douluo-level powerhouse would flee upon seeing it. But this was the Star-Do forest. How could it appear in this area? It seemed they were destined to perish here today. Zhao Wujia felt a deep sense of helplessness within. This helplessness stemmed from a suppression of power levels. A figure resembling a mountain loomed before them, its blood-colored eyes looking down at their group. Tick, tick, tick. Cold sweat continuously dripped from Zhao Wujia's forehead. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Though he had formed some guesses in his mind, when it truly appeared before him, Zhao Wujie could not help but feel instinctive fear. This creature was indeed the spirit beast king-level existence from the core area of the Star-Do forest. The Titan giant ape. Gurgle, gurgle. At such a close distance, Zhao Wujie could even hear the sounds of the Titan giant ape's stomach churning. Moo. Humans, hand over Xiao Wu. Zhao Wujie looked at the Titan giant ape with its red eyes, suddenly overwhelmed by a roar filled with infinite power, crashing directly into a massive tree, causing it to collapse. A single call made Zhao Wujing feel so embarrassed. Is this the king of the Star-Do forest? Zhao Wujing couldn't help but spit out blood, but still struggled to get up from the ground, standing in front of the Shrek students. Your Majesty, the king of the forest, please forgive our intrusion into your territory. I sincerely apologize to you. Please let us go, and we promise never to step into the Star-Do forest again. O king, please forgive us just this once. Zhao Wujing could only bow his head and admit his mistakes. Nothing was more important than staying alive. Chapter 66. Tang Xian goes berserk and confronts the Titan. Zhao Wujing humbly knelt before the Titan Great Ape, but the Titan Great Ape didn't even glance at Zhao Wujing and kept staring at Tang Xian's companion, Xiao Wu. Seeing the Titan Great Ape surprisingly calm and not continuing its rampage, just when he thought he had received the Titan Great Ape's tacit permission to let them go, he was about to turn and leave this place of trouble with the little ones. Suddenly, the Titan Great Ape let out a roar of unknown meaning. Xiao Wu, you have finally returned. In the next moment, a gigantic beastly hand seemed to move slowly, but was actually extremely rapid, reaching directly for Xiao Wu's position. Others might not know what caused the Titan Great Ape's attention and rampage, but how could Tang Xian not know? The Titan Great Ape, the king of the Star-Do forest that only appears in the core area, was the soul beast that grew up alongside Xiao Wu. Other soul beasts might not sense it, but the Titan Great Ape was familiar with Xiao Wu's aura. Even though Xiao Wu had completely transformed and had left the Star-Do forest for many years, the Titan Great Ape instantly captured Xiao Wu's unique aura and was unwavering. It would never recognize wrongly. Is this Erming, here to welcome Xiao Wu home? Tang Xian frowned slightly, just as he was pondering. The Titan Great Ape's massive beast claw was already lunging forward, but in an instant, Zhao Wujing roared. Martial soul, true body, great strength diamond bear. A burly man glowing with golden light suddenly blocked in front of Xiao Wu and Tang Xian. Bang! In just a moment, a violent shockwave suddenly erupted. Zhao Wujing's muscles bulged instantly, and with a ripping sound, his clothes were completely torn apart by his muscles. Don't touch my students, unless you step over my body. Of course, Zhao Wujing couldn't know the relationship between Erming and Xiao Wu. He just saw the situation, and if the Titan Great Ape grabbed them, the outcome would undoubtedly be death. Without hesitation, Zhao Wujing stepped forward to resist, even if it meant his own death. The dark golden diamond bear armor gradually covered Zhao Wujing's form. This time he intended to go all out. The soul power of the 7 soul rings operated to the extreme. However, facing Zhao Wujing's futile resistance, the Titan Great Ape simply punched out. Buzz. Another explosion. Mobilize. What are you waiting for? Quickly take the little ones and escape. Don't worry about the teacher. Damn it. Since you won let us go. Even if Zhao Wujing dies, I'll still tear you apart. Big guy, let you taste my 5th soul skill, Gravity Crush. Buzz. The Titan Great Ape's fur was instantly compressed by an invisible force. Erming withdrew his beast hand and looked down at the insignificant human beneath him. These annoying humans actually dared to disrespect him. Their audacity was growing. The Titan Great Ape was enraged once again. Moo! In the next moment, unlike the previous beast hand, Erming swung a fist that carried countless crimson veins of beast bloodline runes, mixed with an incredibly violent power. It smashed down toward the ground. Bang! The intense soul power fluctuations and force impacts collided in an instant. A wildly unrestrained and frenzied wave of energy rapidly expanded, centered around Zhao Wujing and the Titan Great Ape. Like a tsunami from a typhoon, Dai Mubai and other Shrek students were like solitary boats in the eye of the storm, instantly capsized by the wave. Damn it, it's too strong. Brother Tang, quick. Take Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing and leave. Seeing this, Dai Mubai knew he must stay behind to buy time for everyone to escape. He was preparing to follow Zhao Wujing's steps and make a sacrifice. However, at that moment, Tang Xian directly stood in front of Dai Mubai. I said, Dai Mubai, you're no longer the boss. You don't need to do these things. The current boss is me, Tang Xian. Step back. A mere soul master thinks he can delay time under a 10,000-year soul beast? Don't be ridiculous. Brother Tang, enough. Mobilize, you step back. The strength of a soul master is really not enough. You'd probably be killed with just one slap. Don't make a needless sacrifice. Support me. I'll take care of it. Tang Xian took a step forward to stop Dai Mubai's attack. As he said, Dai Mubai is still a very weak soul master at this point. Although Tang Xian is also a soul master, the gap between them is not on the same level at all. Dai Mubai has long recognized Tang Xian's strength, as Tang Xian has always been stronger than him. However, even though he has confidence in Tang Xian's abilities, they are currently facing a 10,000-year Titan Great Ape. Even teacher Zhao can only be crushed in this fight. Brother Tang, our strength can only provide support to you and teacher Zhao from the back line to relieve some pressure. Going up would undoubtedly just create more chaos. Tang Xian nodded slightly. Then let's assist us from behind. After speaking, Tang Xian stepped forward, heading towards Zhao Wujia's direction, who was desperately trying to block the Titan giant ape. At the same time, 4 extremely dazzling soul rings, 3 black and 1 red, directly appeared. In an instant, the 4 black and red soul rings flashed wildly in alternating succession, reflecting the rapid operation and soaring of soul power. Tang Xian knew very well that Ming had no ill intentions toward Xiao Wu. However, if he just allowed Ming to take Xiao Wu away without doing anything, given the relationship between him and Xiao Wu, it would be easy for others to see the underlying issues. Therefore, even though he knew he couldn't resist, he still had to stop Ming's actions. It was just the right opportunity to test his peak combat power. Ming was indeed a rare opponent. The first soul skill, Radiant Holy Fire, with a buzzing sound, a somewhat constricting fire circle surrounded the feet of the Titan Great Ape. However, standing under the Radiant Holy Fire, Ming felt that his strength was actually being suppressed a little, although it was just a little for Zhao Wujia, who was 1 straw away from being crushed. This was undoubtedly a great opportunity to catch his breath. Tang Xian continued to unleash his second soul skill, Evil Eye Shock. The immense mental power accumulated from 3 lifetimes instantly targeted Ming through the evil purple eyes. This was an attack from the spiritual level, and Ming immediately felt a thunderclap in his mind, causing a slight pause in his power. Zhao Wujia instantly felt the pressure he was facing decrease significantly, experiencing a moment of relief for the first time. 3rd soul skill, Blade of Slaughter. 4th soul skill, Sky Blue Annihilation Thunder. Tang Xian's Peepa Bones sprouted 8 scarlet blood hands, each hand resembling a blood-colored angel's blade, a total of 8. At the same time, Tang Xian gripped the Xuantian hammer with both hands, combining it with the 4th soul skill, Sky Blue Annihilation Thunder. The dark Xuantian hammer was instantly covered with violent, thunderous power. With a tremendous force, a loud roar echoed as the sky blue spherical thunder condensed on the Xuantian hammer, attracting heavenly lightning, counting down to the flickering silver snakes. The Xuantian hammer suddenly smashed down. Boom! Chapter 67. Pursuing Ming to find Xiao Wu. Strike! 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 Boom! Boom! Tang Xian completely regarded Ming as a test stone, exerting all his efforts to showcase his skills. At this moment, his soul power had gradually taken on a hint of terrifying rose crimson from the original bright color. Tang Xian's eyes were already filled with blood vessels. With each strike, the area where the Titan giant ape was located erupted with a violent shockwave, like cannonballs hitting the surface of a calm lake. And at the center of the storm, Zhao Wuji was completely liberated in the hands of the Titan giant ape. But before he could catch his breath, he was instantly knocked away by the fierce aftermath. Fragments of leaves fluttered in the sky. Tang Xian was also struck down by the Titan giant ape with a single palm. He plowed a huge, deep trench in the ground. At this moment, Tang Xian looked as disheveled as the ragged Zhao Wujia, his face flushed and blood surging. It was obvious that the counterattack from Ming was too powerful, and even with Zhao Wujia, the soul sage, supporting him in front, Tang Xian felt as if his internal organs were about to be shattered. Fortunately, both Zhao Wujia's martial spirit, the great strength Vajra Bear, and Tang Xian's Sixzhang Golden Body are extremely strong defensive soul skills and techniques. Otherwise, he would have already died at the hands of the Forest King. The Titan giant ape, Zhao Wujia's face was filled with shock. How could this kid Tang Xian have such explosive power? At this moment, Zhao Wujia looked pale as he glanced at Tang Xian, who was lying in the trench beside him. However, Tang Xian, like him, had exhausted too much soul power and had no strength left to fight. At this time, Tang Xian was half kneeling on the ground with the Xuantian hammer in hand, while Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and others watching from behind were all in shock. Tang Xian has actually reached this level. He has surpassed his peers by too much. Although Tang Xian looks a bit disheveled at this moment, everyone can't hide their admiration for him. Is this the true strength of Brother Tang? The four-ring Soul Master just withstood the first round of attacks from a Titan giant ape alongside Teacher Zhao. Brother will always be brother. Dai Mubai recalled the first time he met Tang Xian at the Rose Inn, when Tang Xian said he would challenge him when he reached the Soul Master level. At that time, Dai Mubai was full of anticipation and fighting spirit. But now, he has completely given up the idea of competing with Tang Xian because the gap is too large. This impression is deeply engraved in the hearts of every Shrek Academy student present. To be honest, they never thought a Soul Master could suddenly unleash the power of a Soul Sage. Judging from the Titan giant ape's reaction just now, it was clearly affected by Tang Xian's 4 soul skills, leading to its abnormal performance. This allowed Zhao Wujie and Tang Xian to cooperate and unleash such destructive power. However, when Zhu Zhuqing saw the battlefield filled with floating leaves, her pupils constricted. The Forest King, the Titan giant ape, has vanished. Wait, Sister Xiao Wu is also missing. Ma Hongjun immediately realized that his leader had disappeared and exclaimed, "Not good. Xiao Wu must have been captured by the Titan giant ape," Zhao Wujie said, with a serious expression. But at the same time, a question arose in his mind. Did the Titan giant ape's gaze seem to have been fixed on Xiao Wu? Was that just an illusion? After hearing Zhao Wujie's words, the Shrek students, who had not yet recovered from their brief joy of surviving the Titan giant ape, became tense again. Xiao Wu is a lively and lovely girl. Even though they haven't spent much time together at Shrek Academy, they have already developed a deep bond of friendship. This is a genuine concern for a friend in distress. However, among this group of people who can catch up to the Titan giant ape, "Oscar, give me the sausage." Tang Xian was the first to break the deadlock. Without any hesitation, he said to Oscar, yes, just wait, I'll get you the big sausages to restore our energy." Oscar loudly recited the soul incantation and distributed the big sausages to Tang Xian and teacher Zhao Wujie. "I want more. I want the flying mushroom sausage you just developed," Tang Xian eagerly said to Oscar after recovering his soul power. Although he didn't understand why Tang Xian wanted the flying mushroom sausage, he agreed to whatever Tang Xian wanted because he had saved their lives. Tang Xian took Oscar's flying mushroom sausage and swallowed it in one bite. What is Brother Tang doing? What does he want? If Tang Xian ate the large sausage to restore his soul power and regain his state, that would be understandable. However, now that he has eaten the flying mushroom sausage, he is a bit confused. Could it be that Brother Tang wants to restore his soul power and then chase after the Titan great ape to rescue Xiao Wu? That's right. Everyone wait for my news. As Oscar guessed, Tang Xian's actions directly confirmed it. With a flutter, a pair of luxurious golden, six-winged angel wings, even more extravagant than a phoenix's comb, suddenly appeared on Tang Xian's back. Combined with the flight speed boost from the flying mushroom sausage, Tang Xian charged towards the starry great forest, like a golden crow, racing towards the traces left by the Titan great ape. Dai Mubai and the others were quite astonished. Tang Xian was seeking death. However, thinking about Tang Xian's direct relationship with Xiao Wu, everyone was deeply moved. Just moments ago, when facing the Titan great ape, Tang Xian could have escaped on his own. It was clear that he had chosen to confront the Titan great ape head-on to buy Xiao Wu more time to flee. Now, for Xiao Wu, he was pursuing it without a trace of hesitation, fully aware of the Titan great ape's terrifying nature. After all, even when Zhao Wujie and Tang Xian unleashed their full power, they had caused no real damage to the Titan great ape. Now, Tang Xian was going alone. Even if he caught up, facing a 100,000-year soul beast meant certain death. Zhao Wujie's face turned ashen because of this, and he remained silent. Since ancient times, heroes have struggled at the beauty's gate. Tang Xian, such an exceptionally talented child, and Xiao Wu are actually planning to die together. Tang Xian, you really know how to give me, old Zhao, a tough problem. It's obvious that as a teacher of the academy, he must prioritize the safety of all the students. However, Tang Xian is someone who has been personally instructed by the titled Douluo Tang Hao. If something happens to him, the students may be safe, but he might not be. Zhao Wujie's mind instantly recalled that night on the back mountain. If something really happened to Tang Xian, then he would just have to prepare to endure the torment of the Xuantian Douluo. Thinking of this, Zhao Wujie gritted his teeth and said to Oscar, "Little Ao, think of a way to get the flying mushroom sausages. Mubai, you take everyone and leave first." Zhao Wujie's expression was heavy, but he still held onto a glimmer of hope in his heart. Tang Xian is a clever and quick-witted child, so he shouldn't be acting recklessly. The reason he is so eager to chase after it alone must be that he has some means that I am unaware of. However, that is the Titan giant ape, and Zhao Wujia is not at ease. Chapter 68, Killing the 30,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. 1 minute later, the acceleration effect of the flying mushroom fades, and the speed of the golden meteor-like light slows down, but it is still incredibly swift. Tang Xian urged the wings of the six-winged angel to swiftly delve deeper into the starry forest. However, even with the support of the six-winged angel, he still could not catch up to Erming, who was carrying Xiao Wu, and some traces had even disappeared completely. Tang Xian could only continue to pursue based on his initial judgment of the direction. However, Tang Xian wasn't really worried about Xiao Wu's safety. Erming wouldn't hurt Xiao Wu. Tang Xian actually wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of Zhao Wujin and the Shrek students, and enter the depths of the Star-Do forest, where the luck is most abundant. Signing in at the core area of the Star-Do forest would definitely yield extraordinary rewards. Moreover, this is Xiao Wu's home. He was also quite curious about this place. While he was pondering, a huge web suddenly appeared in front of him. Tang Xian charged towards it in extremely fast speed, but the web was incredibly resilient, directly ensnaring him in the spider's web. Tang Xian's face changed in surprise. Oh no, I've fallen into the soul beast trap. Tang Xian secretly felt that something was wrong. As he was bound in a spider web, he suddenly turned his head to look at the web. Instantly, he gasped in shock. A strange giant spider, with a body diameter of over 1.5 meters, covered in a shiny black-purple shell, and with 8 long, spear-like legs exceeding 3 meters, was staring intently at its prey. This spider spirit beast had slender legs that silently pierced into the ground with each step, showcasing their sharpness. On its lower abdomen, there were some white markings that contrasted sharply with its black body. These white markings formed a menacing human face, with a total of 8 small eyes glimmering with a faint purple light, tightly pressed against its lower abdomen. Tang Xian's pupils contracted. A 30,000-year-old face demon spider. I didn't expect this guy to miss Tang San, but catch him instead. Such ancient face demon spiders are rare even in the Star-Do forest, because their murderous nature often leads them to be hunted by powerful soul beasts, let alone 30,000 years. It is extremely rare to find a soul beast that is cultivated to 1,000 years in the Star-Do forest. The face demon spider before him, with a strength of 30,000 years, can not only conceal its form, but also hide its aura, even masking itself against mental detection. It's no wonder Tang Xian fell into its trap. The 30,000-year-old face demon spider moved along its silk, ready to feast on today's special meal. However, it was clear that Tang Xian was no ordinary prey. Tang Xian snorted coldly. Holy fire of light. With a buzzing sound, the pure white silken threads surrounding him were all ignited by the holy fire of light. Tang Xian and the faceless demon spider both fell to the ground at the same time. Hiss! The faceless demon spider let out a hiss, its terrifying human face and eerie eyes becoming incredibly ferocious. Tang Xian brushed off the ashes on his body and redirected his gaze to the human-faced demon spider. A 30,000-year-old human-faced demon spider looks quite impressive. This type of soul beast, as a soul ring, is also of high quality. Tang Xian has 3 martial souls: the bright sacred dragon, the Xuantian hammer, and the 6-winged angel. Currently, only the bright sacred dragon has absorbed a soul ring, while the other 2 martial souls are still empty. Now, Tang Xian's soul power has reached the level of a soul master at level 40, and he still needs soul rings for the other 2 martial souls. Tang Xian looked at the face of the magic spider in front of him with a playful glint in his eyes. He was now somewhat confident in dealing with a 30,000-year-old soul beast. Then a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his gaze. In that case, you shall be my first soul ring as a 6-winged angel. Tang Xian could feel that the face-devouring spider was very compatible with him. As he spoke, Tang Xian had already activated his first soul skill, Holy Fire, enveloping the 30,000-year-old face-devouring spider in the sacred flames. Second soul skill, Blade of Slaughter. 8 blood-colored demonic blades sprouted from the bones of Tang Xian's pipa, resembling the face-devouring spider in form. The face-devouring spider was immediately startled by the surrounding flames, and upon seeing the human in front of it conjuring 8 demonic blades out of thin air, it realized in an instant that the roles of hunter and prey had been reversed. This human in front of it was here to hunt it down. The intelligence of a 30,000-year-old soul beast was already remarkable, and it quickly recognized the situation. Looking at the slightly flustered, face-devouring spider, which was entirely black-purple with a shiny shell, Tang Xian's expression turned stern as he said, "Daring to block my path means you will pay the price. Let us see today whether your shell is hard or my blade of slaughter is sharp." As soon as he finished speaking, the face-devouring spider once again spat out a web, and dense white spider silk came rushing toward him. Tang Xian directly controlled his 8 demonic blades to cut all the spider silk, blocking his way into pieces. But clearly, this was just the first attack from the face-devouring spider. Taking advantage of the moment when Tang Xian was cutting the spider silk, the face-devouring spider moved its 8 legs quickly, and the next moment, after the web was shredded, it pounced right in front of Tang Xian. Tang Xian wields the 8-legged devil knife, and the 8-spider spear of the human-faced demon spider is equally sharp. The dark purple tip of the 8-spider spear glistens with an incredibly toxic liquid as it thrusts fiercely towards Tang Xian. Tang Xian instantly retracted the 8-legged demon blade, blocking it in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp metallic sounds violently collided. Hiss, 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 accompanied by wisps of green smoke rising. What a terrifying toxicity. Even Tang Xian was shocked to find that his 8-legged demon blade showed signs of being corroded by venom. Immediately, the terrifying human-faced demon spider's face twisted grotesquely. Its 8 strange, gigantic eyes in the lower abdomen radiating an eerie glow. The human-faced demon spider used its web to bind its prey, combining it with the 8 spider spears for a deadly strike. If the prey dared to resist, it would directly employ its expertise in psychic attacks, targeting the prey's soul deep within. The human-faced demon spider's small movements were also sensed, but there was no panic. Psychic attacks, huh? Just because you can, doesn't mean I can't. In a battle of mental strength, I, Tang Xian, have never feared anyone. Come on, let us clash. Second soul skill, Evil Eye Shock. Buzz. 2 waves of invisible mental energy instantly collided, with no substantial sound between them. But the soul beasts in the center of the battle between Tang Xian and the human-faced demon spider were all startled. They fled in panic. The 30,000-year-old human-faced demon spider's mental power clashed head-on with Tang Xian's mental power, which had been honed over 3 lifetimes. And the two only maintained contact for a brief moment before Tang Xian shattered the human-faced demon spider's mental power into pieces. The human-faced demon spider stiffened all over. Clang, clang, clang. The 8-legged demon blade swung, instantly severing the spider spears of the human-faced demon spider. Bang. Whether physically or mentally, the human-faced demon spider completely collapsed, being sent flying to the ground by a surge of Tang Xian's soul power. Then, Tang Xian leaped, accurately inserting the 8-legged demon blade into the human-faced demon spider's lower abdomen eye. A direct kill. The 30,000-year-old human-faced demon spider was indeed difficult to deal with. If it weren't for the high age of his soul rings and the compatibility of his soul skills with the human-faced demon spider, it would have surely resulted in a fierce battle. Tang Xian let out a sigh of relief, just as he was about to absorb this human-faced demon spider as the first soul ring for his 6-winged angel. A roar of a soul beast resounded from behind him. Suddenly, it jumped out from the woods. Roar! Tang Xian looked back, his pupils trembling in shock. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. What is this? A 30,000-year-old dark gold fearclaw bear. Chapter 69. The Potential King, Dark Gold Fearclaw Bear. Hiss! Tang Xian's body trembled, quickly assuming a defensive posture. The soul beast that suddenly appeared from the forest was a giant bear covered in dark golden fur, standing over 3 meters tall. Its eyes showed no emotion, filled with indifference and cruelty. Its entire body was covered in dark golden fur, and its arms were particularly thick, with shoulders broad and strong like city walls. This was the top-tier ferocious beast among soul beasts, the dark golden claw bear. Tang Xian's gaze suddenly fixed on the front ends of the 2 sturdy arms of the terrifying soul beast, where there were incredibly sharp, dark, golden giant claws, each over 1 meter long. Damn, the soul beasts in the Star-Do Great Forest are indeed not ordinary. That 30,000-year-old human-faced demon spider was its prey, right? Now that the human-faced demon spider has been killed, I have become its new target. Fortunately, my soul power consumption when dealing with the human-faced demon spider wasn't too high. Suddenly, the dark, golden, terrifying claw bear spread its sturdy arms wide, and its claws sliced through the air, creating a faint hissing sound. A golden light claw seemingly capable of tearing everything apart, rushed toward Tang Xian in an instant. "Block it for me." Tang Xian immediately swung the eight-legged magic knife that had just easily slain the human-faced spider. A giant net woven from several blood blades instantly blocked in front of Tang Xian. However, in the next moment, a hissing sound echoed as the crimson eight-legged magic knife was slowly torn apart by the golden giant claws of the dark gold terror claw bear. Bang! Bang! In a brief contact, Tang Xian's eight-legged magic knife was unexpectedly no match for the dark gold terror claw, directly severed by the giant claws. At the moment when the dark gold terror claw was about to strike his chest, he immediately switched to the indestructible Xuantian hammer to block. Clang! Tang Xian was sent flying. A rush of sweet and metallic taste surged up his throat. His blood was boiling. Roar! The giant dark gold claw bear fully appeared in front of Tang Xian, exuding a terrifying soul beast aura. Tang Xian's expression darkened, and he no longer felt the ease he had when dealing with the 30,000-year-old faceless demon spider. This was a 30,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear. The dark gold terror claw bear is a solitary soul beast, terrifying in both offense and defense, excelling in close combat, and possessing tremendous explosive power in ranged attacks. Its strength makes it one of the most formidable existences in the entire soul beast world. Moreover, an adult dark gold terror claw bear has no natural enemies. Even a true dragon might not be able to compete with them. Among all top-tier soul beasts, it is always ranked among the best. This is a terrifying soul beast that can rival true dragons. In fact, among the top 10 powerful beasts in the legends of the Stardo Forest, the strongest dark gold terror claw bear, known as Bear King, ranks 6th. This alone demonstrates the innate power of the dark gold terror claw bear. The most formidable attack of the dark gold terror claw bear lies in its terrifying claws. Although both claws appear similar, the right claw is actually stronger. After reaching 10,000 years of cultivation, this creature becomes almost abnormally terrifying. A 30,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear and a 30,000-year-old faceless demon spider are simply not on the same level. The power of a 10,000-year dark gold terror claw bear is likely equivalent to that of a 100,000-year soul beast. This is the true value of a top-tier soul beast. Yet now, Tang Xian's power is merely at the soul master level. This dark gold terror claw bear can probably only be suppressed by the two 100,000-year soul beasts, De Ming and Air Ming. If given time to grow, this dark gold terror claw bear will undoubtedly become another king-level fierce beast in the Stardo Forest. Flee! At this moment, Tang Xian had only one thought. The faceless demon spider's soul ring was unimportant. Preserving his life was paramount. This was the core area of the Stardo Forest. The danger level was too high. However, in front of a 30,000-year dark gold terror claw bear, escaping was not that easy. The dark gold terror claw bear let out another lion-like roar, and a golden light claw that tore through space appeared once more, disregarding distance. Damn, if I get caught by this, I won't just die. I'll be crippled. I can only try this. Xuantian Python Soul Bone Skill. TNQing CHD in SHNZHO. Tang Xian also burst out with a green light, clashing hard against it. The golden light and the green light collided violently. With a loud bang, Tang Xian was directly sent flying by the shockwave. Taking advantage of this backward momentum, he instantly switched to the six-winged angel and sped towards the deeper part of the Stardo Forest. As for the 30,000-year-old human-faced demon spider, Soul Ring, forget it. Anyway, once he found Xiao Wu, with his relationship with her, he could sign in for a while in the most prosperous area of the Stardo Forest. He would have everything. It wasn't worth losing his life here. The 30,000-year-old dark golden terror claw bear, struck by the heavenly blue dull god claw, suddenly felt paralyzed all over, revealing a hint of fear in its eyes. This feeling was like being in the presence of a high-level king soul beast. How could this human have the aura of a heavenly blue bull python? Although the dark golden terror claw bear had no natural enemies, it naturally knew to be in awe, having grown up in the Stardo Forest. Moreover, looking in the direction the human fled, wasn't he right in the core restricted area of the soul beasts? The dark golden terror claw bear trembled all over and gave up the pursuit. It turned around and picked up the corpse of the 30,000-year-old human-faced demon spider soul beast beside it. Its golden claws instantly sliced open the abdomen of the human-faced demon spider, extracting the soul beast crystal inside and swallowing it whole. Roar. The dark golden terror claw bear let out a roar. It only wanted its prey, and it didn't care if a human escaped. Moreover, it dared not easily step into that direction. Soul beasts inherently have the consciousness to seek benefits and avoid harm. After flying for a while, Tang Xian finally felt the crisis lift. He let out a sigh of relief. It was too thrilling. The powerful soul beasts of the Star-Do forest are not to be trifled with. That 30,000-year-old dark golden terror claw bear, even a level 95 title Douluo, might not be able to kill it. If it weren't for the heavenly blue dull god claw inheriting a bit of the aura of the 100,000-year-old heavenly blue bull python, it might have already come after him. In just a few breaths, Tang Xian once again felt the life and death crisis. In the deepest part of the Star-Do forest, the Titan giant ape had already brought Xiao Wu back. Ming placed Xiao Wu by the lake in the Star-Do forest. While he obediently squatted in front of her, Xiao Wu, you're finally home. Can you not leave the Star-Do forest this time? The human world is very dangerous. At this moment, there was no trace of terror in the Titan giant ape's huge red eyes, only tension and concern. In front of Xiao Wu, it was just a harmless soul beast with no hint of a king's arrogance. Seeing this, Xiao Wu reached out and touched the Titan giant ape's toes. Ming, you were too reckless just now. You scare my friends. Chapter 70. Tang Xian meets Ming, Ming, and Xiao Wu. Ming, I can't stay at home for too long. Otherwise, my friends who came with me will worry about me. Looking at Ming's obedient appearance, Xiao Wu had no choice but to explain. Roar. The Titan giant ape let out a disappointed low growl, but even so, for it, which had lived in the core area of the Star-Do forest, being able to see Xiao Wu return today was already a great joy. Although it knew Xiao Wu couldn't stay here for long, it was better than not seeing her at all. Xiao Wu was now a human who had transformed from a soul beast. There would still be opportunities to come back and visit them. All right, Ming, I've been cultivating very well in the human world. Now I'm already a grand soul master among humans, and my soul power has reached the soul Zun level. Since I'm back, I might as well break through here. I want to obtain my third soul ring here. If I don't cultivate a bit faster, I'll fall behind my prodigy brother Xian. Xiao Wu had been thinking about how to break away from the team to facilitate her breakthrough for her third soul ring when she entered the Star-Do forest. Unexpectedly, she encountered Ming. It was just the right opportunity to break through to the three-ring soul zone. Roar. All right, Xiao Wu, I'll protect you. With me here, it'll be safe. The Titan giant ape responded to Xiao Wu, looking very reliable. Seeing this, Xiao Wu sat down by the lake in the core area. Immediately, she began to regulate her breathing and prepare for her breakthrough. In a short while, a soul Zun aura radiated from her body, and 3 soul rings floated around her. Done. I was originally a soul beast. There is no need to worry about soul rings. Xiao Wu jumped up joyfully, feeling the realm she was in. It's still more comfortable at home. Breaking through here, my soul power has suddenly increased by 6 levels. I'm now a 36th level, 3-ring soul Zun. If I cultivate here for a bit longer, I might catch up to my brother Xian very soon. This is the innate advantage of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. As long as she has the conditions, she can quickly break through, and there's no need to consider hunting for soul rings. They can generate themselves. Moreover, the soul rings generated by herself are all the most suitable types and ages for her. Just as Xiao Wu was breaking through to the 3-ring soul zone, bubbles suddenly appeared in the lake behind her. With a splash, a massive aquatic creature with the head of a cow and the body of a snake emerged from the center of the lake. The cow's head had a diameter of at least 4 meters, with big eyes shining like lanterns, connected to a gigantic snake body that was several times thicker than a 1,000-year-old tree, hidden in the bottomless life lake. Xiao Wu, congratulations on your breakthrough. Yes, Ming. Xiao Wu turned around in surprise, seeing a familiar figure appear in front of her. The massive aquatic soul beast in the center of the life lake was none other than the 100,000-year-old heavenly blue bull python, which she liked to call Ming. Wait, when did Ming awaken? It would have been listening to me, talking from the bottom of the water, right? Did Ming hear me mention Brother Xian? Thinking of this, Xiao Wu's ears turned red. This is bad. Ming won't be angry, right? He hates humans the most. Meanwhile, the Titan giant ape, who brought Xiao Wu back, suddenly had a crimson light burst from its eyes. This time it wasn't because it was about to go berserk, but it was simply angry, continuously pounding its chest. Roar. Humans, despicable humans. It was obvious that upon seeing Xiao Wu's panicked expression, Ming thought Xiao Wu had suffered some grievances or abuse in the human world. In the eyes of soul beasts, humans are not kind characters. If it weren't for their own strength being sufficient, they would have long been hunted by humans. Seeing this, Xiao Wu was also startled and didn't explain much. She just scolded the Titan giant ape. Ming, don't be angry. It's not what you think. Xiao Wu knew that Ming and Ming genuinely cared for and loved her. If she didn't maintain things, an angry Ming might just chase after brother Tang Xian and the others. With Ming's strength, if he wanted to deal with them, even Zhao Wujia wouldn't be able to help, let alone Dean Flander. Ming could crush them all with a single punch. Moreover, Tang Xian only had the cultivation of Soul Zone. If Ming had the intent to kill, brother Tang Xian would not be able to escape. Roar! Xiao Wu. Hearing Xiao Wu's tender scolding, the Titan giant ape looked at her in confusion, just as it was pondering how to explain her relationship with Tang Xian. A familiar voice appeared. Xiao Wu, you broke through? Tang Xian flapped his six-winged angel wings, hovering in the distance, and exclaimed in surprise. The 100,000-year-old azure sky bull python had long noticed this human, its eyes radiating terrifying beams of azure light. The Titan great ape's eyes were filled with countless scarlet bloodline inscriptions. Xiao Wu, initially surprised, quickly rushed between Tang Xian and Ming and Ming. She spread her arms to block Ming and Ming. Xiao Wu looked like a child who had made a mistake, biting her lip with her small teeth. Her little hands fidgeting. Brother Xian, I was wrong. I shouldn't have hidden anything from you. Actually, Xiao Wu momentarily didn't know how to explain the reason for her presence here. Tang Xian interjected. Actually, Xiao Wu is a human transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast. Isn't she? So what? I've known that for a long time. You knew. Of course, we sleep together every day. How could I not know? Tang Xian, Brother Xian, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I really didn't want you to dislike me. Xiao Wu lowered her head, clearly a bit flustered. Tang Xian shrugged, nonchalantly saying, so what? Everyone has secrets, including me. I have secrets too. I'm actually special like Xiao Wu. As he said this, Tang Xian immediately released his 4 soul rings in front of the Titan great ape and the sky blue bull python. Especially the aura of the 4th red 100,000-year sky blue bull python soul ring instantly attracted the attention of the Titan great ape and the sky blue bull python. 100,000-year sky blue bull python soul ring. Ming was even more shocked, as there was only one sky blue bull python in the entire Star-Do forest. When did he become someone else's soul ring? No, that's not him. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. What on earth is going on with this human? Tang Xian smiled slightly. Because like Xiao Wu, I can generate soul rings myself. Could it be that he is also a soul beast that has transformed into a human? The 100,000-year sky blue bull python couldn't help but have this speculation. Tang Xian shrugged his shoulders. I can only tell you that my mother is the 100,000-year soul beast, blue silver emperor. A 100,000-year blue silver emperor. Brother Xian, Xiao Wu is also quite shocked. Chapter 71. Dual cultivation with Xiao Wu in the core area. Tang Xian said with my mother is also a soul beast. If we talk about it, I'm not a normal person like Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's eyes flickered, looking a bit surprised, clearly taken aback by Tang Xian's honesty. Tang Xian gently flapped his 6-winged angel wings and descended beside Xiao Wu, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. He softly said, in fact, it doesn't matter to me whether Xiao Wu is a human or a soul beast. We should both be a bit more honest, shouldn't we? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu bit her lip, her tightly clenched hands began to tremble, and tears sparkled in her bright eyes. It turned out that Tang Xian was just like her, and he didn't dislike her identity as a soul beast. That's great, really great. Xiao Wu suddenly relaxed her grip and leaped into Tang Xian's arms. Brother Xian, Xiao Wu won't hide anything from you anymore. Xiao Wu likes you. Xiao Wu, I know. I like you too. At first, the Titan giant ape thought that this human had done something to hurt Xiao Wu when he saw her crying, gritting his teeth. However, it was the Qing Tian Yo Mang who held back Ming, preventing him from acting recklessly, and through the ensuing conversation, they learned the truth of the matter. However, even knowing that this human had taken care of Xiao Wu in the human world for 6 or 7 years, Ming and Ming still felt a mix of emotions when they saw the two of them so intimately embracing. It was uncomfortable. Xiao Wu also keenly sensed something was off, feeling 2 bright gazes fixated on them, and quickly separated from Tang Xian. She explained to Deming and Erming. Deming, he's not a bad person. He's the best person in my human world. His name is Tang Xian, and he's really amazing. He's already a 4-ring soul master. At this rate of cultivation, he'll definitely become a title Douluo faster than Xiao Wu. Mu, Deming replied somewhat coldly. Although Xiao Wu had a good impression of Tang Xian, the Qing Tian Yomang remained highly wary of him. Plus, the aura of that 100,000-year soul ring was too terrifying. This young man had secrets. Humans are the best at deceiving emotions. And Deming and Erming could not forget that Xiao Wu's mother also died at the hands of humans. Based on this, no matter how much Xiao Wu liked Tang Xian, the Titan giant ape and Qing Tian Yomang harbored a trace of hostility towards him. Meanwhile, Tang Xian naturally noticed the attitudes of these two giants, but didn't mind too much as he understood that Deming, Erming, and Xiao Wu had grown up together in the Do Great Forest, and their bond was very deep, plus they also liked Xiao Wu. However, soul beasts are even more conservative than humans. They had been together for 100,000 years and still hadn't mustered the courage to speak to Xiao Wu. While he had jumped in first, even if they weren't humans but soul beasts, they wouldn't feel good about it. The fact that they hadn't killed him on the spot was already a lot of face for Xiao Wu. Thus, Tang Xian was very clear that he was completely an intruder in the emotional landscape of the Titan giant ape and Qing Tian Yomang. If it weren't for Xiao Wu standing between them, Tang Xian guessed he would have already been turned into a pile of meat. With this thought, Tang Xian patted Xiao Wu's hair, then turned to the massive Qing Tian Yomang in the Lake of Life. Placing his hands on his chest and bowing deeply in respect, he humbly lowered his head to Deming, saying, "Brother Qing Tian Yomang, I'm truly grateful for your care of Xiao Wu here before, and to Brother Titan Giant Ape, Xiao Wu misses you very much. Although she can't stay for long this time, I will persuade Xiao Wu to stay and spend more time with you." Mu, that's more like it. Rest assured, as long as I, Tang Xian, have breath, even if I go outside, I believe I won't let Xiao Wu encounter any danger. Here I, Tang Xian, swear to the heavens, Xiao Wu's life is my life. I will take good care of Xiao Wu. Seeing Tang Xian's serious and sincere attitude, the hostility in the eyes of the Titan giant ape and Qing Tian Yomang immediately lessened. The reason is simple. Even as soul beasts, they knew what it meant for a human to swear on their life. Humans place immense importance on oaths. Moreover, it is not something humans take lightly to swear to the heavens, because once violated, the consequences could be severe, ranging from being unable to cultivate to being struck by lightning. Mu, human, you'd better remember your words today, or if anything happens to Xiao Wu, even if the heavens can't take you, we will go out and kill you and everyone around you. Deming. Xiao Wu immediately stomped her foot in anger. How could Deming say such things? She couldn't help but shake her fist at Deming. To this, Deming remained unfazed, while Erming turned his head away in frustration. These 200,000-year level fierce beasts, though they had lived for a long time, sometimes felt helpless when facing Xiao Wu. Brother Xian, Erming is a good guy. He means no harm. They're just agreeing for us to be friends. Look, this is Xiao Wu's home, and it will also be Brother Xian's home from now on. You can come to play in the deepest part of the Do Great Forest anytime you want, right? Doming, Adming, Mu, Xiao Wu, I didn't say that. Hehe, it's settled then. You two can't bully my brother Xian. Xiao Wu paid no attention to Deming and Erming's pride. She pulled Tang Xian to a beautifully decorated thatched hut surrounded by flowers and grass. Brother Xian, this is where Xiao Wu lives. It's not easy to come home this time, so please stay here with me and spend more time with Deming and Erming. And the energy in the Do Great Forest is abundant, so the cultivation speed is super fast. Brother Xian can cultivate here. Xiao Wu's words hit Tang Xian's heart directly. You want to take this opportunity to sign in for a few days in the Do Great Forest. This place must have great fortune. All right, Xiao Wu, since this place is so suitable for cultivation, let's not waste any time. Let's hurry and cultivate. Xiao Wu, I know a method for faster cultivation. Do you want to try it? What is it? Xiao Wu became a bit curious. Dual cultivation. Come on, Xiao Wu. I'll teach you. Okay, hurry and teach Xiao Wu dual cultivation. Tang Xian and Xiao Wu sat face to face in the dense flowers, their palms opposing each other, and began to cultivate together. Deming and Erming, seeing this, also decided not to be a third wheel, as no one wanted to be a light bulb. The Qing Tian Niumang retreated back to the bottom of the Lake of Life, while the Titan giant ape temporarily left this place. Brother Xian, I'm so hot. That's normal. Cultivating together needs to get a bit hot for it to be effective. This novel can be downloaded through the open source Freestar String Downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download and the merchant has not provided the software source code or open source address, please request a refund immediately and report the merchant. Author email, xingyu@outlook.com. Author QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https, Me FQ Tool, Chapter 72. 3 days of hard training under the flower field with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu suddenly felt Tang Xian's palms also becoming warm and hot. This warmth was transmitted into both their bodies through the touch of their palms, in a pure form of soul power. At this moment, in the core of the Star-Do forest, countless pure spiritual energies surged madly towards the flower patch where Tang Xian and Xiao Wu were cultivating together, causing the surrounding flowers to instantly release fluttering petals that circled around the two. This pure spiritual energy quickly transmitted and absorbed between them during their cultivation process. Xiao Wu felt the soul power in her 8 meridians become restless, crashing wildly within her body. Xiao Wu let out a soft moan. The impact of this joint cultivation was simply too great. The level and tier of soul power were increasing at a speed that was many times faster than her previous solo training. She was momentarily unable to adapt and let out such an embarrassing sound. Xiao Wu's face instantly turned crimson. Fortunately, Tang Xian didn't mind and continued to exert force, guiding Xiao Wu's cultivation posture. Xiao Wu, you can't be distracted during joint cultivation. Although it's our first time, we must stay focused. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, her ears turned red as she nodded. Xiao Wu had no choice but to endure the intense pain, correct her posture, straighten her back, and sit properly. Tang Xian, I'll be behind you. This way, it's easier to transmit soul power to you. Okay. Tang Xian came behind Xiao Wu without any hesitation and placed his scorching hands on her sweaty back again. Brother Xian, I feel that the transmission of soul power is still a bit uneven. Should I take off my clothes? Before Tang Xian could respond, Xiao Wu had already removed her thin, nearly transparent clothes that were soaked through. A completely snow-white back was exposed in front of Tang Xian's eyes. Tang Xian became increasingly heated. His eyes sparkled with intensity. Soon, he began to get down to business, absorbing the pure spiritual energy around him and transforming it into soul power, which he once again fiercely directed towards Xiao Wu. Without the barrier of clothing, the transmission of soul power between the two became smoother. Xiao Wu, dual cultivation is a process of mutual transmission of soul power. You need to learn to cooperate with me. Move, Xiao Wu 1T. It's okay, I will teach you. You can learn my method of soul power operation and transmit it to me, so that both of us can absorb each other's soul power and achieve the effect of improving our realms. Xiao Wu's breathing became rapid as she carefully felt it, gradually entering a better state in the flower grove according to Tang Xian's method. Xiao Wu had never experienced such feelings before. Perhaps it was her first time in dual cultivation, and she was absorbing soul power a bit too quickly, not fully adapting yet. Therefore, she felt a bit of pain and resistance. But this rapid enhancement of soul power also brought her joy and ease. At such a close distance, Tang Xian could hear Xiao Wu's soft gasps. Xiao Wu also began to find it hard to stop, and, as time went on, she gradually found the rhythm of dual cultivation, cooperating with Tang Xian, and eventually reached the so-called cerebral climax that Tang Xian mentioned. Brother Xian, is this dual cultivation? Why didn't you dual cultivate with Xiao Wu earlier? It's so comfortable. Xiao Wu had just broken through to level 36 of soul power, and at this moment, she actually started to loosen up, growing at a visibly rapid speed. Tang Xian is also like this, which is why he proposed dual cultivation. Cultivating in the Star-Do forest allows for rapid improvement of soul power. Originally at level 40 soul power, his level is gradually rising, but not as quickly as Xiao Wu's. After all, the higher the soul power level, the harder it is to break through. I can't take it anymore, Brother Xian. It's too fast. Xiao Wu can't handle it. If this continues, Xiao Wu will have an issue. The two have been cultivating among the flowers for 3 days, and only then did Xiao Wu call a stop. In just 3 days, Xiao Wu's soul power surprisingly increased by 3 levels, and she is now at level 39. The Academy's teachers have said that soul power levels must be solidified. Xiao Wu has just recently broken through to Soul Sovereign, and if they continue dual cultivating like this, Xiao Wu will break through to Soul Emperor. Improving so quickly could lead to problems for her. Tang Xian nodded slightly upon hearing this, and gently embraced the exhausted Xiao Wu in his arms, pulling her clothes over to cover her. Indeed, Xiao Wu made a valid point. Advancing in soul power too quickly also has its drawbacks. Cultivation cannot be rushed. It must be balanced with rest. Let's end the dual cultivation here for now. Tang Xian wiped the wet hair of Xiao Wu, which was left over from the sweat during their recent dual cultivation. At this moment, Xiao Wu looked like a little red shrimp that had been cooked. She lay on Tang Xian's lap, shyly burying her head. Then she sweetly asked, "Brother Xian, what level of soul power have you broken through to now?" In just 3 days, Xiao Wu had increased her soul power from level 29 Great Soul Master to level 39 Soul Sovereign, and she felt a bit proud. She was very concerned about the gap between herself and Tang Xian, not wanting to fall too far behind. Hearing this, Tang Xian smiled slightly. The higher the soul power level, the more difficult it is to break through. But thanks to Xiao Wu's willingness to dual cultivate with me, I also broke through 2 levels, and now my soul power level has reached 42. You're still amazing, Xiao Wu. You've increased 10 levels of soul power. Xiao Wu climbed up from Tang Xian's lap. The clothes that covered her body fell off, and Xiao Wu was no longer a child. She took the initiative for the first time, giving Tang Xian a quick peck on the cheek like a dragonfly touching water. This is to thank Brother Xian. And in the future, Xiao Wu wants to cultivate with Brother Xian like this. Tang Xian only felt a soft pressure against his chest, but he had just undergone an intense and exhausting training session. At this moment, he didn't have much energy to pay attention to these trivial matters. Wise men in the world are probably all like this. He pushed Xiao Wu away and said seriously, dual cultivation can enhance soul power quickly, but there are drawbacks, and it requires moderation. If it weren't for the special geographical location and abundant spiritual energy in the depths of the Stardo Forest, I wouldn't dare to let you act recklessly. It could lead to trouble. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Xiao Wu nodded in understanding, though not fully comprehending. She lay back down on Tang Xian's lap, perhaps tired, and soon fell asleep. Tang Xian saw this and touched Xiao Wu's scorpion braid. He didn't disturb her. 3 days had passed, and he had accumulated 3 check-in times. He then slightly raised the corners of his mouth. He finally had time to check in. The 3 days of dual cultivation had nearly exhausted him. What he said earlier was just an excuse. In reality, there were no fields that were ruined, only cows that were worn out. Remaining check-in times, 3. Tang Xian smiled slightly, finally able to sign in. The deepest part of the core area of the Stardo Great Forest is right here, and it's the perfect place to sign in. He glanced at Xiao Wu, who was sleeping in his arms. There was nothing more blissful in the world than this. He then shouted internally, "System, sign in, ding. Congratulations. You have successfully signed in at the Stardo Great Forest." Chapter 73 Reward. Dark Gold Fearsome Bear and Ice Blue Scorpion King Soul Ring Soul Bone Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully signed in at the Stardo Great Forest. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a level 4 reward, an external soul bone. The right arm bone of the 100,000 Year Soul Beast Dark Gold Fearsome Bear. Hiss. Tang Xian took a deep breath. The 10,000-year-old Dark Gold Fearclaw Bear. One of the 10 fierce beasts alongside the blue sky bull python. And it's the right palm bone. While the soul bones from other parts of the Dark Gold Fearclaw Bear have strong amplification effects, most of them lean towards defense. Only the left arm bone and right arm bone exhibit the terrifying attack capabilities of the Dark Gold Fearclaw. However, the soul skills of the Dark Gold Fearclaw recorded in the left and right arm bones cannot compare to those of a true Dark Gold Fearclaw Bear. They are not the top tier. The Dark Gold Fearclaw Bear has a very small chance of producing a palm bone, and only the soul skills recorded in the palm bone are the strongest. More importantly, the soul skills recorded in the palm bone can grow alongside the Soul Master. Just like the Dark Gold Fearclaw Bear itself, the palm bone is different from the arm bones. In a sense, it can also be considered an external soul bone. As long as a compatible arm bone can be found, it does not affect the fusion of the arm bone. Among the left palm bone and right palm bone, the right palm bone is the top-tier soul bone that the Dark Gold Fearclaw Bear can produce. And the reward obtained from this sign-in is the right palm bone of the 10,000-year-old Dark Gold Fearclaw Bear. Tang Xian's palm was instantly enveloped by a golden light, and a terrifying dark golden claw appeared. An incredibly powerful force instantly fused with Tang Xian himself. What a powerful dark golden claw. I finally understand why the Dark Golden Claw Bear is one of the top 10 fierce beasts. This Dark Golden Claw is too extraordinary. It comes with the Soul Bone skill Tear Sky Claw. This skill is the dark golden claw bear's strongest attack, emitted from the right palm. Capable of launching 5 sharp claws, divided into ordinary mode and soul skill attack mode. Its power can tear apart dragons and shake the heavens and earth. This Soul Bone skill, coupled with the 100,000-year-old Sky Bull Python right arm Soul Bone, is truly perfect. No wonder this is the core area of the Stardo forest with the strongest fortune. This is the best sign-in reward I've received so far. And this is just a level 4 reward. Tang Xian was extremely excited and looked forward to it even more. He still had 2 more chances to sign in. Unable to contain himself, he shouted inwardly once again. System sign-in. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully signed in at the Stardo Great Forest. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a level 4 sign-in reward. The soul bone of a 400,000-year-old Ice Emperor Scorpion's torso. Ice Emperor Scorpion's torso bone. A powerful soul bone with an ultimate ice attribute, age 400,000 years. It comes with the soul bone skill, Ice Emperor's Fury. It possesses an incredibly strong freezing ability accompanied by tremendous thrust release, attacking opponents with the might of ultimate ice. As the Soul Master S level increases, it can rapidly freeze the surroundings, encasing 1,000 miles in ice. With this soul bone, my turtle, soul bones are among the rarest treasures in the Soul Master world. Yet now, Tang Xian had continuously obtained top-tier soul bones. He now had 3 soul bones: the right arm bone of the Azure Sky Bull Python, the right paw bone of the Dark Gold Terraclaw Bear, and the torso bone of the Ice Emperor Scorpion. The lowest age among them was still 100,000 years. At the moment he received the reward, Tang Xian's torso bone instantly became crystal clear, like a piece of eternal polar ice marrow, emitting a hint of coldness. This is the ultimate ice attribute, unmatched and powerful. Tang Xian took a deep breath, reining in his breath, and continued to sign in. He already had 3 top-tier soul bones, which were definitely enough at this stage. Now he actually hoped to add soul rings to his other 2 martial souls. System sign-in. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully signed in at the Stardo Forest. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a level 4 sign-in reward, a 100,000-year Dark Gold Fearsome Bear Soul Ring. The first martial soul, Bright Holy Dragon, currently has no soul ring attachment positions. Would you like to attach it to the Xuantian Hammer or the 6-winged Angel Martial Soul? Those who know me, even the sign-in system does. Tang Xian was overjoyed. Whatever he wanted, it came. This system is too good. Tang Xian decisively chose to attach to the Xuantian Hammer Martial Soul, the 100,000-year Dark Gold Terraclaw Bear, also known as the Tyrant, is a power-type martial soul, making it perfectly suitable as the primary martial soul of the Xuantian Hammer. The first soul skill of the Xuantian Hammer is Dark Gold Rampage. It is an ultimate explosion of power. With a buzzing sound, Tang Xian's martial soul automatically manifested, and an incredibly crimson 10,000-year soul ring appeared around him. Perfect. Remaining sign-in attempts, 0 times. 3 sign-ins have been completely used up. Tang Xian was already very satisfied at this moment. If he continued to sign in, he would become invincible. However, he and Xiao Wu couldn't stay here for too long. 3 days of dual cultivation here was already the limit. The brothers from Shrek Academy and teacher Zhao Wujia were still looking for them outside. There would be opportunities to come back here to sign in later. So, Tang Xian wasn't in a hurry. Xiao Wu, we have to go back. We'll come back to see this place when we have time. Tang Xian woke up the little Dance, who was sleeping at his feet. Little Dance rubbed her eyes and nodded. She then summoned the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python. Dalming, Adaming, Little Dance has to go back to the human world to cultivate. She will come back to see you later. Moo. Although Deming and Air Ming were reluctant, they did not try to keep her. The cultivation of soul beasts is very difficult. This is the path Little Dance has chosen. She has to walk it on her own. Don't worry, my 2 big brothers, Tang Xian, will take good care of Little Dance. Tang Xian patted his chest and released a powerful soul beast aura that only the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python could perceive, consisting of the 100,000-year Dark Golden Terraclaw Bear, the 100,000-year Sky Blue Bull Python, and even the 400,000-year Ice Blue Scorpion King. Even a Ming shuddered at this moment. This aura was too terrifying. This human was even more frightening than they had imagined. However, he was very good at Xiao Wu, helping her cultivate over the past 3 days, significantly improving her realm. Because of this, they felt reassured to leave Xiao Wu in Tang Xian's care. After bidding farewell to the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python, Xiao Wu walked towards the outskirts, leaving the core of the Star-Do forest. Having been away for so long, she hoped nothing unexpected had happened. Xiao Wu was also a bit worried, as she knew the dangers of the Star-Do forest. Not all soul beasts here were so friendly. With Tang Xian's six-winged angel martial soul, they quickly reached the outskirts of the Star-Do forest. If Teacher Zhao and the others couldn't find us, they should also be waiting for us at the outskirts. Tang Xian was speculating like this. Suddenly, top, top, top. Tang Xian keenly sensed several hurried footsteps. Xiao Wu. It seems that 3 people are rapidly approaching me. Xiao Wu immediately became alert, wondering who could be so clearly targeted. When Xiao Wu saw the 3 people coming, she smiled slightly and said, Xian Ge, it turns out to be your old acquaintances. Upon seeing them, Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback, raising his eyes to look over, instantly understanding the source of Xiao Wu's attitude. It was none other than the legendary couple, the Great Dragon and Serpent, along with that little demon girl, Meng Yiran. This time, not only was Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang present, but even Dragon Lord Meng Shu had gathered here. Chapter 74, the 400,000 year. Old Ice Blue Scorpion Emperor Soul Bone reveals its might. I thought who it was, turns out to be the renowned predecessors of the Soul Master World. The Great Dragon and Serpent. I wonder what the predecessors intend by returning to intercept their junior? Tang Xian asked with a faint smile. After several days of cultivation, his strength had advanced even further than before. Even though the combined might of the Great Dragon and Serpent possessed strength that even Soul Douluo feared, Tang Xian still had enough confidence to escape from their grasp. Right now, Tang Xian was merely a soul zone. It was still too early for him to defeat them, and he needed a little more time to grow. Upon hearing this, a powerful male voice echoed, Haha, good lad. In the next moment, Dragon Lord and Snake Lady appeared before Xiao Wu and Tang Xian, bringing Meng Yiran with them. Dragon Lord emanated an unmatched wave of soul power, and in an instant, the surrounding leaves flew, dust rose, and sand and stones were swept away. Tang Xian was unafraid and looked calmly at the Dragon Lord in front of her, who was holding a golden dragon-shaped scepter. Let's see what tricks you can play, she asked respectfully. Dragon Lord, may I ask what brings you to seek out your junior? Upon hearing this, the Dragon Lord raised an eyebrow. What was his intention? This kid had bullied his precious granddaughter, and now he was pretending to be clueless. Tang Xian certainly wouldn't forget that little witch Meng Yiran so quickly. She must have gone to Long Gong to complain. As for this, Tang Xian could only helplessly smile and say, Senior Long Gong, the Snake Lady has already taught me a lesson before. If you take action again, it might be a bit unreasonable. This guy, Long Gong, was momentarily speechless. He was caught off guard by Tang Xian's words. If he really retaliated, wouldn't that mean he was bullying the younger generation and then turning to an even older generation for help? However, even so, Tang Xian's tone made Long Gong feel uncomfortable. Kid, it's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like this. Do you think I won't dare to touch you just because you have Shrek Academy backing you? The 2 dragon whiskers at the corners of Long Gong's mouth perked up. In the next moment, he suddenly gripped the dragon whisker staff in his hand and raised it to strike the ground, unleashing an incredibly powerful soul force that surged towards Tang Xian. Lessons still need to be taught. This soul force was at least at the Soul Emperor level. The Snake Lady had said that although this kid was a soul sect, his combat power was extraordinary, and even a Soul King might not be his opponent. So what about a Soul Emperor? Long Gong's strike was clearly intended to test the depth of Tang Xian's strength. The senior really is too irritable, Tang Xian said softly, but he also understood the Dragon King's intention. This attack had no intent to kill. He then slowly extended his left hand, and the bone of his back emitted a chill of extreme ice marrow which flowed along his left hand. The Ice Emperor's fury skill from the Ice Blue Scorpion's bone. Crack! Boom! Boom! At the moment, the Soul Bone skill was activated. A massive ice armor made of green ice spikes instantly formed in front of Tang Xian and Xiao Wu, blocking the attack. The fierce soul power attack struck instantly, shattering the ice spikes. Tang Xian threw a punch, easily repelling the remaining power, one incredibly strong defensive power of the ultimate ice. Even Long Gong was taken aback. Not to mention Long Gong, even Tang Xian was a bit surprised. This was the first time he used the Soul Bone skill after obtaining the Ice Blue Scorpion Emperor's skeletal body. It truly deserved to be a 400,000 year soul bone. Even though he was only at the Soul Zone rank, he could still unleash such defensive power. If his level were stronger, the potential of the Soul Bone would be even greater. Bang! As the ice spike shattered, Tang Xian stepped forward, and a bright, sacred fire enveloped the Xuantian hammer in his hand. Goodness! A single person actually possessed both the extreme attributes of ultimate ice and ultimate fire at the same time. Long Gong clicked his tongue. However, Tang Xian was no longer polite at this moment. Gripping the Xuantian hammer tightly, he said coldly, Long Gong, I called you senior out of respect. But if you continue to be so aggressive, I will drag someone down with me even if I die. His icy gaze then landed on the little demon girl Meng Iran behind the formidable couple, the dragon and snake. At the moment he spoke, a scarlet soul ring appeared. There was not a hint of excess, yet the aura was incredibly frightening. A 100,000-year soul ring. Long Gong's eyes widened. The snake lady was not exaggerating. Seeing it with his own eyes confirmed that what she said was true. This kid's temper was even greater than that of this old man. Which family or sect trained this kid? Long Gong was quite curious, and his gaze involuntarily fell on the Xuantian hammer in Tang Xian's hand. It looked somewhat familiar, but because the bright sacred fire covered its true appearance, Long Gong couldn't immediately associate it with the Xuantian sect of the three upper sects. The snake lady, however, was incredibly astute. She poked Long Gong in the back and whispered, This kind of genius can only be cultivated by the three upper sects. Don't you think the fire hammer in this kid's hand is a bit strange? After the snake lady's hint, Long Gong's body shook. He suddenly made a connection and had a slight guess in his heart. Could it be that this kid was truly a direct disciple of those old fellows from the Xuantian sect? With this thought, Long Gong's expression softened a lot. If Tang Xian was indeed a descendant of some hidden aristocratic family or the three upper sects, then wouldn't he be unfair to his precious granddaughter? If Tang Xian had no such connections and was just a talented individual without a background, that would be even better. They could cultivate him within their own family, and he would definitely become a title Douluo level figure in the future. If they could recruit Tang Xian and wait for him to become a title Douluo, then their family status in the Soul Master world would be incomparable in the future. After that previous test, Long Gong had already formed some guesses and expectations in his heart. However, he was just a Soul Zone now, while he was the renowned dragon and snake. How could he easily lower his status and humble himself like a junior? He must first crush this kid's pride. With this in mind, Long Gong wasted no time. 6 soul rings emerged from his feet, and an extreme soul power pressure was emitted. He said in a deep voice, Kid, being overly rigid can lead to breaking. Tang Xian remained silent, the Xuantian hammer in his hand becoming even hotter, clearly indicating his stance. He was ready to fight to the end. Seeing this, Long Gong twitched his mouth. This guy was really stubborn. He could only say, Kid, I'm giving you 2 choices. First, you can leave behind one of your legs as compensation for taking my granddaughter's soul ring. As for the matter of you harassing her, we'll let it go. Second, you can marry into our family. Not only will we betroth our precious granddaughter Meng Iran to you, but we will also cultivate you as the heir of our family. Upon hearing this, Meng Iran behind him blushed and exclaimed, Grandpa, what are you saying? Tang Xian was also slightly taken aback. Was it to lose a leg or to marry Meng Iran? He shook his head. Neither of these options was what he wanted. Chapter 75. Tang Xian's background scares off the legendary dragon and snake. Seeing Tang Xian's shaking head, Long Gong furrowed his brows and scolded, Kid. Don't think that just because you have a bit of talent you can be arrogant. Do you really think you can escape from our hands? The legendary dragon and snake couple? Tang Xian stood. What Long Gong said was not wrong. He really did have that kind of confidence. However, now he had no intention of fleeing. With a faint smile, he said, Don't think that just because you have more people, my people are also nearby. Your people? Long Gong instantly became alert. Tang Xian nodded slightly, revealing a calm smile, but he had no intention of explaining himself to Long Gong. Sure enough, Long Gong instantly sensed several auras rapidly approaching, among which were 2 soul powers that were not weaker than his own. Could it be that this kid is really a descendant of some major family or sect and has protectors by side? However, this guess was quickly interrupted by a penetrating voice. The Overlord Dragon and Snake, do you want to go against our Golden Iron Triangle? Flinder and Zhao Wujia had already arrived, followed by Yu Xiaojiang and Dai Mubai, along with other disciples from Shrek Academy. The Overlord Dragon and Snake couple's eyes instantly fell on Flinder, who wore square glasses, and Yu Xiaojiang, who followed behind him holding a scroll. The Golden Iron Triangle, like the Overlord Dragon and Snake, was a well-known name in the world of Soul Masters. And there was no way the Overlord Dragon and Snake would not recognize the two. Back in the day, when Yu Shaojiang was traveling outside, he encountered a like-minded young soul master, Flinder, and the two decided to venture together in the soul master world. While hunting soul beasts in a forest, they met Lu Erlong. Over time, the three unexpectedly discovered that their cooperation could unleash a powerful martial soul fusion skill. With their own strengths, they gradually earned the reputation of the Golden Iron Triangle in the Soul Master world. However, later the Golden Iron Triangle gradually withdrew from the scene, and there had been no news of the three in the Soul Master world. Who would have thought that they would encounter two members of the Golden Iron Triangle here? And the Overlord Dragon and Snake couple thought it was bad. The Golden Iron Triangle, like them, was inseparable, making it hard to guarantee that Lu Erlong was not nearby. If the Golden Iron Triangle were to reunite, plus Zhao Wujia, a seven-ring soul sage, even if the Overlord Dragon and Snake couple fought with all their might, they might not gain any advantages. Long Gong suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, "I thought who it was. Turns out to be Flinder and Master." Seeing the impressive group, Long Gong did not force an attack, but narrowed his eyes slightly, speaking calmly, outwardly unperturbed, as he was also a senior in the Soul Master world. Moreover, there were only two members of the Golden Iron Triangle present, and the uncombined Golden Iron Triangle only had Flinder with decent strength. As for Master, while his theoretical knowledge was unmatched, his combat ability was abysmal. Now only Zhao Wujia and Flinder were able to fight. So the Overlord Dragon and Snake couple naturally felt confident. However, their gaze towards Tang Xian held a hint of depth. Could it be that this kid had already anticipated that Flinder and Zhao Wujia were nearby, which is why he was so fearless? However, it was clearly not so easy to let the Overlord Dragon and Snake let go of someone they valued. Flinder and Zhao Wujia did not have that much influence. What the Golden Iron Triangle? What? Do you think the Overlord Dragon and Snake couple dares not make a move? Long Gong coldly shouted at Flinder and the others who were protecting Tang Xian. Seeing this, Flinder smiled and stepped forward, saying lightly, "Long Senior, perhaps you do not regard our Golden Iron Triangle or the unmoving King Zhao Wujia highly, but you definitely cannot afford to provoke this child's father." Tang Xian's father? Long Gong was taken aback. The speculations in his heart surged instantly. Is Tang Xian's background really significant? He asked in surprise. Flander, our Gaishi Longshi couple, is not easily intimidated. In the Spirit Master world, there are very few people we cannot afford to offend. You say this, and I am quite curious, who exactly is this child's father? Long Gong also became cautious at this moment. Flander was very shrewd and wouldn't make baseless claims. If he accidentally provoked some big shot, even the Gaishi Longshi would fear trouble. This child's surname is Tang. Flander casually stated. Tang. Long Gong and Sheep exchanged glances. On the Douluo continent, there's a major sect that also has the surname Tang. That sect is the Xuantian Sect, one of the forces that even the Gaishi Longshi dare not provoke. The couple's gaze instantly locked onto the Xuantian hammer that Tang Xian was holding. No wonder it looked so familiar. It turns out this fire hammer is the innate spirit of the Xuantian Sect, the Xuantian hammer. Long Gong asked in a low and serious voice, "Tang Xian, who exactly is behind you?" Tang Xian was slightly taken aback, not expecting that this guy Flander would actually want to avoid trouble and directly bring Tang Hao out. But is he someone who relies on his father? Tang Xian bit his lip and didn't say a word. It was too embarrassing. But just because he didn't speak, it didn't mean Flander wouldn't. Of course, he was the title Douluo Xuantian Douluo. Flander transmitted Tang Xian's background word by word using his soul power. Upon hearing the name Xuantian, the couple, the dragon and snake, were visibly shaken, and even the hand gripping the scepter trembled slightly. That was someone who even dared to challenge the former pope of the Spirit Hall. Long Gong gasped, and his gaze toward Tang Xian underwent a dramatic change. This child is the son of Xuantian Douluo. No wonder he is so extraordinary. Each generation is stronger than the last. Flander smiled slightly at Long Gong's reaction. Xuantian Douluo's reputation in the Spirit Master world was far more formidable than that of the Dragon and Snake or the Golden Iron Triangle. The couple swallowed in unison, cold sweat dripping as they recalled their previous actions toward Tang Xian, relieved they hadn't done anything truly harmful. This iron plate was not something just anyone could kick. This was no ordinary iron plate. It was more like an iron hammer that could crush your toes. If they had pushed their luck further, they might have lost their lives. Ahem, Flander cleared his throat twice. Since it was a misunderstanding, I believe the seniors wouldn't want things to escalate, right? Flander then provided an opportunity for the dragon and snake couple to step down. Hearing this, Long Gong quickly picked up the conversation. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. We just wanted to greet this talented child, Tang Xian. At this moment, Long Gong no longer carried the aggressive demeanor from before. His face was filled with a heavy mood. How could he not show respect in the face of such a background? Those who dare to challenge Xuantian wouldn't even know how they died. He then looked at Tang Xian and sighed. I didn't expect your father to entrust you to Shrek Academy and receive guidance from the master. The master's theory of martial souls is second to none. Under the teachings of Flander and the master, you will surely achieve great things in the future. Tang Xian rubbed his forehead, feeling that Yu Xiaojiang had done nothing and had gained a favor for free. However, Tang Xian did not elaborate too much. After all, it was someone else's business and had nothing to do with him. Since Long Gong was willing to downplay the matter, he was too lazy to stir up trouble. He nodded slightly to show his understanding. But just when everyone thought it had ended like this, a dissenting voice arose. I disagree. Grandpa, how can you let this reckless person go so easily? Even if he has a background, I still can't let it go. Grandpa, you love me the most. You have to stand up for me. Iran, shut up. This time, Long Gong, who usually spoiled his granddaughter, not only did not speak up for Meng Iran, but also directly scolded her for being unreasonable. Scolded for the first time, Meng Iran felt her grandfather's attitude, and her eyes gradually filled with tears of grievance. Then, looking angrily at Tang Xian, she said, Tang Xian, you wait. Once I break through to Soul King, I will definitely skin you alive. Tang Xian shrugged and said, the Soul King? By then, I probably won't even be part of the Soul Sect anymore. You think you can break through, right? Do you really think you can beat me then? How infuriating. Meng Iran was so angry that she couldn't find the words to respond. She raised her delicate finger and stomped her foot in frustration. Grandpa woo-woo-woo. In the end, she couldn't say anything and could only cry in a spoiled manner while hugging her grandpa. It's okay, Iran. We are still doing great. Long Gong could only pat Meng Iran's head and comfort her. But what else could he do? Tang Xian's talent was too high. He was simply not someone Meng Iran could compare to. Tang Xian is not wrong. Even if Meng Iran were given time, she still couldn't catch up to Tang Xian's pace. That kid is already a level 42 Soul Master. Seeing that her beloved grandfather had no reaction, Meng Iran ran crying towards the outskirts of the Star-Do forest. The snake lady had no choice but to awkwardly chase after her. Long Gong also felt quite embarrassed. He initially wanted to salvage some face for his granddaughter, but now it had turned into such a scene. He could only brace himself and say, let today's matter come to an end. Everyone, you can't get to know someone without a fight. If fate allows, I will come to apologize in the future. Regrets can wait. After saying this, Long Gong didn't linger and directly left the scene at light speed. It was too embarrassing. When had he ever been so humble? However, compared to Face, being able to salvage his life from his rashness was nothing. After all, they had provoked Xuantian, who didn't even regard the spirit hall. Flinder and the others looked in shock at the direction where the formidable dragon snake had left, exchanging glances. Those who hadn't heard the telepathic conversation between Flinder and the formidable dragon snake, like Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, were even more confused. My goodness, what did Dean Flinder just say to the formidable dragon snake? The master and Zhao Wujia. Does Flinder and that golden iron triangle have such great deterrent power? They just left like that. Yes, the titles of Dean Flinder and Master's golden iron triangle still hold some weight compared to my immovable king's title. Zhao Wujia shamelessly touched his nose to cover up. Chapter 76. Yu Xiaojiang's Devil Training begins. Seeing this, Yu Xiaojiang cleared his throat twice. How could he not know his influence was nowhere near as exaggerated as Zhao Wujia's words? He said, all right, since you have found suitable soul rings, you can go back. This time I came to Shrek Academy at the invitation of Dean Flinder. I will go back and formulate a devil training plan based on each of your martial soul situations. After saying this, Yu Xiaojiang took a faint glance at Tang Xian, secretly astonished. How long has it been since they last met? This kid is already a level 42 Soul Master. It has only been 3 days. He should be looked at with new eyes. Tang Xian didn't mind. For the others in Shrek Academy, like Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, receiving guidance from the master would still provide significant help. He was just a special case on Douluo continent. Let's go. It's time to return to the academy. Although there were some setbacks during this soul-hunting journey in the Star-Do forest, everyone still gained a lot. Flander exclaimed, especially for Xiao Wu and Tang Xian. Their progress was particularly noticeable. Xiao Wu is now a level 39 Soul Master, and once she breaks through to level 40, she can reach the Soul Sect level. The others, like Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Oscar, also made rapid breakthroughs during the practical training in the Star-Do Forest over the past few days. Especially with the appearance of the Titan Giant Ape, these little guys witnessed what real strength means. Only by becoming stronger can they have the means to counter all dangers. At Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang was appointed by Flander as the next special training teacher for Shrek. He was currently gathering Tang Xian, Dai Mubai, and others on the playground. Since Yu Xiaojiang had just arrived at Shrek Academy, he wasn't very familiar with the soul power levels of each student. So he spent some time understanding the current levels of martial souls and soul powers of each academy. First, there were Dai Mubai at level 41 and Tang Xian at level 42, both at the Soul Sect level. Then there were Xiao Wu and Oscar at the Soul Master level. The others were still at the Great Soul Master level, including Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. The power gap among the Shrek 7 was quite large. Yu Xiaojiang frowned. However, he wasn't worried. These kids all had top-notch talent. The lower the level, the greater the room for improvement, and the higher the level, the more difficult it becomes to advance. As long as he tailored his teachings according to each person's needs based on his martial soul theory, the early improvements would still be quick. Flander stood at the front of the line and said seriously, "From now on, there will be dedicated people to create specialized training plans for you, conducting hellish devil training. Before that, it is necessary to introduce you to the person next to me. His name is Yu Xiaojiang, and he was once my partner. You can call him master or teacher." "Xiaojiang, you don't mind, right?" "Not at all." Yu Xiaojiang continued Flander's words. Shrek Academy is also known as the Monster Academy. Only by enduring the training I arrange can you become stronger and earn the title of a Shrek monster. Are you all ready? Master Yu Xiaojiang. Even if they didn't know before, after a few days of Flander's introduction, they had already learned what kind of person he was. Moreover, they heard that Yu Xiaojiang was previously Tang Xian's teacher at the Junior Soul Master Academy. Being able to teach someone as exceptional as Tang Xian, theoretically, everyone had nothing to say. They were even more excited. "We are ready." Dai Mubai and the others responded loudly. Tang Xian smiled slightly, as expected. Yu Xiaojiang had followed them. Douluo continent couldn't do without Xiaojiang, right? He was quite curious about what tricks Yu Xiaojiang could come up with. Yu Xiaojiang was very satisfied with the students' attitude towards him and said, "All right, the regular training program must be conducted daily. Warm-up exercises run 50 laps around Shrek Academy." "Huh? Only 50 laps? That's too easy." Ma Hongjun was a bit surprised. They were already accustomed to this training intensity, and 50 laps were now a piece of cake. However, Yu Xiaojiang's next sentence immediately made Ma Hongjun shut his mouth. "During the running, you must rely entirely on your physical strength, and you are not allowed to use even a trace of soul power." Hiss! Everyone gasped. Running 50 laps without using soul power? "Master, are you serious?" "Your ears are fine. It's just a warm-up exercise." Yu Xiaojiang revealed a meaningful smile, which instantly made Dai Mubai and the others feel their scalps tingle. Is this really just a warm-up? How crazy will the days ahead be? Even Tang Xian opened his mouth, running 50 laps relying solely on physical strength. Without using soul power is no joke. As expected of you, Yu Xiaojiang, you understand devilish training. This is a huge test of personal physical fitness and strength. A normal person's physique simply cannot reach this level. Yu Xiaojiang is really treating them like monsters in training. While everyone was still in shock, Yu Xiaojiang spoke again, giving everyone another wake-up call. Students who do not complete 50 laps are not allowed to eat in the academy cafeteria. Oh, and starting today, all meals for students will be prepared by the academy cafeteria. Anyone caught sneaking out to eat will be personally trained by Dean Flender. I'm sure Dean Flender won't mind helping me train those disobedient students, right? Yu Xiaojiang turned to Flender and asked casually, "Happy to serve." The moment he said this, the brown square glasses flashed with a gleam, and everyone in Shrek felt a chill. Trained by the Dean, would they still have their lives left? Run, they must finish these 50 laps even if it kills them. With Yu Xiaojiang's words, who would dare to sneak out to eat? Ma Hongjun collapsed to the ground, as if the world had collapsed. The same bitter expressions were shared by Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and others. Little monsters, cheer up. Today is just the first day of the devilish special training. There are still many days ahead. Teacher, please don't say anymore. We will go run now. Please don't tell us your upcoming training plans. Dai Mubai shivered and quickly cut off Yu Xiaojiang's words. He led the way and ran out. This new teacher is simply a devil. After hearing the devil's words, how could they still sleep? Seeing this, The others hurriedly followed Mubi's footsteps, not wanting to stay a moment longer. Tang Xian shrugged his shoulders. Isn't he going to run 50 laps without using soul power? He actually wanted to challenge himself and give it a try. Just as he was about to step up, Yu Xiaojiang's voice suddenly called out to him. Tang Xian? Tang Xian turned his head in confusion to look at Yu Xiaojiang. Master, is there something you need? Yu Xiaojiang awkwardly rubbed his nose, his face turning red as he managed to say, the academy's funding is limited, and you wouldn't want to eat poorly, would you? Upon hearing this, Tang Xian's expression darkened. Yu Xiaojiang knew he had money and was coming to him for funding. There was no way around it. He was used to being extravagant. Both Yu Xiaojiang and Flander knew that Tang Xian had a lot of soul coins in his pocket, and they speculated that it might be what Tang Hao left for him. Tang Xian clicked his tongue, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. For him, soul coins were just external possessions. The rewards he usually received from signing in were nothing more than those copper soul coins, silver soul coins, and gold soul coins. He currently had a whole pile of them in his Shumi ring. Tang Xian casually took out a bag of soul coins and tossed it to Yu Xiaojiang. With a light and breezy tone, he said, Xiaojiang, make sure the food is good for us. Everyone is still growing. Bang! Yu Xiaojiang almost couldn't steady himself with such a heavy bag of soul coins. It was a big surprise for him. He suspected that Tang Xian was wealthy, but he didn't expect him to be this wealthy. He had just called out to Tang Xian on a whim, not expecting to gain so much. Tang Xian, you're so extravagant. Tang Xian shrugged and ignored Yu Xiaojiang's mixed expression. Running to catch up? Chapter 77. Shrek Internal War 1 against 6. After 50 laps, every member of Shrek Academy was panting heavily. Tang Xian was no exception, collapsing on the ground. Relying entirely on physical strength without using soul power was a challenge for everyone. My waist and legs feel like they don't belong to me anymore, completely numb, and my entire back feels as hard as a piece of rubber. I can't go on if I move again. I feel like I'm going to die. This new teacher is too terrifying. Life is going to be unbearable. Oscar, stop lying down and quickly make me some sausages. I could eat the most disgusting food right now. Ah, are you guys going to squeeze me dry, little Oscar? Let me rest for a bit, brothers. It hurts. It hurts. I probably don't even have the strength to go to the cafeteria. Every person who finished 50 laps was constantly lamenting. Tang Xian has also reached his limit, but due to his cultivation of the Xuantian skill, he can feel more precisely the benefits that such extreme consumption brings to the body. These benefits are like a trickling stream. Perhaps they are not obvious now, but after 1 month, 2 months, and 3 months, they will solidify one's foundation immensely. After each training session and meal, Tang Xian silently returns to his dormitory to operate the Xuantian skill to solidify his own foundation. During this time, his soul power has increased rapidly. This is a process of sedimentation for his own cultivation, a necessary process that takes time. Other members of Shrek Academy have also improved through repeated training. Of course, in addition to completing Yu Xiaojiang's training plan every day, Tang Xian also checks in at Shrek Academy daily. Checking in is something that Tang Xian persists in doing every day. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully checked in at Shrek Academy and received a level 2 reward of 1,000 years of soul power growth. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully checked in at Shrek Academy and received a level 2 reward of 1,000 years of soul power growth. Tang Xian's first martial soul's first 3 10,000-year black spirit rings were steadily increasing day by day during the Shrek Academy's training, slowly approaching the 100,000-year red spirit ring. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang did not let the others idle. He had developed specific training programs for them. These included, but were not limited to top-tier medicinal baths, top-tier dietary therapy, and top-tier massages. Even many of Shrek's teachers received targeted training one-on-one from Yu Xiaojiang and the little monsters. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Tang Xian all made breakthroughs in their spirit power. Those with lower spirit power levels made rapid progress under Yu Xiaojiang's martial soul guidance, and the gap in levels among the Shrek 7 was rapidly narrowing at a visible speed. At this point, completing 50 laps of training intensity felt as easy as drinking water to them. They were no longer as awkward as they had been at the beginning. Their foundation had become incredibly robust. Seeing this, Yu Xiaojiang was quite satisfied with the results of his training. Assemble. With a whistle, the Shrek 7 gathered on the playground. Yu Xiaojiang stood at the front of the line like an instructor and said in a deep voice, Tang Xian, step forward. Tang Xian stepped forward, his heart filled with, what new trick is Yu Xiaojiang going to play today? Yu Xiaojiang ignored Tang Xian's gaze and continued. After 3 months of special training, you all have made significant improvements. Now, it's time to test the results of your training during this period. Let me see your progress. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Tang Xian and the others, and said loudly, Tang Xian, you are the strongest, and you have integrated soul bones and other treasures from the Soul Master world. The next event is the Shrek Academy Arena Battle, and you will serve as the Arena Master. Shrek Academy Arena Competition? Tang Xian said silently. Yu Xiaojiang is treating himself as a test stone to evaluate the training results of other Shrek students. Yu Xiaojiang then continued to explain. This arena match is just a sparring competition among the academy students. It should be done in moderation. Tang Xian is not allowed to use soul bone skills. Tang Xian nodded slightly. Yu Xiaojiang's intention was to ensure fairness during the competition. With Tang Xian's right palm bone from the 10,000-year-old dark golden terraclaw bear, the right arm bone from the 10,000-year-old blue sky bull python, and the trunk bone from the 400,000-year-old ice blue emperor scorpion. Even these little guys wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, even without using soul bones, defending the title was still quite easy for him. Yes, the remaining 6 people, including Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, were all eager to show off their skills. After 3 months of intense training, their strength had improved significantly. Although they knew Tang Xian was also getting stronger, they were eager to find out how much the gap between them and Tang Xian had narrowed. So it began, with Dai Mubai facing off against Tang Xian first. Yu Xiaojiang made the arrangements for the match. However, Tang Xian raised his hand to interrupt Yu Xiaojiang's proposal. Master, it's too troublesome to go one by one. Let's all go at once. Tang Xian will take on 6. Dai Mubai, who was excited and ready to step onto the stage, paused. Xiange, are you serious? 1 against 6? Do you look down on me, Dai Mubai? Hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brows and solemnly reminded, Tang Xian, don't be reckless. The students of Shrek Academy are all extraordinary talents, and their innate abilities are not much worse than yours. Moreover, I just said, you're prohibited from using soul bone skills. It was clear that Yu Xiaojiang was a bit displeased. Tang Xian was still as proud and arrogant as always. However, Tang Xian shrugged and sincerely responded, Master, I know. I just want you soul bones. He then looked at Mubai. Mubai, don't be angry. I don't mean to look down on you. The intensity is too low. It's not challenging for me. I want to challenge myself. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai was taken aback. Tang Xian's strength was indeed unfathomable, and he felt he didn't have the confidence to defeat this title holder alone. While he was thinking, Xiao Wu had already jumped up. Since Brother Xian said so, let's all take him down today and show them how strong we are. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong also stepped onto the stage, standing alongside Dai Mubai. Xiange, you're the one looking for a beating, so don't blame us for being ruthless. Ma Hongjun grinned widely. Brother Xian, we'll be careful. The 2 fiery little witches, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, puffed out their chests, as this opportunity to suppress Tang Xian was rare. Tang Xian smiled lightly. These guys are a bit unconvinced, but thinking about it, it's understandable. With such a level of genius, who doesn't have a bit of pride? It's just a pity that they were born in the same era as Tang Xian, destined to be overshadowed. Tang Xian stepped onto the stage, facing 6 opponents alone. After 3 months of intensive training, Tang Xian had already reached level 44 Soul Master. Alongside him were Dai Mubai with level 43 Soul Power and Xiao Wu with level 42 Soul Power. The others had all broken through to the Soul Elder level. The gap to the Soul Master level was no longer too far. Yu Xiaojiang was quite satisfied with this. Seeing Tang Xian's determination, everyone had no objections and loudly announced, Shrek Internal Competition, Tang Xian Challenges 6. Begin. As soon as Yu Xiaojiang finished speaking, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others moved, forming a formation centered around Tang Xian, surrounding him in the middle. Fatty, Zhuqing, you 2 follow me for the main attack. Dai Mubai naturally began giving tactical commands. Xiao Wu, protect our Ning Rongrong and Oscar. They are our 2 divine-level support. Ning Rongrong, be ready to amplify us at any time. Oscar, stop dawdling and quickly create your big sausages. Just as Dai Mubai finished the tactical deployment, Tang Xian had already moved, executing the ghost shadow mysterious steps with a ghostly agility, swiftly rushing towards Ning Rongrong and Oscar in battles between Soul Masters. The first step is to eliminate the opponent's support Soul Masters. Seeing this, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing suddenly exerted their strength, wanting to take out their support. They had to ask if they agreed. The first soul skill of the Dark Cat, Dark Piercing Strike. The first soul skill of the Evil Fire Phoenix, Phoenix Fire Line. At the moment Tang Xian attacked towards Ning Rongrong and Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun launched their attacks from behind, employing a strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao. Tang Xian had no choice but to turn around and block the two attacks. Although Zhu Zhuqing was her attacks were not too strong. After a moment of stalemate. On the other side, Dai Mubai had already activated his martial soul, Tiger Howl, in the forest. The first soul skill, White Tiger Shield, stacked with the third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. In an instant, the three of them charged towards Tang Xian at the same time. The pressure was immense. Ning Rongrong, whose threat was eliminated, seized the opportunity and continuously formed hand seals. 7 treasures are famous. The first is strength, the second is speed. Dai Mubai's soul skills significantly increased in power and speed. A beam of golden light surged forward. Tang Xian saw this and smiled lightly. Good timing. Holding the Xuantian hammer surrounded by holy fire, he murmured, "Let me show you the power of my second martial soul's 100,000-year soul ring." A brilliantly scarlet soul ring slowly emerged from beneath his feet. Everyone's pupils shook violently. Tang Xian's second martial soul actually obtained its first soul ring, and it was a 100,000-year one. None of their soul rings had even reached 10,000 years, while Tang Xian already had several 100,000-year soul rings. A tyrannical and violent force erupted from Tang Xian's body, creating an incredibly strong wave of energy. Xuantian Hammer Martial Soul, first soul skill, Dark Gold Rampage. Buzz. An extreme force surged with the swing of the Xuantian Hammer, instantly stirring up flying sand and stones in the arena. The first to be impacted were Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, who were closest to Tang Xian. Crack, crack, crack. Dai Mubai's White Tiger Protection Barrier and White Tiger Vajra Transformation were pushed to their limits, protecting Zhu Zhuqing behind him, while Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire Line beside them was directly shattered. After a loud crack, a muffled sound followed as the White Tiger Protection Barrier broke, sending all three flying. So strong. No wonder it's a 100,000-year soul ring. Oscar, give us the sausages. Hearing this, Oscar had already prepared the sausages and distributed them to the three. But it still wasn't enough. I have a big sausage. In this brief moment, Xiao Wu certainly wouldn't let Tang Xian catch her. Brother Xian, don't forget about Xiao Wu. She twisted her slim waist, smiling as she walked towards Tang Xian, her eyes sparkling with autumn waves. A strand of charming pink light flashing. Second soul skill, Charm. Tang Xian's spirit shook. This girl's charm was becoming increasingly enchanting, even causing his own resolve to waver. Fortunately, his mental strength was incredibly robust. However, in that moment of distraction, Xiao Wu seized the opportunity to move. Third soul skill, instant movement. While Tang Xian was lost in thought, Xiao had already flashed directly behind him. First soul skill, waist bow. Her soft and boneless jade legs instantly locked onto Tang Xian's waist, as Xiao Wu supported herself on her hands in a handstand, preparing to execute an 8-section slam. Tang Xian smiled slightly. Xiao Wu, when have you ever shaken me? Immediately, Xiao Wu also felt something was off. So hard. Xingu is so hard. No matter how hard Xiao Wu tried, it was still as immovable as the first time she met Tang Xian, feeling like her legs were wrapped around an incredibly solid giant mountain. Tang Xian extended his palm and unleashed a push against Xiao Wu's chest. He directly knocked Xiao Wu back, and she slid across the ground for quite a distance before coming to a stop. However, during this time, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun had already regained their composure, and the three of them came charging back together again. Tang Xian frowned. Unless all 6 opponents are defeated at the same time, with the 2 genius supporters Ning Rongrong and Oscar present, he would only be continuously consumed. Although Tang Xian had enough soul power to sustain himself, it wouldn't be enjoyable that way. Light Holy Dragon Possession. First soul skill, Light Holy Fire. Buzz. Everyone was within Tang Xian's fire circle, and all those targeting Tang Xian instantly felt a stagnation in their soul power. Such a powerful domain soul skill. Tang Xian smiled slightly. Of course, in these 3 months of signing in, the first soul ring of the Radiant Sacred Dragon has also reached the 10,000-year limit. The first soul skill, the domain type soul skill Radiant Sacred Fire, has been enhanced again. The 3 figures suddenly stiffened. Meanwhile, Tang Xian moved freely within the domain. Although he did not have any auxiliary attribute enhancement, the weakening of the opponents felt like an increase for him. Using the ghostly ghost, shadow, mysterious steps, he easily dodged the attacks of the three and targeted Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Oscar shouted, "Don't come over." Ning Rongrong frowned slightly and said to the other four in a low voice, "Protect our auxiliary." Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu were startled. If their auxiliary was broken, they would lose. The four exchanged glances and, with a tacit understanding, took out the flying mushroom sausage created by Oscar's third soul skill and swallowed it in unison. Wings suddenly sprouted from their shoulder blades, and they rushed to assist, easily breaking through the restraints of the domain. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu had various colored soul rings appearing beneath their feet in an instant. The soul rings flickered alternately. Everyone's soul power surged to the limit in an instant. Fourth soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. Xiao Wu used teleportation to stand in front of Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Tang Xian shouted loudly. Third soul skill, Blade of Slaughter. A terrifying 8-legged magic blade emerged from behind, crashing hard. With a clang, the scarlet and golden light clashed together. Behind him, Dai Mubai and the other three had already rushed forward. Third soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave, combined with the fourth soul skill, White Tiger's Meteor Shower. Around 1,000 light spheres locked onto Tang Xian. Second soul skill, Phoenix of Fire, combined with the third soul skill, Phoenix Wing Sky Soar. Second soul skill, Netherworld White Claw, combined with the third soul skill, Netherworld Slash. 7 treasures famous. First is power, second is speed, third is soul. Ning Rongrong exerted her full strength to assist. Colorful, flowing light flashed out. Amplification added. The overwhelming aura instantly erupted. Everyone launched their strongest attack. Success or failure depended on this one strike. Seeing this, Tang Xian stood ready. Come on, let the storm come even more violently. Chapter 79. Holy Light Azure Dragon Transformation crushes the entire field. Tang Xian let out a loud roar, and the fourth soul ring of the light Saint Dragon Martial Soul, 100,000-year red soul ring of the heavenly bull python, appeared. The fourth soul skill, Holy Light Azure Dragon Transformation, Thunder Punishment. In an instant, the heavens changed color, and countless destructive auras spread. Surrounded by the colorful soul skills, a blue heavenly thunder erupted. With a loud bang, a thunderclap shook the ground. All defenses and attacks instantly crumbled. Everyone struck by the thunder punishment was blasted out. They fell heavily onto the arena. Dai Mubai tried to get up, but he was too weak to continue fighting, collapsing heavily to the ground again. The others were the same. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's clothes were even more torn apart, revealing glimpses of white snow and deep ravines. Zhu Zhuqing pouted and said, "We lost." Ning Rongrong was even more embarrassed, saying, "Don't look." Tang Xian, feeling helpless, first picked up Xiao Wu and laid her on a lounge chair, then put his coat over Ning Rongrong. He took out a cloak he usually wore from his Shumi ring and draped it over Zhu Zhuqing. He admitted it. Then he looked at Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang was already parched at this moment. The previous sparring session had far exceeded his expectations. It was so exciting, especially Tang Xian's displayed talent and combat power. Even his father, the Hao Qianluo, probably couldn't achieve this at Tang Xian's age. Tang Xian is undoubtedly a rare genius in Douluo continent for 1,000 years, no? Even 10,000 years. Yu Xiaojiang clicked his tongue, then reacted and distributed medicinal pills to Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and the others who had exhausted their soul power, helping them recover. Once everyone regained their strength, they all looked at Tang Xian with awe, having defeated 6 opponents single-handedly and won with overwhelming strength. Yu Xiaojiang announced with a trembling voice, "The winner of this Shrek Arena match is Tang Xian." You 6 all failed to attack the arena. Looking at the others whose bodies were charred black from the heavenly lightning strikes, Yu Xiaojiang stated the final result. Brother Xian will always be Brother Xian. The leader of Shrek is truly magnificent. Ma Hongjun was not discouraged at all. Instead, he was even more excited. That fat guy. If he doesn't work hard in training from now on, we might not even be able to see Brother Xian's back. Dai Mubai joked. The gap is just too huge. Brother Xian is indeed amazing. Xiao Wu also sat up from her recliner, filled with admiration. Ning Rongrong sighed. With such talent, even the 7-treasure glazed tile school can't compare. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang Xian with great interest. Has this guy already become so much stronger than them? Even Dai Mubai could only look up to him. Oscar was very optimistic, What could a support soul master compare with a strong attack soul master? Yu Xiaojiang just announced their defeat, but the group had little negative emotion, and their enthusiasm was even higher. They were not unhappy about losing to Tang Xian at all. In a school, having a target to strive for is a good thing. Moreover, the reason they could still stand here and think wildly is entirely because Tang Xian had secretly held back a lot during the battle. If it were a real fight, they wouldn't know how many times they would have died. After all, Tang Xian also had the supreme treasure soul bone of the soul master world. Many soul bone skills were not even used. No, this is no longer just a simple act of holding back. It was like giving them a grand canal. Although their mindset was good, Yu Xiaojiang was looking at them with a dark expression, causing their hearts to skip a beat. Damn, are there going to be punishments again? Sure enough, thinking this way, Yu Xiaojiang, angry at their lack of effort, announced, "Since you know the gap, you should be even more diligent. Since the competition results are out, punishment cannot be avoided. Everyone except Tang Xian must frog jump 20 laps around Shrek Academy without using soul power." Dai Mubai and the others could only accept it. Ma Hongjun and Oscar even wore bitter smiles. They had just finished a match with Tang Xian. Their stamina hadn't recovered. And now, they had to train again. Yu Xiaojiang is truly a devil instructor. Just when everyone was feeling down, Tang Xian walked up to Yu Xiaojiang, causing Yu Xiaojiang's heart to skip a beat. Tang Xian, "Master, let me jump with them." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai and the others widened their eyes. For a moment, the playground fell into silence. Wow, does Xiangu really have to work this hard? How are we supposed to live like this? Ma Hongjun lamented. "You fat idiot. What do you know? Xiangu is sharing joys and sorrows with his brothers." Oscar joked. "So touching, too touching." Dai Mubai had to admit. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong immediately got fired up. "Tang Xian, are you injured? If you're not feeling well, don't push yourself." Tang Xian hadn't taken any medicine from the beginning until now. Compared to the others teasing, Xiao was more concerned about Tang Xian's condition. Hearing this, Tang Xian straightened his back. "Xiao Wu, what nonsense are you talking? Well, have I ever been incapable? A man can't say he's not capable." Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong swallowed hard. "You truly are something, Tang Xian." Tang Xian smiled lightly and said, "It was just a sparring session earlier. If I was too rough, my brothers, please don't take it to heart." He continued, "What's the big deal? Since we are a team, we should stick together. These little friends are all future candidates for the divine throne. After all, how can we not show off a bit of goodwill in front of everyone? In the future, I will need to develop my own power, reach the pinnacle of the divine realm, and traverse all heavens. Going solo won't work." Indeed, upon hearing Tang Xian's words, the other 6 members of Shrek felt their goodwill towards him rising. "Yes, we are the Shrek 7, a unified existence." Dai Mubai also walked over and patted Tang Xian's shoulder. "Come on, Xiangu, have a sausage I specially made for you to recover a bit." Oscar squeezed out his last bit of soul power to hand over the sausage. Ning Rongrong was touching the coat, draped over her shoulders, which Tang Xian had taken off and given to her, and shyly said, "Thank you." Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. The cloak she was wearing was also Tang Xian's, but the clothes were torn by him, so it didn't mean much. It was only natural. On the playground, Dai Mubai and the others started frog jumping like lively treasures. "Hurry up and jump, 20 laps. I hope we can eat the top-notch food from the cafeteria tonight." A strange scene unfolded as the Shrek 7, one after another, hugged their heads with both hands, rising and falling. A group of people finding joy in hardship. Flinder stood on a high building in the distance, watching and nodded slightly. "They are all good seeds. I wonder how much they will grow in the future." He couldn't help but feel excited. Yu Xiaojiang nodded slightly and smiled faintly. "Don't worry, these kids' future achievements will definitely be remarkable." He then said, "This is just the first phase of the devilish training. In the next phase, I plan to bring them to the Great Soul Arena again, until they meet the graduation requirements." Chapter 80. The graduation goal of the Great Soul Arena is the Eternal Diamond. At the Great Soul Arena, Yu Xiaojiang brought Tang Xian, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Zhu Zhuqing to the Great Soul Arena. At this moment, each member of the Shrek 7 was wearing a metal mask, and Tang Xian was wearing a golden mask. 3 months later, returning to the Great Soul Arena, everyone's cultivation level had made a leap forward through 3 months of devilish training. This time, everyone wanted to test their strength, their eyes filled with anticipation. Yu Xiaojiang said lightly, "Kids, the devilish training has entered the second phase. I brought you here with only one requirement. Previously, your graduation requirement was to obtain the Silver Soul Badge. Now, You must obtain the Gold Soul Badge. Everyone gasped. Although they had previously spent some time in the Soul Arena, their points were not many, all at the Iron Soul Badge level. To graduate, they had to obtain the Gold Soul Badge, and this requirement was undoubtedly high. The Gold Soul Badge? Tang Xian chuckled softly. This was too easy for him. Yu Xiaojiang added, Tang Xian, you are an exception. My requirements for you are far beyond that. At these words, Dai Mubai and the other 6 instantly focused their gazes on Tang Xian behind them, and Tang Xian raised an eyebrow slightly upon seeing this. Everyone knew that the soul badges in the Great Soul Arena were divided into iron, copper, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and the supreme eternal diamond. Previously, I discussed with Dean Flender, considering your performance in the 1-against-6 arena match, your strength still has reserves. Initially, I wanted you to graduate only by obtaining the eternal diamond. Are you kidding? The eternal diamond, the highest badge in the Great Soul Arena. The Shrek 7, including Tang Xian, were shocked and stared at Yu Xiaojiang. This made Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun wonder if the gap between them and Tang Xian was really that big. The difference between the Gold Soul Badge and the Eternal Diamond Badge was a full 3 levels. Purple gold, sapphire, and ruby. Though it seemed not much, the difference was like a chasm. After all, as the soul badges progressed, the difficulty of obtaining them increased. This graduation standard's difficulty was probably not suitable for someone who was only a 4-ringed soul master. Even a soul emperor would feel pressured. Everyone nervously looked at Tang Xian. Did Yu Xiaojiang not want him to graduate? Or was he just setting his expectations too high? Once Yu Xiaojiang said this, Tang Xian's graduation difficulty directly increased tenfold compared to theirs. No, saying it was 100 times more difficult would not be an exaggeration. Yu Xiaojiang, you really think highly of me. Tang Xian was also surprised inside. He had previously mocked the Gold Soul Badge as being too easy for him, but Yu Xiaojiang had directly given him a wake-up call. The Gold Soul Badge too low. The Supreme Eternal Diamond wasn't low, right? However, Yu Xiaojiang smiled and said, but this is just my personal suggestion. Dean Flender said the difficulty was too high. After our discussion, Flender said not to put too much pressure on Tang Xian. Ultimately, Tang Xian, your graduation standard is to obtain the 6th Soul Badge, which is a Sapphire Soul Badge. However, I still hope you can surprise me again. If possible, I hope you can aim for the Supreme Eternal Badge of the Great Soul Arena. After finishing, he did not forget to add, of course, that is just a hope. If you can't do it, it's not a big deal. After all, the Sapphire Soul Badge is already a considerable challenge for you. Flender, standing nearby, shivered inwardly. This was treating Tang Xian like he was not human. His intention was not to force growth, but Xiaojiang still said out loud. Although it was not a requirement, since it was said, it became a form of encouragement. For Tang Xian, this was a kind of pressure. Talents are prone to early demise. Too much is as bad as not enough. Flender joked, all right, as long as you meet the minimum graduation requirements I've set for you, that's fine. No further demands. Tang Xian noted, indican acepten, the Sapphire Soul Badge. He wanted to give it a try. The people beside him, including Dai Mubai, felt their scalps tingle. Everyone couldn't help but clench their fists. Xiao Wu even patted Dai Mubai's shoulder. Mubai, Brother Xian, is preparing to challenge the Sapphire Badge. We can't lose face. At least we should aim for the Purple Gold Badge. At the back, Oscar was even more alarmed upon hearing this. Sister Xiao Wu, aren't you being a bit unrealistic? Just the Gold Soul Badge was an incredibly huge challenge for support-type soul masters like Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Not to mention the even higher Purple Gold Badge. Zhu Zhuqing beside them gritted her teeth and said, first, we need to obtain the Gold Soul Badge, and if possible, we don't want to fall too far behind Tang Xian. Ning Rongrong also pouted. We can be strong too. Ma Hongjun even ran to Oscar's side. Brother Oscar, I think you're right. Let's just go for the Gold Soul Badge and be done with it. Shrek Academy can't let this create a bad trend of internal competition. Hearing this, Dai Mubai couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. You lazy fatso. Are you trying to cut corners? Tang Xian couldn't help but laugh at everyone's antics, and then said, everyone, do your best and strive to graduate as soon as possible. Yu Xiaojiang bluntly added, if you can't meet the graduation martial exam requirements, you'll have to pass my level 10 martial soul theory exam. Upon hearing about the level 10 martial soul theory exam, everyone shivered. They shook their heads in unison. The martial soul theory exam was just a paper tiger. Impressive in appearance, but useless in practice. A clear case of exam-oriented education, not practical at all. In Douluo continent, strength is paramount, and what matters is the fist. Otherwise, The martial soul theory master Yu Xiaojiang, standing before them, would have already been invincible in the Douluo continent. Seeing everyone's reaction, Flinder smiled slightly. Xiaojiang's goal had been achieved, and with that said, they could only choose the martial exam. Dai Mubai and the others surrounded Tang Xian, patted him on the back, and cheered for him. Tang Xian also felt a bit helpless. The sapphire badge was just the minimum standard for him. Although he looked down on meeting Yu Xiaojiang's so-called expectations, he had extremely strict requirements for himself. However, the sapphire badge was still too low for my self-expectations. I, Tang Xian, aim to do my best, and the supreme eternal badge here is my goal. Tang Xian let out a cold snort in his heart, touching the golden mask on his face. 3 months ago, he also wore this golden mask, transforming into a dark horse that excited all the gamblers in the Grand Soul Arena. A slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth beneath the mask as he murmured, Grand Soul Arena, I'm back to continue my undefeated legend. I, Battle Hammer Tang Xian, have returned. Chapter 81. Dark Horse Battle Hammer versus Dominant Sword Xiaoyan. In the Grand Soul Arena, the host's passionate voice was providing a thrilling commentary. Dear ladies and gentlemen, today the Grand Soul Arena will welcome the return of a heavyweight dark horse. Do you remember that man who achieved over 20 consecutive victories in just one day 3 months ago and has yet to be defeated? That's right, the killing god, known as Battle Hammer. He has come back to fight in the Soul Arena. As the host's words fell, the audience was momentarily stunned. 3 months had passed, and the audience had changed many times. Only a few old spectators remembered the dark horse from 3 months ago. Those who didn't know had to ask around to discover that there was such a fierce warrior. The crowd gradually erupted in excitement. Haha, Battle Hammer, the guy who made me lose everything. This time, I'm counting on you to turn things around. Did I hear wrong? Battle Hammer. It's Battle Hammer, ladies. Keep your eyes peeled and see how impressive my future husband is. Battle Hammer, the genius we discovered before. Don't just stand there. Hurry back to the sect and report this. The sect has been searching for this genius for over 3 months and will definitely not let him go this time. Of course, these were all supporters of Battle Hammer. Besides them, there were also spectators who had never seen Battle Hammer in action, scoffing at those who blindly praised him. You're exaggerating too much. If he's so powerful, why did he disappear for 3 months? If that guy called Battle Hammer really had skills, why didn't he keep winning? Yeah, he probably just took some drugs that day, and can only perform for 1 day at most. The coward who hid for 3 months actually has the face to come back to the Soul Arena. I'm not looking down on this Battle Hammer, but if he can maintain a 20-game winning streak again today, I'll perform a stunt for everyone. Count me in, I don't believe it either. Just look at the contestants fighting in the Soul Arena today. They're all tough veterans in 1v1 matches, with soul power levels at the Soul Sect level. Not one of them is a soft target. Any of them could crush that so-called Battle Hammer. That kid is definitely going to lose tonight. Enough said. I'm going all in tonight. Wearing the golden mask, Tang Xian listened to the various audience evaluations of him without paying much attention. Whether dragon or tiger, tonight they all had to bow down. Even the local snakes had to be crushed by the strong dragon. With a cold snort, Tang Xian walked directly into the preparation area, heading toward the entrance of the Soul Arena. As the gates slowly opened, Tang Xian calmly walked into the Grand Soul Arena. Arriving at the center of the arena, his eyes flashing with intense battle intent. Seeing Battle Hammer enter, the host paused for a moment, then continued to introduce. All right, this is our dark horse contestant, Battle Hammer. Now, let us see who his opponent is. As the gate of another preparation area opened, a man carrying a heavy black iron sword stepped out. The host gasped. Battle Hammer's opponent is the 46th level 4-ring Soul Sect, Dominant Sword Xiaoyan. Bang bang. With each step Dominant Sword Xiaoyan took, the ground trembled slightly, demonstrating how heavy the black iron sword on his back was. Dominant Sword Xiaoyan has previously set a record for 30 consecutive victories. Battle Hammer's luck is just too bad. Dominant Sword, Dominant Sword. Use your sword to chop that Battle Hammer in half. This is interesting. I didn't expect that after Battle Hammer's return, he would encounter Dominant Sword Xiaoyan, who is known for his dominance. Those who have sparred with him have either died or been severely injured. It seems Battle Hammer is going to fall at Xiaoyan's hands today. Indeed, Dominant Sword Xiaoyan's black iron sword is unmatched among his peers. Battle Hammer's soul power also appears to be at the Soul Sect level. If nothing unexpected occurs, there will definitely be an unexpected outcome. Dominant Sword, Dominant Sword, Dominant Sword. Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan. As both sides entered the arena, they ignited a wave of cheers from the audience. The host, even more enthusiastic, exclaimed, So, Tonight's first 1v1 soul battle will be between Battle Hammer and Dominant Sword Xuantian. Now begin. As the words fell, everyone's attention focused on the two in the Grand Soul arena. Tang Xian, beneath the golden mask, was momentarily stunned when he heard the name Dominant Sword Xuantian, then locked his gaze on the Soul Master walking in front of him. He saw the red-haired Xuantian looking at him with disdain, effortlessly holding the heavy black iron sword on his shoulder with one hand, the large and long sword in stark contrast to his body. This punk is Xuantian, a weapon spirit soul master. He could vaguely see drops of fresh blood on Xuantian's black iron sword, remnants from his previous opponent, and Xuantian himself exuded an aura of dominance, living up to his name, Dominant Sword. He seemed quite formidable. However, such strength was only in comparison to others. Dominant Sword slammed the heavy sword down onto the ground, raised his chin, and coldly sneered, "Kid, it seems your luck isn't too good. In front of me, Dominant Sword Xuantian, your record of over 20 consecutive victories seems insignificant. Don't say the seniors don't give you face. If you break an arm and admit defeat, Dominant Sword will spare your life." 3 months ago, Dominant Sword Xuantian was out training and was not at the Grand Soul Arena. He didn't expect this guy named Battle Hammer to rise suddenly, and by the time he returned, his reputation had already been stolen. He had long wanted to teach this Battle Hammer a lesson, but since that day, this dark horse had not appeared in the Grand Soul Arena, leaving Dominant Sword Xuantian with no place to vent his anger. Now that this guy had reappeared, Xuantian would not let him off so easily. What he didn't expect was that he thought such a formidable character would at least be a middle-aged man. Yet upon meeting him, despite wearing a mask, he could see that the other party was merely in his teens, a mere child. This left him somewhat disappointed. Could someone like this really achieve over 20 consecutive victories? In his eyes, this kid must have been on drugs, or he was an exceptionally fierce type, taking 3 months to recover. If not, then it was likely that the Grand Soul Arena had secretly manipulated things, using money to create a vase. However, facing Dominant Sword Xuantian's disdain did not anger Tang Xian at all. He completely ignored the opponent's words and turned to the referee beside him, asking coldly, "I say, referee, can we blow the whistle?" The referee was taken aback for a moment, then announced, "Soul battle, begin." Immediately, a spark flashed in Tang Xian's eyes, and the Xuantian hammer, concealed by the holy fire, suddenly appeared in his hand. Also a weapon spirit. This war hammer surrounded by holy fire was far more imposing than Xuantian's black iron sword that looked like coal. "With your broken sword, you dare to call yourself Dominant Sword? Then my war hammer is the father of your Dominant Sword." Chapter 82. Instant kill on Xuantian. Tang Xian hides his strength. Faced with the arrogance of the war hammer, Xuantian was directly enraged. "Very good. You've successfully attracted the attention of my Dominator Sword. I will make you die more tragically than the other contestants to show my respect for you. You are not worthy of my respect." Tang Xian coldly shouted. What kind of small fry dares to act tough in front of him? Upon hearing this, Xuantian pulled out the Dominator's sword, which was deeply embedded in the arena, and the veins on his forehead bulged instantly from Tang Xian's words. Pointing the Dominator's sword at Tang Xian, he roared, "Dominator, sword manifest." A violent wave of soul power erupted from his body, and at the same time, four dazzling soul rings appeared around him. 2 purple soul rings, and the 3rd and 4th soul rings were pitch black. "Little guy, you will pay the price for your youthful ignorance." The ultimate soul power instantly surged onto the Xian Tai heavy sword. With a hum, the Dominator sword was surrounded by a purple ghostly flame. First soul skill, 9 Nether Ghost Sparrow. The host, seeing this, passionately provided live commentary, as expected of the Dominator sword Xuantian. He holds nothing back and directly activates his first soul skill, 9 Nether Ghost Sparrow, which is his signature skill. Many contestants have fallen under this sword. Similarly, as a contestant with the ghostly flame, can the war hammer withstand this sword? All the spectators in the audience held their breath. This Dominator sword Xuantian seems intent on killing the war hammer with just one move, too domineering, giving no chance to the Dark Horse Warhammer. It's over. It's over. This war hammer is probably going to lose. If Xuantian were to take the war hammer lightly, he might have some chance. But now it seems he is undoubtedly doomed. Look, the opponent has already unleashed a big move while he is just standing there. Who does he think he is? Not even dodging? Damn it, this time don't even think about turning the tables, just pin me to the ground. What was I thinking to buy the war hammer? You should dodge. That Xian Tai heavy sword is something even a Soul King wouldn't dare to face head on. Ha ha ha. I told you the war hammer was just for show. Did he forget to take his medicine before coming on stage? Look, he's scared silly. However, while everyone was not optimistic about Tang Xian, the members of Shrek Academy watching from the VIP box revealed a meaningful smile. Only they knew how terrifying Tang Xian was. Would he dodge such a level of attack? Absolutely impossible. Tang Xian now dares to confront Zhao Wuji, let alone the small fry at the Soul Sect level that he is facing now. At this moment, in the Great Soul Arena, Xuantian unleashed his first soul skill, 9 Netherdark Sparrow. A wave of energy was slashed out from the dominating sword, forming a purple 9 Netherdark Sparrow in the air, carrying endless enchanting purple flames, and let out a sharp phoenix cry as it rushed towards Tang Xian. Tang Xian saw this and did not dodge at all. He held the Xuantian hammer horizontally in front of him and, facing the approaching Jiu Yuming Ke, he forcefully shook it forward without even using a soul skill. The immense power shattered the golden yellow sacred fire, and he directly blocked the enormous sword energy that would be unbearable for an ordinary person. It was effortless. With your level, you dare to boast about leaving me an arm? You don't know what you're talking about. First soul skill, Holy Fire of Light. In an instant, the overwhelming sword Xuantian was enveloped by a powerful domain, and Tang Xian's killing intent was magnified countless times within that domain. Those who despise the divine will be killed without mercy. Buzz. The first soul ring of 100,000 years, the 9-headed serpent, emerged from the sacred fire, instantly wrapping around Xuantian's right hand that held the overlord sword. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Tang Xian couldn't be bothered to look, turning around directly and coldly saying, "Noisy. Take him away." As everyone was puzzled, they looked towards the fire circle shrouded in the holy flame. Inside, Xuantian, who had just been incredibly arrogant, dropped the dominating sword heavily to the ground, producing a muffled sound. At the same time, an extremely miserable wail echoed throughout the Great Soul Arena. Xuantian's entire arm had been devoured by the 9-Crows serpent. How could this happen? My arm. My arm. The referee beside him immediately announced the result. The dominating sword has no fighting power left. The winner of this match is the War Hammer. Following that came the referee's hurried voice. Medical team, hurry in to save him. If we don't stop Xuantian's bleeding, he will die on the stage. A group of rescuers carrying stretchers and medical kits quickly lifted the dominating sword out of the arena. Meanwhile, including the host, the entire audience in the Great Soul Arena fell into a dead silence. Everything happened too quickly. They barely saw the War Hammer strike, and the dominating sword had already been defeated. No, not just defeated, but completely crippled. One move, then another. It completely crushed the dominating sword Xuantian, who had almost no rivals at the same level. Is this the Dark Horse Warhammer that made waves in the Great Soul Arena 3 months ago? Everyone gasped. This Warhammer seems even stronger than before. Instant kill. The host responsible for commentary on the soul battle was momentarily speechless, but quickly regained composure thanks to his professionalism. Trembling as he said, "Wow, the Warhammer has won. He's back. That man is back. He didn't disappoint us. He's still the biggest dark horse from 3 months ago." Instantly killing the dominating sword Xuantian with one move. Let's congratulate the Warhammer. Vahama, Vahama, Vahama. With the host's rising voice stirring the crowd. All the audience's emotions were well mobilized. At this moment, whether new or old viewers, everyone was filled with excitement. This is what dominance looks like. What was that dominating sword Xuantian? Didn't you see how confident the Warhammer was after striking, turning back with ease? A direct kill. So overconfident. This is the kind of dominance a strong person should have. That dominating sword had previously boasted about leaving one arm behind, while leaving the Warhammer with a dog's life. Unexpectedly, it was his own arm that got crippled, leaving him with a dog's life. Among the Shrek Academy students on the VIP viewing platform, Ma Hongjun mocked. If that dominating sword hadn't said that at the start, maybe Brother Xian would have given him a bit of face. It's just too arrogant. When Tang Xian returned to the viewing platform, he happened to hear Ma Hongjun's words and was immediately bombarded by his brothers from all sides. His back was almost slapped to pieces. All right, stop flattering. He then found a random spot to sit down. Opposite him, Yu Xiaojiang silently watched the other battles in the Great Soul Arena. He then turned to Tang Xian and said, "This is too easy for you. After a match, there is hardly any soul power consumption, which doesn't achieve the tempering effect. Tang Xian, next, you can only use 50% of your soul power to fight." Yu Xiaojiang once again put forward a harsh requirement. He continued, "Next, there will be a 2v2 soul battle. You and Xiao, we should give it a try. A team battle with cooperation. 2-person battle?" Tang Xian took a sip of tea. glanced at Xiao Wu and said without hesitation, "No problem." Chapter 83. Xian Wu Team versus Ming Hou Yuji. The host's passionate voice echoed through the Great Soul Arena once again. Next up is our doubles match. Entering the arena is the Dark Horse Warhammer and his partner. Oh no, I mean his teammate, contestant Xiao Wu. This seems to be Warhammer's first doubles match. We don't know how strong his partner is. Will she be a burden or a powerhouse? Let's wait and see. The mischievous host stood on a colorful television, holding a microphone, constantly stirring the audience's emotions, instantly gathering everyone's attention on all the participants in the arena. Warhammer, Warhammer, Warhammer. Even so, the name Warhammer was too loud, and everyone's cheers could only be heard for this one name, while Xiao Wu beside him had completely become a supporting character. But Tang Xian didn't care about the cheers, focusing all his attention on Xiao Wu, and said softly, "Xiao Wu, in this doubles match, it's all up to you. Yu Xiaojiang was right. One must learn to conceal their strength to gain experience and training. Xiao Wu, I will assist you. You will be the main attacker." Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Xiao Wu's lips. Finally, it was her turn to attack. Xiao Wu needed to perform well in front of Brother Xian. After that, the gate in the preparation area of the 2v2 Great Soul Arena slowly opened. The host introduced, "First, entering the arena is our Great Soul Arena's biggest dark horse, the Killing God Warhammer, who defeated the 30-game winner, Ba Jian Xiaoyan, and alongside him is the 4-ring Soul Master, the soft-bone charm rabbit contestant." The spotlight instantly focused on a pink girl, while Tang Xian quietly followed behind. The relatively unknown Xiao Wu walked in front, and everyone was taken aback. My goodness. Who is this girl that makes someone like Warhammer, a killer who blocks gods and Buddhas, walk behind her? What kind of person is this soft-bone charm rabbit? Xiao Wu's identity immediately sparked everyone's speculation. Tang Xian rubbed his forehead, realizing that positioning indeed reflects one's status. However, they seem to have forgotten that there's another saying behind it. The finale, whether it's with the rabbit or the dog, as long as there's a Warhammer player. This match has an 80 chance of winning. Brothers, I'm going to take the lead in this round. Where's the 20 chance of failure? Someone asked in confusion. You fool, in a 2v2 team battle, what matters is synergy and cooperation. If the soft-boned enchanting rabbit can't become the left and right arms of the Warhammer, it will create a bond that hinders them. Not only will it fail to complement each other, but their combat power will also plummet. Many seasoned gamblers understand the nuances of a 2v2 team battle and immediately countered. They mocked, saying, "A bunch of noobs. Don't even look at who their opponents are this time. That's the Underworld Lord and Moon Princess. Both are Soul King level existences." Even if the player called soft-boned enchanting rabbit performs well, if they slow down, the Warhammer can still handle one-on-one, but 1 against 2, the gap is too large. 9 losses out of 10. Nearby, a bunch of indecisive fence-sitters heard this flawless analysis and promptly switched their votes. Damn it, so what if they voted for Warhammer? Is he as powerful as Blood Axe King and Moon Princess? The latter two have been a dual cultivation couple for 10 years. Indeed, the cooperation between the Underworld Lord and Moon Princess has already reached a seamless level. Some say they're the successors of the next generation's legendary dragons and snakes. The match hasn't even started yet, and discussions about the lineups of both teams are gradually reaching a climax. The originally high support for Warhammer and soft-boned Enchanting Rabbit suddenly leveled with that of Underworld Lord and Moon Princess, even showing signs of being surpassed. Seeing this, Xiao Wu was so angry that she stomped her feet, her rabbit ears standing upright. How dare they look down on the Xinwu combination? Today, let's see how we blind you with our brilliance. Tang Xian heard this and gently pinched down Xiao Wu's rabbit ears, comforting her. Xiao Wu, don't get angry with these blind people. We are the Soul Double Sect. Although they're the Soul Double Kings, don't forget, we are the monster students of Shrek. Killing across ranks is a piece of cake for us. Today, let's show these frogs at the bottom of the well something new. All right, let's see how Xiao Wu performs next. She won't disappoint Brother Xian. A Soul King, huh? Just watch how Xiao Wu knocks him down to the ground. Tang Xian saw Xiao Wu's excited state of the moment and knew he had successfully activated her competitive spirit. He then cast a meaningful glance towards the VIP viewing room of Shrek Academy. Oscar, who was watching from above, immediately understood, turned to his brothers, and shouted, "What are we waiting for? Bring out all your belongings and bet everything on Xiao Wu to win. This is a chance to make big money." Even Dean Frank and the other 5 monsters from Shrek grabbed their small fortunes and rushed towards the betting table. Even Yu Xiaojiang, who was standing nearby, was slightly taken aback, then quickly reacted, swallowed his saliva, and felt an overwhelming urge. He patted his pants pocket and immediately decided to bet all the remaining gold coins he had. He murmured to himself. So that's where Tang Xian's large amount of gold coins came from. If Tang Xian knew Yu Xiaojiang's thoughts, he would definitely say, "You're thinking too small, Xiaojiang. Letting the brothers experience the idea of getting rich overnight is also a way for me to give back to them. I don't care if someone picks up the scraps." At this moment, both sides of the Soul Arena had entered and were ready. They quickly arrived at the familiar trash-talking segment. A burly man with a pale face and a gloomy aura walked in slowly, while a voluptuous and exposed woman, Yu Ji, walked in with a charming gait, revealing a deep snow-white cleavage. This charm was different from Xiao Wu's allure. It was more seductive, making people involuntarily stiffen up. Little sister with such shallow skills. Are you here to compete with your sister for business? You can only blame your bad luck. You two soul masters matched up against us two soul kings. Yu Ji extended her moist tongue, continuously taunting and provoking, as if the outcome of the battle was already decided. It was clear that, in the eyes of Ming Ho and Yu Ji, it was like two kings facing off against two silvers. A guaranteed win. Yu Ji's enticing voice continued. Ming Ho, this little sister seems pretty good. If you can deal with her alone, I wouldn't mind letting her play with you. Upon hearing this, the previously lifeless Ming Ho, who had shown no spirit or energy, suddenly trembled, and a gleam appeared in his eyes. He had been cultivating with Yu Ji for a full 10 years. The freshness had long faded. Now, looking at Yu Ji's imposing aura, allowing him to taste the new flavor of the soft bone charm rabbit, he instantly felt invigorated. Haha, what a delicate little girl. I, Ming Ho, just want to make you cry. Chapter 84. Suppressing Strength, Battling Yu Ji. Haha, what a delicate little girl, I, Ming Ho, just want to make you cry. Ming Ho continued, little sister, we are both level 51 Soul Kings. Even if your battle hammer talent is high. Right now you and he are just soul masters. I, Ming Ho, and Yu Ji are not something you two inexperienced little soul masters can handle. But if you don't want to die, how about you spend the night with me after this soul battle? Ha ha ha. Although Ming Ho appeared incredibly strong, when he said these words, he seemed extremely lewd. Yu Ji also did not look like an easy opponent. This enchanting beauty was, in fact, a promiscuous woman who attracted both men and women. Looking at Xiao Wu, she licked the corner of her mouth and said in a low voice, Ming Ho, go. A commanding tone suddenly emerged, and upon receiving the order, Ming Ho immediately displayed his 5 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. The 5th soul ring was a black 10,000-year soul ring, and as soon as this configuration appeared, it caused an uproar in the soul arena. Ming Ho actually bullies the little girl? Ha ha ha, but I love to see this kind of scene. Ming Ho, Ming Ho. Tang Xian saw this, and showed no fluctuation in his eyes. How dare such a concocted spirit ring boast in front of him? It was utterly ridiculous. Just as he was about to step in and give the Ming Ho 2 slaps to shut him up, Xiao Wu had already rushed forward, which made Tang Xian halt his intention to act personally. It was time for Xiao Wu to shine. With a powerful leap, Xiao Wu executed her skills, and the floor beneath her heels suddenly cracked open. Although her figure was relatively weak, the momentum of her diving down from the air was not any less than that of the burly Ming Ho. At the same time, Xiao Wu's body was surrounded by spirit rings. Purple, 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 purple. A uniform array of purple. The audience in the battle arena was in an uproar. The first spirit ring being purple indicated a remarkable foundation. Even Ming Ho's pupils constricted at the sight. His 3rd spirit ring had only hunted a 1,000-year spirit beast. Yet the opponent's 1st spirit ring was already a 1,000-year spirit ring, and it seemed to have a high age limit. A 9,000-year spirit ring was also considered a 1,000-year spirit ring. The fluctuations of the opponent's spirit power were too overwhelming, giving him a sense of illusion. In his contemplation, Ming Ho suddenly felt a soft entanglement around his waist. Xiao Wu's lips curled up slightly. Big guy, let me show you the power of my soft bone, charming rabbit. First spirit skill, waist bow. Violent 8-section throw. Bang! The battle arena exploded with a huge cloud of dust, and when the dust settled, Ming Ho was smashed into the sunken floor. His head was shoved in the ground by Xiao Wu's violent throw, as if to tell him that with his level of strength, he should quickly find a crack in the ground to hide in. Xiao Wu neatly retreated to the other side, looked at the motionless and embarrassed Ming Ho, casually clapped her hands, and proudly said, I thought Ming Ho was so powerful, but he was taken down so easily by me. Then she turned to look at Yuji. However, Yuji showed no signs of worry upon seeing this. Instead, she looked at Tang Xian alluringly, turning her back to Xiao Wu and said, "Your little sister is too naive. Don't you know that Ming Ho's martial soul is the iron-armored rhino? It is renowned for its defense, and that last strike was merely a tickle for Ming Ho." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately looked warily at the spot where Ming Ho had just been smashed. Bang! Countless fragments suddenly burst open, and the dust-covered Ming Ho leaped up, his massive body suddenly contracting in midair, ultimately forming a unique posture that looked like a sharp bullet head with a grayish-white hue and a hint of black, or rather, the sharp horn of a rhino. First spirit skill, charge, buzz. A powerful wave of spirit power instantly locked onto Xiao Wu. Her heart skipped a beat as Ming Ho had already charged in front of her in an instant, the sharp rhino horn just an inch away from her brow. At the critical moment, Xiao Wu shouted, "Third spirit skill, instant teleportation." Bang! Ming Ho's attack missed, instantly shattering the floor where Xiao Wu had just been standing. Dodging to the side, Xiao Wu gasped for breath, feeling lingering fear. Damn it, not only is his defense incredible, but his attack power is also very strong. If I'd been hit just now, I would probably have been out. However, Xiao did not give up so easily. A hint of enchanting pink light flashed in her eyes as she looked at the upright Ming Ho and coquettishly said, "No way. I just want to see how tough you are. How can you be rough with me? With such a cute bunny. How could one say to blow her up just like that? Can I let you blow me up first? Ha ha ha, why not? Come on, after we finish. Let's roll in bed together." Ming Ho was clearly enchanted by Xiao Wu's second spirit skill. This charm technique was on par with Yuji's. Here it comes. Here it comes. The little flying stick is coming. Xiao Wu delivered a direct flying kick with her jade leg, and by the time Ming Ho reacted, the jade leg was already unavoidable. He took a solid hit, and a clear red mark appeared on his already grayish-white face. A fiery sensation. Ming Ho buried his palm in his face and roared in anger. What a spicy girl. He was completely enraged and instantly summoned a chilling, menacing sword. Fifth spirit skill, Iron Horse on Ice River. A powerful sense of oppression enveloped Xiao Wu directly, and in just a few moments, her figure teleported several times. But she still couldn't shake off the lock of his aura. A massive sword, formed from what seemed like 10,000-year-old frozen ice, stabbed straight at her. As it passed, ice spikes erupted everywhere. Tang Xian was just about to go over when he was blocked by the voluptuous Yuji. "Warhammer, ha ha, you can't go past. You haven't had enough fun with your sister yet. How can I let you pass so easily?" Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. This month, Yuji really had confidence. Knowing very well that he was a dark horse in the Great Soul Arena, currently undefeated, yet still dared to block him. In just a moment, Xiao had already made contact with Ming Ho. Fourth soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. Xiao knew there was no way to dodge, so she unleashed her fourth soul skill at the critical moment, and a golden light shone. With a clang, the soul power manifested as an iron horse, and icy river shattered into ice shards. On the other side, Tang Xian smiled lightly and refocused his gaze on Yuji's chest. Inside was a deep valley, making one unable to resist the urge to explore. He murmured, "Yuji, since you want this so much, I'll play along, and let's have a deep discussion about life." Immediately, Tang Xian shot towards Yuji. Yuji's legs tightened instantly as she prepared to meet him, realizing that this speed was too fast, far beyond what a soul sect should possess. She said in a low voice, "Is it explosive power? But if it's just a short burst, I fear it won't last, right, little brother? You should be unable to sustain it." Hearing this, Tang Xian smirked disdainfully. Unable to sustain? Yuji, who are you underestimating and insulting? Even if Tang Xian suppressed his soul power by 50%, with all soul rings contained within a purple 1,000-year soul ring, his explosive power and endurance were not something an ordinary soul sect could compare to. This enduring speed attack would surely make Yuji wish for death. Yuji lightly tapped her jade legs and opened her red lips. First soul skill, Moon Step. Bang bang. The air under Yuji's feet exploded instantly, her alluring figure twisting like a soft snake, but her speed increased even more. Faced with Tang Xian's explosive attack, Yuji did not dodge, but instead took the initiative to meet him. Ah, so refreshing. In a moment of interweaving, the two instantly separated. But Yuji felt an unprecedented desire for battle. It had been a long time since she felt this exhilarated. "Very good, little brother with the warhammer. You have successfully caught my attention. I want to see just how much strength you've really used." It was clear that Yu could sense that in the battle where this so-called greatest dark horse of the Great Soul Arena had fought, he had held back too much. Tang Xian's mouth twitched. What Yu said was secretly profound. Chapter 85. The Underworld Lord Yu's martial soul fusion skill. The Descending Beast. Such a powerful soul king. Tang Xian only sparred with Yu for a moment before sensing her formidable strength. Although this feeling came from suppressing his soul power, it also proved Yu's extraordinary abilities. Yu smiled wickedly, her long nails resting on her fair, full chest, as she playfully twirled the black strands of hair that stuck to her bosom. She giggled. After today's trial, our little dark horse, the Warhammer brother, seems a bit overrated. With this little skill, I won't even need to wait for the Underworld Lord to deal with that little sister. I can play you to death myself. After saying this, Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light, and with her swift movement, she approached like a ghost. In her eyes, a mere soul sect was no match for her as a soul king. Tang Xian slightly shook his head. Even though his soul power was suppressed below the 10,000-year level, anyone who dared to look down on him would have to pay a huge price. Facing the strong offensive of Yu, he felt a bit of pressure, but he was not flustered at all. With pressure comes tempering. This was exactly Tang Xian's goal. The light holy dragon possessed him. Suddenly, Tang Xian's golden light surged, enveloping his entire body in a layer of sunlight, with faint dragon roars echoing. At the same time, for soul rings, purple to the point of nearly black, emerged from beneath his feet, and a massive wave of soul power spread out. Yu, who had just approached, immediately felt an extremely intense aura. What immense soul power! Yu gasped, and even though all of her opponent's soul rings were purple with a 1,000-year limit, for some reason, she felt a sense of pressure as if facing 10,000-year soul rings. Yu focused her gaze and could sense the oppressive aura of a top-tier B spirit from her opponent's martial soul, which might be related to his martial soul. There was no time to think. Facing Tang Xian's sudden explosion of soul power, Yu had to react. Soul power? Competing with a soul king in soul power? Kid, you are too arrogant. Yu snorted coldly and then softly chanted, "Nine-tailed fox possessed." As soon as the words fell, a cool soul power aura spread out, and 5 soul rings simultaneously appeared beneath Yu's feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. A 5-ring soul king. Although the quality of her soul rings was not as balanced as Tang Xian's, the 5th soul ring was a 10,000-year soul ring, and her martial soul was a 9-tailed fox, which was only a hair's breadth away from being a top-tier beast martial soul. The 9-tailed fox martial soul is rumored to be an extremely feminine martial soul that can harness lunar power. When the intensely hot flames struck Yu, a cold moonlight instantly enveloped her, forming a barrier that perfectly isolated her. What a chilling aura! Could it actually resist my holy light fire? Tang Xian thou wen. But soon he noticed that the outer layer of the barrier was becoming somewhat thin under the scorching of the holy light fire. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. I said it. How can moonlight compete with the sun's brilliance? It's merely relying on the soul power advantage of a soul king to hold on, after suppressing the soul ring's duration. Although Tang Xian's soul power was a bit lacking, he was never afraid of anyone when he unleashed his power. Xuantian hammer, the might of 10,000 June. Tang Xian wielded the heavenly hammer surrounded by sacred fire, swinging the massive hammer with an instantaneous approach, without any pause, delivering an incredibly powerful strike. The endless flaming hammer struck fiercely against the barrier formed by lunar power in front of Moon Princess. With a crack, the Moon Princess's defensive barrier shattered like a mirror, and she herself was knocked back by the suddenly erupted force. She happened to lean against the back of the Underworld Lord, who had also been pushed back by Xiao Wu, and the Underworld Lord's expression turned pale.